It's
Back for this, just the pass. Penny's there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep. Close combat onto a Mungus. Is that enough? Yes! Jump across, gets the knockout. Defeats Voltua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down. Can you look down the Wishcash where he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know it's
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Good morning, Pokemon trainers. We're here in the lovely Sacramento, California for our next stop on the Regional Championship Series. And while it may have been a little bit rainy outside yesterday, all of our trainers are happily indoors and competing here on this lovely Saturday. My name is Gabby Snyder, and I'm joined here by Aaron Zhang and Dewey Ha for what should be a very exciting Regional Championship weekend.
I'm super excited to be here. I'm from California. It's always nice to be able to just drive to a venue and just, be here around a bunch of Pokemon fans. So I'm super excited to be here this weekend, Gabby.
I gotta say, the hometown regional is a huge buff for sure, especially like being able to go home and just like relax in your own space.
All right, I wouldn't call this my hometown regional, but it's close
fair.
enough. It's close enough.
I'm rounding very aggressively. Aaron, how are you doing? You were just in Latin America, in Brazil last weekend.
Yep, it was really cool being at LAIC. I'm really eager to see how the meta has shifted or not since then. We saw Sun win the tournament. A little bit of sun here would be nice given how much it's been raining, but I think rain probably will be one of the top compositions continuing on in this tournament, and a lot of exciting developments. I saw a lot of Komoos out there in the field. I think that's a really underrated Pokemon, and so yeah, I just can't wait to see what teams the players have brought.
Let's take a moment to look back on our regional championship series so far here in North America. And like you just mentioned, Sao Paulo was last weekend down in Brazil, but prior to that, we were in Louisville. I think I said that right, in Baltimore. And there's still a ton of events to plan for in the upcoming year. Of course, we just added Atlanta to the schedule this past week. I'm so excited for that regional because I've actually never been. I mean, except for the airport, I
Atlanta's
guess.
a great city. They have an amazing aquarium. They have lots of fish in there, lots of water type Pokemon, if you will, in there. Big whales, almost the size of a whale lord. So I'm super excited to be able to bring a regional championship to Atlanta.
All right, so if you want to compete at one of these upcoming events, make sure to check out the Pokemon website for all the information you need on registration and what have you. But for this upcoming weekend, of course, our trainers are competing for those championship points to get in the top 75 in North America to lock in their world qualification for the year. Of course, you could also just win the tournament this weekend to get your invite that way as well.
Yep, winning the tournament grants you an automatic berth to the World Championships. You don't have to play that game of, am I going to have enough championship points to qualify? You never want to be 76 in the championship point standings. I've been there before, back when it was a top 12 qualification, tying at 13th. So you don't want to leave it up to fate, if you will, in terms of championship point rankings.
No, I mean, Aaron, I think you've been in that gauntlet as well in the past, right?
Yeah, it's really stressful. I think the 2 years when I competed where it was the top X system, I think in 2013, yeah, I ended up finishing, I actually don't remember, me 8th, and then 2015 was 2nd out of 40, and so didn't have to be as stressed, but now there's so many events, and so it really feels like you have to keep attending to keep up with the race. And for perspective, 75 Masters compete in the World Championships for North America this year. I think last year we had over 200 players qualify from North America alone, and so you're basically taking just over or about a third of the field there from who had qualified last year. And so There is a lot of competition for those 75 slots, and some people are running away with championship points, with some players crossing, 700, 800 points here already.
All right, well, that is what we're looking forward to this weekend. Let's take a moment to look back at the Louisville Regional Championships back in October.
Competitors burst out of the gates in Derby City, eager to make their mark. While Sneasler rocketed to the top of usage, competitors seeking an advantage looked to lesser-used Pokemon like Exeggutor, Yanmega, Torkoal, and Corviknight to shake things up. After 11 rounds of Swiss and 4 knockout Top Cup matches, 2 finalists emerged. First, Joe Ugarte, the 2-time Portland Regional Champion, used his trademark Eject Pack Torkoal and Chlorophyll Jumpluff alongside the overwhelming firepower of Hisuian Typhlosion to defeat 2024 All-Star Riley Factura in an intense Sun vs. Rain set that featured big calls and bigger damage to become our first finalist. He was joined by 2-time finalist Andrew Zhang, whose Porygon 2 Balance team faced a gauntlet including a back-and-forth set against 2016 World Champion Wolf Click and a unique Exeggutor Psyspam team piloted by Parker Simmons. Our competitors were neck and neck. Andrew took Game 1 after catching Jumpluff terastallizing into a Dark type. Joe caught back up in Game 2 after an early advantage turned overwhelming and forced a forfeit. It all came down to Game 3. Using Joe's Sun against him, Andrew's Incineroar picked up KOs on Joe's Typhlosion and King Gambit before finally falling to its own recoil damage. Terrafire ace Garchomp clenched it, walling Joe's Torkoal and Jumpluff and crowning Andrew Zhang the first ever Louisville Regional Champion. There is so much more competitive Pokemon action to come, so if you've got what it takes to compete with the best, check out Pokemon.com/compete to stay up to date on your chance to become a champion.
What an exciting weekend to look back on, especially given what happened at LAIC. Andrew Zhang with that Porygon 2 Balance team just was so much fun to watch with, the Hisuian Sneasler as well. But Joe Ugarte really debuting this Sun core that has done incredibly well at every single event since.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because Joe is one of the premier pilots of Sun, having used it across a lot of different formats in Scarlet and Violet. We actually haven't seen the Typhlosion being used as much, and the team that has popped up more recently featuring Pokemon like Charizard and Porygon was actually a Japanese innovation, but of course using the same concept of Jumpluff and Torkoal. And so I believe it's made 3 finals of the last 3 majors we've had across North America and Europe, and I'm curious to see if Sun will continue to be represented after winning LAIC.
It's also a nice change of pace for Joe, because I remember maybe last season he was more using teams where it was 100% accurate. But then now Jumpluff, you hit your sleep powders or you don't, right? Those are really the 2 options.
Yeah, I mean, like all things in life, it's either effective 100% of the time or it's not, right?
It's either happening or it's not, right?
Exactly. But I do think it's interesting to reflect back on this event too, especially considering the Balance team. I think that we've had a bit of a harder shift towards weather-driven teams over the past few weeks, and I think that Andrew Zhang is someone who's very comfortable with Balance teams. We've seen him pilot them time and time again. I can't help but wonder if we're going to see a shift away from weather back to Balance now that things have been sort of... I wish there was a word for polarized, but specifically about weather, but I can't come up with it right now, so polarized. So let's go ahead and take a look back at the Latin American International Championships. And of course, you can always check out the VODs over on our YouTube channel if you missed the incredible finals between Marco Silva and Victor Medina. But real quick, Aaron, you were there in person. Tell me what it was like to watch the battle play out and see Marco Silva win another Latin American International Championship title.
Yeah, I think he might be the best player in the world right now, and I think Victor is easily in the top 5 right now as well. You could argue he's number 2. Both of them were coming into this event red hot, 2 of the most consistent players in Europe, and no surprise to see them in the finals using 2 different weather teams. Marco had just finished second in a regionals 2 weeks before LAIC. He, arguably could have won that finals as well. He was up 1 game and lost game 2 to a really crazy hurricane hit into confusion hit all on 1 turn. I think if that turn doesn't go terribly for him, he probably wins that regionals. And so gets his revenge here in LAIC. What better way to do it than winning alongside his brother as well, of course, in the seniors division. And Victor just, has had so many amazing tournament finishes. He's still hunting for that first place title, but it was fun to see how both players were going to approach that finals matchup. It felt like Marco had a pretty big advantage, and he showed how to execute that advantage.
Yeah, and again, this Sun team's really strong. I mean,
Yeah.
that Charizard with the Choice Specs solar powered boost in the Sun, it kind of reminds me of Miraidon, just like being able to just knock out so many things in just one hit, right? Like
Yeah.
Marco picked up a lot of one-hit KOs just off the bat, and from there, Victor just had no way to be able to recover after losing so many key pieces to his team in that matchup.
Yeah, but the other side of the coin is that team is very hard to pilot. I mean, it's very easy to end up in situations where, you lose the weather because half the field is running Pelipper, or maybe you run up against a Trick Room team and then your Ursaluna just isn't enough to sort of counter that. You lose your Porygon too early. Like, I think Marco Silva did a fantastic job with this team, but it has a very high skill floor in order to pilot it. And I think
Yeah.
something to keep in mind as we go through this regional championship weekend is, if you're bringing that team, do you feel confident to make those calls and make those plays like he did?
Yeah, I think one of the other things is the high variance and accuracy.
Yeah.
Jumpluff and Charizard both rely on a lot of inaccurate moves, and I think part of the reason why Marco's been so successful with this team is he's really good at identifying when not to go for those inaccurate moves if he can go, help it. And we saw Weather Ball Charizard pick up 2 one-hit knockouts in the finals rather than relying on something like Heat Wave or Overheat. Jumpluff was a necessity for him in the finals. I think a lot of that finals matchup against Victor actually very much was dependent on, do you hit that first Sleep Powder on Dragonite? Are you
Yeah.
able to deny it from a scale shot into your Charizard? But Jumpluff is a really key piece of that team as well. Like you called out, Gabby, Pelipper's everywhere, but Jumpluff is Sunny Day, and that actually completely changes the matchup where you don't even need to bring Torkoal into the match. Jumpluff plus Charizard alone can really give Pelipper a lot of issues. And Victor's team, I think, will probably be the most popular team in today's tournament. A lot of top players have opted to bring it into this event with slight modifications, but just a newer take on Rain, and turns out when you throw Tailwind on Dragonite, Ursaluna becomes an absolute menace.
For sure. Now let's take a moment to look back at our North American regional champions. There are only 2 of them so far, so shout outs to Nicholas Morales, who won the Baltimore Regional Championship back in September, and of course Andrew Zhang, like we just saw in the recap video. 2 incredibly accomplished trainers who have already locked in their Worlds invite and are good to go.
Yeah, they can breathe a lot easier knowing that they have a berth to Anaheim already.
These trainers, though, are in the struggle for the championship point grind. Junshi Zhu is our current championship leaderboard leader with 884 championship points, but there are a lot of trainers who are up there with him, and honestly, given that a lot of these people are in the field here today, we're going to see this leaderboard change a lot throughout the weekend.
Yeah, it could be a huge shift between how this board goes depending on how the players finish, right? I mean, 350 championship points are up. That's what's on the table right now. Up to 350 championship points added to your belt to try to secure your spot or make yourself a little bit more feeling safe in your spot on the leaderboards. Or it could give a boost to somebody that might not necessarily be on the top 12 right now into this leaderboard for the next regional broadcast where we show this graphic.
For sure. So that's it for North America. Of course, over in the Europe region, we have 3 regional champions so far, as both Dortmund, Lyle, and Gdansk all have happened already. We're playing a little bit of catch-up here, I feel like, in the regional count in North America. Federico Camporesi, the most recent regional champion over in EU, winning Gdansk, where Marco Silva got 2nd place. So congratulations to all these trainers who all have also locked in their Worlds invites. Interestingly enough, though, I think the championship point race in Europe is really interesting. I mean, there's already 3 trainers here, 1, 2, and 3, who've already locked in their Worlds invites due to the auto qualification system. And even though he got 2nd at LAIC, Victor Mendina is the current leader of the championship point board over there with 1,560 championship
Almost
points.
doubling North America's.
It's what, November? What are we, like 3 months into the season already?
Barely. I think at number 4, Michael Kelch also has an auto invite from top 4 at Worlds. So it's really fascinating that these players have already qualified, but they're still so hungry for more. And Europe's top players are just so phenomenal right now, and we've been lucky enough to get to watch all of them play at a lot of the major recent events. But so many recognizable names here in the top 16, including world champion Eduardo Cunha as well. And yeah, I think Europe has really felt like they're on top of their game right now, and I've been really impressed by both their players as well as their team selections throughout events.
Yeah, and even though we had the honor of kicking off the first regional Baltimore all the way back in September, I do think that if you were to look at the overall season and look at how the weather teams have defined the season, it really does feel like the Europe region has been one step ahead. You know, with the Sun team with Marco Silva, we had Alolan Ninetales winning a regional over there as well. Regulation H is all about weather, and these trainers are just here to show it.
Yeah. Weather is super important right now, right? Like, Torkoal is a team to beat. It's definitely a team to watch out for this weekend since it won LAIC. It got second place in Louisville. So, Torkoal is definitely a team to beat. Pelipper's been around ever since, like, it's been around.
Forever.
Pelipper's been around for a very long time. Anytime that it's legal, it's kind of a threat just because auto rain is so strong. Rain teams for 15 years now have kind of dominated the game, right?
Please don't say 15 years, but yes. Dewey, I know you and I have been around the block, but that's a long time.
15 years, rain has been
my
absolutely
back.
relevant. So weather is definitely sort of something that you have to keep in the back of your mind. I know at some point people were just having like manual sort of like weather just to be able to reset their own weather if they couldn't bring one of these 3 Pokemon, right? So
Yeah.
weather's a huge part of Regulation H, and it's just Pokemon.
It's Pokemon. And also shout outs to Sacramento regional winner, the rival from Pokemon Gold and Silver. We're going to see him later on today, those question marks. That is his legal name. I double checked before we built this slide. But no, let's go ahead and look at our caster predictions because I want to segue into weather because I think everybody on this slide, except for Aaron and Scott, did include some form of weather. Y'all apparently went with T-Tar, Dewey. Tyranitar. I went with Torkoal because I do think that Sun is a big threat here. But I want to get your thoughts on just what kind of teams you're expecting to do well. And Aaron, I want to start with you because, like I said, you left out weather. So do you think that it's going to be the teams that focus on the other components that'll find success here?
I think weather is still good. Like, I think Pelipper or Chaldon is just going to be everywhere. So I didn't want to predict that because I think it's kind of a given.
Fair enough.
I think Sun, Marco has demonstrated is really good, as has Joe, but it's just not. I expect to be very, very representative in the field. Like, I maybe expect 1 or 2 Torkoals in top 16 max, but
Okay.
the truly skilled players I think can pilot it to the top. I think it's just we're going to see it not being as represented. Tyranitar's been interesting because Nils Dunlop won regionals with Tyranitar, but it's still very much been on the radar. I think it's not the easiest Pokemon to use because everyone's using the Assault Vest set. You basically often feel like you're a Terra Hog with Sneasler being as common as it is. Ursaluna's really common as well, so you often feel forced to go for that Flying Terra. So it's not the easiest Pokemon to execute. And Snow, I think, has really fallen off because Alolan Ninetales, I think, is just really weak when you don't have Snow up, and
Yeah.
there's so much counter weather in the format. So I just picked 4 Pokemon, and I think a lot of teams are building around right now. They have so much sheer offense. Each of these Pokemon, both of the Ursalunas, Dragonite, Goldengo, can individually be carries of a team and pick up a lot of one-hit knockouts on common Pokemon.
Okay. So then let me twist this question around a bit. If you were competing this weekend, would you be running a team with, I'm assuming only 1 Ursaluna, but Dragonite and Goldengo, or would you be picking something different?
I really like Baxcalibur, which Evan
Okay.
has in his predictions, and we saw it get top 4 at the Latin America International Championships. I think like the combination of Baxcalibur and Sneasler is really cool, especially with coaching support. And so, yeah, I think with Dragonite being the top dragon right now, Baxcalibur is a really unique counter because you can outspeed Dragonite and just threaten it with the one-hit knockout, force a Fairy or Steel Terror out of the Dragonite. So, yeah, I think I'd either be interested in that or maybe just continuing off Rain. It feels like Rain has not gone anywhere at all. This format's had so much success. The Elizabeth team, what people are dubbing after it was built by a Japanese player named Elizabeth, getting second at LAIC, I think figuring out ways to adapt that and modify that would probably be my second pick.
Fair enough. All right, Dewey, so you have gone with, I can only assume, is a very Sandstorm-centric team. It looks a little bit familiar. I'm not sure why. Why don't you walk me through your picks?
So I chose Tyranitar as my weather counter. A great thing about Tyranitar is that it hits every single weather setter for super effective damage with Rock Slide. And then when you hit things with Rock Slide, there's a chance to flinch it, and then they can't move, and then you have an advantage there. Garchomp, solid Pokemon. It's a great Pokemon. Pair it with Sandvale, you always have a chance to win.
All right.
Always.
You're taking 100% of the shots that you can take with your approach this tournament.
Wait, hold on. You just threw numbers at me. You know I'm really bad at numbers. This is not great. I did not sign up for math, Gabby. What
That's
is
all
this?
right.
Yeah.
That's all right.
But I just think that it's a really great core between Tyranitar and Garchomp. pair it with Corviknight. Garchomp can just Earthquake into Corviknight. Corviknight's a very bulky Pokemon. Just got to watch out, make sure that your Corviknight's not outspeeding your Garchomp, maybe under Trick Room and then Earthquaking into a Roosted Corviknight. But I think that those three are very solid core. I've seen it somewhere before. I don't know where I've seen it before.
That's all right.
Maybe,
we'll figure it
in
out.
a vision that I had.
In a dream.
In a dream of some sort. And then Kilowattrel. Aaron mentioned earlier that it's a team to watch out for is going to be the Pelipper Archaludon core. Well, Tyranitar will reset the weather on Pelipper.
All right.
And then Kilowattrel kind of just sits there against Archaludon, right?
Yeah.
Archaludon kind of can't hit Kilowattrel. Yeah, it's not bulky, but Kilowattrel's still there. It's just gonna sit there. It can eat up electro shots and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know where I've seen these four before.
Okay.
But maybe a vision of some sort, a dream.
All right. Well, we'll meditate on that later and figure out where you may have seen that before.
Yeah.
But for now, if you want to see more action from all of the Play Pokemon broadcasts from here in North America to Europe to everywhere else, make sure to check out Pokemon.com/broadcast. That'll find you all the links, all the information that you need to know to follow along. But if you're also lazy like me, you can go ahead and ring the bell to subscribe on YouTube or on Twitch. You can follow the channel and get notifications when we go live. And I'll be honest, that's kind of more my style. That's where the vibes are at this weekend. I want my phone to tell me when I should watch.
Is that the word or phrase for the weekend, vibes?
Oh, it totally is.
Great. I'm all about that.
All right. Well, I think we are all about done here in the lounge for now. Let's go ahead and throw to our casters to kick off this lovely tournament broadcast.
Obrigado, Gabby. Hola, bom dia e sorry. Hello and welcome to Sacramento for the regional championships, fresh off the heels of our Latin American International Championships in Sao Paulo. My name is Evan Latt, and I am thrilled to be kicking off the day with my good friend Scott Glaza to take us through the Sacramento Regional Championships.
Should be a lot of fun. I'm sure, like Evan, the players have been through a lot recently with this flurry of events, so it should be exciting to see what everyone chooses to do.
Yeah, one thing that I was really noticing when we were looking at the results from Louisville is that there have been so many events in between Louisville and now in Sacramento. We had LAIC, we had 2 European Regional Championship level events, and we had the Buenos Aires special event in between. So there's been a lot going on in the lead up here to Sacramento.
Yeah, it's kind of funny where normally you kind of see like a sequential evolution of the metagame, usually, right? Because you get decent gap between tournaments and people react to what happened the tournament before. I think with so little time between these tournaments, players really haven't got to do that, right? Where we've kind of seen a lot of players stick to what they've been practicing because they don't want to just immediately pivot a week before an event. And I kind of think that balance of like, okay, well, do the players who chose comfort, are they going to come out on top, or are they going to maybe get surprised by having to play against, ironically, some of the teams that have already won because they weren't at the top of the threat list up until recently? Are they going to tech against that? Is that going to be a useless tech if a lot of top players don't opt to use the teams that have won recently, as we've kind of seen as the trend? So we're kind of in a spot in this format where I don't feel like we've seen really in almost any past format just because of the tournament schedule itself. So a fun way to be set up here. We're going to see maybe a tournament evolution that we've not quite seen before.
Absolutely, and let's take a look at how our players will be competing over the course of this 2-day tournament in Sacramento.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokémon Scarlet and Pokémon Violet to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This 2-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open team list format. In this format, each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Day 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. On day 2, the competition ramps up as trainers continue through more Swiss rounds until the top cut is determined. Then the battle reaches its peak in a single elimination bracket, where only one trainer will emerge as the regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend, and who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim. Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
So just a 2-day tournament here in Sacramento, but the level of competition is still fierce. And these are 3 of the top players to watch here in Sacramento. And I think everyone should be familiar with these players. Maybe Junchi in the middle is the new up-and-comer here on the field. But Emilio Forbes, it's a West Coast regional. Emilio, former Worlds runner-up and one of the top players of the West Coast. It's always a thrill to get to see Emilio play when we come to the West Coast.
Yeah, perhaps the greatest VGC Swiss player of all time. I guess Marco Silva may be making that conversation more interesting this season, but they had a stretch, I think 2 seasons ago now, where he won like 26 rounds of Swiss in a row or something ridiculous.
Yeah, basically never dropped a set in Swiss.
Yeah, so perhaps the safest player to watch for us, where be somewhat unprecedented if he were to miss day 2. Just a fantastic player. I think it's just really beautiful to watch the way he navigates games. Never seems to make any mistakes. Great at seeing kind of unconventional lines to close out the game safely.
Yeah, and of course Junchi here, also one of the top newer players on the scene, has really burst out here in the gates at the start of the season. Top of the leaderboards in championship points before LAIC, and this is a player who I would expect to see very well. I'm really excited to see their performance and evolution as a player over the course of a full season.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I've been very impressive on stream so far, and excited to see if he's able to keep that up.
Yeah, and then of course our friend Len Duel here, our final player to watch. The vision that I think Dwee had may just have been the Tyranitar in our friend's hand.
Yeah, I mean, the great thing about Len as a player to watch is that if you don't recognize Len, you're not listening to my voice right now, because you've probably been watching these streams on mute. You're perhaps just a little bit biased for our fellow commentator out in the field, but coming off a very impressive top 16 finish at LAIC last weekend. Reminder of, he's good at talking about Pokemon, but he's good at playing Pokemon too.
Absolutely. I think he mentioned that his round 1 top 32 win in the top cut of LAIC was the first top cut win he's had in quite some time. He's regularly made it into the top cut, but then sort of dropped in that first round. So broke the curse there. Excited to see how he does here in Sacramento. And I think really crucially, we were just sort of like scrolling through the teams right before we got started here. And there is a lot of Tyranitar in the field. And one of the things that's really critical, that if you know Len, you know he loves that specially defensive Tyranitar, and that has become the default Tyranitar set.
Yeah, I think it's kind of fun to see Len finally come on top. He's had very strong opinions on the best way to run the Tyranitar Garchomp combination for, as was mentioned in the pre-show, about 15 years now. And yeah, I mean, it's a little bit different look. It's really difficult to play against. I think one thing with Tyranitar in general is that just an important Pokemon to keep alive, because you want to be able to reactivate that ability. If you're threatening Rock Slide, sometimes they can go your way even if they aren't probable to do so, and it's just hard to play against you. I think we cast a game of the very same Tyranitar build many years ago, where we watched it comfortably survive a Focus Blast from a Mega Gengar. And,
and that was without Assault Vest.
Yeah,
back
so
then.
that's what this Tyranitar does.
Yeah, Tyranitar, it survived. I believe that one survived. It's now then 50% health recovery berry, and basically looked like it had not taken any damage at all. Wild stuff out of Tyranitar. We'll be watching Len, Junchi, and Emilio very closely over the course of this tournament. And of course, all of our competitors are out here playing for cash prizes, in addition to the title of regional champion and that auto qualification for Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, the auto qualification is a big deal. It's really tough to make it to the World Championship this year, where probably far fewer total invites given out than in last year. So, with trainers now needing to be one of the top players in the region by championship points, sidestepping that by getting a tournament win not only takes the pressure of competing that race off, but guarantees they're going to get a qualification in what otherwise could be a very challenging season.
Absolutely, extremely important to get that auto invite here out of regional champion, especially if you're a player like, I would say like Emilio Forbes on our Players to Watch, who does not do the sort of cross-country travel to attend as many events as possible, and instead, has the opportunity and is absolutely a threat to win this tournament as well. And of course, you also see the pricing there for the Masters division, $6,000 for first place, and $4,000 for second. So good payouts there, as well as our pricing for the top 4 junior and senior competitors. Now, let's take a look at what Pokemon are being used here in Sacramento. And I don't think there are too many surprises here. The biggest change here, I think, is just that, some of these Pokemon's percentages have just gone up in terms of like the Pokemon on our day 1 usage. Like Sneasler's already at 42% usage. Basculegion there closing us out, sneaking in at just under 16%. Really speaking to the prevalence of Rain. Of course, Pelipper right there in the middle with 24%.
Yeah, I mean, it's largely what we've seen throughout the course of this format. And, I guess now that we're nearing the end of what has been, I think, a pretty great regulation, people starting to coalesce in their opinions of what the very strongest Pokemon in this format are, right? I don't think we're going to see too many surprises on the most used Pokemon, but I think there's been a bit of a disconnect in many of the tournaments of this format between the most used Pokemon and what actually winds up winning. Be curious to see if that happens again. So like Sneasler in particular has not appeared in 42% of the finals so far, though it's probably caused more than 42% of heartbreak in this format so far.
Absolutely, and I think the other big story here is Golden Go now firmly in that number 2 slot with 33% usage here in day 1. Golden Go, at the start of this format, it was all about the steel types. It was Golden Go, Archaludon, and King Gambit, which of course we see all 3 of those represented here on our day 1 graphic. But it really has been that Golden Go that has emerged as the top steal of the format. And because it can do so many different things, we've seen the Nasty Plot Life Orb sets with defensive Terras and offensive Terras. We've also seen Choice Specs sets with 4 attacking moves, or even like Trick and Protect, or other types of support. And of course, really interestingly, on that finalist team in Brazil, we saw the Choice Scarf Golden Go with Trick and Protect as well. So a lot of different ways you can use this Pokemon, and it's immensely threatening however you use it.
Yeah, I think one thing is cool about that Choice Scarf set too, and maybe one thing that turn some players off of Golden Go is that the mirror is pretty awkward to play, right? You have a powerful attacking Pokemon that's weak against one of its own attacks, so having to figure out which Pokemon's faster and whether or not you actually get that one-hit KO without a terrestrialization, pretty important. With Choice Scarf, you're kind of removing an element of an equation, right? Where I know I'm going to move first, and even if I don't plan on attacking the opposing Golden Go, threatening the Shadow Ball into that slot kind of restricts what my opponent can do. Always good in this game to be the aggressor, and maybe it kind of just makes sense too that Golden Go has become more and more popular as we've played more tournaments in Scarlet and Violet. I think it's a little higher skill cap Pokemon. One of the great things about it is that ability, where it's immune to most status moves, but one of the things about that is you're trying to switch into a Spore. If you switch into Attack instead, it can look pretty awkward quickly. So as players have gotten better and better at using this Pokemon, we see it showing up at the tournaments more and more.
Absolutely, and I think one of the really cool things about that Scarf set as well that we saw on that Sinistcha team in the finals was that it was largely used to just get chip damage on a lot of things. Getting a quick Make It Rain, it's so powerful just on its own, even without a Choice Specs or a Nasty Plot or Life Orb boost, that it just does enough damage to put everything on the field in range of a Dragonite Scale Shot, in range of an Ursaluna Facade or Earthquake or Headlong Rush. This is a Pokemon that has not been on some of these teams as much of a sweeper, as much as just softening up for the other sweepers on the team. And largely I think that's because the Nasty Plot set has kind of fallen out of vogue right here.
Yeah, and again, I think it's been a cool evolution of the way people have used this Pokemon, right? Where, I think when it was a new toy, I was like, oh man, like, if you get this set up, you can just knock out everything.
Yeah, you're immune to Spore, and you can just Nasty Plot however you want.
Yeah, then you just click Make It Rain twice, and you'll win the game. And it turned out it's not actually that easy, right? And like, I think, saw a lot of, I think, especially early last year, players just kind of like mindlessly trading with their Golden Go. And like sometimes that works, right? But often it does not work. And I think that this is maybe a little more methodical way to play the Pokemon. I also think, given some of the specific needs in this format, it's neat. I think one thing that trainers really need to look for is, with that 42% usage of Sneasler, how can you break that focus sash without giving up too much? And even if like, you might potentially be in danger of making a risky trade by just immediately firing off and make it rain. You're going to do a lot of damage at Sneasler. You're going to do a little more than just break the focus sash there, but put it in knockout range of most things. And then also, yeah, I mean, just firing a blind make it rain isn't the worst thing you can do in this format.
Absolutely. And you also have to shout out this Dragonite here. Dragonite is such a cool and unique Pokemon. It has gone through so many changes over the course of the Scarlet and Violet meta, starting off with, choice band Dragonite for those powerful extreme speeds with the normal Terra, into the Assault Vest version of Dragonite, some Lumberry versions, and now it seems like the entire community has really settled on this Scale Shot variant of Dragonite. I think in Latin America International Championships, all of the Dragonite in Day 2 were the loaded dice Scale Shot, and the only question was, what are the other moves on there? Is it going to be Scale Shot and Extreme Speed plus Haze? Is it going to be a Tailwind Dragonite? Is it going to have Stomping Tantrum? Lots of really cool things here, and I think what most surprised me about Dragonite was just how much use players were finding to get out of Haze. Haze was constantly removing Intimidate drops. It was removing Quiver Dance boosts. It just proved that Haze is not just a tech for the Dondozo matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny you mentioned that, because I remember I was almost thinking the opposite when I was watching some of the matches late in that tournament. I was like, oh, I think this is a great Haze opportunity turn. I was a little surprised I didn't see it. I think that Dragonite's flexibility has just been shocking, I would say, in Scarlet and Violet in general, where it's a Pokemon for a long time that, despite its high stats, we viewed as being one of the weaker Pokemon available in the video game championships for many years. And for a while there, I thought, I guess we were seeing it in the early regulations too, but trainers are kind of thinking, oh, it's good because of Chien Pao, right? It's just a specific synergy that's making Dragonite good for once. And then, even in absence of Chien Pao, and both even in this form and even older Pokemon where it was allowed, you kind of think, oh, it could do a little bit more than we thought it could do, right? Where it's a very diverse move pool. It's kind of one of those Pokemon that seems like the game canon is smart, so it gets to learn all the neat moves. And sometimes you get a little too cute with that sort of move, but like Haze is really good in this format, right? Like one thing we've kind of noticed a lot, especially more balanced teams, is that almost all of them have one of Haze or Clear Smog and some sort of redirection, right? Dragonite able to offer one of those two critical team attributes while also being an elite attacker is just something you can't get from any other Pokemon, and I think it's been really impressive to see how well it's done so far in this format.
Yeah, and a Pokemon that again has multiple great abilities. Both Inner Focus and Multiscale are incredible abilities, and they do totally different things. Right now, we are at the rise of Multiscale, with lots of players using that to get the scale shots off, get the tailwinds off that they need in order to set up for the rest of their game. But in the past, we had seen the Inner Focus for more offensive Dragonites just to negate Intimidates. So really a Pokemon that has come out here in Scarlet and Violet has had the biggest glow up since the original 151.
Yeah, and like maybe it benefits a little bit from the open team sheet format too, right? Even though you don't have to guess which of those two abilities it has, they both do require like slightly different lines to play against. So I guess both versions of the Pokemon kind of protect the other one a little bit when other trainers are preparing for the tournament, where you can't all in on one variant of the Dragonite because the other one, and then even though you see the ability there, right, it's not one of those things like, oh well, now that I know it's there, it's not a problem. Or well, you still have to break the multi-scale. You still have to play around Inner Focus. So an ability that's just as strong face up as it would be face down.
Absolutely. Well, we are about to jump into our second round of Swiss. We skipped over the first one that happened off screen, but you can see our first matchup of the day will be Dylan Salvanera versus Ofamezi Emele. Two incredible trainers that I'm really excited to see face off here with some really cool teams that we'll be getting into very shortly. But of course, you can also see some of the other players in the field here. Of course, Joe Ugarte is back here in Sacramento after competing in all of Louisville and the LAIC, bringing a really cool take on his Sun stuff. As well, Riley Factura here up against Ian Genus will be here in competition. It is the West Coast, so Riley is here to defend his coast.
Yeah, he's done very well in the past, and I'll be very excited for this feature match. I think two players who are historically really fun to watch on stream, often use interesting teams, really strong players in general. And I mean, for round two, I think there's the match is the bottom of this set of notable matches. I don't think probably either of those trainers really too excited to see who they're lined up against, where should be some very fun matches early on, and unfortunately, hey, somebody's going to lose.
Yeah, absolutely. But another set of great people here to compete in round two, which we are going to get into shortly. And I think this will be a really fun matchup because, weirdly, we're kicking off with a Como-o mirror. Como-o is back. And we have seen Komowo, of course, is the defending champion of Sacramento. Last year, Michael Zhang running that Iron Defense Komowo. We also then just saw last week Ashton Cox make it into the top 4 and guaranteeing his Worlds invite using the Klingerous Soul Komowo, going for more of the setup special attack sweeper Komowo instead of the defense setup attacking Komowo.
Yeah, we had another dragon-type Pokemon who's shown surprising flexibility, right? Again, a Pokemon we're kind of used to not being very good, has been good in multiple ways in this generation where should be, I think a Pokemon is almost always really fun to watch, where it's like kind of very hit or miss, where if you get your setup going, there's not a whole lot you can do to stop it sometimes. Really takes advantage of the lack of Fairy-type Pokemon in this format. We've done some other trainers using some interesting Fairy-type Pokemon, so we'll have to see how that plays out throughout the course of the tournament. But for this round, I think probably both trainers running into teams that they were expecting a little bit more, so it'll be exciting to see what their strategies are for this particular matchup.
Yeah, 2 top players who absolutely know how to prep for these kind of matchups too. Probably didn't do too much prepping into Komowo, but you know, especially after Ashton showed off how powerful Komowo could be in Sao Paulo last week. The version that that Dylan is running, which is that Klingerous Soul variant of Komowo, a little bit more prepared for probably than the Iron Defense. But of course, they play entirely differently. And if you have been playing Regulation H, you know you have to be afraid of some of those physically defensive setup sweepers. You know, any kind of Iron Defense boost has been really strong in this meta because it's been so physically centric. And being able to use that defense stat also offensively with body press has been really huge. You can see teams just fold at the sight of the first Iron Defense.
Yeah, and trainers have to remember how to adjust to this sort of thing too, right? Where I think one solution that trainers had kind of gotten used to over the previous year to solve any sort of defense boost, like, oh, I'll just use my Urshifu, right? But well, now that that's no longer available and the concept of defense boosts actually matter again, you have to look for some more traditional solutions to defense boosts. Again, you know, that Haze, that Clear Smog have been very popular, even though the Dondozo Tatsugiri combination is like the main reason it's on the team. It is like a nice flex solution to this sort of Pokemon. So both players probably also going to have some pretty good solutions to that. Make sure that it's not too easy just to remove these boosts because, yeah, I mean, you can get up once, maybe twice, especially the Iron Defense version, but you don't want to be, you know, boosting and getting your boost removed or having to switch out too frequently.
Yeah, so we do have our players getting ready to go on stage right now, but so that is the delay that we are currently experiencing, just waiting to get our players set up and ready for round 2. But as you can see, the arena here in Sacramento is packed. It has been so crazy to watch just how big the events have gotten, and just, you know, walking into the venue, seeing all the players out here ready to play Pokemon has been really exciting. And you know, this is you know, we've been there since way too long, and this event that you're seeing, like this screen here, would be multiple regional events worth of people competing. So everyone who comes out of this regional championship will be going through a really difficult gauntlet of so many players who are now more passionate than ever about competing in Pokemon.
Yeah, I was walking through the hall with Dwee yesterday and kind of just commenting on how big this space is for regional championship, right? Where I think, you know, we competed a lot of, you know, national championships where it was a much smaller field than this. It's really impressive to see how much the game has grown. Unfortunately for our stream competitors, also, one thing we noticed when we were walking the field is like, oh man, the VG tables are way back there. So, you know, they're gonna get their steps in when they appear on stream. But yeah, we're just, you know, it's not just the Pokemon Go stream that's really concerned about the players' health. You know, so we're gonna work on everyone's fitness a little bit this weekend.
Yeah, stay healthy, stay strong, stay competitive. That's really what it's all about here. And you know, as we look forward into this round 2, as we look at some of the other players in the field as well, I think we're going to get a really interesting tournament this weekend. You know, what's been really interesting over the course of this entire season is, and I think this was mentioned by Aaron earlier on in the lounge, and you kind of referenced it as well, it's really the champion teams that haven't been being picked up by other players. And the one that really sticks out to me is that Nils Dunlop's Sand team had not really been picked up on at all. You know, Excadrill, everyone was kind of looking down on, like, Excadrill, how good could that Pokemon be? It doesn't have Togekiss anymore. It must be much weaker. But had not been picked up on as, you know, a potential, you know, skeleton for another type of team. And I'm really excited that we are finally going to see players who have then sort of taken Nils' success with that Excadrill and Tyranitar. And now Ofamezi will be running the Excadrill and Tyranitar here on his team. And I think that's really exciting to see players now finally starting to develop some of those ideas.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised it took so long. And yeah, I mean, I remember when Nils won that tournament, I was like, oh man, like I'm a little concerned for Len now, right? Where like, he loves the Tyranitar. Garchomp thinks, oh man, it's a shame that all the spotlight is going to be on like sand now, and it just never happened. Where like, oh yeah, well that tournament. I mean, he won, but you know, what does winning mean anyway?
It means $6,000 and an auto invite to the World Championship.
Yeah, I'd really rather play balance than get 80 championship points. But I mean, like you get it, right? Where I mean, that's what players are used to, and especially I think there's like an interesting team choice element too, right? Where like, do I want to try to go for a team where I think it's consistent enough that I can get safely to D2, but maybe don't have a super high chance of getting that auto invite, or do I want to play something that maybe it's more likely to whiff making day 2 entirely, but if it gets in, has a realer shot of winning the tournament. I was really expecting more players to try to go for the home run this year with the automatic invite available, and I think even consistently getting championship points every event, potentially not being enough this season, but still a lot of trainers have gone for that consistent approach. And I'm really excited to see some more trainers who are using teams that I think kind of have a realistic way to win the tournament. There's actually quite a few Excadrill in the field. I'd also love to see that Excadrill Garchomp matchup at some point. It used to be so much fun to play that matchup as a player.
Yeah, that was definitely one of the highlight sand matchups. Of course, it always felt bad because you knew that you were potentially giving your opponent Garchomp a free Sand Veil, even if they didn't bring their own Tyranitar. But of course, we have not seen that much Sand Veil in general on Garchomp anymore. Most players have been opting to run the rough skin, especially if they're not running Tyranitar alongside of it. So not as much of a big deal this time around, but we have seen a lot of Garchomp in the field as well, a surprising amount after the sort of precipitous drop-off of Garchomp after the first couple of regionals. It sort of went away. Everyone was like, oh, well, Garchomp needs to Earthquake, and Rillaboom is the number 3 Pokemon in usage. So I don't know if I'm going to use this anymore, but starting to come back here, and I do think it will be a really interesting matchup, and especially with, Excadrill in the field as well.
Yeah, and I think Garchomp probably a grossly underplayed Pokemon, but we'll have to get back to that later as we have its ground-type buddy Excadrill in this matchup instead.
Yeah, so Dylan Salvanera versus Ofamezi Amele here in Swiss Round 2. And if you did watch the LAIC stream last week, Dylan's team should look very familiar to you. This is the Solo Dozo Komowo team that Ashton brought to the semifinals. And I am really excited to see how Dylan pilots this. I know that Dylan did reach out to Ashton to get some help running this team. The really interesting part, talking to Ashton about it in Sao Paulo, was how for most of the day, Komowo felt like, an empty slot on the team. He was not happy with it until day 2 and Top Cut when Komowo came out and was really important.
Yeah, I think it's kind of impressive too, because if you look at this team, right, where it seems like it's very Como-centric. We've got a lot of things that play off really nicely. Rillaboom providing some natural support, Electabuzz as well, even Dondozo kind of all helping the setup, and then I guess Sneasler could help set up with Fake Out, but at this point, everyone's so afraid of Sneasler itself attacking that it basically has Follow Me by default.
Yeah, and of course, this is the Solo Dozo with the Yawn support, and of course, with the get out of game free Fissure move on it, which, again, talking to Ashton about this team, Fissure was just the move you click when you have nothing better to do, and maybe the game was already lost.
Yeah, and like, I think it's always kind of fun to have on your team sheet where, makes your opponent just a little bit scared. I thought the Solo Dondozo performance at LAC was, like, really impressive, where we've seen this Pokemon look really good and really bad at points throughout the last couple of years, but the very physical-centric metagame, I think it's looked pretty good as a very high defense and HP stat. So even with that Tatsugiri there, if you can't take advantage of its much lower special defense stat, it's a very difficult Pokemon to get off the field, and surprisingly good closer, because, yeah, I mean, that Wave Crash still hurts even without the +2 attack from a Commander boost.
Yeah, still has a high base power, and getting the bonus from being the same type as Dondozo, it still does big damage, even with limited or no investment in the offensive stats. But we'll have to see how Dylan's going to be able to pilot this team around Ofamezi's team, which I am super excited to see out here in the field. Ofamezi was also in Sao Paulo last week, not running this team, so made some adjustments after LAIC. And here we have the more classic, as of last season, Iron Defense Komowo, but this time with Throat Chop instead of the Iron Head that we've seen before. And of course, the Sand mode, Tyranitar Excadrill to get that Sand Rush going. And really interestingly here, we have the Choice Specs Kilowattrel.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's probably a little nothing less traditional than that. Super excited to see this. We've seen an uptick in Kilowattrel in the sense that previously we had seen no Kilowattrel, and then we saw 1 Kilowattrel. But I think this Pokemon's a little underplayed, right? It's you had that electric flying type combination we've seen be very effective, admittedly from Pokemon with much higher base stat totals in the past. But it's a difficult thing to deal with. Has that competitive ability, so you can't just spam intimidate willy-nilly. Not going to be super great in this matchup without a whole lot of obvious ways to reduce stats other than the I guess the Electro Web from Electivise, which, yeah, that's a trap that could be fallen into.
Yeah, and crucially, Kilowattrel is the fastest Pokemon here amongst both teams, unless Excadrill gets the Sand Rush here. And so Kilowattrel has a really unique slot in being faster. One of the few Pokemon that's faster than Sneasler, threatens KOs with the Air Slash, but also you have the classic Discharge Earthquake mode here with the Excadrill and Kilowattrel. So big spread damage, which we've even seen in Regulation G with Miraidon teams being extremely powerful. Kilowattrel is no Miraidon, but with the choice specs, it can do big damage with Discharge as well.
Yeah, it doesn't have to knock out any restricted Pokemon either, right? So, we'll see what it can do. And yeah, I mean, that classic combination is pretty powerful. We don't really see any wide guard in this format, so don't have to worry about that too much. And, kind of already mentioned that Dondozo doesn't want to get hit really by any special attacks. Certainly not going to be surviving any electric type attacks from this Kilowattrel, especially because it stays weak to electric if it terastallizes.
Yeah, and really the only thing that Dylan has on the side of his team that can sort of slow down the Kilowattrel before it locks into one of its attacks. And even then, I was thinking the Rillaboom, but even then it gets threatened by the Air Slash. Komo-o is also weak to the Air Slash. Dondozo doesn't want to take any special attacks in general. And even this Golden Go on Dylan's side doesn't want to be taking big damage from anything and has the defensive Water Terra type, which will be much poorer against Ophimezi's team than if it had just been the Excadrill threatening only ground type damage.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward where he doesn't have any Pokemon who can terastallize to gain a resistance that it would not otherwise have had to Kilowattrel's attack. So usually that's one of the tough things about using a choice item in this format, right? Where a terastallization can really put you in a bad spot when you aren't able to switch moves. But there's not a whole lot of really easy ways to punish Kilowattrel in this matchup. So at first I was like, oh man, I wonder if we're talking a little bit too much about a Pokemon we not see. But it seems like we might.
Yeah, I think this Kilowattrel may be in for a good appearance here. But I do think it's also important to look at the two different Komo-o here. Of course, the difference here being Ophimezi running the Iron defense, filling that more of the solo Dozo slot on Dylan's side of the team, versus the Komo-o for Dylan actually running the Clingerous Soul to get those boosts with Throat Spray as well. So able to, it looks like Dylan's going to need to try to find some way to adjust the speed. Otherwise, again, this Kilowattrel and Excadrill will just be faster than everything.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious what path Dylan's going to take in this matchup. Because you gotta look at the other side of the field. Like, okay, well, we've mentioned Kilowattrel kind of causes some problems, right? Well, what does Dylan want to do? Well, Golden Go also has an issue where many of the Pokemon on the other side of the field are going to do a lot of damage to it, right? And even the Iron defense, Komo does have that Throat Chop. So it's going to be hard to actually set up with Golden Go. And then without that, are you then reliant on your own Komo-o? It's a little bit one-dimensional and something that Ophimezi can perhaps anticipate and play around. I wonder if on Dylan's side of the field, this is going to be a very Sneasler-centric game.
Yeah, Sneasler and Rillaboom both being able to at least fake out. So you do have the double fake out cycling here. Otherwise, the only thing that Dylan can do to affect Ophimezi's side of the field is Electroweb on Electabuzz, which again, like you mentioned, just gives a competitive boost to Kilowattrel and does not affect Excadrill. So other than that, those two Pokemon are very happy to take those Electrowebs.
Yeah, and Rillaboom to me, it seems like a must bring, right? Not only does it potentially cause some problems for Excadrill's Earthquake, but you may want it just to try to negate the sand damage and perhaps try to get your Focus Sash active again, although it requires some pretty specific situation to actually pull off. A lot of little things on Ophimezi's team that just seem like they're going to be challenging for Dylan here. Great player, and we saw how great the team is, so certainly not an unwinnable matchup. But I think it's, we'll have to see if Dylan had his coffee this morning, because this is a tough way to go into your round two.
Absolutely, yeah. This is the kind of matchup in round two, both of these players and team-wise, that you're just like, oh no, I really needed to wake up a little bit more. Can I just get one more round before I have to think this hard about a matchup?
Yeah, which is great for us, though, right? We're starting out strong. Hopefully we get 6 more great matchups just like this one.
All right, well, our players are just about ready to get into game, having made their selections for the 4 Pokemon they will be bringing in this Game 1. Again, these players are trying to get to 6 wins at least today. They've both won their round 1, but 6 wins will get them into the second day of Swiss, and then one step closer to making it into Top Cut. And here we go. Ulfamezi will lead off with the Kilowattrel alongside of the Amoonguss. Dylan, however, is going to lead with the Rillaboom and Como-O. And this Como-O, of course, has the soundproof ability, not Overcoat, which makes this Amoonguss actually much more threatening than you would expect.
Yeah, Amoonguss sitting pretty here. We're not really too concerned about anything that could happen. Potentially threatening a Spore into that slot, which is great because as we see here, this is not the Clear Smog version of Amoonguss, so not able to stop Iron Defense in that means, but high defense sleeping Como is still not going to be too threatening, or not Iron Defense rather, but the special stat-up move instead.
The one benefit here is that Dylan does have the Terra Fire on Como-O, which could double as both a defensive Terra against the Kilowattrel and offensive against the Amoonguss, but instead, Dylan's just going to save as many resources as possible, retreat the Como-O in favor of the Golden Go, hoping maybe to bait Mezi into locking into Air Slash and taking that like a champ. Golden Go is happy to switch in here as Rillaboom just fires back a big Wood Hammer. Not very effective damage, but you could have surprised me with that damage there, as Amoonguss also going to go ahead and try to Spore the Como-O, and a beautiful switch in there from Dylan to get Golden Go in very safely.
Yeah, great turn by Dylan. Tough play to make too. Both the Pokemon on the other side of the field are threatening super effective attacks in that Rillaboom, but able to read that Como is such an obvious threat that Ulfamezi kind of has no choice but to target it, takes advantage of the positioning.
Yeah, and the Kilowattrel takes so much damage from that Wood Hammer with the Grassy Terrain boost from Rillaboom, most likely in range for a Grassy Glide, and that was a big threat that may just not get to do anything.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a big win if you're Dylan here, where now it's probably a tough spot where you kind of have to switch it out. Hope you get one great shot later in the game. And giving free turns to Golden Go, always a dangerous thing to do. Tyranitar going to come in here.
That's a dangerous switch in.
Yeah, this could go really wrong. We'll have to see what Dylan did.
Oh, there's the Grassy Glide. Does big damage to the Tyranitar, over 50% onto that Pokemon, as Dylan now is safe to go for the nasty plot on Golden Go. There is a Sludge Bomb from Amoonguss that actually does good damage to the Rillaboom, but another Grassy Glide will be enough to pick up the KO onto that Tyranitar, which of course is Assault Vest. Unless it terastallizes into the flying type, would go down to a Grassy Glide, and even if it terastallizes, Golden Go just got a +2 boost to make it rain.
Yeah, and Tyranitar, if it does terastallize, it'll remove that weakness, but will also remove its own special defense boost from the Sandstorm. So a really tough spot, and wow, just you can't ask for a better first 2 turns if you're Dylan. Short of getting a knockout, I really don't think this is actually maybe even better than if you got a knockout. We're potentially threatening a knockout and both of the opposing Pokemon. Really don't want to switch in on a potential +2 make it rain. Rillaboom has done so well now. I think even if it fainted, it'd be fine, but kind of free to do whatever it wants because the Golden Go is taking so much threat, and Amoonguss just has to protect here and perhaps let Tyranitar go down beside it.
Yeah, trying to get a free switch in here for something on Mezi's side. Here comes the Make It Rain, going to do nothing to the Amoonguss through the Protect, but clean KO on the Tyranitar there, dropping its special attack by 1 stage as well. But at least Ulfamezi now gets the opportunity to switch in a Pokemon, and most likely, given the 3 Pokemon we've already seen, this opens up the Excadrill to come in.
Yeah, and that's, assuming that is the final Pokemon, going to be quicker than either of the Pokemon and Dylan side of the field, at least threaten a knockout on this Golden Go. And then with the Wood level now only a boosted special attack on the Golden Go, maybe Amoonguss could survive a potential Make It Rain, but I feel like if that happens, there just wouldn't be too many resources given up. So Excadrill will need to take care of this one before it's too late.
Well, there is the Excadrill coming out for Ulfamezi here. Will be able to threaten damage onto the Golden Go with a ground type attack. Has high horsepower to avoid the damage reduction of the grassy terrain on Earthquake. But we see here, it's Como and Dondozo in the back. So Kilowattrel now becomes the most important Pokemon for Ulfamezi to protect. Otherwise, that Dondozo just walls the rest of this team.
Yeah, maybe there's a world where that happens. The Excadrill has that focus sash, so we see Dylan kind of iron Grassy Glide, like, hey, you know, it's not like a super damaging attack, but at least getting rid of that. You know, perhaps Golden Go could then pick up the knockout. Obviously, the water terrestrialization here is an option. Looks like we're going to see it. You know, remove any potential weakness to that ground type attack. So if Golden Go swings once more, could be enough for Dylan, but there still is that Kilowattrel in the back.
Yeah, Kilowattrel is still in the back, which could punish this Water Terra if it ever gets a chance to attack. Excadrill will just protect, preserve the Focus Sash, preserve its ability to potentially get a better partner alongside of it than this Amoonguss, which is otherwise not doing much of anything against this Golden Go. Here comes the Make It Rain, only at +1 now. This Amoonguss may be able to survive it, even with the Life Orb and +1. Amoonguss does survive, so we'll get another opportunity to launch an attack here at the end of this turn. And Eat the Citrus Berry goes back to about 50% health, just under there. So Amoonguss is a little bit healthy, has the option to switch back out for Regenerator. Another Sludge Bomb, not quite enough to pick up the KO on Rillaboom, but gets the poison, and that chip damage will be enough.
That's a big knockout there where even though Rillaboom wasn't doing a whole lot, you know, having the option of preserving it to bring in and use Fake Out later to help deal with that Kilowattrel with the choice specs, what might have been useful, no longer going to be an option here. And maybe this is the first step for Ophiomezi. Although, no, it's able to survive, and with this grassy terrain, actually been kind of difficult to get rid of it.
Yeah, the poison doing just a little bit more than the sand damage means that Rillaboom will go down here. And that is so important to get that priority off the field. That means that this Kilowattrel is now able to come in and deal some big damage, but it also means that Kommo-o is now out on the field, may have an ability to set up, but again, it's soundproof, not overcoat, so Amoonguss, if it's just left on the field, gets the ability to put it to sleep.
Yeah, it's going to be relatively close if a Make It Rain would pick up a knockout again or not, assuming that Golden Go is able to survive whatever Excadrill does. But yeah, I think you kind of have to go for it if you're Dylan, right?
Yeah.
Or what other path is there? Going to be relatively close now to stalling out the Sandstorm as well, which could vastly weaken Excadrill's impact in the field.
Yeah, very close to making sure that that Sandstorm goes down, but you will have at least one extra turn of Sandstorm as opposed to the grassy terrain, I believe, given how the turns shook out earlier. Now that the Rillaboom is out, Excadrill, if it's able to survive some attacks, will be able to fire off big earthquakes into these Pokemon. Well, here we go. It's going to be the Terastallization coming out from Ophiomezi. Going to get that Excadrill boosted up. That is a ground Terra type, so no longer resisting the Clinging Scales from Kommo-o, but Excadrill really doesn't resist much of anything anyway. There's the high horsepower now from Excadrill, getting the extra damage from the Terastallization, connects on Golden Go, picks up that KO, which means that Ophiomezi will be able to keep this Excadrill up for this turn at least. Focus Sash will make sure that it survives an attack, and now it's down to, does this Amoonguss survive? No, because Kommo-o went, oh, it does! Wow! I was not expecting Amoonguss to survive that Flamethrower without the Terra boost, without the Throat Spray boost. Survives with red health and puts Kommo-o to sleep, and that is big news for Ophiomezi.
Yeah, and this is why we used to think that Kommo-o isn't a very good Pokemon, right? Where I just look right at the stats, and even though Amoonguss goes down here, this may actually be absolutely perfect.
That's perfect. You want Amoonguss off the field here.
Yeah, I think like the one way things could really have gone wrong is it, you know, it tries to switch the Kilowattrel in, you know, gets caught on the switch and knocked out before it can attack. Now guaranteed to get at least one attack off here, and it's in a really nice spot with these two Pokemon. Huge Terastallization on Ophiomezi side, where I'm sure that Ground Terra mattered. And Excadrill, you know, has the Earth on its head and on its back here as it's kind of carrying its team through this one.
Yeah, that's a big deal. We were talking about Dondozo maybe being able to wall the team if Kilowattrel went off the field, but Kilowattrel did not go off the field. And these Earthquakes and Discharges are going to hurt. There is the Ground Terra boosted Earthquake connecting onto the Kommo-o and the Dondozo. The Earthquake alone is a two-hit KO on the Kommo-o. Clean KO on the Dondozo with Thunderbolt, and Ophiomezi, after what looked like a disastrous start to this game, has brought it back and will win game one. And really, you couldn't have asked for a better first 2 turns from Dylan, and the team matchup still was just so dire that Ofemezi is able to come out on top.
Yeah, I actually really loved the way Dylan played the beginning of that game. You know, I guess one of the drawbacks is like, oh, you know, we're making positive trades, but like, are we advancing the game state to a point where we're actually increasing our win percentage? You know, like maybe not so much there, right? Where it kind of got trapped at the end. But yeah, we really do see, you know, we were spending an awful lot of time talking about Kilowattrel at the beginning of the game. And that's kind of why, right? Where even though Excadrill really was the one who took over that game, like the threat of it coming in and knocking out those Pokemon was such a problem. And especially Excadrill forcing the terastallization on the Golden Go was so big there, where it makes things so much easier for Kilowattrel, where even though there isn't a great type synergy to stop Kilowattrel with these terastallizations, simply not having to worry about it is a huge advantage.
Yeah, and this was big, being able to... Dylan started to get boosts with the Golden Go and was able to pick up the KO onto Tyranitar, and Mezzy was in like kind of a weird spot there for a while, not able to get the right Pokemon next to each other. But then here at the end, picking up the KO on Golden Go with the ground terastallization to boost the power of that high horsepower, and crucially this Amoonguss surviving with just enough health. Komo did not get the Throat Spray proc, so did not have +1 special attack, had not used the Clangorous Soul to boost all of its stats, and just didn't have the offense needed to pick up the KO there.
Yeah, and I guess both players learning some things. You know, I mean, that one, you got to imagine too. I mean, it's like close enough to a knockout that, you know, maybe it's possible for that to have been a roll. But yeah, I mean, looking, you know, into game 2, definitely wanting a little more damage on the Amoonguss to get in that same situation again. I'm kind of curious on Dylan's side if you change up the Pokemon a little bit. You know, you mentioned Sneasler a little bit in the pregame, didn't see it there. And it's this classic Tyranitar Excadrill combination. It really brings me back.
This is real old school right here. The sand being set immediately alongside the Excadrill. And Dylan has also made adjustments to bring the Golden Go immediately. Probably realizing not going to get the chance to bait a free switching into Golden Go again, so has to bring it immediately. Of course, does threaten Fake Out onto either the Tyranitar or the Excadrill, and this Golden Go may be able to get some big damage off.
Yeah, really fun turn here where there's a Fake Out threat from Dylan, but also, you know, Rillaboom could just absolutely annihilate one of these Pokemon if it gets a hold of them. So there's a lot of options on his side of the field, and Ofemezi's really on the defensive here. You're going to have to try to anticipate what Dylan's doing well. Could be a very volatile first turn.
Definitely a volatile first turn, and of course, Golden Go feels so threatened facing down both Tyranitar and Excadrill that it is forced to defensively Terra if it doesn't want to protect. So now Golden Go is the Water Terra type, and it looks like Ofemezi is also going to match that with a Terastallization of his own. It's going to be the defensive Terastallization on Tyranitar, but it's also kind of an offensive one because this does have the option of now going for Flying Terra Blast.
Yeah, and opens up the Earthquake potentially from Excadrill.
Oh, opens up so many options, but Tyranitar doesn't get to do any of them, just taking that Fake Out. Yeah, this Golden Go just barely hanging on even after the Terastallization. Does break the Focus Sash on Excadrill, and we do now have a situation where the Rillaboom, again, has good priority into that option. But you know, the Tyranitar has been able to take that Make It Rain, and there are no boosts on the Golden Go. So another Make It Rain will not pick up the KO here.
Yeah, and it really depends now on like how much damage a potential Grassy Glide would do. Excadrill, it's frustratingly frail, but I don't know if it's that frail. And if it's not, you know, it's still threatening a knockout of this Golden Go. I think really can't afford to lose it this early for Dylan, especially because you've already committed that Terastallization, which you got to assume, you know, perhaps that Kilowattrel is lurking in the back, you know, looking a little bit more like a Vulture this time, waiting for an opportunity to come in now that the Terastallization has been burned and fire off some super effective attacks later on.
Yeah, and interesting information, seeing Dylan cycle through the Pokemon that he has brought. Removed the Dondozo from the field this time and is bringing the Electabuzz, which does at least match up type-wise into the Kilowattrel, gives him some better options in the end game and potentially protecting the Komo to set up. But no switches here. Excadrill will just protect itself, as well as the Golden Go also going for a protect here. Just blowing these turns, not dealing any damage to each other. And again, the Rillaboom also hitting the Woodhammer into that protect. So Dylan definitely does not think that that's enough damage on the Grassy Glide. But here's a big Terra Blast from Tyranitar. Super effective damage onto Rillaboom. Not quite enough to pick up the one-hit KO there, but dealt really good damage to that Pokemon.
Yeah, that's huge too, where, you know, I mentioned Earthquake before, and, you know, with grassy terrain out there, maybe we weren't going to see it, but now these Pokemon are so weakened that they may both be in range of it. Earthquake, You really don't want to miss it on Rillaboom, though, so I don't know if you actually go for it, where it's surviving would be lead to a pretty disadvantageous trade here, although you'd probably still get 2 Pokemon for it. But what a great move by Ofamezi in the previous turn. Excellent read, kind of correctly reading into that Golden Ghost slot being so important that, much like in the previous game, it has to protect and then exploiting it.
Yeah, and now getting an extra turn of grassy terrain recovery on that Excadrill as well means that it's a little bit more healthy to tank this grassy glide coming out from Rillaboom. So probably feels pretty safe at this point just to go ahead and start firing off those Earthquakes. Here's the grassy glide into Excadrill. Ooh.
That's a lot closer than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, that extra turn may have mattered quite a bit there. But there's the high horsepower connecting onto Golden Go. The grassy glide missed the KO onto Excadrill, which means that both of these Pokemon now will go down. The knockoff from Tyranitar just covering a switch here, and Dylan is down to the final 2 Pokemon, Como and Electabuzz.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fantastic growth from Ezzy in so many levels, right? Where not only you get to knock out these 2 Pokemon, but at least you get to now game plan for the remainder of this game. On the flip side, Dylan getting the double free switch is actually pretty big.
Yeah.
Not only do you get Como out here to start boosting potentially, but you also get the Pokemon who's intended to support it. However, it's a little tricky to actually pull that off since, well, Electabuzz tight matchup with that potential Kilowattrel in the back is really positive. Much less excited to face down this Excadrill.
Yeah, definitely much worse against the Excadrill, but does have the option just to boost Como-O's attacks with the Helping Hand as well, so don't even have to necessarily spend a turn setting up before you can pick up these 2 KOs. I mean, the Tyranitar did lose its special defense boost, but it is still Assault Vest, so probably definitely needs that extra boost to get that KO.
Yeah, and it's all about, too, getting in a position to actually beat whatever's in the back, right? Where I think you can guess fairly accurately. The Kilowattrel's probably there, but there's still another Pokemon to consider.
Well, there is the Helping Hand on to the Como-O, boosting the power as Excadrill goes for a high horsepower, deals good damage into the Como-O, and here is the Clinging Scales. Even with the Helping Hand, Como-O just can't pick up the KOs.
Oh, his Tyranitar so bulky, he doesn't need the special defense boost from the sand.
All of this is just free, and congratulations, Como-O, you finally get your special attack boost from Throat Spray.
But
this Terra Blast, it's like, oh, congratulations. You did it. You managed to set up. Now, bye-bye. We'll see you in the future.
Oh no, and poor Electabuzz is left out in the field. Terrible spot for a support Pokemon, where now the only Pokemon left to support is itself.
Yeah, the only damage left on Dylan's side is Electroweb, which means that Ofamezi, with this Sand team, has really blown open this team that made 4th place, was in the semifinals of the Latin American International Championships, but just not going to be able to do anything against this Sand team from Ofamezi. Extremely well played by both players. I'm again really impressed by Dylan's play in those first few turns of Game 1, finding advantages, but Game 2, it was all Ofamezi, it was all Excadrill and Tyranitar.
Yeah, I mean, it was a tough team matchup where I thought that Dylan did a good job to keep himself in it at the beginning of that first game, but Ofamezi didn't really make any mistakes, right?
Yeah.
Where always kept the most important Pokemon healthy, and yeah, I mean, Game 2 was pretty decisive.
Yeah, extremely decisive, and that's the kind of thing that we used to see all the time out of Excadrill and Tyranitar. And after Nils proved that that combo was still good in this Regulation H meta, again, we mentioned it in the lead up, stunned that it took this long for players to be like, oh yeah, it was good then, seems like it could still be good now. And having the Kilowattrel as the additional threat, that classic Discharge Earthquake coverage, really well played from Ofamezi, really interesting teams. I'm really excited to see how it performs through the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, as much as watching Tyranitar and Excadrill fight against Electabuzz might make you think that we are at the fall 2013 regional championships, we're not anymore, right? A team that wins a regional championship is very good. No questions asked in this format. I think that we should have seen more of these Excadrill teams in the prior couple of weeks and really seeing the impact there where, yeah, I mean, I think Ofamezi played an excellent set, but he didn't need to play an excellent set, right? He could play a very okay set there, and I think the team matchup would have carried him through against an opposing team that, as you mentioned, we just saw get top 4 at the most important tournament of the year so far. I think that he's made a great team choice, and I think that's the first thing to do in a tournament like this, right? Sometimes it just doesn't matter how well you play if you don't pick the right dudes. It's a pretty good set of 6.
Yeah, pretty good set of 6, but not good enough to make it through to round 2. So Ofamezi now at 2-0, starting off the day strong, being able to put himself in very good position to continue winning through. Of course, it's very early on in the tournament, and Dylan is, of course, a player of very high caliber as well. Would not shock me to see Dylan, especially with this team that is well proven to be successful, make it all the way into day 2 as well. But such a cool set here. Of course, Excadrill, we're looking at game 1, picking up the KO on Golden Go with the high horsepower boosted by the terastallization. Crucially, Dylan had positioned that Pokemon to pick up big KOs and get good chip damage, but this Amoonguss, man, on Mezzy's side, surviving the +1 make it rain, surviving the flamethrower, able to then take control of the game. And here in game 2, Excadrill, finally did go down at the end, but after it had already knocked out the Rillaboom and the Golden Go alongside Tyranitar, and this Como finally got the boost, but then just immediately had to faint to this Terra Blast.
I missed Mezzy's reaction to Tyranitar surviving the first time. He is a fun guy to watch on stream. But yeah, I mean, everything was positioned really well. And it seemed like Mezzy's got a lot of reps in with this team too, right? Where, because like his Pokemon were like surviving at low HP, but like not so low HP that most of them were like likely to be a roll. It was still like solidly 15 to 20 HP it looked like every time those Pokemon surviving. So yeah, I mean, it's funny to watch Excadrill again, where we really see its strengths, where being the fastest Pokemon in the field, you're forcing the terastallization from the Golden Go both games. I think that's just something that Dylan couldn't afford to happen, but he didn't really have any way of stopping it. And then I thought the ground terastallization was interesting on the Excadrill as well. We don't see a whole lot of offensive terastallizations anymore, usually using defensive types, but kind of like the Pokemon that tend to run the stellar terastallization to play offense, it usually tends to be those Pokemon holding Focus Sash, right? And Excadrill not only does it have Focus Sash, but also it's naturally immune to Sandstorm, so you almost have to hit it twice in order to break it. So taking advantage there with an impactful high horsepower that, as we saw in the second game, did need the terastallization
Yeah,
boost.
absolutely. Very crucial terastallization there. And we have Mezzy himself speaking to Gabby about the crucial 2-0 start. Gabby, let's hear from him.
Thank you so much, Evan. Mezzy, thank you for joining me back here. Congratulations on, to quote Evan, the impressive 2-0 start. How are you feeling this morning?
I feel pretty good. The team's been doing really well. Excadrill is the best.
It's such a fun shiny, too. I'm glad you had that on your team.
That's the only shiny I was able to get before the event, but I'm glad it was Excadrill.
So tell me about the team a bit. I mean, you mentioned to me earlier you ran it at LAIC, but it didn't really go so well. Did you make any changes coming into this event?
No real changes from LAIC. My LAIC run was kind of littered with not the best luck I've ever encountered in Pokemon, but I believed in the team. I was like, it wasn't the team. It was unfortunate happenings, maybe some misplays, and I can bring it again next week. So I did, and it's been holding up so far.
I know you're already 2 rounds in. What happened in your round 1 this morning? Anything exciting?
My round 1, I think I might have been one of the first people done. I just threw Excadrill T-Tar in front and just pressed Earthquake until the game was over. And yeah,
oh wow!
I was up in about 2 minutes.
All right. I mean, Excadrill really was the star of the previous round. Why don't you tell me about your thought process going into that matchup and how it worked out?
So yeah, that matchup was actually one of the ones that the people that I labbed with, Justin Karras and Yotam Cohen, we thought it was one of the most troublesome ones coming into this event. So it was one of the ones that we put a lot of time into figuring out what we need to do on lead every time. And what we realized is that we need to be able to threaten Como with super effective damage on turn 1, no matter what. So game 1, I led Kilowattrel Amoonguss because I was expecting the Rillaboom Como lead because that's the most classic lead that team can do. And he was in a particular spot where he's like, okay, well, I can't just let Como take Air Slash, but if I Terra, Amoonguss is just going to spore me. So I was like, okay, well, I know that this Woodhammer won't KO me if he clicks it, so I'm going to lock this slot. If he swaps, that's fine. And he did. And then once I saw Goldengo out, I was like, oh, it's time. It's time for the drill. So I threw in Tyranitar to set up Sand. I was like, if he goes down, that'll be great. I can swap into Excadrill right away. He didn't go down, so I was like, okay, Amoonguss, get some damage into Rillaboom. And the Sludge Bombs have been really good into Rillabooms in particular, because basically after 2, they should be in range of a Sand Chip to KO them.
Yeah, yeah.
And from there, once you got, even the Air Slash damage, as you saw, mattered into the Goldengo, because once I got Excadrill in, Terra Ground, high horsepower just picked it up.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
I was very confident that high horsepower would pick up. And then after that, it was like, okay, well, Como's not set up, Goldengo's down. I think it's fine for Excadrill to just click buttons until the game is over. And then game 2, it was like,
Yeah.
okay, the most natural adjustment that someone can do after that is Goldango Rillaboom, because that beats Amoonguss Kilowattrel. So I was like, okay, I'm just going to go T-Tar Excadrill. And then it's like, okay, well, you can't stop both of these, so I'm going to do Terra Blast, and I'm going to do High Horsepower, and something is landing.
For sure. And so one of the things that Evan and Scott were talking about as they were waiting for your match to get started is this concept of like Excadrill over Garchomp. You know, both very powerful ground type Pokemon, both have the option to just quote unquote click buttons for Earthquake in particular. What drove you closer to Excadrill rather than Garchomp?
Well, realistically, like, Garchomp doesn't really have ability that he uses. Like, he has Rough Skin, but it's up to the opponent to be able to use it. So not only does Excadrill have a higher base attack than Garchomp, I think by a little bit.
Yeah.
Sand Rush is a very good ability. Like, Sneasler is the best one in the format, so any way to outspeed Sneasler is good, and especially after a Sand Chip, all Sneaslers lose their Focus Sashes, so they're in a pretty particular spot in front of Excadrill and Sand.
Nice. Well, you seem like you're pretty confident already going into this tournament. Is there anything in particular that you're worried about seeing coming up?
No, not really. I mean, we've labbed out pretty much all the matchups. I'm just taking it one set at a time, and I'm in a very calm and chill mood, and hopefully I can carry it out for the rest of the day.
For sure. All right. Well, as you may know, it is the time of year where here in North America we kind of reflect on what we're thankful for in life. And I'm curious, Ofemezi, are you particularly thankful for anything about your local Pokemon community that you'd like to share with us?
Yes. I mean, like, Justin Karras is in my local community. He's been someone that's been like with me throughout my entire Pokemon journey. I started about like a year and a half ago, almost 2 years now. And he's been someone that I've always like been able to like reach out to for any help. He helped me in building this team out. And another thing that I'm really thankful for my local scene is my girlfriend Rebecca. So I actually, it's funny enough, I met her at New Orleans, NAIC.
Really?
But we actually live like 20 minutes from each other. So
Oh, no
it's pretty
way.
cool. Yeah. So local Pokemon scene, right?
Yeah, I mean, as someone who also met their partner through Pokemon, it's really special to be able to share that. So shout outs to Rebecca, shout outs to Karras. Anybody else you'd like to give a shout out to?
Dylan Clark, he's someone that's been in my Pokemon journey from the beginning as well. Yotan Kohan, someone that's always in my corner. Shout outs to them. And then shout outs to all of my Discord friends in the Apex server. Matthew So, Joseph Kwan, Lorenzo Arsh, Arbin, all of the rest of the guys.
Awesome. Well, Ofemezi, thank you so much for joining me. Best of luck throughout the tournament this
Thank you very
weekend.
much.
And casters, so I'm going to throw it right back to you.
Thanks, Gabby. I absolutely love hearing players talk about their like team preview setups and the practice done to like identifying Como as a difficult Pokemon for the team, and then immediately like the fact that Mezzy was just able to sit there and be like, well, I knew exactly what leads Dylan was going to bring game 1, and then here's the adjustment for game 2. Like, it's really hard to do that. It takes real practice, and when you can do that, it's just so impressive to me.
Yeah, I mean, it really shows the power of preparation because, yeah, I mean, like, I think, you know, if Como had gotten going, you know, there's not like a whole lot of ways to stop it. But I thought it would just, yeah, I mean, there's just no way that it could have gotten going with what they figured out. And yeah, I mean, I think that's sort of the importance of the pre-tournament part of preparation. It's why trainers are not just immediately taking teams that perform well in past tournaments, right? Because the knowledge element is so important. And yeah, I mean, with the way it played out, you know, they had all the tools, it turned out, to really pressure this Pokemon and turn a bad matchup into a good one. But without that prep, you know, we probably watch a very different set there, and we're talking about how it was an unwinnable matchup for Ofemezi, even though we've learned that that's not actually the case.
Absolutely. And I think what's really impressive, again, is when players have come up with a team, and I apologize, Mezzy, I forgot that this was basically the team that you ran, that was the team that you ran in Sao Paulo as well. But coming off of a difficult tournament and realizing, you know what, it wasn't my day. It wasn't that the team failed me or that I failed the team necessarily, just that it wasn't my day, and I'm still feeling confident in this team. I know it's still strong. It takes a lot to be able to have a bad tournament and then be like, well, let me just run it back. Like, I think it's still good, and I don't think it was the team's fault. And it really takes a lot of real confidence in your team building and in your ability as a player to not just immediately go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, I mean, I think especially in this format, it just seems like sometimes bad tournaments happen, right? Where you get bad matchups, or you just don't play well enough. You know, players are so good now, where you don't get, you know, freebie matches anymore, and sometimes things happen. I mean, a fellow Tyranitar enthusiast, Len Duel, I mean, remember we were talking to him in a similar situation where he just like absolutely got dunked the regional before LAIC and then got top 16 with no changes, right? And I'm hearing more and more trainers having situations like that in this format where, again, things are so competitive nowadays and the margins for victory are so small, and sometimes it's just not your day, right? And sometimes it's because the team is a problem or because you need to change your habits, and sometimes it just wasn't your day, right? And a great call by him. And we see how strong the team looks when things are rolling.
And it looked real strong once it got rolling. Well, it takes a village to put on all of the events. It's not just Scott and I looking pretty behind the desk here. We've got our roving reporter Adam out in the field talking to some of the other competitors who are here for the first time.
Hey everyone, Adam Watson here on the floor of Sacramento Regionals, and I am joined by some new faces. It's their first regionals, Ramon and Star. How are you doing?
Hey, how's it going? My name's Ramon. This is my friend Star. It's amazing. It's my first one. I love it. The community's just as great as it would be something in a smaller local area. Like, it just has that feeling to it. And just talking, playing with people, trading, it's really fun.
And Star, what's been your initial impression of your first regional so far?
So far, this is my first one, like he said, and I've enjoyed the community. I've seen people talking everywhere, and I enjoy just being a part of it.
And now, you told me a little bit earlier, Ramon, that you kind of recently got back into Pokemon. Can you talk a little bit about what that was like to pick the game back up?
Picking the game back up, that's the first. I guess to clarify a little bit, it's more so I collected and I, gave cards away if the people liked them and all that. But I got back into it because of my friend Star here, because he played, and I was like, you know what, I'll play along. And just like other card games I played, I found myself liking Pokemon a lot more. It was easier to get into. It was just as complex if you wanted to build something like that. And stuff like GLC is something that has really attracted me because of other formats I've played.
And as somebody who was a player, a big fan of the Pokemon TCG, getting a friend of yours into the game, what was that experience like?
It was a lot of fun. I sometimes struggle to talk to people, and it's really easier to talk to people when we share a common interest. And I've always enjoyed sharing my hobbies with my friends and stuff like that, so it's always super great to be like, hey, you want to play a game? And immediately he's like, yeah.
That's a fantastic way to put it. You can connect with other people, other fans of Pokemon, and that's what you've been doing so far. It's Friday right now when we're talking to you here, and there's been a lot of side events going on. What has been playing the side events and talking with other Pokemon players been like for you so far?
It's, like I said earlier, like right now, it's super friendly community. You're curious about something, you can go in and watch. You're seeing people play back and forth. People just going around being like, hey, you got trades? I'm like, you want to trade? I got trades. What you got going on? And then I got a couple cards that I've been looking for. Tag Team Garachina Garchomp. That's the one I got. I got the Secret Art Rare for Eri, which I'm going to put into my GLC. And I found, and I actually want to show you this one. I haven't shown it you yet. I found a shiny Mega Gardevoir I've been looking for. I know I could just order online, but...
Hold that right up to the camera there.
Yeah, right here. So I know I could just order online, but where's the adventure in that?
The thrill of the hunt. I know that there's a lot of Pokemon collectors in the audience right now that are loving that you picked up that card. And when you're playing inside events, when you're collecting cards, what's a moment today that's really stuck out to you, Star?
It's honestly, so I'm visiting from Colorado. So it's honestly just nice to see people from my state playing and stuff like that. We were a little late to register for anything, but it was really refreshing to see so many people enjoying the side events and being able to talk to them about what it was like competing, because I do plan on going to more regionals.
I'm really happy to hear that you plan on going to more regionals. You go to one, you take that plunge, and then you get bitten by the bug, right? Yeah. And do you have any, now since this is your first regional, you've been really enjoying yourself today, there's going to be people in the audience that maybe want to show up to their first regional. What advice do you have for them?
Ooh, okay. So
maybe in preparation or how to sign up. Like, what do you wish you knew preparing for this regional?
How big it was going to be. I knew it was going to be big, but hearing how there's going to be, 1,400 people tomorrow competing? 2,400 people competing. That's a little scary, but I mean, I guess for people wanting to get in, know what you want to play, know how you want to play it, and coming in fully expecting to just have fun at the end of the day, really. I want to win, don't get me wrong, but at the end of the day, I'm here and I want to have fun, and it's just day zero and I'm having fun.
And what about you, Star? Any advice for somebody who's going to be attending their first regional?
I would say just do it. I mean, when I signed up, I was very scared. Don't let the number of 2,400, 1,400 get to your head. At the end of the day, if this is what you enjoy, you should just do it at the end of the day. You should not be second guessing yourself and just go out, make new friends, and have a great time.
That's very, very well put. Yeah. Don't be intimidated by the numbers. There's 2,400 people here, but they're all Pokemon fans. They're here the same as you. They want to compete. They want to have fun. They want to meet new people. And I think it's great that our audience has had a chance to meet you. Any final thoughts you have for our viewers at home, or any other facts about your Pokemon journey you want to share, Ramon?
I guess just find a friend, find similarities, and if they want to throw down, throw down.
And what about you, Star?
I would say Pokemon has been a huge keystone in my identity, and like as a part of my community building process, I've moved around so much, and Pokemon's always been a really common denominator. So at the end of the day, if you're unsure about making new friends, just find that common denominator and enjoy Pokemon together.
Beautifully done. I want to thank you so much for taking the time out of enjoying your first regional to share your experience with me, to share your experience with our audience at home. And hopefully we'll see you at the next regional. But don't go anywhere, because we have more Pokemon action to go.
There is so much more Pokemon action to go, and it is so true that after you attend your first major event, you probably will never stop attending. I think ours was the same one, the 2010 National Championships back in Indianapolis, Indiana. And even though we competed in the Last Chance qualifier, which gave you an opportunity to qualify for the National Championships, even if you had not previously. And even though I went 1-1 with my Sunflora team, immediately getting knocked out in the second round of the LCQ, single elimination back then, there was no way that I wasn't going back every year and continuing to become a part of this community after attending that event.
Wow, you went 1-1? I'd actually never played a game of VGC before, and someone just gave me a team in line, and I went 2-1, so.
Yes, well, you've also qualified for the World Championships, and I have not.
But he has been the voice of the World Champion. I think we all appreciate that from him. We all have roles. Yeah.
We all have a role to play, and you can find your role in the local Pokemon community by following the information here. Of course, you can scan that QR code to find your local Pokemon League at home to compete in the trading card games, in the video game championships, and Pokemon Go locally at home. And of course, we are here in Sacramento, and some great options here locally for that. Davis in particular, the Davis Pokemon League is out in force, has been a very strong area for the video game championships in the past.
Yeah, as I think we're like in a rebuilding year now, but hey, it could be back. It could be you.
Yeah, it will be really exciting to see who comes next out of those local scenes. Of course, in the North American International Championships last year, we had Florida man Patrick Connors come out of his local scene to become an international champion. And so, just by going and building that community, you too can become a champion, regional, international, world, or otherwise. Got to start somewhere. Start at home. Start locally. Think globally.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we've seen a lot of trainers. Typically, the trainers who do the best at the big events have strong local scenes, right?
Mm-hmm.
You get that practice in. You have maybe meet some people you team build against. But if you don't, rivals are helpful too, right? Not only is it fun to kind of get one over on someone that you've played repeatedly, but it's definitely an iron sharpens iron type of game, right? And I think that's really nice. And hey, even if you just have fun with the game, maybe you're not looking to be a Pokemon World Champion. You just want to have some fun. Like the local scenes are great places to enjoy the game.
Absolutely, and we are going to continue enjoying the game here in Sacramento after a real quick break when we bring you Swiss Round 3.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. I'm here with newlyweds Harvey and Abby. First of all, congratulations. I hear y'all are here on your honeymoon. How's that going?
It's going very well. Thank you very much.
So you met through Pokemon. I gotta ask, what's the story? How did you two find each other?
Would you like to go?
We're in a mutual community and, you know, just something to bond over, something that we share the same interests in, and someone who just gets you, you know?
Yeah, that's exactly it. Just found through the same community, and we just bonded over that, and that was the start of it.
Nice. What was the first Pokemon game that you both played together?
Oh, I want to say it was Ultra Sun and Moon. I believe was the first
Ultra
one.
Sun and Moon. Yep.
And do you have any like fond memories from playing through that game, you know, getting to know each other, anything like that?
Oh, I think it was just mutually exploring the game at roughly the same time as each other. Like that discovering of new games, discovering new stuff to play, new stuff to enjoy, and
Seeing both of our reactions to it and just like, oh yeah, this is fun, and just, oh, look at this over here, you know?
Yeah, that's so fun. So you mentioned, Harvey, that you've competed a lot in the European regional circuit, but this is your first time competing in North America. Do you have any like expectations or what you think is going to be different about the experience?
I honestly have absolutely no idea what's going to be different comparing the two together. I'm just hoping to win a game, win a set, go from there, and just have a good time.
For sure. And do you have a team that you're going to be running this weekend that you're excited about?
I do indeed. I'm going to be running, well, it's a common stereotype, going to be running Rain, of course. Big rain enjoyer, big weather enjoyer. So I'm very excited to play it.
And Abby, I know you mentioned as well, you've been to some of the European events, but this is also your first NA regional. What are you looking forward to this weekend?
I like just the environment. I like seeing like the plushes that people bring, and just the environment of we're all here for the same thing.
And you were playing in the Chaos Cup earlier. Was that a lot of fun? Do you have any stories from that you want to share?
It was pretty fun. Got red a couple times, but you know, that's Pokemon. But you get hacks every once in a while, and you might just win a game. That's also Pokemon.
I mean, y'all, I think, have the best luck of all, finding each other through Pokemon, celebrating your marriage through Pokemon. I have some fun questions here I want to ask you. So, what is the coolest Pokemon that each of you has ever caught?
Ooh, that is a really tough question. Oh my lord.
Ooh, the coolest Pokemon that we have caught. Like,
I think for me, it's probably the second encounter Shiny Pheromosa I got while shiny hunting in Ultra Sun and Moon. Completely unexpected.
I don't know if I can think of one.
Oh no!
What's my top coolest? I don't know.
They're all cool Pokemon.
There is so many. There is so many. I don't know.
All right.
Probably, I think I have a shiny Corphish the Recluse, which I know that's one of the hardest marks to get. I'll go with that one.
Yeah.
That is pretty cool. All right. And then my last question, Abby, if Harvey was a Pokemon, what Pokemon would he be and why?
I think yeah, it's got to be a Ludicolo. He's just, you know, carefree, vibing, just going with the flow.
Harvey, if Abby was a Pokemon, what Pokemon would she be and why?
I know exactly which one. It's a Shinx. She's adorable, and I absolutely love her. She's so cute all the time, and she's just great. I love her.
Well, congratulations, you two. I think you've found something truly special, and I'm so glad that you're here celebrating with us this weekend. We'll be back with more action from the Pokemon Championships soon.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Sacramento Regional Championships. We are here live, getting ready for some more VG action. Dweehaw and Evan Latt here behind the desk, ready to get ready for round 3. But Evan, I'm going to ask you the same question that Gabby asked that lovely couple.
Ooh.
If you were a Pokemon, if I was a Pokemon, what Pokemon do you think I would be?
Well, you're a Tangela.
I'm a Tangela?
For sure.
Thanks, I appreciate that a lot. I appreciate that a lot, Evan.
Yeah, you got the good kicks, you got the nice shoes, you clean up well.
Kicks and shoes are the same thing.
Yeah, I know, I was explaining.
Gotcha.
I was defining for the audience.
I appreciate that a lot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not everyone is as hip to the slang.
If I had to pick a Pokemon for you, Evan.
I didn't ask for this.
Okay, never mind then. We'll move on.
Wait, who would it be? Now I want to know.
Well, wait, you'll have to wait for that answer now. But moving on, let's take a quick look at some Pokemon profiles that we have that were featured in the last match between Messier and Dylan. Of course, Excadrill, a Pokemon that was very crucial to the game plan from Messier's side. Did a lot of work up against Dylan's team, and honestly, when Aaron and I were watching this backstage, I whispered into Aaron's ear, I don't believe in Excadrill, and boy was I wrong.
Well, you wouldn't be the only one to think that, and there's a reason we haven't seen much Excadrill. It doesn't have the great support partners that it once did. Togekiss crucially not being available means that Excadrill lost its best bud. Kind of like how I lost my best bud and not having you to cast with since 2016.
It's been 8 years, and we're finally here behind the table again. You're right. It lost a lot of great partner Pokemon. Sand, it's not really an archetype, if you will. A lot of people usually just bring Tyranitar in order to be able to change the weather, and you don't really rely on Excadrill a lot for offense. Yeah, it had a great time to shine. Excadrill was a great Pokemon way back in the day. Randy Qua was a big Excadrill believer back in the day, but it also had other abilities too, right? Mold Breaker was a very nice ability for Excadrill to have, to be able to hit levitating Pokemon. Maybe in the instance where you get a levitating Heat Rain, you can still be able to attack into it. So Excadrill, it was in the spotlight, it was off the spotlight, but now look at it, it's back in the spotlight.
Yeah, and it should be back in the spotlight. There have been so many different things that have come back to make Excadrill feel a little bit better and safer. Obviously Rillaboom is the biggest hurdle for Excadrill to recover, to overcome rather. And you saw two different ways of doing that in the successful Excadrill teams that we've seen so far. Nils Dunlop's team, way back when, 2 regionals ago, used the Indeedee to change the terrain, remove the grassy terrain, which weakens Excadrill's Earthquake. It also crucially protects Excadrill from those priority attacks, which, even though Excadrill was not weak to Grassy Glide, we saw how much damage it still dealt to Excadrill in that first game. Over 50% damage, and Excadrill just barely hanging on there. So, that's how Nils chose to do that. And here, Mezzy and the rest of the Tyranitar Excadrill players in the field have opted for the Terra Flying Tyranitar. So being able to now resist the grass-type attacks from Rillaboom and hit back super effectively with Terra Blast, which was absolutely something that was huge in that game. So, Excadrill has different partners, and of course, Tyranitar now being able to become a flying type Pokemon
makes it so much better.
Yeah. Now it's even best bud can become an even better bud.
Synergy, if you will.
Yeah.
Extreme synergy.
Yeah, the stocks are up. The shareholder value for Excadrill has gone through the roof right now with Pokemon like Tyranitar being able to go for that Terra Flying. And the Kilowattrel, of course, is a great partner. That's a Pokemon that we weren't going to see very much of, we have not seen very much of, but it is one of the few Pokemon that is faster than Sneasler, and being able to sit alongside Excadrill. I personally was playing some Garchomp Kilowattrel teams in the practice for these events. And it's just nice to be faster than Sneasler.
Yeah, I mean, Sneasler is a problem Pokemon because of how fast it can be. Dire Claw can create a little bit of, sort of luck factor that comes in depending on what status Dire Claw inflicts. But Kilowattrel was actually a Pokemon that I predicted in my top 4. We saw it over on Messier's team. Of course, it's a Pokemon that is fast. It can do a lot of damage, competitive ability. It also has access to the Volt Absorb ability if you want to be able to just kind of sit out there and be able to tank anything that our Charlodon will throw at it. But, the Kilowattrel, with getting a competitive boost at all, Intimidate's always a Pokemon, like an ability to watch out for.
Yeah.
You can easily pick up some competitive boost right there and be able to provide support with that Tailwind. Air Slash is a great move. I mean, it's a fast Pokemon. Air Slash has a chance to flinch. If your opponent can't move, if your opponent can't move, then you have a better chance of winning.
Yeah, if you can keep your opponent from moving, then you can definitely win your games much easier.
Yeah.
And I think Kilowattrel is a really interesting Pokemon because of what you mentioned. It does, like Dragonite that Scott and I were talking about at the start of the show, has 2 really great abilities that do different things. Volt Absorb, of course, being able to be immune to any electric type attacks and actually healing off of it, can be really important in situations like if you're staring down massive electro shots from Archaludon. But competitive here, makes a lot of sense for the team that Ofemezi was running. You don't want your Excadrill to be intimidated. You don't want your Tyranitar to be intimidated. That really lowers the amount of offense you can put out. But, with the choice specs and a competitive boost, Kilowattrel does start OHKOing things. But it really struggles to without some of those boosts. But if you can get, if you have the choice specs to boost the special attack, you get a competitive boost, Kilowattrel starts becoming extremely scary.
Yep, and then of course, depends on what you're looking for in terms of your team and how much damage output you need. Discharge versus Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt gets you a lot more damage, but then Discharge, the classic Discharge Earthquake strategy between Excadrill and Kilowattrel. That's what doubles is all about, right? Finding the immunities that your partner Pokemon have and then being able to take advantage of that while being able to deal as much damage as possible to the other side of the team, whether it's spreading out that damage or just going for a single target attack.
And let's not forget, you mentioned Air Slash has a chance to flinch. Discharge has a chance to paralyze. You start mixing up those paralyses, you start lowering their speed, Tyranitar comes out, starts rock sliding.
And a Kilowattrel starts air slashing, so then, being able to move past paralysis, a rock slide, and an air slash, good luck.
You're not doing it, except for the chance that you do.
Odds are, if I'm playing against that, they're not flinching or getting paralyzed, but that's just my luck, right? Of course, there's a lot of action coming up here in Sacramento. You can see this is a big convention center. There's a lot of people here competing across the 3 branches. There's Pokemon Go, Pokemon TCG, as well as Pokemon VG. So, a lot of people in this convention center trying to vie for that title of Sacramento Regional Champion.
Yeah, and it looks like, watching this screen here, that pairings probably just went up. I love seeing sort of the buzz of activity out in the field as everyone sort of moves around to try to find where the standings are posted, or of course checking them online on their phone. But it's so interesting to see because the cadence of these tournaments is, the round starts, everyone is locked in, they are focused, and it's becomes the quietest this
you can
venue
hear
will
a pin drop outside.
I don't know about that.
I can.
Well, if you have bat-like hearing like Dweeha, then you can hear a pen drop. Me, personally, I'm still hearing all of the buzz around everyone.
I guess you're mostly hearing the buttons click or the sounds of the cards shuffling or the Pokemon Go noises that we hear a lot backstage of the bells. I can't tell what that sound is, but you know what sound I'm talking about?
I think that's the catch, right?
I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll have to ask one of the Go specialists.
Yeah, we gotta go talk to Go.
Yeah, we'll go talk to Go after this round. But yeah, Swiss Round 3 is coming up. Again, this is Regulation H. Love Regulation H. There's so many
H
Pokemon. H for Ha. No, it's not what that stands for at all. But I think Regulation H has just been a super exciting and super fun format because there's so many different Pokemon that can work. We just pulled up slides on Excadrill Pokemon that we haven't seen since 20.
It was big in the Sword and Shield when it had Dynamax to help it out, but
it kind of fell off the face of the earth at some point, and then now it's back in the spotlight. Kilowattrel, a Pokemon that we didn't really see a lot of in the previous formats of any of the previous regulations, right? And now it's making such a big splash. I think there's a lot of Kilowattrels actually out in the field, and I predicted to do well. So my stocks are up.
Yeah, because it's Regulation H for Ha.
It's not what that stands for, Evan. We can't keep saying that because then that's misinformation.
You're right. I should not spread misinformation.
Yeah. Let's take a quick look at the notable matches that are going to be happening here in Swiss Round 3. Of course, the top match is going to be our featured match coming up, Nicholas Kahn versus Cedric Bernier. Of course, Nick Kahn from Australia coming all the way out here to Sacramento to compete. So this is going to be a very exciting matchup. Cedric doesn't come to many events, but whenever he does show up to events, he is a player to watch. He does extremely well. Going down the rest of this, there are so many great matchups here. Yeah, Giovanni Costa versus Enrique Grimaldo, both players, familiar to the stream. Gio, of course, last year won a regional championship, had an amazing season last year here in Sacramento. Jody Azzarelli versus Justin Karras, two players again that we see a lot of on broadcast. Jody, the runner-up of the World Championships in 2014. Justin Karras, a regional championship, has some extremely strong finishes last season as well. Rogov, this is, I believe, their first tournament of the season.
Yeah.
And already sitting here at 2-0, going up against Ben Omnis Norton, Athena Lee versus Don Check, Benji Irons versus Luna Zilka, Joe Ugarte versus Nicholas Rubin. So there's a lot of great matches here. in Sacramento.
Absolutely, some incredible matches here in Sacramento. I wish we could see all of them, but we will not be able to. We will just be watching Nicholas Kahn versus Cedric Bernier, and I think this will be really exciting. You know, Nick, of course, from Australia, has made the journey all the way to Sacramento. I'm blanking if Nick was in Sao Paulo, but I'm not sure if he was. It may make a little more sense if he had gone from Australia to Sao Paulo to Sacramento, but...
Yeah, I think a lot of players with the sort of like the series of events went to Sao Paulo and was like, well, if they're coming from another hemisphere, they're already in this hemisphere, might as well stay on this Western hemisphere and go up to North America to be able to compete in Sacramento Regional Championships, right? I mean, you almost did the similar thing.
I did.
You were in Brazil last week and now you're here.
Yeah, now we're here, but you know, I hope that all the players who have done that kind of travel, you know, we saw Mezzi had not missed a step with that game round 2 match. I would expect the same for some of these other players. You know, if anything, it's just having high-level competition to then get you prepped for the regional championships here in Sacramento.
Absolutely, but you do have to watch out about burnout, though, because, I mean, if you're traveling a lot, that can wear down on you, right? I mean, you had, what, 1.5 days at home before you had to come back out to Sacramento and then be here behind the desk again. So, like, it's something definitely to watch out for.
Absolutely. It's something that we've heard from players, you know, especially as they're working to chase into that top 75. It becomes really important to think about your season overall much more holistically. You know, the most important thing is to take care of yourself, to make sure that you're feeling good. Because if you're feeling good, you'll play better Pokemon. And, you know, Pokemon, you know, it's really important that you are taking care of yourself first, making sure that you are able to compete at the highest level, and also that you aren't burning out. So I know that a bunch of the top players have been taking really proactive steps to make sure that they are taking the time off that they need, that they are resting, and that they are, you know, committed for the long haul.
Yeah, and that's something that you definitely have to watch, like, again, something that you have to watch out for.
Yeah.
Because know your limits. Step down from a tournament if you have to, and then maybe get them at the next one. Maybe if you couldn't make it to Sacramento, you're going to just rest up and then recharge yourself and hit the ground running at the next regional championship, whatever, in Toronto.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Yeah.
Toronto coming up in just a few weeks as well. So lots of opportunities for players to compete. So there is no shortage of opportunities to compete in Pokemon.
Yep.
But, you know, I'm really excited to see Nick versus Cedric here. You know, Nick, of course, you know, has been a world champion before in the younger age divisions. Now here in the Masters division and looking really strong as a competitor all throughout the season so far.
Yep, and Nick was also a runner-up at the World Championships in 2022 in the seniors division. So, you know, proving that success in the juniors division can follow up into the seniors division as well as in the masters division. So, Nicholas Kahn, a player to watch for sure. Cedric on the other side of the table, 4-time regional champion. No stranger to winning regionals.
Yeah, you know, it's hard enough to win a single regional championship. I certainly have never done it, but 4 times?
4 times.
It kind of blows my mind to think about, you know, the number of regional championships that, you know, a player like Cedric can win 4 of them. You know, the competition has just gotten more impactful and more difficult. There are more players, you're playing more Pokemon, and being able to maintain that kind of level over the course of a Pokemon career is extremely impressive. And definitely, you know, 2 veteran players here. You know, of course, Nick, it's really funny to call Nick a veteran player because of how young Nick is, but of course has been playing Pokemon for most of his life here and competing at the highest level. I'm really excited to see how these 2 players will stack up against each other.
Yeah, and Cedric, of course, also had success in the juniors, seniors, and masters division too. So both these players growing up competing in VG, and now here it is at the Sacramento Regional Championships. 2 of the most successful players between all 3 age divisions going up against each other in just Swiss round 3, Evan.
Yeah, I mean, it's really honestly a beautiful thing. Like, to see players who have been able to, you know, compete throughout their, you know, the junior and senior divisions, and continuing to compete in the masters division. You know, it's, you know, this is what it's all about. It's having people coming together, like we heard from our first-time regional attendees previously, finding their community, becoming a part of it, you know, and just engaging in something that you enjoy and that you're passionate about and that you can dedicate yourself to. It's really important to be able to, you know, find a place that you can feel that passion and put that energy in.
Yeah, we were actually talking about this in the lounge earlier, but We've actually known each other for like 14 years now, Evan.
Yeah, at
since
least.
2010. At least since 2010. So, I mean, we've been around in the community a long time, and the community's been around for a long time, basically, in general. Just VG has been together, and we see people grow up. We see people, like, age up through age divisions, also, like, graduate, like, high school, college, and stuff like that. So it's really... Nice
we should
community.
probably have like a graduation ceremony for our like
every
junior
season,
and senior competitors.
Every season, just like a list of all the players that are graduating from age division to age division.
Yeah, also the list of players who will definitely knock out the Masters, and they're like, it'd be like, oh, you just graduated from the seniors division, I'm not worried. And actually, yeah, they're gonna knock you out.
Let's pitch that. Let's pitch that. This is the official pitch. This is the official pitch right now. Yeah, this is the official pitch right now for this. Like just an annual ceremony of graduating juniors and seniors, and whether they're gonna be able to beat us. They'll beat us. They'll beat us.
That's not fair.
And that's absolutely not fair.
we gotta put them up against Zhang.
And everybody else on the casting team, basically?
Yeah, actually everyone else but us.
Yeah. I don't trust myself, but I trust you, though.
I trust you. I don't trust myself.
Okay, this is... All right, we need to figure out the trust here.
No, I think that's perfect. I'll trust you. You trust me.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I trust you.
I trust you too, Dwayne.
Thanks, I appreciate it, Evan. But
well, let's get into our game because we've got our players getting set up here now. I think it's going to be a really interesting matchup. These are two of the more standard teams that we've seen. So Nicholas will be running the Rain team with the Pelipper, Archaludon, and Basculegion core, and Cedric will be running the team that really broke out in the Latin American International Championships. This is the Volcarona and the Dragonite alongside Sneasler, Redirection, Fake Out Pressure from Sneasler and Rillaboom, as well as King Gambit. And this was the team that Cedric is running that really sort of ran the table in terms of those like 7-1 at the end of day one, 6-2 at the end of day one, who were still competing to make it into the top cut. Didn't really have a great showing in the top cut itself, but these teams definitely have proven to be extremely strong and able to, take on, sort of the benefit of these teams is they're very flexible.
Yeah,
and they can react to anything that you throw at it.
Yeah, it's one of those teams where you kind of like go into team preview and then you try to analyze what your best options are. And it's like you said, it's super flexible. Like you can have different options and stuff like that. As we see the players now seated on stage, getting ready to get into team preview. You mentioned those teams before. Nicholas running the Pelipper, Basculegion, Amoonguss, Incineroar, Porygon 2, and Archaludon, a Rain core that a lot of players are definitely prepared for because of how dominant it has been in this format. Cedric over on the other side with the Sneasler, Volcarona, Dragonite, Rillaboom, Electabuzz, and King Gambit. As let's take a deeper dive into this team here that Nicholas is piloting.
Okay, so this is really interesting here. We have the Choice Scarf Basculegion on the Rain team. So Nick has opted to go with Choice Scarf and Adaptability on Basculegion instead of the Swift Swim. So this means that Basculegion is no longer as tied to Pelipper and gives Nicholas way more options to bring that Pokemon outside of Rain. And I think this is a really interesting team, not because I think it's like a crazy, it's a very unique team, but it is a team that like everyone knows is extremely strong. This Weather Core is so powerful, but I feel like a lot of players have just kind of been shying away from going this Rain mode. Maybe, out of some desire to do something more unique, or like Rain is like kind of boring. In a way, it's a kind of an obvious team, but it's still extremely powerful here. And I think that, adding the Porygon 2 here to have the ability to set Trick Room, as well as having the Tailwind on Pelipper, giving yourself multiple different options here. I'm really excited to see how Nick, again, we saw on screen there, 2017 Junior World Champion, Senior World Runner-Up, how he's going to be able to pilot this.
Yep, and of course he won a regional championship last year as well. As we take a deeper dive into Cedric's team. Again, this is a team that has done extremely well in recent events. I mean, Sneasler is one of the more common Pokemon that you see in this tournament, the #1 used Pokemon. But again, there's a lot of Electabuzz provides a lot of utility, right? It can be able to provide that follow me support and allow Volcarona to be able to set up that Quiver Dance. I mean, Volcarona hiding behind one Quiver Dance. All right, it's getting pretty dicey right now. Volcarona hiding behind like 2 Quiver Dances. Okay, now it's like way too tanky and it can hit hard and it's going to be outspeeding almost everything else on the team because those 2 speed boosts boost will match any Tailwind, right?
Yeah.
Dragonite, of course, is a very strong Pokemon in this format with that. I mean, there's different ways that you can run it, right? There's the multi-scale variant where it's a little bit more bulky, but then you also have the inner focus variant where you can't be intimidated, you can't be faked out. So Dragonite has been such a great Pokemon in this format, carrying that loaded dice, being able to go for scale shots, most importantly, being able to bypass Focus Sash if you're trying to kind of KO Pokemon that is frail and has that Focus Sash.
Yeah, and I think we're probably mostly going to see that multi-scale loaded dice for the duration of this tournament here. Also have to shout out to King Gambit, which of course is going to be the lead here from Cedric.
Yep, so Cedric will lead with Electabuzz and King Gambit, Pelipper and Porygon 2 over on Nicholas' side of the field. Electabuzz does have the ability to go for a follow me and allow King Gambit to be able to set up possibly.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think this is a really cool lead from Nicholas. Nick has brought both of the speed options on this team. Pelipper has Tailwind, Porygon 2 has the ability to set Trick Room. Of course, this Porygon 2 is the fighting Terra type, which we've seen become very popular for that Pokemon to threaten King Gambit on the other side. Will still deal extremely good damage to Electabuzz if it gets Follow Me'd away, thanks to that special attack boost from the download.
Yeah, so Cedric right now has to decide whether or not King Gambit can easily set up here in the face of this Porygon 2. Porygon 2 is a Pokemon that is so bulky, and, you know, Pelipper holding that Focus Sash in the rain, it can do some damage, actually. Pelipper actually has a pretty decent attack pool, especially when it's boosted by the rain. So here it is, Porygon 2 will Terrasilize into that fighting type here, gets access to that fighting type Terra Blast, which threatens the King Gambit really well. Also, King Gambit kind of is a dark type attacker, right?
Yeah.
So it really can't be able to attack into that Porygon 2, as Electabuzz will go on the offense here, go for the Thunderbolt in that Pelipper, bring it down to its Focus Sash. So Cedric opting for this turn to go straight on the offensive and break that Pelipper's Focus Sash, as Pelipper will use Weather Ball, does connect with that Electabuzz on the other side, doing 50% damage there. So another one will be a KO as the Terra Blast lands into that King Gambit Protect.
Yeah, so the Electabuzz is the fastest thing on the field here, which you always have to remember with that Pokemon. It is a very speedy Pokemon, at least relative to the Pelipper and the Porygon 2. And that Fighting Terra is just so safe for Nick. There's really nothing on Cedric's side that can, you know, threaten a fighting type Pokemon like the Porygon 2 without, you know, blowing Terra on their own. Like, Volcarona has access to Fairy Terra Blast, but other than that, everything else is very safe. So this Porygon 2, it didn't deal any damage, but it's probably still feeling extremely safe sitting in front of the Electabuzz and the Volcarona now as King Gambit runs away.
Yeah, Volcarona switches in as Electabuzz will get the KO on that Pelipper. Volcarona, a very safe switch for against this Porygon 2 if it goes for that Terra Blast again, and it does. Lands into the Volcarona slot. Not very effective, so great switch right there from Cedric's side of the field to be able to remove a threat from that Pelipper, and Electabuzz now does have access to be able to go for the Follow Me. Volcarona does have access to go for those Quiver Dances too.
Yeah, and it may seem odd that Porygon 2 has not been going for a Trick Room here, but the Electabuzz, crucially on Cedric's side, has been threatening Taunt all of these turns. So Porygon 2 definitely does not want to get taunted and definitely does not want to waste a turn trying to set up Trick Room. So Volcarona coming in has the Terra Fairy Terra Blast to threaten the Porygon 2. With the Eviolite still up, I don't think it would be near enough damage to pick up that KO, but would start dealing big damage onto Porygon 2.
Archaludon takes the field for Nicholas' side of the field. Archaludon can go for some Electro Shots here. As Electabuzz uses Follow Me, but most importantly, Archaludon going for those Electro Shots will give it boost to its special attack stat, as Volcarona feels very safe here. Just going to go for a Quiver Dance as it boosts its speed, special defense, and special attack by one stage here. Archaludon will use Electro Shot because of the rain, doesn't need to charge up. Gets one special attack boost, so everybody's getting boosts except Electabuzz and Porygon 2. Well, Porygon 2 already got a boost, though. It got a boost. Hits Electabuzz. It might be a 2-hit KO from the spot, but it looks like Porygon 2 will use Terra Blast, and it is going to be enough for the KO on that Electabuzz. So Electabuzz sacrificing itself to allow Volcarona to get one Quiver Dance up. So this Volcarona, nice and bulky, attacky, and speedy.
The bulky, attacky, and speedy, the triple threat coming out from Volcarona. And crucially, Nick has gotten the taunt off the field. So Electabuzz was really threatening this Porygon 2, preventing it from setting up Trick Room, setting up recovers. Rillaboom will do much the same for at least one turn here by threatening the fake out pressure. And, Volcarona has one Quiver Dance here. I still don't think that would be enough to pick up the KO on Porygon 2 on its own, but it will be after 2 shots into that Porygon 2, and or another Quiver Dance here could be very powerful for the Volcarona as well. Archaludon's starting to get rolling here, but will need to do a little bit more. Needs a couple more boosts here to really be breaking through some of these threats.
Yeah, so Archaludon can go for some more Electroshots to try to bolster its special attack stat here. But again, as you mentioned, that Rillaboom does have access to fake out this turn. Incineroar takes the field here, going to be a nice Intimidate onto the Rillaboom to minimize how much damage it's going to be doing this turn, as well as provide Nicholas some fake out support for the next turn, as it looks like Cedric's side will Terrasilize right now. It's going to be that Volcarona in that Fairy type, most likely trying to go for those Terra Fairy Blasts. Or,
yeah, you gotta
those
start.
Fairy Terra Blasts in order to whittle down. It's a tongue twister, you're right. I'm not as good as you, Evan. As
Okay.
Archaludon goes for a fake out into that Archaludon slot, does give it a stamina boost to bolster its defense, as here it is, Volcarona going for its one stage of increased special attack. Terra Blast, Fairy type into that Incineroar, does decent amount of damage. It's not in range for a 2-hit KO, so Nicholas right now can use this turn to be able to adjust with the fake out, maybe get another boost if he wants to.
Yeah, I like the choice to fake out the Archaludon there as well. With the +1 from the Electro Shot, it is threatening damage with Flash Cannon into the Volcarona. But this is actually really scary for Nick here. Cedric has found a way to get this Volcarona set up, and will start threatening both of these Pokemon. Not quite able to pick up the 2-hit KO onto Incineroar, but will be able to potentially get more Quiver Dances off, or just go for offensive damage. And with the King Gambit in the back, this Archaludon and the Porygon 2 are both really big threats for the remaining sweepers for Cedric, and especially that Archaludon with Flash Cannon. But of course, Incineroar has that fake out pressure and goes for it immediately.
Yep, Incineroar goes for a fake out, and Archaludon dodges the high horsepower. Archaludon gets to go for an Electro Shot, so now it's at 2 stages of increased special attack. Going to be able to target down this Volcarona most likely. I mean, Rillaboom would resist it, but again, you're taking I'm more worried about the special attack boost. This Archaludon's going to get rolling, but of course the rain stops, so the Electro Shots will require turns of charging if you want to use it, as Volcarona continues to recover. It's a little under 50% right now, so Volcarona pretty threatened in this spot.
Absolutely threatened in this spot, and Nick, very safe Electro Shot there. If Volcarona went for a Protect here, you at least get the +1 from the Electro Shot into the Protect. So this Archaludon now at +2 will start being able to break through that Terra Fairy Volcarona, which Cedric is going to need to get a lot out of. Those high horsepowers just aren't doing the damage, even if they land.
Yep, and that's just another defense boost for that Archaludon, so it's currently at 2 stages of increased physical defense, as Archaludon will target down that Volcarona slot. Here's Incineroar using Parting Shot, going to recycle that Intimidate for later on, as Rillaboom's attack drops yet again. So, this Rillaboom at 2 stages of decreased physical attack going up against this Archaludon. Not the best spot offensively for Cedric.
Yeah, and this Archaludon has also received 2 stamina boosts as well. So the only option of really dealing damage to the Archaludon is this Volcarona with the Terra Fairy Terra Blast. We'll be able to deal some good damage to it through the Assault Vest, but this is a great switch in for Porygon 2 here. You're now either going to get the ability to set up the Trick Room, or just deal big damage to Porygon 2. You also, or to the Rillaboom, you also have the option to switch out for even more Intimidates and Parting Shots and Fake Out Pressure. And really, Cedric is on the back foot here. This King Gambit is not going to be able to do anything against the 3 remaining Pokemon that Nick has. It's all about this Volcarona, and Cedric has just fallen behind. This Archaludon now at +2 will definitely be able to pick up KOs with Flash Cannon on that Volcarona, which only has 1 Quiver Dance under its belt.
Yeah, so Cedric now has to figure out a way to be able to deal with these 3 Pokemon before that King Gambit comes back in. But Porygon 2 from Nicholas' side will switch out again, just trying to bolster how much staying power this Archaludon has. The Intimidate again onto that Rillaboom. 3 stages of decreased attack going up against this +2 defense.
Yeah, Rillaboom's
Archaludon
not doing anything.
Not doing anything at all. Here's the Terra Blast from the Volcarona hitting into the Archaludon with that Assault Vest. Does decent damage, but it's not enough to put it in range, so Rillaboom will require a critical hit here on this high horsepower, and it does absolutely nothing at all. Just gives it another stamina boost, and here's Archaludon using Flash Cannon, connects on that Volcarona, gets the KO easily from that range with all of its special attack boosts. So now Cedric has this extremely weak Rillaboom in terms of how much damage it can do, and this King Gambit. So
yeah, the grassy terrain there healed up all of the damage that Rillaboom just did to Archaludon, and that Terra Fairy Terra Blast just was not enough onto Nick. So Nick's Archaludon, which is in such a good position to just run away with this from here. You know, you have the body press into King Gambit. You also have the fighting type Porygon 2 in the back. There is so much that Nick can do here, and Cedric just has to hope for a mistake.
Yeah, Incineroar uses Fake Out into that Rillaboom. Rillaboom not doing any damage at all. I mean, even if it was going for another one into that, Archaludon wasn't going to do anything as Archaludon squishes that King Gambit one-hit KO with that body press. So Cedric's going to have to think about what adjustment he has to make going into Game 2 at this point.
Yeah, and I think it was really important for Nick to get this Archaludon positioned. Cedric really does not have a good answer to that Pokemon. It really is just the Volcarona needing to get set up with multiple Quiver Dances to burst through the Assault Vest on the Archaludon. And, you know, I thought that Cedric had played those first few turns really well, just threatening the taunt onto the Porygon 2 without actually going for it. But Nick was still able to just have such a big advantage, had the rain up, Pelipper, you know, sacrificed the Pelipper to the Electabuzz to get a free switch in for that Archaludon, start getting those Electro Shot boosts. You know, Cedric is going to need to find a way to hit the gas much quicker in these turns. You know, the lead of Electabuzz and King Gambit just wasn't doing anything, did not threaten the Pelipper and Porygon 2. Porygon 2 just felt so safe to go ahead and Terrasilize into the fighting type and ignore everything that those two Pokemon were doing. And it was too late for the Volcarona to come in and start getting Quiver Dance boosts. Cedric definitely wants probably at least 2 Quiver Dance boosts or just multiple swings at that Archaludon before being, you know, falling too far behind on those special attack boosts and those stamina boosts. And it's really just the Volcarona that can damage this Archaludon if it starts getting those stamina boosts. So got to make something happen there.
Yeah, and the leads for Nicholas were just super great into any sort of setup lead that Cedric could opt for, right? Pelipper would easily threaten the Volcarona if at least be able to apply pressure into that lead of Volcarona and Electabuzz if Cedric had opted for that. Yeah, it would basically, Electabuzz would have been forced to follow me immediately to draw away any attack from the Pelipper into that Volcarona if Cedric wanted to allow that Volcarona set up. But the King Gambit option for Cedric was also kind of already in the back foot. I mean, first turn, immediately, because of the leads, had to switch because of the threat of Porygon 2. So Cedric now has to find a way to lead in order to allow himself a chance to be able to hit the ground running in Game 2 instead of trying to play a little bit more defensively first.
Yeah, I think the other option that Cedric could take here is, you know, we didn't see Sneasler or Dragonite in that first game. Dragonite has the ability to haze away all of the boosts on Archaludon, including the stamina boosts, including the Electro Shot boosts, which will open it up to, you know, potential damage from that high horsepower. Or of course, Sneasler does threaten close combat to Archaludon. Also has the ability to use coaching to potentially boost the offense of the physical attackers to keep up with the stamina. But I like this lead from Cedric, at least going immediately to the ability to start setting up those Quiver Dances on that Volcarona. But we'll need to watch out for Hurricanes coming out from the Pelipper as well.
Yeah, so Rillaboom does provide the Fake Out support in that Pelipper to, you know, give one turn of safety to the Volcarona, but after that, then what, right? You'd have to protect and be able to get your Electabuzz in with a Rillaboom U-turn possibly, but again, you have a lot of options to take a lot of damage as well. Pelipper is a big threat right now to both these Pokemon.
Yeah, and again, we have the double speed control here. Pelipper could go for Tailwind. Porygon 2 can go for Trick Room. There is now no taunt on the field, so Porygon 2 could set up Trick Room, and if Volcarona goes for Quiver Dances, it then will become the slowest thing on the field in the Twisted Dimension. So a lot of decisions that Cedric is going to have to make based off of these two Pokemon, and it could go really either direction for Nick. But of course, Cedric has to go ahead and start boosting up with this Terra Fairy in order to dodge Hurricane as a potential threat, as well as give it some offense into the rain, because it needs that Terra Blast to deal damage.
Yep, and Rillaboom will fake out the Porygon 2 here. Porygon 2 won't be able to move. Pelipper will be able to go for an attack here as Volcarona uses a Quiver Dance, getting those 3 boosts as Pelipper goes for a Weather Ball, connects into the Volcarona that has Terrasilize now. Decent damage, but Volcarona, that's a 3-hit KO from this range. So Volcarona a little bit safe
with
more Quiver
leftovers
Dances.
and Grassy Terrain.
That's true.
Too.
That's true. And you also have the ability to get more Quiver Dances in too. So this Volcarona is sitting pretty.
Yeah, Volcarona is sitting pretty right now, but this Porygon 2 is still pretty bulky. It may still be difficult to knock it out before it could set up a Trick Room, but also you do have to worry about the Tailwind from Pelipper still. Volcarona at +1 is speedier than everything right now. Tailwind will, of course, double the speed for everything on Nick's side, and we did just see the Basculegion in the back as well. That is a great option for bursting through this Volcarona. Great adaptation from Nick to be able to force Cedric to bring that Pokemon out immediately, and then potentially opening it up to big damage from Pokemon in the back.
Yeah, and Volcarona going on the offensive here, does not want to get more Quiver Dances. Hits into that Pelipper will activate the Focus Sash here as Pelipper hangs on with 1 HP. Will be able to go for another attack unless this Rillaboom doubles up a 1 HP Wood Hammer from a massive attacker in the grassy terrain just to get 1 damage down.
Yeah, deals 1 damage, takes 1 damage.
But it's fine. It's going to heal back up as Porygon 2 connects with Ice Beam here. And then that Rillaboom does good damage right there with a critical hit.
Yeah, that's big damage onto the Rillaboom, which especially is going to be really important as Nick showed Basculegion in the back to us. Has to protect that Pokemon, and you could Cedric may have an idea of this because the Porygon 2 did not Terrastalize. Could be saving that an indication that Nick is saving the Terrastalization for something else in the back, like this Basculegion that's coming in.
Yeah, so this Basculegion, again, it's the adaptability variant carrying the Choice Scarf. So it's not quite as fast, but it's still pretty speedy. It's a speed Pokemon at this point, but this Basculegion in the rain adaptability, that's going to be doing chunks of damage. And like you said, this is probably one way to burst down this Volcarona. So Cedric now has to try to figure out how to deal with this Basculegion while not losing too many pieces to his team.
Yeah, of course there is some anti-synergy in using the Terrastalization when you have the adaptability Basculegion. You would be no longer getting the double up boost from adaptability because you've changed your type. But still will be dealing big damage. You have the multiplier of the rain alone. Definitely would be able to pick up the KO onto the Rillaboom at with that critical hit, I believe.
Yeah, but man, okay, looks like Nicholas is just gonna Terrastalize here. Basculegion will become the grass type here to be able to resist Wood Hammers from the Rillaboom. That's right. So protecting this Basculegion to allow it to continually burst down as Volcarona protects itself, does not want to get knocked out from this range here, as here's a Grassy Glide from the Rillaboom, not very effective because of that Terrastalization. Here's a Wave Crash from that Basculegion into the Volcarona Protect, so just hitting into that Protect Volcarona safe for another turn, as Porygon 2 will use Ice Beam. Last turn was critical hit, but it is enough from this range to get that 1-hit KO, or that KO from that range.
Getting that 2.5 damage across the 2 turns onto the Rillaboom, really big there to get that Pokemon off the field. Basculegion surviving for that 1 turn of the Grassy Glide. Still definitely threatening a 1-hit KO onto this Volcarona with the rain still up. But if Cedric can stall out this rain, may be able to make something happen here. Also has the ability, potentially, if he brought Sneasler, to buy more turns with Fake Out. Of course, that's Choice Scarf Basculegion, no longer Ghost type, which means that Fake Out is extremely powerful into it right now. And of course, again, continues to be able to threaten the possibility of a Trick Room from that Porygon 2, which now, if King Gambit is in the back, does not have to worry about the Terra fighting coming out. And I like the Sneasler here, threatening more fake outs into the Basky Legion, as well as threatening super effective damage onto Porygon 2. A double up from the Terra Blast and the close combat would be really strong into that Pokemon.
Yep, and Dire Claw can't hit this Basket Legion for super effective damage right now, so Sneasler, kind of the perfect Pokemon in this situation for Cedric. Again, that fake out support is going to be so important right now to allow this Volcarona another turn. Could go for a Quiver Dance.
Yeah,
I don't get another
you can,
speed boost though.
I don't think you can Quiver Dance when you're staring down this Porygon 2 here. It's just too risky that you just get everything turned on your head with a Trick Room. Most likely you would just want to try to get that Pokemon off the field and deal damage. Basket Legion probably never stays in this turn. You would expect, knowing that the fake out pressure is there, so you may be hoping to bait a fake out, switch in the Archaliodon, get that stamina boost, which is exactly what Nick just did.
Yep, so a stamina boost here, and Volcarona actually goes for a Quiver Dance here, so again, trying to get more boosts. Again, that second speed boost will for sure allow it to outspeed that Basket Legion, as Porygon 2 does punish that with an immediate Trick Room, so Cedric thinking that it would be safe to go for Quiver Dance, but Nicholas finding the safer play in setting up Trick Room instead with a slow Archaludon out.
Yeah, this is actually pretty interesting. The Quiver Dance there, you know, the speed is bad for Volcarona, but the second boost to the special defense will be really important, staring down the Archaludon and the Porygon 2. And Volcarona now has gotten going before Archaludon, so there are no special attack boosts on Archaludon, so not going to be able to deal all of the damage you want to through those defense boosts, even with a super effective Flash Cannon. Nick is forced to try to get those boosts back for the remaining turns of Rain here, and Electabuzz is a perfect switch in here to the Porygon 2 and to the Archaludon here.
Yeah, so Electabuzz switches in as Porygon 2 uses an attack into that Electabuzz, as Archaludon will go for an Electro Shot, boosting its special attack stat here straight into that Electabuzz. So Nicholas there trying to get the KO on that Sneasler this turn, but here's Volcarona, 2 stages of increased special attack, going for a Terra Blast into this Archaludon, bolstered by that Assault Vest. That's good damage.
That's real good damage, and especially with the Electabuzz now out on the field, able to use Follow Me to redirect any of Archaludon's attacks, and the Rain ending on that turn means that this Archaludon is locked in at +1 up against a +2 special defense of Volcarona that only needs one more shot into that Archaludon to take it out. The question will be if that Volcarona can survive long enough to get outside of Trick Room, and so that it can take out the Basket Legion as well, which most likely, by cycling Follow Me's and Fake Outs from that Sneasler, I think Cedric could do it.
Yeah, so Cedric in great position to allow this Volcarona to finish out Nicholas's team. Here's the Follow Me from the Electabuzz, protecting that Volcarona. Electabuzz, just the great partner Pokemon, sacrificing himself, takes another Terra Blast there, hangs on, and here's a Flash Cannon from that Archaludon with 1 stage of increased special attack, gets the KO on that Electabuzz, but now this Volcarona will get to be able to move, and that Archaludon that was so troublesome in the last game here, looks like it will go down to this Volcarona Terra Blast, so Cedric did it. Cedric took down this Archaludon.
Yeah, Cedric got Volcarona rolling, got the special attack and special defense boosts needed to survive through the onslaught that took him out in Game 1. And now Basket Legion is forced to come in here. We know Cedric has Sneasler in the back and able to fake out that Choice Scarf Basket Legion that was forced into the Grass Terra because of the Rillaboom at the very beginning of the game, a couple turns in. And that's going to mean that Cedric now will be able to take out the Basket Legion, and, you know, barring some huge critical hits from this Porygon 2 into that Volcarona, most likely we'll just be able to wall it off and force Game 3 here.
Yeah, so Cedric, great adjustments here. You know, being able to play around Nicholas's strategy this time around, right? Trick Room setup, usually when a late Trick Room comes up, you're not in the best spot, but Cedric looks like he's navigating this matchup extremely well right now, just with the Follow Me's, with the Fake Outs and stuff like that. So Cedric looks like he is going to be forcing this Game 3 right now. So there's still a few turns left.
Yeah, it's not over.
It's not over. There's still some turns left, but
I don't want to put this out into the world, but there is the opportunity for critical hits. There is also the opportunity for Ice Beam to freeze this Volcarona, and then make sure that Cedric just isn't able to do anything if it never thaws out. Basket Legion, though, of course, taking that poison's not great. Means that even if that happens, I actually don't think the freeze would really matter. You would need freezes plus multiple critical hits. Otherwise, the leftovers recovery just still walls you.
Yeah, and the Terra Blast actually knocks out that Basket Legion. Sneasler did get a Poison Touch poison on that Basket Legion to, put a little timer on it there. As Porygon 2, now the sole Pokemon on Nicholas' side of the field. A very bulky Pokemon, has some offensive pressure, but against these two Pokemon, Volcarona's already set up, and it looks like Nicholas is planning to forfeit this game, and we're going to a Game 3.
Game 3, baby! Dwee, welcome back. It's time for Game 3. I'm really excited. I loved the adjustment that Cedric made there, getting the Volcarona out immediately. With the Terra Fairy, I really enjoy the sort of flexibility of the Pelipper in the Porygon 2 lead. But if it's going to be Pelipper and Porygon 2, Volcarona is actually just extremely safe to go for that Terra Fairy and start boosting. And even if Porygon 2 sets up the Trick Room, like we saw sort of towards the end game there, if Volcarona can get 2 Quiver Dances in, it can start tanking some of those big hits, especially with the grassy terrain and leftovers recovery. We'll be able to stall out the Trick Room really well. So Nick's definitely going to need to do something to threaten the Volcarona much faster, much quicker on in this Game 3.
Yeah, and again, this Rillaboom Volcarona lead just provided a great setup for Cedric, right? I mean, Cedric tried for the King Gambit Electabuzz setup in Game 1, didn't work out because immediately just on the back foot. But this Rillaboom Volcarona setup was perfect because, as you mentioned, this Volcarona got up and running, and then Nicholas was playing from behind at that point. A Volcarona hiding behind a Quiver Dance? I'm not even going to say that Volcarona's hiding behind this Quiver Dance. Volcarona's up front about this Quiver Dance.
Yeah, Volcarona wasn't hiding.
Yeah, Volcarona was there. Volcarona was up front, ready to go on the offensive, and now Nicholas has to try to figure out how, if Cedric leads the same thing, what can Nicholas do differently, right? The Weather Ball from that Pelipper didn't do that much damage to the Volcarona after it had Terrasilize.
Yeah.
As you mentioned, the grassy terrain, the leftovers, probably not a 3-hit KO, especially if more Quiver Dances happen, so you have to find a way to burst down this Volcarona. Your leads for Nicholas' side have to burst down anything that Cedric can throw.
Yeah, so I think the one thing that, Nick may be considering here is that Volcarona was really the only offense that Cedric brought in the previous game. So you do have some other options here to, potentially use your support Pokemon like Amoonguss to try to redirect those Terra Fairy, Terra Blasts to buy more time for a Pokemon like Archaludon to get those boosts. But, Nick sort of has made the same adjustment that Cedric did in Game 2. It's like, I need to get my Archaludon rolling from the jump. And Cedric is also going with a slightly different lead here, just offering the Follow Me support instead of the Fake Out.
Yeah, so it's all about who can get more boosts and who can keep more boosts. As Volcarona going straight on the offense, if you're going for a Terra Blast into that slot, breaking that Focus Sash to allow the Electabuzz to follow up and get the KO on that Pelipper. So Archaludon, a lone Pokemon on the field right now, as Pelipper just gets knocked out immediately. Here's an Electro Shot from this Archaludon. 1 stage of increased special attack at this point now, and well, the fact that Archaludon started the battle with Pelipper on the field means that there's 5 more turns of this possibly happening.
Yeah, and it also gets to hit Volcarona through Electabuzz. So Electabuzz, because of the Focus Sash on Pelipper, it kind of had like a soft taunt there. It's like, you have to attack me twice, which means both of your Pokemon have to focus down the Pelipper, which means that Archaludon gets to go first, like gets to start the race, the special attack and special defense boosting race before everyone else. Now Cedric has the ability to start redirecting those Electro Shots, and Volcarona will heal up most of that damage with the leftovers and potentially grassy terrain in the back. But it's really important that Nicholas is at a 1-turn advantage in that stat boosting mirror.
So yeah, basically that Pelipper sacrificed itself, but might have done a great job at it to allow Nicholas some time to be able to set up here, as Volcarona using this turn here to kind of match that boost over on Nicholas' side of the field, goes for a Quiver Dance, as Electabuzz will provide that support here. Volcarona special attacks, special defense, and speed boost here, as Archaludon again content to just go for these Electro Shots, kind of like a rollout, right? The more that you do, the more damage you start doing. So then now this Archaludon will be at 2 stages of increased special attack. Hits an Electabuzz, not very effective, but here's the Trick Room for this Porygon 2. So Porygon 2 now twisting the dimensions, allowing Archaludon to be able to move first.
Yeah, happy 25th anniversary to Gold and Silver. Whitney's Miltank is now an Archaludon. And I think this was a really cool turn there because Electabuzz has the option to redirect Electro Shot or taunt Porygon 2. We can only do one at a time. So by redirecting the Archaludon, Cedric has protected the Volcarona, which I think he has to do. But it does mean that Porygon 2 gets to set up that Trick Room for free. And, you know, Cedric is going to need more turns out of that Electabuzz than I think it can get, especially with Incineroar coming in here to threaten more fake-out pressure in order to give Volcarona a chance to start swinging at the Archaludon.
Yep, so here's Electabuzz again going for another Follow Me, just redirecting this Electro Shot. Archaludon is at 3 stages of increased special attack now. Just keep that on the counter. 3 rollouts, basically. So Archaludon continuing to kind of snowball here, trying to pick up as many special attack boosts as possible to be able to maximize its damage output here. Electabuzz will not be able to hang on for another one, so here's a Quiver Dance from this Volcarona. Volcarona again behind 1 stage of, you know, Volcarona is at 2 stages of increased special defense, but this Archaludon is currently at 3 stages of increased special attack. So Volcarona a little bit behind despite the fact that it's getting 3 boosts per attack.
Yeah, so 3 turns remaining of Trick Room where the Archaludon will be faster than the Volcarona and the Electabuzz. Fake out pressure here probably forces just a double protect out of Cedric's team, which could just be extremely, you know, would just be sort of a turn where Archaludon gets further ahead of the Volcarona because it still gets the +1 boost even if it hits into a protect.
Yep, Electabuzz will switch out here, preserve those Follow Me's for later on. Rillaboom takes the field here, providing fake out support for this Volcarona, and Nicholas probably going to be using this Incineroar to try to burst down this Volcarona on the physical attack side as Volcarona protects itself. Doesn't want to get hit by a possible Flare Blitz from this Incineroar as Incineroar uses Fake Out. Just trying to make it flinch this turn. So smart protect there from Cedric. No need to take unnecessary damage as here's an Electro Shot from this Archaludon currently at 4 stages of increased special attack. So this Archaludon, its special attack stat is pretty high right now as this Electro Shot will land into the Rillaboom thanks to that Assault Vest. Does good damage for, you know, Rillaboom resists it, has an Assault Vest, pretty bulky Pokemon in its own right. So this Archaludon, if it starts hitting stuff, it's going to be doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, but that's a big if right now. With Rillaboom coming out onto the field, also threatening fake out pressure into the Archaludon, which has Assault Vest, so can't protect. That means that Volcarona, at +2 special attack, will be able to potentially go for a Fairy Terra Blast into that Pokemon, which we saw not quite enough to pick up the KO, though. So it's maybe just a little bit awkward on the turns of Trick Room here. So you get 1 turn where you get to swing into the Archaludon, and then you can protect the next turn to make Trick Room go away, to run out. At which point, Rain will also be gone, and this Volcarona should be able to sweep from there. At least that's what Cedric's trying to set up for here.
Yeah, so it's all about being able to make sure that Trick Room goes away, disappears, the Twisted Dimensions returning normal. Volcarona terrestrializes into the Fairy type here. You know, just...
Yeah, just trying to get that extra damage on Terra Blast.
The Terra Blast, yeah. So Rillaboom will fake out the Archaludon, get the stamina, as Incineroar uses Snarl here. So this is a way to mitigate the amount of damage that Cedric's team can do. So Snarl hitting that Volcarona, dropping its special attack stat, as Archaludon does get that stamina boost. So bolstering its defenses. And here's a Terra Blast from the Volcarona into the Archaludon. Does good damage, 50% right there.
That's... yeah, that's good damage, but the Snarl, I think, will keep the Archaludon able to survive for 1 more Fairy Terra Blast.
As well as the grassy terrain recovery, too.
Yeah, so maybe a little bit, would have just wanted a little bit more damage there. Otherwise, this Archaludon may get to swing again. Which definitely you don't want if you're Cedric. Now, I was wondering if it was going to be the Snarl or the Parting Shot coming out from Incineroar, but most importantly, definitely need to make sure that you are lowering the damage that Volcarona can do here. At this point, you know, Nick may just need to try to set up another Trick Room to be able to get the damage done, but that's going to be a little bit awkward with Incineroar still on the field here.
Yeah, so Incineroar, if it had possibly gone for a parting shot that turn could have put Nicholas in better position right there. As Electabuzz will switch in for that Rillaboom, save that fake out for later on as Volcarona protects itself. So again, trying to stall out this Trick Room as our Incineroar here uses parting shot, will be able to get that Porygon to kind of set up for that next set of Trick Room turns that could possibly get set up right now.
Yeah, but Cedric is just one step ahead, bringing in the Electabuzz here. If Nick tried to go into the Volcarona slot there, this Electabuzz will be happy to taunt the Porygon 2 in the future and prevent it from setting up Trick Room. And honestly, even if Archaliodon targeted the Electabuzz, that just means that Rillaboom gets to come back in and stop the Trick Room with Fake Out. So Cedric there just had the perfect switches, the perfect tools available to protect this Volcarona, to deny a second Trick Room from Nick. And this means that this Volcarona, now all the way back up to full health with the leftovers and the grassy terrain, as the Trick Room ends, all of that work that, you know, Nick did to get that damage onto Volcarona, it was so protected from by Cedric's Pokemon that it is back in full command of this game.
It's always devastating when you do so much damage to a Pokemon and then it's all of a sudden all back up to almost full health, right? I mean, you spent so many turns, so many opportunities to try to knock it out, but now it's just back at full health. Electabuzz using Follow Me here, not going for the taunt, as Volcarona will use Terra Blast. Gonna connect with that Archaludon, trying to burst it down. Is it gonna be enough to get the KO? And Archaludon barely hangs on thanks to that grassy terrain recovery from the last round. So now Archaludon will go for Flash Cannon, connects with that Electabuzz because of that Follow Me, gets the KO. Porygon 2 free to set up Trick Room if it desires to. So Nicholas is able to get another 4 turns of Trick Room after this turn.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all here, because with Electabuzz being knocked out by that Flash Cannon, Rillaboom just gets to come in here, just gets to fake out the Archaludon, which means that it's not going to get any use out of its 4 or 5 special attack boosts.
4, I believe.
4 boosts from the special attack. Did not get a chance to swing into the Volcarona except for the first turn, and all of that damage is completely gone. There is nothing that Nick can do to prevent a fake out and a KO into Archaludon, except for switching out the Archaludon into the Incineroar, which then loses all of those boosts.
And you don't want to be on the tail end of that when you're switching out your extremely boosted Archaludon for an Incineroar that doesn't quite have that offensive output that this Archaludon can be putting out. So Cedric in great position right now to have this Volcarona and the Rillaboom all at the cost of sacrificing that Electabuzz. So Trick Room may be up for Nicholas, but it looks like the position may be favored in Cedric's way.
Yeah, and we still don't know what the 4th Pokemon that Cedric brought is. Now, the one benefit here for Nick is that the Incineroar is now able to deal real damage to the Volcarona because the rain is gone. Flare Blitz will be able to deal real damage into that slot, into both of these Pokemon actually, while Trick Room is up. But, you know, it still seems like Volcarona is just going to get free turns to launch Terra Blast into that slot, deal good damage. This Ice Beam will deal good damage into Rillaboom. Not quite enough to pick up the KO there, though. And we just have to see how much this will do.
Yep, and here's the Terra Blast from the Volcarona into that Incineroar slot. That switch in for that Archaludon, good damage right there, bringing it under 50% as Incineroar will heal back because of that grassy terrain. So it might be in range for a Terra Blast KO at this point. So it looks like Nicholas on the back end right here, just trying to find a way out of this situation.
Yeah, and all that, you know, Incineroar definitely within range, especially if it goes on the offensive against Volcarona. And, you know, Volcarona has had its special attack dropped, but it still keeps those special defense boosts from the Quiver Dance, which means that this Porygon 2 just can't do anything into it. Has to focus on Cedric's partner while ignoring the Volcarona on the field with Porygon 2. And again, we don't know what the 4th Pokemon is for Cedric. Cedric has a whole other Pokemon here that can threaten these Pokemon as well, that Nick just has to guess at what it is.
Yeah, if it's King Gambit,
yeah, if it's King Gambit, you know, that's
not great.
That's all she wrote for Nick here.
Yep, Rillaboom gets knocked out by the Ice Beam from that Porygon 2, but Incineroar content to just go for a parting shot here. Gonna try to drop the special attack as much as possible and recycle for another Fake Out and Intimidate, possibly for whatever is hiding in the back. Be nice if it's Sneasler, less so if it's King Gambit, right? Archaludon will take the field here, but it's most likely just going to get knocked out. So the end game for Nicholas is going to be the Porygon 2 and the Incineroar, while Cedric still has one more Pokemon in the back with this Volcarona.
Yeah, so the benefit of Parting Shot means that you get to switch Incineroar back in for the fake out pressure, and just like fingers crossed, hope that you're not about to give a Defiant boost to a King Gambit in the back. But that also means that Archaludon is now sacrificed, and with +2 special defense on that Volcarona, Incineroar is now basically the only Pokemon capable of breaking through the Volcarona. And no Incineroar, Cedric is bringing back the Sneasler, so using the same 4 Pokemon as in Game 2 here. And so both players now threatening potential fake-out pressure, but Sneasler is also threatening damage onto the Porygon 2 or Incineroar.
Yeah, so Sneasler, again, can fake out this turn, but Trick Room's up. Sneasler is a speed Pokemon, but again, this Volcarona, I think, is the true end game, right? Like, what is going to be able to deal with this Volcarona? This Volcarona can just easily Terra Blast down the rest of Nicholas's side of the field, whether it's at Incineroar or it's at Porygon 2. So Cedric has played such an exceptional game here to be able to navigate through these turns of Trick Room, which could be tumultuous for a lot of people. Incineroar Terrasalizes will become the Ghost type here, so no fake out possibility into that slot, but, you know, Incineroar will be able to go for a fake out here. Does fake out that Volcarona. Does make it flinch this turn. Sneasler goes for a fake out into that Porygon 2 slot, though. So just an exchange of fake outs.
Yeah, handshake agreement there. Fake out into both. No procs on either the Flame Body or the Poison Touch there. So actually kind of risky fake outs on both counts there. But, you know, neither player being punished here, and we just reset the last turn of Trick Room.
Yeah, so again, this Volcarona is... I mean, Volcarona's Quiver Dances are sort of like neutralized at this point, right? Like,
yeah,
I mean,
the offensive pressure.
The offensive pressure, at least, but I mean, the defensive pressure is still there. Porygon 2 did get a attack boost, so its Terra Blast will be using its attack stat instead. So that's one way to try to burst down this Volcarona. That's one way to burst down this Volcarona, but again, that Sneasler will just threaten this Porygon 2 with the possible close combat.
Yeah, and the Sneasler does not have Protect. This is a coaching and fake out Sneasler, which leaves it open to a double target here. But that also means, you know, no Protect coming out from the Volcarona means that Cedric will also be able to swing with that Pokemon as well, even as Sneasler goes down.
Yep, so double up into that Sneasler, trying to get down to this end game of Porygon 2 and Incineroar versus Volcarona, but Volcarona will be able to just go for another Quiver Dance, setting up as the Trick Room expires. So again, this Volcarona has a little bit more offensive power, but again, it has more offensive power, so it has 1 stage of increased special attack right now. A lot of special defense, a lot of speed, but it's not going to matter too much.
Yeah, no real problem with going for the Quiver Dance there. Just will guarantee now the KO onto Incineroar. You know, with Incineroar at having recovered a little bit, getting the Volcarona all the way down to neutral special attack, this +1 Terra Blast will be able to pick up this KO onto the Incineroar here. Knocks out that Pokemon, and now it's just Porygon 2 that again is able to go for the Trick Room here and be the fastest thing on the field. But again, Nick is going to need multiple critical hits, a freeze out of that Ice Beam, and, you know, just whatever possible to knock out this full health Volcarona. We may be here for a little bit. You know, optimal play here for Cedric would be to protect this turn, to waste a turn of Trick Room, and then, you know, Nick will be going for Ice Beams as the Volcarona keeps protecting.
Is it gonna freeze? No protect here. Porygon 2 uses Ice Beam. Does Volcarona not freeze?
No freeze.
No freeze. Here's a Terra Blast from that Volcarona.
Yeah, Cedric's gonna need a few of these.
Yeah, so Volcarona hits into that Porygon 2, brings it down to 100 HP. It's not going to be in range for a KO yet, so Nicholas has a couple more opportunities for the Ice Beam freeze, as well as you can also sprinkle in a couple of recovers.
Yep.
So here's another Porygon 2 Ice Beam. Does Volcarona freeze?
No crit. No freeze.
And here's another Quiver Dance from Cedric. So just trying to maximize the amount of damage that this Volcarona can do. So here's another shot at the Ice Beam.
Close. Another Terra Blast here may be able to pick up the KO.
I think it will get the KO from this range, so it comes down to whether or not it's a sprinkling of recover or if it's straight for the Ice Beam freeze.
Yeah, you got to go for the Ice Beam freeze here. Recover is just going to put you too far behind, and then Cedric can stall out the Trick Room, and that'll be it for Nick.
Here's the Ice Beam. Does Volcarona freeze?
Freeze? No freeze?
No freeze.
No
and
freeze.
Here's the Volcarona Terra Blast. Connects with that Porygon 2, and it looks like Cedric should have enough damage here to be able... Oh, Porygon 2 hangs on!
Okay.
All right.
I see you, Porygon 2.
So now, with 1 turn of Trick Room left, I believe, it comes down to what You recover?
You recover here.
Yeah, because Porygon 2 could also just, looks like
or you run.
Nicholas is gonna forfeit this battle, doesn't think that there's an end game here, and Cedric is gonna be your Swiss round 3 winner in a thriller of a match that comes down to the wire.
Yeah, Nick went for the outs there. You know, all Nick needed was a freeze, some critical hits for Volcarona not to thaw out. It was possible.
It was possible.
Extremely unlikely, but still possible.
Not only do you have to get the freeze, but you also have to hope that the Volcarona will be staying frozen throughout all those turns where Porygon 2 is trying to burst down this Volcarona.
Yeah.
But that was a really well played out battle between both trainers right there. I mean, we saw it go from game 1 where Cedric was already on the defensive, right? Immediately on the defensive with Pelipper and Porygon 2 leads over on Nicholas' side, was behind to start.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, game 2 comes where Cedric is now in the driver's seat. Cedric was able to adapt in game 2 to be able to kind of outboost Nicholas' side of the field, not allow that Archaludon to become problematic, and take that victory. And then game 3, both players kind of like played around a lot. Like there was a lot of back and forth right there, right? Turn 1 was simply amazing from Cedric, I believe, where Cedric burst down the Pelipper, and you know, it seemed like Nicholas was kind of in position to just allow this Archaludon to be able to set up, but Cedric was able to kind of play around that Archaludon really well.
Yeah, and Nick got kind of stuck there with only the ability to sort of try to keep up with Electro Shots into the Volcarona. And the Archaludon was ahead for that entire game, but was not able to land an Electro Shot into the Volcarona or a Flash Cannon after that first turn. You know, by utilizing the Pelipper to set the rain and also draw the aggro from the Pokemon on Cedric's side, Archaludon was able to start going. But then Cedric was able to start massively positioning, you know, all of the support pieces, the Follow Me from Electabuzz, the Fake Outs from both Sneasler and Rillaboom, and critically the grassy terrain there, making adding huge benefit to that Volcarona. And with really, you know, Cedric tried to go for the physical offense with the Basculegion in game 2. Nick went for the Basculegion with physical offense and got punished pretty hard for it. And so having to make that adaptation to the Incineroar, which wasn't going to do anything until after rain had ended. Really awkward play, awkward matchup there for Nick. But really well played by Cedric to start, you know, protecting that Volcarona, getting those special defense boosts, and keeping it safe for the entire duration of that game. Very much a protect the moth composition there.
That sounds like your type of play, Evan.
I love it.
Wait, were you protect the moth or were you protect the turtle?
Protect the moth.
You protect the moth?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Wide guard turtle, protect the moth.
I knew some people that would use
the
moth to protect the turtle, but yeah, no, like you mentioned, like that Volcarona would be attacked, and then it would take a lot of damage, and then you turn away from your screen for a little bit.
You wait 10 turns.
Yeah, you wait 10 turns, and then all of a sudden it's like, wait a minute, that Volcarona's back at full health. Why is it back at full health? Because it was just so well protected, right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, between the fake outs, the Follow Me, that's kind of like what I really like about this team style, right? Like, I have one Pokemon that I'm gonna protect, right? It's basically what Electabuzz, Sneasler, and Rillaboom are the bodyguards to Volcarona.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So
I don't think we saw anything coming out from like the Rillaboom and the Electabuzz except for that first turn. Except for support moves for that Volcarona.
Well, in some of the games we saw high horsepower do nothing to their Archaludon. But we have an interview with Cedric ready, so let's go ahead and hear from him. Take it away, Gabby.
Thank you so much, Dwee. I'm here with Cedric, 3-0 for the day so far. How does it feel?
Feels good. I didn't have especially high expectations coming into this tour. Still don't. But honestly, pretty proud of the play versus Nick. He was an excellent opponent and really tough set.
Yeah, I was going to say it looked like it was a very difficult set. Volcarona was really the most valuable Pokemon, it felt like, for you in that end game in particular. Was that always your plan from game 1 to rely on Volcarona?
So I think after game 1, I think I truly let that one slip a little bit. The game plan generally, if they have Terra Fighting Porygon 2, is to try and get them to go for the Terra and then use my Volcarona with Terra Fairy to try and beat that, because otherwise King Gambit can clean up their team pretty well, so I sort of forced that hand. I think I let it slip a little bit game one, and so I dropped the King Gambit and just said, you know what, I don't really need to force the Porygon 2 to Terra as long as I just deal with the problem Pokemon of the Archaludon. I should be able to win, and I figured double Fake Out plus Follow Me would be the best approach to do that.
Cool. And so I know you both have been competing since the junior division. I don't think you guys overlapped in the junior division, right?
Definitely not. I was talking to Nick before. I think he's just finishing high school. So he won the 2017 Juniors World Championship. I think I graduated from seniors in 2014. So definitely no overlap there. Definitely many years my junior.
I was going to say, that's what I thought, but I wanted to confirm.
Of course.
You look very youthful, yes. So real quick, do you have anything that you're particularly thankful for from your Pokemon local community that you'd like to share with us this weekend?
From my local community, I appreciate the TOs getting after it. There didn't used to be a whole lot of events really in the whole broader Texas area outside of Houston and Dallas, but I live in San Antonio now. The community there has really stepped it up. A lot of great competition, many events, so it's great practice.
Awesome. And any other shout outs you want to give before we wrap things up?
Yeah, I'll shout out my girlfriend, Kirsten. Thank you for watching. If you were able to find the link. My parents, who I forgot to let know. Shout outs to them. Shout outs to my prep group, Raghav, Ben, Colin, Alex, some others that I'll forget. And yeah.
All right. Well, Cedric, thank you so much for your time. Best of luck in the rest of the tournament. Casters, back to you.
Thank you so much, Gabby and Cedric. Evan and I sort of had
crumbled into dust
back here as we heard that Nicholas is just graduating high school. So, yeah.
Hey, congratulations, Nick.
Yeah, an actual graduation.
Actual graduation.
We were talking about this before, right?
It's exactly what we wanted.
Yeah. It's always great to hear about the players' input into what happened and, letting just game one slip. Yeah, and then Cedric showed us what he's made of in games 2 and 3. So
yeah, super smart adaptation. Did not need that King Gambit at all. Just needed the extra support pieces that even after the Archaludon got ahead, allowed the Volcarona to be protected from it. So really smart adaptation. Never needed the King Gambit to begin with. All Moth all the time.
All Moth all the time. That's Evan's motto. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, more action here at the Sacramento Regional Championships. Stay tuned.
Hey everyone, Skarzig here out on the floor of the Sacramento Regional Championships, and I'm joined by my friend Seth, who you might know as SP Crashworks, a famous Pokemon fan artist.
Yeah.
How are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing all right, thank you. It's nice to be here for the first time.
Now, I know this is your first regional, so that's pretty exciting. What actually brings you out here into the wide world of Pokemon to experience Sacramento?
So I've been drawing Pokemon for years. Just recently, I've been doing commissions for people. And I also do some fan art, mostly VGC stuff. And I actually live pretty close to Sacramento, so I just drove over here. It's about 3 hours, and yeah, I'm glad I did.
The stars aligning for you to make it is fantastic. I know that a lot of people in the audience right now are really coming to mind, bringing to mind the 5 Nights in Trick Room art that you did that was featured on the VG stream. And that's always so great to feature our top fans and artists from the community. What inspires you to continue to create and draw Pokemon in the first place?
So I love Pokemon. It would be great to work for them someday. Like either the card game or the actual games. But I guess mainly I just love Pokemon so much, and I love putting them in certain scenarios that also relate to the VGC, because there isn't that much VGC artwork out there. But I'm kind of known for that, and I want to make more of it. I have a lot of fun doing it.
Yeah, being able to combine your love of Pokemon and sort of internet humor is a great combination I know a lot of our fans appreciate. And when you first started getting into doing art, was it Pokemon right from the get-go, or did you start studying art in a more traditional sense, the way a lot of other artists in the audience might have done?
So it was mainly just Pokemon from the get-go. When I was way younger, that's all I would draw. Superhero stuff also, but Pokemon is what I mainly drew because I love the characters so much. I love the anime. I love the art of the card game. I didn't really play that much, but everything about the artwork, how the characters looked, they moved, I loved it so much. And I was studied, in college for art. That's what pretty much drove me to do it, and I've enjoyed everything so far.
I'm glad that, your love of Pokemon has just continued to drive your journey as an artist. It's something that I personally appreciate, certainly. And if there were some other artists right now in the audience that kind of wanted to get into drawing Pokemon or get into maybe making fancy digital art the way you do in commissions, what advice would you have for them?
So references help a lot. Pokemon's an anime. It has tons of references to use from, either from the actual art. It has, right now, the Pokemon Home app, it has 3D models, which I've used sometimes to get better looks at Pokemon, and I recommend that a lot. You have to, download the app and then catch the Pokemon, transfer them over, but it's helped out a lot, That's a big help.
Yeah, put in the work, and then it pays off in the end, just like with any discipline. And when it comes to drawing Pokemon, now that you've been taking commissions and drawing Pokemon for other people and kind of sharing your love there, what is a personal favorite art that you've done recently that you'd like to shout out?
So 5 Turns of Trick Room may always be my favorite, but personal favorite recently, let's see. The Masquerada art that also showed up on the VGC stream. That was really nice. I liked how that one came out a lot. It came out exactly how I thought it would with, Masquerada, the spotlight, Dondozo, Tatsugiri flying out. I really like the one that came out too.
Amazing. When you can have this vision as an artist and it shows up, from the way you envisioned, and that your skills as an artist has grown and you can capture that vision, it's always a fantastic feeling, especially I can appreciate it as an artist, And so if there's other people in the audience that wanted to see a little bit more of your artwork and get to know you a little bit better, where do they find you?
So I'm on Twitter right now, X or Blue Sky, and I go by SB Crashworks. That's my main title. You guys should be able to find me there pretty fast. And I post more artwork there too. Not just Pokemon, other stuff, but I won't really mention that here. But I really appreciate this interview. Thank you.
Of course, it's my pleasure. It's always great to share. Our biggest Pokemon fans and people who have watched the regionals for a long time know that I am such a huge fan and, believer in art and artists. So thank you so much for your time. And if anybody wants to get in touch with you to do Pokemon art or have you draw some Pokemon artwork for them, that would be super fun. So stay tuned for more Pokemon action, and maybe you and I will get to do some art a little bit later.
I love that. Thank you.
So I think what makes the difference between a great trainer and other trainers is consistency and persistence. I think the amount of time you put into the game makes a lot of difference. And actually today that's reflecting on my score. So I didn't put as much time as needed. So now I'm out of the day 2. So persistence throughout the years, and sometimes there's some setbacks that will happen, and we will feel pretty down. But to keep at it and to not give up, I think that's the way, and that's what makes a difference.
I would say that making a great Pokemon trainer would be someone who practice with friends, help build and everything. Just practice, practice, practice.
I think the good Pokemon trainer is someone who really knows their Pokemon, really gets around with them. He's also in VGC. Just by practicing a lot with my Pokemon, I know them through and through, and that's how I win the games.
Para ser un buen entrenador tienes que estudiar mucho, mantenerte constante en el meta y divertirte con tus amigos, que es lo principal.
I think the most important thing is practice, because without practice you cannot go anywhere. And of course, I think second comes passion, because even though you're the best player, if you don't have passion for the game, if you don't train every day, you will not win. So that's what it takes for winning.
Yo pienso que para ser un buen entrenador, la habilidad de adaptarse a cualquier situación es muy importante.
Para ser un buen entrenador Pokémon, considero que es importante la resiliencia y ser constante. Aunque hayan días malos, días buenos, seguir intentándolo, nunca rendirse. Solamente así se consigue el éxito.
I think if you just play with the things that you like, play with the friends that you like, use strategies that work for you and you think is the best, no matter what anyone tells you. I think that's what makes you a good Pokemon trainer.
Para ser bom treinador, precisa treinar seu Pokémon e pegar muitos Pokémons muito raros, até os míticos, e cuidar de Pokémon muito bem.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2025 Pokemon Regional Championships here in Sacramento, California. It's a rainy day outside, but hey, who knows what kind of weather is happening here at the VG Regional Championships because it seems like weather is a huge key here. Dui Ha and Aaron Zhang behind the desk, ready to take you into Swiss round 4. Aaron, hey buddy.
Long time no see, man.
We just saw each other backstage.
Yeah, but here in the booth? Come on.
I guess.
When was the last time?
I don't remember. Probably 2019.
Okay. 5 years, man.
5 years. It's been 5 years.
A lot has happened since then.
Yeah.
You look the same, man.
You look great.
You too.
Thanks. Anyways, we're excited to take you into Swiss round 4. Aaron, how have you enjoyed the tournament so far?
It's fun, but this one, I think it's going to be a real banger as we quickly look at all of the 3 and 0 players, or not all of them. This is just the top 16 right now, but there are plenty more that are 3 and 0.
This is just a small snippet. This is just the top 16. There's like hundreds of people out there.
Yeah, it's a little taste, but of course, all these players undefeated right now. They're 8 rounds in day 1, so they are well on their way to securing a spot in day 2. Just need 3 wins in the next 5 rounds, and a lot of ex-regional champions here, including Alex Underhill, Michael Zhang, Giovanni Costa, and a lot of other big recognizable names like Joji Kaeda coming from Australia, the winner of the 2nd Grand Challenge actually coming all the way out here.
Yeah, so, I mean, there's a lot of players out in the field. Again, this is just a small taste, right? 16 out of like hundreds of players right now.
Yeah.
Just to give you an idea as to who's competing here at the regional championships, let's take a quick look at the notable matches. Some really intense ones out here.
We are getting into the second half of the tournament, and as these players build up higher and higher records, of course, we're going to get some really notable players going up against each other, and I can't wait because this one is a battle of regional champions, absolute titans in the game, and Michael is the defending Sacramento regional champion. We just saw Marco Silva defend his championship in Latin America, and so we'll have to see if Michael will be able to complete another title defense here in Sacramento.
Is this a theme that we're going for? Just defending titles?
Defending titles. It doesn't happen very often.
It doesn't happen often, yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, it doesn't happen often, but again, Alex on the other side is also a regional champion as well.
3-time. Yeah.
Last year won a regional championship, so 2 regional champions going up against each other. Of course, there's a lot of notable matches going on, but this is the one that we're going to be showcasing for you in Swiss round 4. Aaron, are you excited?
I'm excited because, a lot of the talk recently has been about these Pokemon like Tyranitar and Como. You know who won regionals here with those Pokemon last year?
Tell me who.
It was Michael.
I was there.
You were there.
I was there.
You saw it.
I saw it with my own eyes. It was Tyranitar and Como in a format where those were Pokemon that weren't really very heavily used, right? But then Michael Zhang came out on top over all those players last year at Sacramento Regionals, but he's using almost a similar team, at least the same core, Tyranitar and Como. Tyranitar having a great resurgence in popularity this year. My prediction to do well at this tournament, but you know what? The players are already seeded. Let's just get into this, Aaron. Let's just talk about this match. So we see the teams right now for Michael over on the left side. It is Tyranitar and Como. Primarina, Corviknight, Volcarona, and Sinistcha. Alex running Archaludon, Sinistcha, Pelipper, Golden Goat, Dragonite, and Ursaluna. So let's start breaking down these teams.
Alex's team should be one that's familiar to you all if you watch the Latin America International Championships because they finished 2nd place there. This is easily one of the most common team compositions. Michael, though, in my opinion, one of the best anti-meta team builders in competitive Pokemon, rocking a bunch of different unique sets here. We've got that Iron Defense Body Press Como, the Assault Vest Tyranitar, a Bulk Up Corviknight here, and a Volcarona that's not actually Quiver Dance. As you see here, it's more support-oriented with that Rage Powder and that Struggle Bug.
Yeah, so, previous round we saw a more setup-based Volcarona that went on the offensive, but this one, again, just trying to provide support for endgame Pokemon on Michael's side. And speaking of rocking, look at what Michael's rocking. His championship medal from last season.
That's right, the medal that he won at this tournament last year. Michael, in my eyes, was one of the most impressive players from all of last season. Not only did he win a regional championship, he got top 4 at another regional championship and did very well at the North American International Championships. And once again, it's just one of the most creative team builders I've seen at a very high level from North America, and so it's no surprise that he's cooked up something unique here. That Sinistcha set, by the way, we've got Protect and Shadow Ball on it. Normally you'll see moves like Life Dew as well as Trick Room. This is a really nice piece to complement the setup like he has on his team, supporting the Corviknight, supporting the Como, and just making them really, really difficult to deal with.
Yeah, so a lot of, sort of support role Pokemon to be able to allow, again, that end game that a lot of players, when they play these sort of setup teams, want. They just want to focus down on a bunch of boosts over on one side. So this Como with the Iron Defense and the Body Press, a set that he used last year to win, right? So, I mean, that's going to be pretty hard to take down. But over on the other side, a player that is no stranger to competing, Alex Underhill, 3-time regional champion. Last year, won a regional championship as well with this team that is sort of kind of taking the scene over, right? You mentioned that it is a team built by a Japanese player, a team that got second place in the last LAIC, or not the last LAIC, but last week in LAIC. So this is a team that a lot of people have probably prepared for. So, you know, looking at Michael, he probably has prepared for this team with this team that Michael's built.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's prepared with Alex specifically. These guys are really good friends as well. And so, fun fact, Michael loves playing against his friends, but Alex said Michael is literally the last person in the tournament I'd like to play. So here they are facing pretty early on in the tournament.
Yep, against each other on broadcast too. So again, I mean, this is a team that we've broken down last week a lot of times. We talked about it a lot, but Aaron, can you just tell us a little bit more about this team?
You've got Tailwind and Trick Room. Ursaluna, such a strong sweeper. Dragonite here, critically running Tailwind instead of something like Extreme Speed or Stomping Tantrum, so it enables a whole nother mold with this Ursaluna, which is traditionally a lot faster on a composition like this. You have the Rain Core of Pelipper and Archaladon as well. Archaladon, a Pokemon to potentially pay attention into in this matchup because Electroshock can be really valuable. However, you are facing Tyranitar on the opposing side, right? So there's just so much offense, so much flexibility on how you can use this team. Gholdengo is a Pokemon that can be really disruptive, and I'm actually paying attention in this matchup because you've got Trick and Choice Scarf. So if you trick that Choice Scarf onto a setup Pokemon like that Corviknight or that Como, you can lock it into a setup move and render it useless. And so I'm curious if Alex decides to utilize Gholdengo in this matchup, but overall there's just so many heavy damage dealers, and it's really cool that we have a matchup here where both trainers have the Sinistra.
Yeah, Sinistra, great Pokemon. Again, but like also like you mentioned it before, like this Sinistra is a little bit different than the Sinistra over on Alex's side, right? The Shadow Ball opted over that Life Dew. The Sinistra on Alex's side really just being able to provide more support, being able to kind of like heal up your teammates and stuff like that. That's always a really cool facet of Sinistra. I mean, it looks like the Gholdengo is going to be led by Alex here, as it's going to be Como and Volcarona. Again, that Volcarona with access to that Rage Powder will be able to possibly take away a possible trick, as well as, you know, just redirect and protect this Como.
Yeah, critically, there is that Power Gem on Gholdengo. The initial version of this team has Protect, but Power Gem is a tech that you can utilize to specifically hit things like Volcarona as well as Charizard. So turn one here, you have the ability to just go for a Power Gem, right? And that can potentially just knock out the Volcarona. Dragonite, of course, applying a lot of offensive pressure with that Scale Shot as well. And so I think Michael caught in a pretty tricky position here, right? You can commit to, you can see the hover for Heat Wave here, but with no Terra, you are vulnerable to just getting hit by that Power Gem.
Yeah, so tough spot for Michael here. Alex looks like Alex has led extremely well. Como instead has to switch out, doesn't want to stay in and possibly take a lot of damage, because again, if that Gholdengo goes for that Power Gem, Dragonite can just Scale Shot into that Como. Tyranitar takes it, and here's the Gholdengo using Trick. It is going to be tricking the Choice Scarf onto the Tyranitar, so now this Gholdengo gets an Assault Vest while Tyranitar is now locked with that Choice Scarf. Here's a Heat Wave, super effective damage on that Gholdengo, not very effective damage on that Dragonite, as here's a Scale Shot from that Dragonite, hits into that Tyranitar here, gets 2 hits. How many hits is it gonna get with that loaded dice? 3 hits for sure, 4 hits for sure. Is it gonna get a 5th?
Let's see.
Okay. No, just 4.
Really exciting turn there. So we do end up seeing the Trick rather than the Power Gem. Power Gem, of course, you don't want to Power Gem into a Protect on Volcarona, because then the Volcarona can just swap out on the next turn. It's really awkward. Michael takes advantage of that fact and says, you know what, I don't think you're actually going to click it, so I'm just going to go for the Heat Wave here immediately. The Assault Vest is actually paying dividends onto the Gholdengo, allowing it to take that Heat Wave a little bit better, but Dragonite here critically now no longer has its multi-skill active, of course, with the damage chipping away at it. And so for Michael, I think he probably really wants to prioritize this Como. So the idea is, look, I don't want to just render it useless by getting the Choice Scarf tricked onto it. Let me conserve it. And now he still has it in the back. But Alex, of course, does have a decent amount of offense from his side. The Tyranitar getting the Choice Scarf actually can be pretty handy as well. But the question is, will you be able to just, you know, handle the Scale Shots right now from Dragonite? Because Dragonite is applying a lot of offensive pressure, and the Volcarona here is not a Fairy Terra either.
Yeah, so Dragonite protects itself here, doesn't want to possibly take a Rock Slide from that Tyranitar, as Volcarona will now be content to redirect attacks as Tyranitar goes for the knockoff straight into that Gholdengo. Hey, enjoy that assault vest. I'm knocking it off as it picks up the KO on that Golden Ghost. So pretty free turn right there for Michael, but now Alex will be able to switch in a Pokemon and possibly reposition himself to be in a better spot.
Yeah, it does get a free switch in there. I was thinking maybe, you know, Dragonite there had the opportunity to go for Scale Shot. It's going to be Pelipper coming out. So one thing that I'm really curious about is what is Alex's final Pokemon? I would assume it's going to be either the Ursaluna or Archaludon. Both are pretty powerful. Archaludon actually had Ursaluna here would have had a decent position to just come out and threaten with a lot of offense immediately. The Dragonite right now still, of course, pressures with Skill Shot. So Dragonite playing a little bit passive last turn to guarantee the free switch in here. So Tyranitar right now, of course, vulnerable to getting hit by that Skill Shot, but the Rage Powder here will redirect it away.
Yep, so Volcarona can tend to go for a Rage Powder here. Tyranitar locked into that knockoff, as Dragonite will use Scale Shot into that Volcarona slot, so 4 hits for sure. There's the second hit. There's the third hit. How many hits is it going to be for Dragonite?
Yeah,
it's going to matter, too. So here's the 4.
Let's see.
The 5th.
Oh!
No! Volcarona hangs on with just a sliver of health because Dragonite just could not find that 5th scale. Dragonite will be at 2 stages of increased speed now, as Tyranitar will knock it off and pick up the KO onto the Dragonite. So Pelipper now will be able to move here. Doesn't matter. Dragonite's knocked out. The loaded dice doesn't matter. It's just floating around there somewhere. And here's the Muddy Water. Connects on both Pokemon. Picks up the double KO. So Tyranitar and Volcarona both fall to this Pelipper Muddy Water. But it's going to be the final 2 Pokemon for each side. So Pelipper on Alex's side. A unrevealed 4th Pokemon over there as well. Looks like it's going to be Komo-o and Sinistcha over on Michael's side.
Yeah, critically, the Pelipper here running Muddy Water rather than Weather Ball, which you typically see. The Muddy Water is so helpful in a scenario like this where you get to ignore that redirection. And it is going to be Ursaluna as the final Pokemon. So this is a really interesting endgame because we still have Terras available, of course. The Sinistcha here not really able to take advantage of its ability. Komo-o is not going to actually threaten the Pelipper with a ton of damage right now. And of course, you can go for that Iron Defense, but then you are risking just getting hit by a Hurricane. Of course, the Sinistcha here can redirect a Hurricane away, but no redirection here, no Terra here this turn from Michael's end. And so you, of course, risk just eating up a Hurricane immediately into that slot.
Yeah, so possibly the Komo-o's holding on to the terrestrialization for later on, but is scared to do so right now because of the Ursaluna over on Alex's side. So Michael could probably try to dispatch some Pokemon, or at least try to get a better feel for the land before committing that terrestrialization. Also the same from Alex's side of the field, as Ursaluna protects itself, trying to get that Flame Orb to activate, and Komo-o uses this opportunity to go straight for an Iron Defense. Again, no redirection from the Sinistcha, so Pelipper goes straight for the Hurricane into that Komo-o and gets a 1-hit KO. Big knockout right there. So now it's just going to be the Sinistcha versus the Ursaluna and the Pelipper. So Sinistcha using Machagacha here, hits into that Protect, will be able to break the Focus Sash over on the Pelipper. But again, huge Hurricane from that Pelipper on Alex's side of the field to try basically just end the game right there.
Yeah, Michael, I think, was basically saying, look, you know I have the Terra here. I think you're probably going to consider Weather Balling into this slot instead, but Alex just decides to go for it, right? Because he knows there's redirection potential from Sinistcha, but even if it goes for that Rage Powder, Hurricane super effective. So Pelipper just a really key offensive tool in this end game, and I think Michael was willing to play really risky at a couple points in this game, right? Turn 1, potentially just eating up that Power Gem, and of course this turn as well, but Alex gets the immediate KO onto Komo, putting into a really tough spot. And honestly, because it's Ghost Terra and Ursaluna, even if Komo had set up, it still had a really uphill battle. Ghost Terra is one of the best ways you can handle body presses from the Komo, even when it's boosted.
Yeah, so Sinistcha will Terrasilize here. Ursaluna will Terrasilize into the Ghost type. Funny enough, this Sinistcha, as you mentioned earlier, has Shadow Ball, so can still hit this Ursaluna for super effective, but Pelipper using Hurricane here, hits into the Sinistcha, bringing it down to under 50%. Gets a confusion here, but again, the writing's kind of on the wall for this Sinistcha here, as here's an Ursaluna headlong rush into that Sinistcha, gets the KO, so Alex Underhill will take game 1 here versus Michael. So Michael's got some drawing to do on this drawing board.
Yeah, I think Alex just has so much offense coming from his end at any given point, and Michael's team relies a little bit more on setup, right? The Volcarona, the Sinistcha, they're not really dealing very much damage. Tyranitar was able to put in a lot of work, but Alex conserved that Ursaluna really well. Archaludon's a really interesting piece on Alex's team. They decided not to bring it in that last battle, and it makes a lot of sense, right? I think Archaludon's amazing if you win the Weather War, so you can get those Electro Shots off, but if Tyranitar's on the opposing side and it can switch in while you're Electro Shotting, it's a really big risk. And so Alex deciding, look, like Golden Go Dragonite plays a lot of offense early, Pelipper Ursaluna's really strong in the end game, and I thought he piloted that game really, really well.
Yeah, so Alex, just so much offense. Again, I think Michael seemed like Michael was predicting trying to play a lot of prediction.
Yeah.
Right? Michael was trying to predict what Alex was going to do, but it seemed like Alex was kind of just clicking knockouts. Basically clicking buttons and getting knockouts, essentially, for Alex's side of the field. So Michael might have to stop. Might want to look into the more streamlined play for Michael's side.
I think he needs more offense.
Yeah.
And Primarina didn't come out in that last game, and I think it is a piece that would make a lot of sense in this matchup. You can actually even take advantage of the rain on the opposing side, and you also are immune to the scale shot from the Dragonite. You can deal super effective damage. I think the Golden Go just makes it really difficult for you to enable Como or Corviknight because of the threat of Trick at any given point. And so if you eliminate the Golden Go early, maybe you can set up in the late game. But I think that last end game shows even if you get to a point where Como can set up, well, you still have to face Ghost Ursaluna, you have to face the Golden Go, you have to face Sinistcha. Like, Body Press, it just straight up does not do any damage against two of the Pokemon on Alex's team, both which he brought, and Ursaluna, which has that Ghost Terra. So Como here could make sense if you're able to bait out a Terra from something else in the early game, but I think Michael probably needs a little bit more offense, and I'm starting by looking at that Primarina, which I think would have done a lot of damage in that last game. Alex's adjustment, if he expects Primarina to come out, then might be to play towards the Archaladon, which did not come out in game 1.
Yeah, so we'll take a quick look here to see how both players have adjusted their leads as they're getting underway here in game 2. Dragonite and Archaladon for Alex, so a little bit of a switch up there, and it looks like it's Primarina and Tyranitar for Michael, so both players switching it up here. Sandstream is going to kick up, you know, some chip damage on that Dragonite here. So, yeah, there's that Primarina that you were thinking that was going to do so well.
Yep, it would do so well, but there's the Archaladon on the opposing side, and Tyranitar has been led, so you can just switch in Pelipper here, win the Weather War immediately, and I think this makes a lot of sense. You don't want the multi-skill on Dragonite to be broken, and Tyranitar being led is kind of a gift here for Alex, and so very free switch into Pelipper here on turn 1. The main decision is, do you want to Electroshot into the Primarina? You could just Body Press into the Tyranitar, for example, but either way, I think Alex having a huge advantage being able to correctly predict the Primarina adjustment.
Yeah, so Primarina will switch out. Como takes its spot. We'll be able to take this Electroshot way, way better than that Primarina that was in that spot. So here's Archaladon's first special attack boost. It will connect here into the Como-O. Como-O hanging on, not very effective, so great switch right there. As Tyranitar using this turn to go for a knockoff, gonna knock off that Focus Sash. So doing some decent damage there, but most importantly, Pelipper's on the field, Rain is up. Archaladon's getting rolling.
It is, yeah. There was the opportunity to go for that Body Press onto the Tyranitar here, but ends up going for the safer target into Primarina. So Michael making a nice defensive pivot there, doesn't really take too much damage, but he's still caught in an awkward spot, right? Like, the Archaladon right now can threaten with the Electroshot into the Tyranitar slot. You can even potentially like double up into it if you think like there's a switch happening right now. And so we do see the switch. So this turn is already really big. What does the Archaladon go for? Is it Electroshot into the now Primarina switch in?
So Tyranitar switches out. Primarina takes the Tyranitar spot, and now Alex, what's Alex gonna do? Here's the throat chop! Oh! Throat chop from Como into Pelipper. Pelipper hangs on as Archaladon charging up right now, gonna get to its second stage of increased special attack. And this is what Archaladon really likes doing. It really likes just setting up.
Gets it too, yep.
Here's that Electroshot in that Primarina, one-hit knockout there from that range. So again, Alex just playing perfectly here. Pelipper hangs on. Pelipper using this turn to set up Tailwind, so now Alex's team is going to be very speedy.
This is really difficult to come back from, I think, if you're Michael. It doesn't even get the knockout onto Pelipper with the throw chop. Of course, critically, a Como on a composition like this will not really invest that much in attack. The reason why you carry throw chop is to hit your Ghost-type Pokemon, especially something like Golden Go, which is so common in Walls the Como. And so, yeah, does not at least lose the Como. That could have been a Hurricane that turn. Hurricane may have just ended up winning the game, but of course, Alex wants to cover for a Protect on Como, a Terra, a Switch. It's very safe to go for that Tailwind, but yeah, caught in a really difficult spot, and I think if you're Alex, you want to conserve your Pelipper here because you want to be able to click Electroshot for the remainder of the game. We see another adjustment, which is Corviknight being brought out to the battle, but right now, there's just not very much offensive pressure from Michael's end. He needs a couple of turns to get set up, but how are you going to get it set up when you're facing Tailwind on the opposing side, as well as an Archaladon that's already at +2 special attack?
Yeah, that's tough too. Like, seems like Michael has been using, Michael's basically had to switch out his Pokemon. It's been a revolving door of Pokemon for Michael's side of the field the entire time, right? Each turn a switch, but each turn also getting punished. Now this Corviknight takes the field. Is that Como-O just going to immediately switch into that Tyranitar? It does switch right into that Tyranitar to try to trap the Archaladon into an Electroshot this turn. So Tyranitar does switch in here, reset the weather into Sand, which could lock this Archaludon one turn down, but Archaludon instead changing up, going for a flash cannon in that Tyranitar slot instead. Big damage, over 50%, and here's a Muddy Water from that Pelipper, connects with both Pokemon. Tyranitar takes a lot of damage, and there's an accuracy drop as well, so Mirror Armor. Pelipper now will have its accuracy drop, so Corviknight will match the Tailwind, so a staggered Tailwind setup as Michael will, I guess, in a way, win this Tailwind advantage.
Yeah, so you at least knock out the Pelipper here, right? So there's no more potential for those free Electro Shots, which is actually kind of a big deal because being able to Electro Shot Corviknight, I think, is really
huge.
Exactly, yeah. So Pelipper maybe had the opportunity to switch out there, but, you know, Alex still gets a lot of free damage off this. Tyranitar cannot protect itself. Neither Pokemon here actually with the ability to protect, so you are vulnerable. However, this Dragonite on the opposing side only has Skill Shot for offense, right? So right now, the Corviknight actually not in a terrible spot defensively. So the question is, Michael here should expect to lose either the Tyranitar or the Como if he switches in. You see he's contemplating that switch in, and so the question is, yeah, how do you actually start dealing damage right now? It's like, yes, you got a knockout last turn. Yes, you have something that's really bulky in the Corviknight. You can go for that Steel Terra later on with Como as well. But at what point do you actually start clicking your damaging moves? Because right now, there's still not very much offensive pressure.
Yeah, and even then, like, if you try to set up too much with your Pokemon, Dragonite does have access to Haze, too, to just wash away all of those boosts. So Como will replace the Corviknight here, as Dragonite will use Scale Shot into the Archaludon. Get some boost, Archaludon.
I really like this. The idea is, look, I just need a couple of boosts. With this boost, you just do no damage at this point because you brought all physical attackers into this game. And with this, I get to wall your Corviknight, and I can even just increase the damage output of my Body Press. I don't really have to worry about Tyranitar from the opposing side. So the only risk of this really is a Scale Shot miss, and I think it's a clever way to probably secure a game that already was in a huge advantage for Alex.
Yeah, so 5 stages of increased defense for the Archaludon. Archaludon, again, content to just click Flash Cannon here, gets the KO onto the Tyranitar, as, you know, that is, wow. This is a tough battle right now for Michael. You got a fully boosted, well, nearly fully boosted defense Archaludon on the other side of the field versus your Como, who needs to set up some body presses to do damage, as well as a Corviknight that needs to set up some some Iron Defenses to do some damage. Sorry, Iron Defense on Como, but yeah, it's pretty tough right now.
Your best bet is, I think, like a critical hit with that Como body press into the Archaludon. Even then, I don't think it's doing enough. And so I think Archaludon just so phenomenally played in this game. And, you know, Alex didn't even bring it in Game 1, but adjust to it in Game 2. And I was saying Primarina is the adjustment to beat what Alex brought in Game 1. Archaludon is the adjustment to beat Primarina. And so Alex kind of one step ahead. Primarina not able to accomplish anything in this game. So really immaculate Pokemon selection by Alex in both of these games. And really great predictions as well, right? Nailing the Primarina as it switched in, not getting tempted to go for that body press, and Dragonite now just going for Steel Terra for some insurance, but I really don't see an out for Michael at this point.
Yeah, so now Alex just trying to shore up the ways of victory here. Como protects itself here, just trying to see what Michael has to kind of get this win here, as Como protects itself from the Scale Shot from that Dragonite, and Archaludon will use Body Press here, connects into that Como Protect, so great Protect right there from Michael's side. What's this Corviknight gonna do? Corviknight gonna go straight for a Brave Bird here into that Steel-type Dragonite, not very effective damage, so not much damage being dealt, but again, you can't even set up. You can't even go for Iron Defenses.
Yeah, it's still really tough. I like that play by Michael because now at least you've stalled out Tailwind on the opposing end. This is a key turn where you at least have staggered your Tailwind by a turn, and Corviknight here does have access to bulk up. The Dragonite also committed the Terra, right? And so the main thing here is Archaludon just completely walls the Corviknight right now. So it's a question of, yeah, do you want to go for Iron Defense here, hoping to survive the Scale Shot? You do have the Steel Terra available on the Como, but if you Steel Terra, then you become weak to Body Press. And so Alex probably willing to just double up into the Como slot again right now. And if you knock out Como, the Corviknight just really shouldn't be able to beat the Archaludon. So the question here is, can you potentially survive 2 attacks from the opposing side? Maybe a Skill Shot miss can turn a little bit of momentum over towards Michael, but this is a key turn. Dragonite actually, though, opting for the Protect here, maybe just content to stall out that Tailwind and then just body pressing here.
Yep, Como does get a chance to go for an Iron Defense this turn, so going to bolster those defenses. Raising sharply, also boosting the amount of damage that Body Press will do. And here it is, a setup turn for the Corviknight as well. A bulk up, boosting its attack and defense. But again, doesn't matter if Dragonite can just go for a Haze. Here's a Flash Cannon. It's like Como, big damage, and Como hangs on. But again, like, writing might be on the wall here. Again, Dragonite has access to Haze. Yes, you will be washing away Archaludon's boost, but at the same time, like, you're also washing away Corviknight and Como is possible for damage output.
Yeah, I gotta say, Michael's doing everything in his power to keep himself in this game. Now, critically, this is the big turn. Okay, just going for that Terra, trying to go for the body press onto the Archaludon. But yeah, I don't know. Like, the question is, first of all, does it even do enough damage? And that's the start. But I think Alex has, Michael's done a good job playing around Alex a little bit, saying, like, I'm so behind in this game. Because, like, Dragonite could have skill shot it last turn, instead goes for the safe protect here. So we are finally going to see the Terra here on the Como. Of course, this now will allow it to really wall the skill shot and, yeah, be able to survive the Dragonite from the opposing side. But is it enough, right? Yeah, because Tailwind is just so safe here.
Tailwind's just going up again, so...
is it Flash Cannon, though? If it is, does it survive by any chance? It's just body press.
No, just body press right into the Como. Gets the KO there, so Como gets knocked out, so that's always tough to see when your Terastallization gets knocked out immediately. So Como gets knocked out. Corviknight does get to move here, but again, Corviknight will match Tailwinds, but Corviknight only has access to Brave Bird against these two Steel types.
Yep, it's really tough. I think Michael did all he could in his power, and what he was basically hoping for there is for Alex to mess up and get greedy and click Skill Shot rather than Tailwind, but the Tailwind there is basically guaranteed, ensures that your Archaludon will be able to move first, and so I think Alex really just one step ahead throughout this entire battle, and Michael doing really everything he could to try to keep himself in it, but honestly, as soon as Primarina fainted, I think it was basically
battle's canceled. So the battle was canceled, Michael Zhang forfeits, and it looks like Alex and Michael are gonna hug it out, but Alex is... Oh!
The transfer of the medal from one regional champion to another.
That is a sight to see, but like, wow. I mean, Alex played exceptionally well that round. Basically gave Michael absolutely zero options to be able to try to move, right? You mentioned it before, game 2, what was the adjustment to make Primarina? You said this before, Primarina almost got knocked out immediately. Basically, the leads for Michael just did not do well against what Alex adjusted to, so well played from both sides. I mean, Michael showed it, gave it his all, but looks like Alex is going to be moving on to 4-0, while Michael drops to 3-1.
Yeah, I think Michael's team, when it gets set up, probably just looks so crazy. And here was a key turn, right? Like Pelipper being able to actually set up that Tailwind, not fainting. If Pelipper faints there, at least you swing some momentum into your favor. But this turn was just probably the biggest turn of the game, where there could have been body press into Tyranitar, instead goes for Electro Shot. Electro Shot really safe in that position, honestly, as well, because like Tyranitar doesn't love eating up a +2 Electro Shot anyway. Muddy Water, this was also a nice turn where he calls the Como switch out, able to just get a lot of damage with the Flash Cannon and the Muddy Water, almost KOing the Tyranitar. And this Archaludon was just the MVP of the second game, despite not coming out in that first game.
Yeah, so, dude, Alex gets the championship medal. Is he going to add another championship medal to around his neck? Is he going to be wearing 2 championship medals?
We'll have to see. There are very few players in the world who have won 4 Master Division regional championship titles or more. So Alex is in the hunt for, of course, another one. And Michael still, looking to defend this title. This is only the 4th round of the tournament. Anything can happen. Both of these guys still in a great spot, of course, to make it to day 2. And I think, yeah, the thing about Michael's team is that if it gets set up, it probably looks so good. But there was just no room for it to set up in that last game, and it felt like Alex was playing really one step ahead on so many of those different turns. And I think Alex also just played a pretty controlled game, didn't really take any crazy risks, recognizing that has a decent advantage in the matchup, and I thought his execution was nearly flawless.
It's also kind of like, Alex is running a team that is very popular at the moment, right?
Yeah.
Michael probably knows how to play against this matchup because they're friends and they play against each other, probably to prepare this matchup.
Exactly.
Alex knew exactly what Michael's plans were and was able to just be like, okay, this is what happened. When we practiced, this is what we thought would be the best course of action for this matchup, and I know what the course of action is, and I know how to beat it.
That's one of the things about when you end up playing against your friends at these events and you practice against each other. It's a whole new meta because like you have probably run 5-10 different times against each other.
5 to 10, that's all you run?
Maybe even more, but I don't know. I think 10 games is a lot, honestly. So and like I think sometimes practice can actually work against you when you're playing someone you're really familiar with, because after the the 5th, 6th game, it's like how much of this is us preparing for what we think each other is going to do versus what the average player running this competition is going to do. But I think that really sets the pace for this tournament because Alex's team was one of the most common teams coming into this event. There are a lot of undefeated players who are using the same 6 Pokemon. There's some slight adjustments that people people have made to this composition, but overall, the 6 was one of the best teams coming out of the Latin America International Championships, and Alex had a masterclass with it in this last game.
Yep, that's one way to play it too, right? Like, as you mentioned, there's many smaller adjustments, right? I think one thing that we mentioned was the Golden Go Power Gem.
Yeah.
That's a tech move that some people are opting for just to be able to deal with, like, what, Charizard. Or Volcarona or something like that. So that is a tech move that some people have. And again, you know, if we think back to Game 1, I mean, the Volcarona was right there. Juicy target for a Power Gem. Absolutely juicy target for the Power Gem.
It's so tempting, but you have to, you know, think that with Choice Scarf Golden Go, a Protect can really set you back, right? So Trick is a really interesting move because not only being able to remove an item, but also locking your opponent into a move when they attack, because normally the way it will work is you'll trick the Scarf and then they'll move, and then so then the subsequent turn they're locked into that move, right? And so, you know, in Game 1, Alex didn't get the Choice Scarf onto the combo, but it was fine because it kind of just forced the switch out, and he was okay with that as well. And once again, just had so much offense. Muddy Water playing a really big role in Game 1 as well, where the Scale Shot Dragonite, it only gets those 4 hits, but it doesn't matter because Muddy Water able to double connect, pick up the double knockout, and it's a scary move to click with Pelipper because it's so frail, it's so prone to missing, but when it does connect, it feels like the best move ever for Pelipper.
And sometimes you get an accuracy drop too, but Aaron, what's better than hearing from the winner of that match?
Nothing.
Hearing from both players.
Oh, okay.
We actually have an interview with both players. Take it away, Gabby.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dwee and Aaron. I got a bit of a surprise here. As you mentioned, I have both Michael Zhang and Alex Underhill here. And Alex, heavy as the crown, apparently. You've gained some medal recently.
Yes. Yeah, it's so funny. Michael had to wear it on stream because he was telling all his friends like he might do it as a joke. And I did not expect him to be putting it on me after the match, though. That part caught me off guard.
It's all right. We have a video record of you giving it away. So if he tries to keep it.
True. I can't steal it.
All right. Now, I mean, I know your fun facts were sort of interrelated. We were talking beforehand about how much y'all have played each other. I mean, what's the vibe? Were you nervous going into this matchup? Were you excited?
I don't know. It's always bittersweet playing friends, I guess. Like, it's exciting to be on stream together, but obviously we don't want to, you know, ruin each other's records. But this is now the 4th time we've played, and every time it doesn't feel any better, I think so. Yeah.
4th time at, like, you know, real stakes tournaments, of course. You know, regionals, you know, internationals. We've played multiple times at locals too because we're both, you know, from the same city. But you know, this is those ones you kind of expect it. You know, there's only so many players. This one, there's, you know, over 600 or something at this one, 700 or something. You know, and of course we get at each other like, you know, again. And I think Michael has beaten me every single time except this time. So, you know, I was definitely very nervous going into the match.
For sure. I mean, let's talk about the matchups. I think you both picked teams that, honestly, I thought you would feel comfortable with. I know, Michael, you had the Tyranitar and Kommo that you ran last year, sort of. Alex, I feel like I always see you experimenting with weather teams, rain in particular. What was your tournament prep like coming into this weekend?
So for me, funnily enough, I was looking at this team that just got second at the internationals in Latin America past weekend. Before that tournament, I was like, you know, this one looks really cool. This is one I really like. And then sure enough, it had a really big run there, and it was a lot more on people's radar. I didn't want that to scare me off, though. We've seen so many, you know, back-to-back strong results from known teams, of course, and this was one that definitely matched my style. I love Dragonite. Dragonite carried me to the championships back in January in Portland, and so I wanted to try giving it a new spin with that, you know, loaded dice set that's so popular now these days.
Cool. Michael, how about you?
For me, it was definitely built around the Kommo and the T-Tar. They're Pokemon I'm super comfortable with and have always been there, like, in every team, so that was the starting point. And originally I had a different look on it with, like, Delphox and NDD originally, but then now I moved towards the Corviknight and Sinistral, which felt really good. I kind of looked at it right before Nils won with Corviknight as well, and you know, seeing it be successful, like, I continued with that idea, and it did very well in testing, so I brought it to the regional.
All right. Now, one thing that I always like to ask people who play each other who are friends, in that matchup, how much were you playing the other person versus how much were you playing, like, the Pokemon and the board state and all that?
I feel like 90% of it was him playing me. Every turn that didn't go my way, I was like, he just knows me. He's in my head, you know. Turn 1 of the whole match, you know, I've got a Golden Go with Choice Scarf and Power Gem. And I'm, like, thinking, you know, he's probably just going to protect to see what I lock into, play it a little bit safe. The Volcarona's just like, yeah, do it. Just do it. And I'm just like, I am so sick of this guy.
Definitely. Like we played each other a lot, but even more than playing each other, we always, play together, like practice together and call and stuff. So, I've definitely picked up a few of his tendencies, and I'm sure he's picked up a lot of mine as well. So there's definitely an element to that for sure when we play each other.
Nice. One other thing I'm asking trainers this weekend is, this is a very thankful time of year for everybody here in North America. What are you two most thankful for from your local Pokemon community?
I would say that, our locals, we have so many opportunities to practice, to play. We have a lot of tournament organizers in the Seattle area. And so we get so many opportunities to play, to meet up. And that's probably my favorite thing about Pokemon is that it's this third party that says, hey, this is where we're meeting up for the weekend. This is where we're hanging out. And, if you can make it, you make it. You meet up with other people who are Pokemon fans and, your friends. And if you can't, there's always next time. And I just love that Pokemon does that for us, whether it's, the locals or these regionals. It's a great opportunity to just have a weekend to meet up with all your friends.
Yeah, I mean, to piggyback off that, when I first moved to Seattle, I didn't really know anyone, especially in VGC or anything, and they were super welcoming. And over the last 2.5 years, I've really built strong connections with a lot of people there. And that all stems from the fact that we have so many TOs who are willing to host events all the time. And I'm just super thankful to the community for being both welcoming and also super active. So we're very lucky to be
shout outs to TOs, straight up.
I was gonna say I'm still sad that y'all took Lucy from us, because I know Lucy used to be New England TO and now she's over in the Seattle area. Shout outs to Lucy from me. How about y'all? Any shout outs you want to give?
I'll steal Izzy. Shout outs to Izzy.
Oh, Izzy's great too. I love Izzy.
I believe Izzy's staffing this one.
Yeah, and shout outs to Dakota. Dakota's also staffing at this regional, one of our judges in the Seattle area. So love all the TOs out there in Seattle.
Any friends you want to shout out to?
Shout outs to Tub, right?
Yeah.
I guess I'll shout those guys out. Shout out to my Org AFG as well. And I guess my wife, Gina, she's out there listening to this, hopefully.
Yeah, I guess shout outs to Seeding, some of my friends, IRL friends who don't really play that much VGC, came out to support me at this event, and it's been a great time, so yeah.
Ooh, one more that I got to get in there is shout outs to Kunal for helping me out a lot this week. For people that don't know, there was a major storm, and I lost power for over 24 hours, and he was willing to host me and help, get me, still able to prep for this tournament, do other things that I needed to do. And so, shout outs to Kunal, so much. And also my family for, just family reasons, of course. Because, we're thankful.
Yeah, we're thankful for everything. And I'm thankful as well that the Pokemon community in Seattle is so strong and that y'all are able to help each other out, both on the battlefield and off. So thank you both for joining me. Best of luck in the rest of your tournament runs. And Casters, back to you.
Thank you, Gabby. That was a great interview.
Phenomenal. They are so awesome to listen to, so much insight. They both won regionals last year, right? These guys
They're two regional champions.
Yeah, these guys are playing at the highest of levels, and they're some of my favorite team builders to watch as well. I remember Alex was one of the first players to actually utilize Electabuzz. It's so funny because Electabuzz in this meta is such a staple, but back when we were playing the previous regulation, no one was really using Electabuzz, and Alex realized, hey, it can actually really work to counter Amoonguss, to work on Trick Room teams in a format with a lot more heavy power, especially when people were using other redirection users like Amoonguss or Clefairy or Indeedee, for example. And so that was really cool to see. But yeah, when I think of really great team builders that are able to push the meta and come up with unique ideas, both of those players are definitely on that list, and there's a reason why they're both regional champions. And so great to hear from both of them, and I would be shocked if both of them aren't in day 2 tomorrow.
Shocked?
Shocked.
Electabuzz? What? Let's take a quick look at the 2025 regional schedule coming up. Of course, we are here at the Sacramento Regional Championships. We've just completed the Sao Paulo Latin American International Championships. Before that, Baltimore and Louisville, all in this regulation age that I'm having so much fun watching.
What city are you most excited to go to, Dewey, out of these remaining events? You got a lot of great ones.
These are great cities.
Absolutely.
These are great cities right here. What I'm excited to see is the regional championships going to Atlanta. That was actually just recently announced.
Yeah.
I love Atlanta.
What's good there?
I told you already in the lounge, the aquarium.
But I want to hear it again.
The aquarium's really cool.
Is it good enough that you would go multiple times?
I would go again.
Okay.
You want to
go with me?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I'll see you at the aquarium.
I'll see you in Atlanta at the aquarium, possibly.
Right.
Yeah, who knows?
Bring your Dondozo. I'll bring my Tatsugiri.
Okay. I don't think. Well, okay. Anyways, moving on. Of course, let's take a quick look at the Twitch weekly schedule here. Between November 25th and December 1st, of course, there's a lot of Pokemon events happening on Twitch. Of course, Tuesday 11/26, Pokemon Black and White from 2 to 5 p.m. A replay of the 2023 Pokemon North America International Championships TCG between 2 p.m. and 5 p.m. Thursday on Thanksgiving, more Pokemon Black and White, and then Saturday, live from Stuttgart, is going to be the 2025 Pokemon Regional Championships, Saturday and Sunday.
That's right. A lot of back-to-back-to-back VGC action. We had LAIC last weekend. Here we are in Sacramento, and then another regionals over in Europe next weekend. And so we are really pushing towards the end of this regulation, as we soon will say farewell to it after a really fun couple of months.
Yeah. Of course, one of the greatest things about this regulation is just how cool the Pokemon have been. Like,
how cool? What's really stood out to you? Any of these guys?
I'm tired of seeing these top 12 Pokemon, Aaron. I've seen them so many times. I mean,
what do you want to see?
Huh?
What do you want to see?
I want to see like the Electabuzz, the Magmars, the Kilowattrels.
You know, Electabuzz, I think it was like a 62.5% usage rate in top 8 of LAIC.
Of top 8, that's very specific.
Yeah, but 5 of the 8 players who, the best performing players had Electabuzz.
Electabuzz. So remember when you were talking about Electabuzz earlier and how Alex was one of the first people? When we first were talking about sort of like the Pokemon being released in that set of Pokemon, I was like, Electabuzz is going to be cool.
Yeah?
Yeah,
You called it.
I called it, but I didn't actually take it to a tournament. I just thought of it in my mind, that's it. I'm one of those people that it's like, no, I was there. But anyways, yeah, let's take a quick look and talk more about the top 12 Pokemon, Aaron. Yeah, this has kind of become the format.
Yeah,
right?
it's interesting. I think the things that really draw my eye out here are the Ursaluna pairs, really hand in hand at 17.5, 17.3%. So not shocking. I think coming into this format, people expected both the Ursalunas to be really good. Regular Ursaluna has been super strong, winning a lot of different tournaments. Blood Moon has had a lot of top cuts, and of course, winning in the seniors division over in LAIC as well. People are realizing there are other ways to kind of build around it. Rain continues to be so good here. Basket Legion, of course, commonly paired with that Pelipper, with that Archaludon, so all 3 of those in the top 12 as well. And the Dragonite and Archaludon kind of hand in hand as the top dragons as well. Often you'll sometimes see them flipped over. So Dragonite usage actually a little bit lower than I would have expected given how good it is right now, but no major surprises here, I'll say.
Yeah, I mean, Dragonite, of course, very strong Pokemon. We saw it in the previous round. Second place, LAIC, no big deal, right?
No biggie.
No biggie. There's not a lot of, usually I feel like whenever a team wins a major, you see a lot of those teams. Have you been able to take a look at the teams that are currently happening out on the field right now, and how many of those Charizard, Torkoal teams do you see?
There's some. There's definitely more than LAIC, because LAIC was not the first event where Charizard was featured. We actually saw it in the finals, of course, of the regional championship just 2 weekends before over in Europe. So more Charizards, but still not enough to really make it a meta team. And I think part of the reason for that is because, some of these Pokemon, like Dragonite, for example, yes, it's on this really common rain team that people are using, but it's also just used on all kinds of different teams as well, versus something like Charizard, which is very much used generally on either that team let 1 LAIC, or maybe sometimes you'll see it with like Trick Room teams that have, for example, Psy-Spam and Charizard kind of with Choice Scarf enabled to be a really fast sweeper to give you a fast mode outside of Trick Room.
Yeah, so of these Pokemon, which one do you not like the most?
Which one do I not like? I don't like Amoonguss.
You don't like Amoonguss?
Yeah, Sporini, he just puts everything to sleep, and so...
you gotta respect the Sporini, though.
You have to, but that's, that's why Golden Goal, Rillaboom so high up there. Safety Goggles usage, I feel like, has actually maybe been decreasing a little bit. Right now, we're in a format where there are so many valuable redirection users, and we saw this actually on stream in the first game we broadcasted today, where Amoonguss was out on the field, but then there was a Golden Goal and a Rillaboom on the opposing side, and it kind of just sat there, and Amoonguss actually did provide value because it was running Sludge Bomb. A lot of people, though, also not running Sludge Bomb on Amoonguss right now.
They kind of opt for Pollen Puff instead, which has a little bit more utility. Bug Poison kind of has some overlap, but Poison does have some better advantages, yeah.
Yeah, like Sludge Bomb does really meaningful damage, right? I think like one of the best things about Sludge Bomb Amoonguss is being able to bait out that Grass Terra from your opponent's side, then being able to deal super effective damage with Sludge Bomb. Sludge Bomb, you know, decent chance to poison at any given point as well. And so, yeah, this Pokemon still just really consistent, but we are in a format now, you know, we don't see the redirection users outside of Amoonguss here, but you call the Electabuzz, Magmar. I've seen a Clefairy at the undefeated tables as well. Volcarona, Clefable won a regional championship in this format, and so a lot of different redirection. Not to mention Indeedee, which of course has been one of the more common Follow Me users since its introduction.
Yeah, redirection is so great. One of the Pokemon that I want to see drop in usage is going to be that Sneasler. I know it was all about Sneasler back in Baltimore, but I feel like it's way too popular now.
Well, it's interesting because Baltimore, I thought Sneasler really underperformed relative to how strong I thought it was.
But now look at it. I think a lot of people are realizing, hey, Sneasler is the way to go, right?
It is. Yeah, I mean, it's just a consistent Mon, right? It's one of the fastest Pokemon in the metagame. You can run a lot of different sets. You know, Fake Out, Protect. Normally, you're going to pick a combination of Fake Out, Protect, Coaching, Close Combat, Dire Claws, 4 of those 5. And then you can, of course, run the offensive threats with Dark Terra Throat Chop, which is really valuable to Golden Goal, which otherwise walls your Sneaslers. You, of course, can also run something like Flying Terra Acrobatics, which I've seen. You can run Flying Terra with Coaching, which can be paired with Ground-type Pokemon like Ursaluna or Garchomp, which Andrew Zhang used to win regionals earlier this year. So this Pokemon already is just really good, and then boom, you have the Dire Claw as well, being able to induce status conditions. The number of times that you can just win the game off Dire Claw, rolling a status condition into Rolling Sleep or Para into full Para, it like happens more frequently than the opposing side would like.
Yeah, and then there's some utility there, right? Like you can either opt for Poison Touch to possibly up your chances of getting a status there, or opting to use like a Seed or a White Herb to really be able to activate your Unburden ability, so then you have a really fast Sneasler. Like, Sneasler's already fast.
Yeah,
but when Sneasler's like Guns Massage, it feels unburdened. It's gonna be like crazy fast.
It's really nice because with that amount of speed control, it's like all you need to do is just get the terrain up and then boom, Sneaser's really fast. And it's really valuable into opposing teams that have a Choice Scarf Pokemon or Tailwind, for example. It feels really bad to set up Tailwind or throw a Choice Scarf on a Pokemon just for it to get outsped by the Sneasler anyway. But Poison Touch also a valuable ability. Some people like it with the Focus Sash variants, or the idea is like, I don't really need the speed boost. I like the ability to just get poison at any given point when I go for these attacks, and it's just such a disruptive Pokemon. So people, yeah, have continued to use Sneasler. We've seen counterplay to it, right? Like multi-hit moves are really valuable in dealing with it. We just saw Tyranitar being used on stream. Tyranitar is really nice because it can set up the Sandstorm. Of course, it's weak to Sneasler, right? That's why it's not easy to use Tyranitar, but being able to break that Focus Sash so that you can just knock it out with one move and then let the Sandstorm finish it basically is really valuable as well.
Aaron, looking at this right here, what Pokemon that's not on the list do you think kind of like disappointed you? Like you thought there would be more of?
I think Porygon 2, I'm surprised to not see up here. I wouldn't be surprised if it was hovering between the 10 to 15% usage rate, but Porygon we saw in one of our feature matches here on stream, and you know, it's won multiple tournaments in this regulation as well. It just won the Latin American International Championships, and I mean, it's just such a good Pokemon, right? Like, Terra Blast, you don't even need to go for Terra to get value out of dealing good damage. Like, Terra Blast normally is not a move most Pokemon will use unless they're Terraring, but because Porygon 2 is just normal type anyway, you can take advantage of that Terra Blast. Of course, you've got access to Ice Beam, Recovery, Trick Room. This is really the standard moveset right now. We've seen people flex other moves throughout Porygon's history, like Shadow Ball or Thunderbolt. Tri-Attack used to be a thing, but now we have Terra Blast, obviously.
Yeah, and one of the nice things about Terra Blast is because of that download ability.
Yeah.
You can if you get an attack boost before, you know, Terra Blast was the thing. It's like, well, all right, maybe I can.
Yeah, you kind of just shrug and you're like, okay, cool.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
I didn't get that right, but then now it's like Terra Blast will take your higher attack stat, and then use that for the damage calculation. So Porygon 2 just really opting for Terra Blast as well. We saw it in that match versus between Nicholas Kahn and Cedric, right? So yeah, just Porygon 2 kind of was very tanky.
Very
Porygon 2
tanky.
Took a lot of damage right there. So
it soaked up a lot. I think that was interesting because it actually highlighted one of the weaknesses of Porygon, which is, yes, it can do a lot of damage, but then when you're up against a setup Pokemon like Volcarona loves going up against Porygon too, because it's like, hi, enjoy doing like 30% with your Terra Blast. I'll just heal it off with my leftovers, my Grassy Terrain from Rillaboom. I'll keep Quiver Dancing in front of you. And Porygon's like, okay, now I'm getting anxious because like I can't really do much to Volcarona, so I need my partner Pokemon to do a lot to Volcarona. But Volcarona also a Pokemon that we had seen in the top 12 of usage over in Europe, not in the top 12 here. It was a Pokemon that did appear a lot on stream at LAIC as well, and so I'm curious where its usage rate is because it feels like that was one of the rising stars across the last couple of weeks.
Yeah. I think if you had to ask me which top 12 Pokemon I'm kind of disappointed in not seeing on this list, that they just didn't underperformed, Tyranitar.
Yeah?
Yeah, I thought it'd be better.
I would be shocked if its usage rate was actually higher than 10% in this tournament. Like, I think it's just... It's
very awkward.
People look at it as like an anti-meta mon, but like the reality is that
we got a spotlight for it.
There we go, yeah. Like the standard set is just this, right? Assault Vest, Rock Slide, Knockoff, Terra Blast, Low Kick. The problem is you are weak to fighting, and with the Assault Vest set, you can't protect either, right? So you are incredibly weak to some of the most common Pokemon in the format before you Terra. We saw Sneasler high up in usage, we saw Rillaboom, we saw Golden Go. All these Pokemon just threaten Tyranitar immensely for a one-hit knockout, and Tyranitar often basically feels like a Terra hog on its team compositions, where it's like, okay, well, if I want to survive, I either need to like knock out the biggest threats, or I need a Terra in order to just survive the turn. But then the Terra is pretty easy to predict as well, right? I think Tyranitar's inability to protect when it's using Assault Vest makes it a little bit more difficult to execute.
I think if I'm thinking back to the top 12 Pokemon slide correctly, every Pokemon except Dragonite can hit Tyranitar for super effective damage.
Yeah, basically, exactly, yeah. So it's like, okay, you go for Flying Terra, but then, you know, we then can see people take advantage of then you going for this new defensive tower where it's like Porygon 2 now can Ice Beam you for super effective damage, or Archaladon can Electro Shot if Pelipper switches in. And so, yeah, I think like this is not an easy Pokemon to use, but it is really powerful when utilized properly. Let's not forget, Tyranitar won a regional championship over in Europe earlier this season, paired with Excadrill. Tyranitar Excadrill is a duo we also featured on stream already to start off this tournament, and it also won. So this is not a bad Pokemon. I just think it is a lot harder to use than a lot of those top 12 Pokemon.
You have to be super comfortable with Tyranitar being able to take advantage of it's kind of like knowing when to switch in and switch out to make sure that you have the weather advantage, right? Because that's really what Tyranitar is about. Just being bulky, getting a special defense boost, because, I mean, if you think about it, a lot of the weather users, barring Basculin Legion, I guess, are more on the special attacking side, right? Torkoal, Charizard, Alolan Ninetales,
that's right.
Pelipper itself. You know, a lot of the Pokemon that are trying to take advantage of the weather are going to be more special attackers. And the Tyranitar switches in, changes the weather, mitigates the amount of damage that can be done just based on the weather change, but also gets a special defense boost because of that. Paired up with an Assault Vest, depending on who you are, you might build it to be very specially bulky. Yeah, I'm talking about Len at this point, basically. But there's different ways. You have to be very comfortable with Tyranitar, and that's basically it, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, I mean, it's definitely a Pokemon to keep your eye out on, right? Because, like, Sun did just win LAIC. But, yeah, I think the other thing I'm curious about is, are there other ways to innovate with Tyranitar? It's funny because we saw the Choice Trick Scarf onto the previous match. And, you know, Choice Scarf Tyranitar, hey, man, back in the day, that was one of the GOATs. Like, you know, that Pokemon was a menace to society back then. And so...
2014?
Exactly, yeah. And so I'm curious because right now it feels like everyone's just kind of honed in on the Assault Vest set. You can use Grass Terra or Flying Terra, but generally, and like, you know, train more offensively or defensively, but it's still Assault Vest. I think we actually saw Michael Zhang use Focus Sash Tyranitar last season, which I thought was a really clever innovation in a format that, you know, where Urshifu did exist, right? And so being able to survive a close combat, for example, really, really valuable, and set up the Sandstorm to break potential Focus Sashes as well. So yeah, I don't know if people have really cooked with their Tyranitar sets because it feels like everyone's still kind of honing in on Assault Vest.
It's very straightforward, right? Same item, same 4 moves, maybe the Terra type changes. But good news, Aaron. Swiss pairings for round 5 are currently up.
Okay.
We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, more action here at the Sacramento Regional Championship. Stay tuned.
Hey Pokemon fans, Adam Watson here, aka Skarzig. We've still got a little bit of a break before we get back to our Pokemon action, of course, but I'm joined in the lounge by another special artist friend of mine, Seth, who you may know again as SP Crashworks. How you doing?
I'm doing all right, thank you.
I'm so happy that you could join me because we are going to be sketching some Pokemon for you today. This is a rare opportunity for me not only to have another artist here in the lounge with me, but to put a little bit more time and effort into what are normally pretty quick whiteboard drawings. So I know, Seth, that you told me earlier your favorite Pokemon was Rillaboom.
Yes.
And that is going to be the Pokemon that I'm drawing today. And do you want to know what Pokemon you're going to be drawing for our folks at home?
Which Pokemon is that?
That's going to be my favorite, Cubone.
Oh, Cubone. I like Cubone a lot too.
So we're going to get down to work, and I'll make sure to kind of keep you updated about my progress, chat. And in the meantime, we can kind of just talk about, what it's like to be an artist and how much we kind of love this work. So we dug into it a little bit earlier, Seth, but when it comes to your process as an artist, like let's say you were going to draw a fancy new Pokemon artwork to show off for the VG stream, where would you start?
So I like making my artwork look like the anime, so I like looking at references. The anime, it has a lot of references for the Pokemon, different poses, and for anyone looking for more than just that, Pokemon Home allows you, if you have the captured Pokemon, the data, after you transfer it over, you can look at the 3D models, and you can spin them around, you can have them do the different attacks, and that's another great way of learning how to draw a Pokemon.
Wow, that sounds really useful, honestly, because when you are, especially when you're first getting into art, you need to be able to translate what you see into what you're trying to capture, what you're trying to draw. And that's a kind of a great way is to get the just 3D models about the Pokemon from the video games. And after you've settled on the Pokemon you want to draw, you've got your references, and you kind of get down to business. Do you just work purely digitally?
So what I start off is I draw it on paper. It's just hard for me personally to start off drawing on my tablet. So I draw it on paper, I scan it, and then I transfer it over to my Photoshop file, and then I start drawing over that. And that's how I start getting my work done, or start at least.
And I love absolutely getting into and doing Pokemon art. It's something that has grown alongside me, being on the broadcasts like this and sharing my passion with the audience at home. And I really hope that, as we continue to make art, that someone in the audience will take inspiration from us and our processes and, make that plunge.
Yeah, so I don't really play VGC that much, but I love watching videos from content creators about it. I love watching, theory crafting or, basically what's the best Pokemon right now. Right now it's Sneasler. Rillaboom, second best right now.
Okay, Rillaboom's still going strong.
Oh yeah, him and Incineroar, all those guys. But what I like most is I don't see a lot of VGC artwork. That's why I like creating it myself. There are other artists out there, but it just seems like a really fun thing to do. I love Pokemon battling, and VGC is competitive battling, so yeah.
And that's, I think, just a major part of being an artist is wanting to make something that doesn't exist yet, right? Yeah, being, people always say be the change you want to see, but sometimes you have to be the artist that you want to see. You have to make the art that you want to see, so.
Yeah, I understand it's hard. Sometimes you get some mean criticism, but you have to keep moving forward. You have to keep improving. Practice always helps a lot. YouTube videos about tutorials, those help too. Also, just asking for advice about how someone drew something, that's always a great way to not only learn more, but make a new friend possibly.
Oh, that's very true. There's so many free resources online, like just to get in and draw. And I think one thing that a lot of new artists will run into, right, or even seasoned artists that might just be hitting a wall when their art isn't turning out right, or they feel like their artwork needs to be perfect. And sometimes you just got to get back into it and keep drawing art. And, sometimes it comes out good, sometimes it comes out bad, but you just have to love the process, I think.
Yeah, if you're not really enjoying it, it's not that fun. You have to always be drawing something you like. Yeah, it can be something serious or goofy, or it can have meaning to it. But, if you're not enjoying drawing it, I don't really see much of a point,
I definitely hear that. So I think I got as much room on this whiteboard I think I could squeeze in.
Yeah, Cubone has a simple design. I think he looks pretty good so far.
That looks amazing. That looks amazing. I'm not sure. What am I forgetting? You who know all of your Pokemon references, Rillaboom's your favorite Pokemon.
So I guess Rillaboom has sort of like, it's almost like cufflinks, like little grass cufflinks.
Okay.
So if you put a little line across his,
There
something
we
like
go.
that.
Okay. Not too bad.
But
Not too bad.
that's really good because you got his, one of his defining details to me is it's like a music curl.
Oh,
and
yeah.
That came out pretty well here. And yeah, Cubone again.
I love all Cubones. He's so cute and round. So thank you so much
Yeah.
for drawing my favorite Pokemon. And I hope that I can do your favorite Pokemon justice as well.
He looks great.
Any final thoughts I can actually get from you? Again, for our viewers at home who want to get into art or maybe connect with you a little bit more, where do they find you?
So on Twitter, X, Blue Sky, I'm on SP Crashworks. And if you want to get more into art, like I mentioned before, tutorials help a lot, just asking for advice from your favorite artist. They may not be able to answer all of your questions, but they may already have posts about that, what you already asked before.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, just looking for outside sources helps a lot. References, yeah.
That is very well said. We talk about it all the time with Pokemon, that your favorite players love to share the game and to help other people get into the game, and it's the same with artists. They're going to take the time to give you advice and also point you towards resources to improve. So thank you once again, not only for drawing, and also you at home for staying tuned. We're going to get back to some Pokemon action and keep things underway.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to round 5 here at the Sacramento VGC Regional Championships. My name is Aaron Cybertron Zhang, and I'm joined by Scott Glaza as we continue our coverage here in Sacramento.
Should be a lot of fun. We've got some amazing games so far. Been a really high quality of play throughout this tournament, and excited to see where it goes from here.
What have you been most surprised by so far, and what are you expecting to see as we go forward?
I guess I think what I've been most surprised by is that we've seen more, even though I guess it's been off stream, more players have chosen to use those teams that have won past tournaments this time. You know, kind of ragging on them for not choosing to do that, and I think in a good way eating our words a little bit, where like the metagame's a little bit more varied than we expected, where we're seeing more archetypes get represented than perhaps we'd expected. Not so many balanced teams as maybe we feared.
This is a really good point. I have my eye out on the Rain team that we just saw win on stream, because it feels like when I was looking at the X and O tables, the undefeated players, half of them felt like it was that composition specifically. And so honestly, one of the things I'm thinking about is that the team to beat at this tournament. And it's also funny because that team did not win LAIC, it finished in 2nd place, and so I'm curious who decided to actually bring Charizard and Jumpluff to this event as well.
Because there's a few of them out there, I think even at 4-0, right, where I kind of been wondering if you're like overhyping weather, but yeah, I mean, like the Charizard team's there, a whole bunch of Rain's there, Tyranitar seems like it's everywhere today, so really has been the weather war that was predicted. I think most of us endured a weather war to get here, so I guess it's appropriate. And yeah, I mean, like I love those matchups, right? Where I think I just enjoy kind of abilities that activate when Pokemon enter the field in general. So I think the shuffling is like a really fun gameplay pattern, and we've gotten a lot of it in this format.
Yeah, definitely. And I think our Chowdon being such a new key component to Rain. I mean, Scott, you think about the old days where we had things like Kingdra and Politoed and Ludicolo, and none of those are existent in a format where Rain is so good, but it's because we've got the new tools in our Chowdon and Basculegion. And I mean, our Chowdon in that second game that we just saw with Alex in that previous round, super, super dominant as well. And it's just such a good Pokemon right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really in a great spot because just like based on its stats, like even if like Rain wasn't a thing, it like might still be a pretty good Pokemon in this format. But also has this whole archetype built around it that it really exploits perfectly, right? You can get the Rain without having to like dip into weaker Pokemon the way you might have been before, where like Politoed wasn't terrible in the old days, right? I think Pelipper in this format is much stronger than Politoed was, especially like post 2012.
Yes.
And then yeah, I mean, the Basculegion is also a really powerful look on that side, where in the past there's kind of always something wrong with the Swift Swim Pokemon. I love Kingdra, I used it at Worlds, but not the most accurate Pokemon that I've ever used, and even then the damage output was pretty sad, since Kingdra has a very balanced base stats. Or Ludicolo, who had perfect accuracy, but like there wasn't really oomph behind it, and then sort of weird defensive typing. I mean, Basculegion's defensive typing might not be like the greatest, but the damage output is reliable and far exceeds anything we've ever seen from a Swiss Swim Pokemon before.
Absolutely. We, of course, here are in round 5 of this tournament, so let's quickly take a look at our undefeated players. Of course, there are more 4-0 players than just these that you see on the screen, but a lot of familiar names, including regional champions in Alex Underhill, as well as Cedric Bernier and Giovanni Costa.
Yeah, I'm excited to see some names that I haven't seen so many times before as well. For a while there, to me, it just felt like the favorite was winning every matchup when we were looking at the pairings. Like, oh, like, this could be a whole bunch of names that we've seen before, perhaps showing up in the stream tomorrow. But instead, there's a lot of players that we haven't ever had on stream here already undefeated. So kind of excited to see which directions things go in. I think it's always fun when you have kind of the household names versus the upstarts, and kind of getting to see the debut of players who perhaps will join that echelon of players soon.
Absolutely. Let's also quickly take a look at the notable matches from this round. We will be featuring Yuki versus Pranav, and we were just talking about newer names. Pranav, a name that I think this is their first time playing on stream.
Yeah, should be a lot of fun, and I feel like it's kind of like a theme of these matchups, right? I mean, obviously not being the first time on stream, but kind of a player we're very familiar with versus a player that we're not, right? We get a lot of pairings like that in the round. I'm very excited to see what happens once this round is over, kind of checking the pairings. All right, do the people we know well with these matchups, or were there some surprises?
Yeah, it's exciting looking at this as a player who lived in California, because of course we are in Sacramento and there are a lot of NorCal and SoCal names that I recognize from attending local tournaments here. So it's awesome to see them getting to play in probably what is the closest regional championship and be on that list of players as well. So it's going to be an exciting tournament as we continue to round out and see who will remain undefeated. But Scott, I see a Weavile there. Do my eyes deceive me?
Yeah, that Pokemon we see a whole lot, right? Always fun to see something, a little bit of a mix-up. I think Ashton Cox used it about a decade ago, and I think that's the last time I remember seeing one. So I love not just seeing it, but yeah, obviously it's doing well if it's gotten to 4-0.
Yeah, Weavile is such an interesting Pokemon. Of course, has a really high base speed stat and does get access to beat up. You see the Annihilate paired on Pranav's team there. And so yeah, let's quickly take a look at the Pokemon. I think the things that definitely draw my eye are the Weavile, having Icy Wind speed support as well as speed up. And then you've got an Assault Vest Ursaluna here with that Dragon Terra, which isn't seen very frequently.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, right? Other than the Weavile, who is completely out of left field. I think 5 Pokemon we see a lot of, but all of them kind of a little different builds than maybe we expect. I really do like that in this format. You can't surprise people in the sense of them not knowing you have a move or an item, but you change a matchup by adjusting the way you build these Pokemon. I think you still make your opponent a little bit uncomfortable. It's not quite what they practice for. Their lines might not work perfectly. And then Weavile's a pretty big curveball where it's so quick that if you have a plan against another Pokemon that has a similar function, it's not going to work the same against Weavile because your speed tiers are likely to be different. Icy Wind, always a great move. Knockoff, always a great move. And even that beat up, normally it just exists solely to give Annihilate some help on the Rage Fist, but coming from Weavile might actually hurt.
Yeah, you and I were joking, like, we don't know how much damage this will actually do because who knows their Weavile beat up damage counts, and so that'll be a fun thing to pay attention to. Love the point you called about just making some small adjustments. I think Protect on Rillaboom is a big one here because people are so used to playing around the Assault Vest Rillabooms, but of course the Assault Vest here on Blood Moon Ursaluna, and so yeah, I am really curious to see if we do see the Weavile plus the Annihilate combination here, but he's going to be going up against Yuki, who just came off a top cut finish over at the Latin America International Championships, and he wasn't even planning on coming to this event, but he was like, you know what? LAIC was so fun. I love my team so much. I want to play more Pokemon, and so he booked a flight here, and here he is sitting undefeated still in the tournament.
Yeah, Trainers does very well recently. It seems like he's always in day 2 of every IC nowadays, and a smart player. But some of you may remember from the World Stream in Yokohama. I think we got to work with him a little bit during that event. I think he's a very smart, thoughtful dude. So excited to see what he's bringing from a gameplay perspective, even if the team is something we've seen before.
Yeah, running hyper offense here, using that Talonflame to set up Tailwind, and then using Pokemon like the Choice Specs Golden Gold, Blood Moon Ursaluna to just deal massive amounts of damage. Speaking of tricks, we've talked about Archaudon a lot, but this is going to be the Power Herb and the Stalwart set, so being able to ignore redirection, which is really key when Pranav has a Magmar on his team. And then Indeedee is the final piece here. Normally you actually see Indeedee male, but Indeedee female being used here to be a little bit more defensive. You got that Citrus Citrus Berry, you've got Helping Hand. You can, of course, use it for that redirection support. And so a lot of offense here, but Indeedee can allow your Pokemon to survive for a little bit longer.
Yeah, I really like the choice for the female Indeedee here. It's just such a frail team, right? Where it's just so easy to imagine scenarios where you have the male Indeedee, you get like one turn really wrong, and suddenly you're down 2-4. Like, well, I guess we're going to the next one, where gives a little bit more backbone to this team. And I think Psychic Surge in general could be big. I mean, one of the other interesting moves is because the Blood Moon Ursaluna on the other team is Assault Vest. It does have that vacuum wave. Not that it's like super great against anything on this team, but potentially not going to have that option if Psychic Terrain is active.
Yeah, I think what's interesting is Yuki basically has a guaranteed tailwind here, right? So the question is, if you're Pronoff, can you really weather the storm and stall things out? Are your Pokemon bulky enough to actually, survive and take these hits? The Weavile plus the Annihilate combo is cool, but you're staring down at Indeedee on the opposing side, which can be a little bit intimidating. However, no Indeedee being led here, as Weavile is led. It's going to be that plus the Golden Go. Golden Go face-off here, but Talonflame from the opposing side.
I kind of forgotten Weavile is an interesting look when it's shiny. But yeah, I mean, as you call, right, we get that very fake-out-proof Tailwind lead, right? One Pokemon's got a Covert Coat, we got a Ghost type. Should be pretty easy to get Tailwind active and just start dishing out some damage if desired.
The question, I think, is for Golden Go, what move do you want to lock into? You've got that super effective Shadow Ball into the opposing Golden Go. This Golden Go can protect. It also can Terra. And so, for example, one play you can make is just protect and then maybe knock out the Golden Go from the opposing side. But it's still scary because then Yuki probably sets up Tailwind, gets a free switch in. And so these early turns will really set the pace because the Talonflame and the Golden Go right now, like Yuki just has all the offensive pressure in the world, and not being able to fake out is a big deal.
You have to see what he does here, because, yeah, I mean, even if there's a trade, right, maybe it's not that big of a deal, or we don't know if Indeedee's actually in the back. If he just selected 4 of the more offensive Pokemon, getting most of a knockout in a Tailwind could be great. But with this Terastallization, we could see some huge damage quickly.
Yeah, and, even though Golden Go resists Steel, it still takes a good bit of damage, right? And so it is going to opt for the Water Terra here, trying to get around the super effective hit. There's actually no Flare Blitz from Talonflame, but of course there is Shadow Ball from Golden Go on the opposing side. So the hope is, hey, like, I might just get one shot. Let me go for the Water Terra, play defensively. But going for the safe Tailwind here from Talonflame, this is what we were calling before the game. There's really no way to deny it because you've got Covert Cloak. And it's Make It Rain rather than Shadow Ball. So Pronoff goes for the Water Terra, but still ends up eating up a lot of damage. And look how much damage that does to Golden Go.
Yeah, nice resistance there. It's still a 2 KO. I guess it won't be because of the special attack drop, but I think there's a good chance that the Golden Go's not going to swing again anyway.
So here, the knockoff comes out, but the Steel Terra allowing it to survive and will knock off the Choice Specs, but you actually might not mind being able to switch your move up right now.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you use it anyway and finish off this Weavile, but it keeps Yuki's options open, makes his turn a little bit more challenging. And yeah, I mean, I don't know if you care about giving up that Nasty Plot all that much, or you just got a Tailwind. It's threatening, sort of, but the Golden Go's going to have to survive 3 turns against this hyper-offensive team to actually get to use the effect of that Nasty Plot.
Yeah, really good point there, and I think it also doesn't have recovery, right? There's no Citrus Berry, there's no leftovers. You have Rillaboom for grassy terrain, but it's like, how do you actually get an attack off, to your point? And it's really hard because normally you'd be like, oh, maybe like I can fake out the Talonflame, but then there's Covert Cloak, so it's still vulnerable to just eating up a Brave Bird right now. And so it's a really tough position for Pronoff. I think Yuki just going for the safe setup, doesn't get baited by Shadow Ball on turn 1, recognizing, look, it's really valuable to just get both of my opponent's Pokemon low. Talonflame, though, however, going to pivot into that Archaludon, which, of course, will be able to soak up some potential damage here and baiting out the Protect from Golden Go as well.
Yeah, I really like this. I mean, assuming we see a knockout onto Weavile this turn with the Make It Rain, Yuki's done a really good job of, I think, dealing with some of the potential ways he could wind up in trouble in this match. Right? He's got rid of the Talonflame, which is great, not only because it's not like the greatest offensive threat, but also because it's not clear how Pronoff would deny a second Tailwind, right? So setting Yuki up for later in the game, and then, as you noted, well, how do you get an attack off with this Golden Go? Well, perhaps Magmar's in the back. It's not, but perhaps it was, right? And then the Stalwart would just get around that and pick up the knockout anyway. So instead, the Rillaboom, as you called out, going to come out here and see what it can do. Now it can fake out either Pokemon, but there's still some complications here.
Yeah, I think critically their Golden Go did protect on Pronoff's end, and so Yuki kind of calls that out. Of course, it's boosted, so actually did have the opportunity to attack there because it's -1, no Choice Specs on the opposing side, and so Golden Go probably could actually survive, but Yuki decides to take a calculated risk, and it really, really pays off. And yeah, I really like the call out to saying, okay, Magmar would be the solution in protecting Golden Go. Well, yeah, you've got the Archaludon for it. And so, Rillaboom now at least in an okay spot, but I think the question still is, how do you start dealing damage right now? There is the threat of Protect from Archaludon, Archaladon, really easy to go for that safe protect. Yuki then could, of course, sacrifice the Golden Goal or switch it out. Looks like he's going to opt for the latter, and we'll see if it's Talonflame coming back out. It is, and Talonflame resists a lot of the attacks that are out on the field right now.
Yeah, and we see the protect from this Archaladon, right? Most of them don't have it, but it is not the Assault Vest. It's the power variant, and really going to pay off here as it shrugs off this fake out.
Fake out going into that slot, so just trying to deny it, of course, from an attack. Shadow Ball does go into the Golden Goal slot, which is now Talonflame, so +2 Shadow Ball, knocking out the Talonflame. But if you're Yuki, you might not mind that too much, because now it does grant you a free switch in.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you hate losing Pokemon, and you lose the Tailwind threat later, but, you know, he potentially, if it's in a more offensive Pokemon, that 4th slot, you'll get it in for free. If not, you know, you could potentially bring your own Golden Go back and no longer have the negative effects of the 2 Make It Rains. And we do have the Golden Go, the chipper. I guess that does make sense. It has been chipping away at this team. You know, broke a Focus Sash, living up to its name.
Yeah, and critically, this is not the Assault Vest on Rillaboom either. It's Miracle Seed, and so you do take a lot of damage, right? You probably, I would guess, maybe survive the Make It Rain since there's no choice specs anymore on the opposing side, but a double up certainly will get the knockout. And so this is scary because Pranov's goal right now is to just stall out the Tailwind, but even when Tailwind is stalled out, the question then is, are your Pokemon actually faster than Yuki's? If so, then the Golden Go still, of course, does have these boosts, might be able to get another knockout before Yuki can move, and that would be huge.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see, you know, kind of both sides here, where there's the option of just trying to protect out the Tailwind, right? So does either side try to take advantage of that? You actually go for it, you know, try to make a read here. Yeah, Yuki's got a decent little advantage, but for now, I'm going to play pretty conservatively on this one.
Yeah, makes sense. Just really don't want to risk losing your Pokemon this turn to really any attack. There's just so much offense from the opposing side. You really need to at least stall out that Tailwind, and so it's going to be the Electro Shot here, of course, with that power-up, gets that special attack boost. And critically here, the Archaladon does have Thunderbolt as well. So normally when you're using power-up Archaladon, you have to be very careful about going for that Electro Shot in case you attack into a Protect. But the Thunderbolt here means you'll be able to hit the Golden Go for super effective. Now you're threatening +1 Dragon Pulse into Rillaboom as well. And so I think Yuki probably expecting the double Protect this turn, saying, you know what, if you don't Protect, I knock out your Golden Go, and if you do, well, I get the free special attack boost anyway.
Yeah, I think a pretty solid turn there. And at least, you know, one of the great things about Archaladon also is, like, you get something out of this turn. You know, pretty much every other Pokemon in the game, if you attack it as a Protect, you get nothing out of it. You're not quite Urshifu levels of exploitation, but still better than nothing. And now both players are going to get some critical information, right? Likely both of the Golden Go are going to attack this turn, get the opportunity to find out which of the two is quicker, which will be valuable both in this game and moving forward in the set.
Yeah, the Rillaboom in a really tough spot. This set does not have high horsepower, so you've only got Grass-type attacks against 2 Steel-type Pokemon, so it's really not threatening very much right now. I was thinking, I don't know, if you crit a Grassy Glide into Golden Go, then maybe can it KO? So here we go. It's going to be Grassy Glide, but that's really just not enough damage here. And Dragon Pulse just coming out, not even Thunderbolt, covering for a switch out, and just knocks out Golden Go. So it doesn't even matter who's faster between the Golden Goes because the Archaladon will be the first one to move.
Yeah, the mystery remains unsolved.
I think we did see the Grassy Terrain activate on the Golden Go on the opposing side, so first I was thinking, but it could still be a speed tie, and so it's like hard to say for sure, but now single target, Steel Terra, no Assault Vest, no choice specs, but Rillaboom just goes down to that, and Yuki just full control of this match, setting up that early Tailwind. There's really not much that Pranov could do because his Pokemon, even after Tailwind ends, are still slower.
Yeah, well, the good news is we got a, well, good in air quotes here. I got Ursaluna, sturdier Pokemon's got an Assault Vest against 2 special attackers. I'm surely this will be fine.
I think this is actually maybe one of the most important Pokemon in the matchup, but it just came out a little bit too late, where it normally wants to be on the field to like soak up some damage and retaliate back with a knockout, but it's certainly not going to win a 1v3. So I wonder, you know, if the Ursaluna was led in the beginning of the game, at least you can trade 1 for 1, and maybe that turns the tides a little bit. But in this end game, it is just not going to be able to do anything.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like you kind of go back to this game in general. You know, there just wasn't a very good trade for allowing that free Tailwind. I think you got to punish that a little bit harder. Even eventually getting a free knockout in the Talonflame was still Yuki's benefit, right? Where he was able to shuffle to an advantageous position. I would see a knockout get picked up by this Ursaluna, where at least not going down without a fight, but you know, staring down a Pokemon with boosted special attack that just got ignored. Not ideal.
Yeah, and Yuki, of course, has one final Pokemon. Ursaluna, if this was actually a just 1v2, could potentially win this, but that key final Pokemon on Yuki's end still not even revealed here. I mean, if it's Sneasler, you just get to close combat. If it's Indeedee, you get to just follow me, redirect attacks away from the Ursaluna. And so really tough, for, I think, for, Pranov to be able to win this one. So he's probably already thinking ahead to the next game. It's going to be Ursaluna on the opposing end, and you can just Blood Moon down and get a knockout.
So it is interesting information, at least. Yeah. Like, I do think picking up that knockout for Pranat very worth it. Get to learn a little bit what Yuki was thinking about this game, where he went full offense. I think it helps explain why we saw the Talonflame sacrifice earlier, where as much as it would have been great to get the second Tailwind off, really better to do what he did versus losing an attacker for free. Had this game gone differently, perhaps the Ursaluna on the other side of the field could have been more impactful.
Definitely. I think the two tools I'm thinking that Pranat could use maybe a little bit more going into this next match, as Dragon Pulse just fails to get the knockout, but Blood Moon will certainly get the KO, is Ursaluna maybe being used a little bit earlier. Magmar didn't come out in that last game, and you called it, right? It's the fear of Stalwart from the opposing side, but you can still at least put on some pressure. You've got the overheat into Golden Go, so imagine leading Magmar into Talonflame plus Golden Go. That's really valuable because you can just threaten with overheat. If you lead that with your own Ursaluna, for example, you pressure overheat Blood Moon immediately, maybe a double knockout. And so it's interesting because it's like, do you feel good about bringing redirection into Stalwart or Childom? Probably not, but I think Magmar's offense actually can be valuable here as well.
Yeah, I think so too. And I think especially, if you lead it, I think you're in a little bit better position, right?
Yeah.
I think it doesn't make a whole lot of sense on Yuki's end to lead that Stalwart Pokemon, right? So if you're lucky, maybe Magmar gets to do its job, hopefully gets knocked out before it ever comes out in the field. If not, if you're forcing it in, I mean, it's not like the sort of counter where, it's gonna like switch in super easily, like really abuse Magmar, or maybe you can do some damage to it on the switch. It doesn't have that Assault Vest, so even an overheat would do some pretty decent damage. And maybe that's just, you can switch your own Magmar out, come deal with it later. I think it's definitely a viable option.
Yeah, I think there just needs to be kind of more immediate offense, and the whole game of trying to stall out Tailwind doesn't even actually work out that well because your Pokemon turned out to be slower than Yuki's end anyway, right? So it's like, the goal here is maybe I try to render the Talonflame slot useless and kind of attack around it. I think in that game, Yuki was able to really get his offensive tools out very, very quickly, and Pranat just didn't really have like the best immediate response, and I think Magmar is a Pokemon that can weather the storm a little bit.
Yeah, for me, I think either you go that route or you kind of like lead two of your more offensive Pokemon, you start swinging, because that was kind of the other thing I did love about the way he led that first game, is that like the whole point of Yuki's lead is that you can't fake it out, right? You've got to do something else.
Exactly.
And, I just didn't think it was a good enough punish where it didn't like force the Terra on Golden Go, but like Yuki kind of wanted to do that anyway, I think. Because again, the jokes all aside about the Pokemon's ribbon, like that's its job. It's the chip, right? Break a focus S, do a bunch of damage, create a situation where the other offensive Pokemon can clean the game up later. So both Golden Go terastallizing definitely advantage Yuki. So maybe try to create a different situation there.
100%. Yeah, I think Ursaluna or Magmar being led is what I would personally like to see. And the question then is, how much value are you going to be able to get out of that Ursaluna, right? If it only goes down to just a combination of attacks, it can be really scary. It's going to be an adjustment here, though. No Golden Go. The Ursaluna is now coming out from both ends.
Interesting. So yeah, the rare Ursaluna mirror. No Trick Room to be found here. On Yuki's side, again, you're going to have the option of getting the Tailwind up quickly, but a little bit better situation this time where the Ursaluna not immune to the fake out, so potentially allowed to at least swing. You could try to pick up the knockout in the Talonflame if you wanted, though, again, if you're doing that, you allow a Tailwind and a free switch, which is kind of playing into Yuki's hands.
Yeah, and you can see actually the hover for potentially protecting, maybe worried about eating up a Brave Bird, but yeah, I think like fake out plus Blood Moon right now does guarantee you the knockout onto Talonflame. Then the question is, does Yuki actually want to set up that Tailwind? Does he want to just go for Brave Bird instead? Because he might think, okay, my Pokemon are faster anyway. I think Tailwind is always guaranteed. It's always safe here. There's not really much you can do to deny it. But yeah, gonna opt for that Blood Moon. And I do like Pranat's adjustment for bringing that Ursaluna out. So the key question then is for Yuki, do you just protect your Ursaluna as well? But actually, it's just Rillaboom protecting here, so...
Interesting.
Yep, it's going to be Tailwind. No protect from the opposing Ursaluna, so Ursaluna will be able to just get a big attack off here. There was the potential for Fake Out and Blood Moon.
And so, the other way!
Yeah, you get really punished by not going for that Fake Out on turn 1. Oh my goodness, almost just gets that knockout.
Well, we'll see probably a knockout here, but oh no! Talonflame been training well, and that's a tough turn for Pranat. I mean, maybe you like not picking this knockout out. You break the Gale Wing, so Rillaboom can actually finish this off potentially, but I mean, do you even want to allow that, right? Because then the other Blood Moon's getting to attack again, easily pick up a knockout and change with Hyper Voice probably.
Yep.
Really tough spot where I think you have to go for that fake out there, right? It's just not worth the risk.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where it's like you're worried probably about eating a Will-O-Wisp or a Brave Bird, but is Brave Bird even going to knock out the Rillaboom is my first question, right? I mean, this Talonflame appears to be quite bulky. To your point, I think, yeah, Talonflame probably would have preferred to feint there because then Yuki just gets a free switch in. You could just click your spread moves, Hyper Voice, make it rain, double knockout potentially right there. And so actually works in Pronov's favor a little bit, let the Talonflame does not get knocked out. But you're still staring down a lot of offense right now. Tailwind has been set up on the opposing side. There is the threat of Brave Bird. And so Yuki actually recognizes, look, there's a lot of priority on your end. Gale Wings is broken. I'm going to just switch in our Archaludon right now.
Yeah, I mean, I love that. I mean, Talonflame still, its natural speed could potentially set up a Tailwind later, and because of all this damage that his Ursaluna is threatening, there's not really a whole lot on the other side where you're kind of like forced into the switch, which, thanks to the Mind's Eye ability, is not all that safe.
Here is going to be the Terra from the Ursaluna, so this, of course, allows it to get around the super effective hits of the Grass-type attacks from Rillaboom. Also allows you to boost your damage output to Hyper Voice. Have to see if it's a Hyper Voice or an Earth Power, potentially sniping down the Golden Go, but it's going to be Grassy Glide here, not a Wood Hammer critically into the Ursaluna slot, and so this Rillaboom not really able to accomplish that much, and this is the dream for the Ursaluna. Hyper Voice boosted by that normal Terra, and that Life Orb does so much damage, almost eliminating Rillaboom, and that was a key opportunity to potentially Wood Hammer the Ursaluna, but Yuki's one step ahead with these defensive switches.
Yeah, really great move there where, it's so great when you're the one switching, but it still deal that much damage the other direction.
Yeah.
And, while Golden goes out in the field now, it's still pretty pinned, right? You can't deal with the combination of a Hyper Voice and an attack from Archaludon. Rillaboom kind of in a position where it's also forced to protect. And, there's a good chance of stalling out this Tailwind, except for, again, Talonflame's healthy not healthy, but alive in the back, and there's still a lot of damage to get through before even the first Tailwind goes down.
Yeah, I think it's just 2 critical turns against Ursaluna both times where it just gets so much more value. It doesn't even take any damage, so we're going to see some protects here just to stall out Tailwind a little bit, but Pronov, of course, has taken a lot of damage, and he's still facing a ton of offensive pressure from the opposing side. Yuki content to just go for that Electro Shot once again, saying, I'll just take my guaranteed special attack boost. Thank you very much, and we'll have to see what Ursaluna decides to go for. You definitely don't want to be clicking that Blood Moon this turn, because then, of course, you want the ability for it the subsequent turn, but the question is, where do you go from here? Because Pronov right now does not even have the most offensive pressure, given that it was the, no Grassy Glide chip onto the Ursaluna on the opposing side.
Yeah, I think it's such a devastating position too. Even though there's only one turn of Tailwind left, a Hyper Voice and even Thunderbolt would probably pick up either of these Pokemon pretty easily. And knowing that almost makes this worse. Okay, well, you try to make a cheeky switch or something. Well, you could eat a Blood Moon, and even if you make a relatively good defensive switch, which doesn't seem to be available here, there's a good chance you're losing 2 Pokemon this turn. So I guess now the decision for Pranam is all right, do I either go for a double protect and just YOLO it, or do I have a combination of 2 Pokemon who I think can close the game and just sacrifice the other 2?
Yeah, it's really tough though, because looking at how much damage everything has taken, you probably are going to be giving up at least 1 Pokemon here. Double might honestly be the best bet, or maybe you try to get the double with 1, sacrifice 1. We see that there is the Weavile in the back, of course, but it's just so tough because once again, even after Tailwind's over, you are still staring down 2 huge offensive beasts. Golden Go opts for the double protect, is not going to be able to get it. Grassy Glide comes out, and it does decent damage, but it's a little bit too late, as now we'll likely just see a double knockout.
That's tough. I mean, he has to go for it, but the Hyper Voice is going to come in here, and these Pokemon look scared.
Yeah, and Hyper Voice, of course, with that ability, being able to hit that Golden Go. This is part of the thing that makes Ursaluna so deadly. There is no real switch in. Even something that resists it is taking 30-40% from it. And so Golden Go is going to fall. Yuki has the Pokemon advantage right now. Pranov gets that switch in back out into Ursaluna, but it's so low. That turn 1 low, Yuki saying, you know what, you have to fake out me, but if you don't, I'm just going to make a play gives me such a huge advantage immediately, and Pranov gets punished really heavily.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the trouble of playing against these hyper-offensive teams, right, where there's just so much pressure, and one incorrect decision can really flip the game. I think, unfortunately, there are 2 incorrect decisions here, right? I think both the first 2 turns were pretty disastrous for Pranov, and it may not have mattered after the way the first turn went, but yeah, I mean, this just been an incredible job for Yuki converting the Tailwinds both games into such immediate value, and again, this is just such a difficult spot because what did he really survive? Where these Pokemon are still threatening a bunch of damage. There's still an unknown Pokemon in the back. I think Yuki can take some time here and probably sacrifice the Ursaluna, guarantee getting another Tailwind up. It's tough.
Yeah, happy to just double protect here to stall out a fake out from the opposing side. And at this point, yeah, you try to go for Icy Wind, get that speed drop immediately, but it's tough because you won't be able to get a double knockout. If it was Icy Wind and Hyper Voice gets the double KO, okay, great, maybe there's a chance, but the problem is you'll only be able to get 1 knockout, so then you're taking a trade and you're already so far behind that a trade doesn't really get you back into it. And so I think turn 1 alone was such a big turn. Part of the question here, we were saying, okay, Ursaluna from Pronoff needs to probably be brought out a little bit earlier, but how much value do you get out of it? And it's a tough matchup for Rillaboom. You're up against Talonflame, you're up against Archaludon, a potential Golden Go. With this Miracle Seed set, you just don't do very much damage with it, so that Fake Out needs to be valuable, but then we didn't see Fake Out.
Yeah, and I think it's especially that, because you kind of in the previous game, how much trouble the Rillaboom is going to have dealing damage to anything. I think ever there's a game where, like, well, because I have to risk the potential of getting Grave Birded, like, kind of who cares, right? I mean, Rillaboom, like, even Fake Out isn't very good in this matchup where, like, 2 of the potential opponents are immune to it anyway. You've just got to use it to protect its more valuable teammates.
Yeah, and it's so tough, right? Because once again, to your point, with hyper offense, when you're going up against it, one incorrect decision, or it's so easy to second guess so many of these things. If it goes incorrectly, boom, that's it. So Icy Wind here is going to come out. This game, of course, is not over yet. We'll be able to land onto both Pokemon, but there's just still so much offense from the opposing side. Ursaluna will Earth Power here into Yuki's Ursaluna, secure that knockout, but of course it means a free attack from Archaludon, and I would expect him to just knock out the Ursaluna here.
Yeah, I mean, I think at that point, yeah, only one Pokemon remaining on their side, even with the Focus Sash. Hard to imagine the path to victory here. Dragon Pulse coming down, easily going to pick up this knockout in the Ursaluna, and yeah, we're excited to see this Weavile, but all alone, it's in a tough spot. It probably is faster than this Talonflame, so at least you can deny Tailwind, I guess, but yeah. I don't really know what that does for you.
Yeah, it's a really cool option here. Unfortunately, facing, I think, just the really difficult matchup for it, where, like, Fake Out, not very valuable into Covert Cloak and a Golden Go. You also have the beat up for the Annihilate, but leading Weavile Annihilate is really, really hard in this matchup because you're staring down Tailwind, right? Tailwind plus a spread move is just so powerful. Normally with Annihilate, you need a couple turns to get going. And Talonflame's still faster even. So just securing the Tailwind there on top. Dragon Pulse coming out into the Weevil, brings it down to 10 HP here. Icy Wind will connect, but it will just do meager damage. Oh, gets the knockout onto Talonflame, so we'll see what Yuki decided to bring at his fourth. But I like Yuki's decision to go Ursaluna as well, because I think he was probably expecting Magmar.
Yeah, I think it's great too, because I think it does a good job of like countering almost everything that we discussed as like being a reasonable option for Nav as an answer there. And that's the trouble with losing game 1 to hyper offense, right? Is that I think the lead matchup is just so important, and you've got to get it right twice in a row from there to win. Great set by Yuki, I think pretty much perfectly played.
Yeah, absolutely. And he took some really nice calculated risks throughout that set, going for a switch, for example, in front of Golden Goal that was boosted, calling out, look, I think you were going to expect me to attack into that slot. So being really one step ahead there. And then the turn 1 play, once again, I think like Yuki's logic is, look, I get a guaranteed Tailwind up anyway, right? So if you fake out my Ursaluna, sure, I don't get a move off, but whatever, I can just attack next turn. And in the off chance that you protect or go for a Wood Hammer, for example, Yuki recognized, look, it's really important to just get a ton of burst damage immediately onto Ursaluna, so then I can finish off with the Make It Rain from Golden Goal later on, and gets probably more than he even was expecting to.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that whole, really both lead matchups are kind of like, you know, heads I win, tails you lose sort of situations where like, even though the Yuki kind of got exactly the outcome he wanted both times, I feel like if the other outcome had happened instead, it probably still leads to a path where Yuki is greatly favored.
Yeah.
I think just really good lead matchups by him both games, and then great decisions to make sure that he wasn't taking the same level of risk his opponent was.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there truly felt like there was not really too much Pronoff could do, where it's like even if you're trading evenly, Yuki probably favors that trade every point of the day. And I really love the point you just made, because it feels like Yuki just has so many options, and part of that is the way his team is constructed, right? It's hyper offense, but he knows exactly how to look for these damage trades and how to optimize for them. And it's just so much damage. I mean, Golden Go and Ursaluna Blood Moon, 2 of the strongest Pokemon in the format, and Yuki made them look so powerful in that set.
Yeah, I mean, we basically didn't need his last Pokemon either game too, right? Eventually it ended up coming out because of late games KOs, but you know, after the outcome of the games were basically already decided. I think I'd be pretty scared if I had Yuki's name next to mine in the pairings after that, where I think playing against this sort of team is always just really stressful. But yeah, I mean, he's got a lot of reps with it, and we saw how well he did in the International Championships last weekend, and it just looks so strong in this format. You know, I think Stalwart, Archaludon, it didn't end up mattering that set because we never saw Magmar, but I think that's another thing where like almost every high-end team has a redirector, right?
Yeah.
And just losing that option really breaks down, especially a lot of the frailer opposition teams that he could play against, right? Where they don't have the options like he does just to kind of go full aggressive, and they're expecting to have support options that just get taken away. So I really like how his team matches up with the format, and especially the way he played it.
Yeah, absolutely. If anything, I've been surprised by how uncommon Tailwind from Prankster or Talonflame specifically has been in this format. we've seen it on Dragonite now as like kind of the new meta adaptation, but you know, priority Tailwind is always just so good. We did see Whimsicott win a regional championship in this format over in Europe, but I always just felt like I'm just surprised there's not more Tailwind hyper offense when you have Ursaluna and Golden Goal. To your point, these teams are really frail, right? So you also cannot make that many mistakes because one bad turn means you lose your sweeper. You can really be behind in the game. But yeah, to your I think Yuki having this hyper offense, he made it look really, really good. And there's not that much Talonflame or Whimsicott at the top tables right now. So if anyone's gonna pilot hyper offense Tailwind to a victory, it might be Yuki.
Yeah, and I gotta say too, I mean, I just think that, you know, if you're gonna try to win a Pokemon tournament, I feel like, you know, you need tools on your team, right? You don't want to just have it be in a situation where you've got to just like really grind out every single set by just kind of out maneuvering everyone. And I just love how flexible this team is. Like, I really love the Ursaluna, Tailwind, Trick Room options we've seen over the course of this generation. You know, both with Blood Moon Ursaluna, but also with the regular version. And yeah, I mean, just gives you so many options. You can use the Trick Room to reverse, but also like if you're against an opposing Tailwind team, right? That is one thing they have to consider. Is are you just going to Trick Room as your Tailwinds expiring? And I just love the flexibility. It just, you know, it's a really hard team to flowchart against, which I think is just really valuable with how good players have gotten.
Totally. And once again, I want to give, you know, credits to Pranav. First time playing on stream. Really stressful, right? Like, there's so much. And then you're facing down probably what looks like a nightmare matchup as well. It's so difficult to even think about, like, what to do in scenarios like that. And, like, when the matchup is already a huge uphill battle, it just makes things infinitely harder because you have the pressure and the stress that you're facing with as well. And so I wish we could have seen Weavile and Annihilate do a little bit more because I'm sure it's worked so well for him in other games throughout this tournament. But huge credits to him for bringing Weavile in the first place. I think dramatically underplayed Pokemon, but that last set might have shown why, right? When you're facing down Covert Cloak and Ghost Terra and Ghost Pokemon, it's not the easiest to execute with.
Yeah, like maybe that's a team comp thing, right? Where this just feels like a tough matchup where like I think you need to not be, or need to be able to not bring Weavile against this matchup. And,
yeah.
I just think it is tough, and Pranav's time to have a good combination of 4 Pokemon for this matchup. But you know, all the props to him for getting to this point in the tournament, right? I mean, 4-1, still a great record, and especially doing it with some Pokemon that we just don't expect to see at all.
Yeah, absolutely. Just 2 games away once again from securing a spot in day 2. But Yuki now advances to 5-0, just 1 game away from making it to day 2. So let's hear from our winner.
Thank you so much, Aaron. I'm here with Yuki, who, like you said, is 1 win away from another day 2 at a Pokemon tournament. I believe your most recent one was LAIC, maybe last weekend?
Yes, the southern part of the Americas. And yeah, it went pretty well for me there. I'm really happy. It was my first time cutting an IC. And just in my personal life, I was really busy in my personal life, and yet I still had really good results. So I thought, okay, this team must be like pretty good. It must be carrying me. So yeah, I just brought it this weekend, and so far it's doing pretty well.
So you made no changes from LAIC to this week?
I made a small changes, like it's very like minute, but I think the overall concept is the same.
Okay, so how did you arrive at that concept? Like, what was the brainstorming?
Yeah, so I played a grassroots tournament actually organized by the one and only Wolf. And through that, I got to use like Ursaluna Blood Moon, and that's when I thought like, so there's like only one Pokemon in this format that can really like reliably like KO it, and that would be the Sneasler. And everything else, you can't really handle it too well. So this feels like the restricted Pokemon of this format. So I definitely want to build around it. And then I thought, okay, like Talonflame is pretty good. Like I can set Tailwind, which I might want to be in, and also it can do like, you know, pretty mean things to Sneasler by doing like, you know, flying attacks or burning it. So I thought that's like a pretty solid combination. And then I thought, but then maybe if my opponents are also really fast, I want to do some Trick Room. So at one point I added in a Farigiraf, but I turned it into Indeedee because I want a little bit more flexibility. It can do Follow Me, it can do Helping Hand.
Terrain as well, right?
Yes, exactly. And also like the fact that like Goldengo, this was actually a recommendation from Wolf. Like I was like so like stressed with my personal life. I was like, I don't have time to do Pokemon, and like the team is not working out. I'm losing. And then Wolf was like, I think Goldengo's pretty good. Like Tailwind, make it rain. What's wrong with that? And I was like, you're right. And then yeah, I took his advice and it worked out. So yeah, I'm really, really happy with where I arrived.
Yeah, it really is the help of your friends that can carry you through the, I don't have time for Pokemon in my life, but it's funny that you say that. I mean, 2 tournaments back to back, you're doing very well. I'm assuming you're exhausted because it's a bit of a long haul from here to there and everywhere.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, what was your mental coming into this weekend? Are you just here to have fun? Are you like trying to lock in despite the stress?
Yeah, I mean, I love how you pointed out, like, you know, talking to friends, because something that I've been working on is my mental and just like being really present fun for each game, not thinking about, okay, like, you know, how many more wins do I need to get top cuts? Like, you know, how much CP can I milk out of this? I can think a lot more, you know, just individually, like one game at a time. Like that's kind of like the mindset I'm trying to have. You know, I have a little hashtag OGAT, one game at a time. And that's thanks to my friends who are really encouraging me to think that way. And, you know, of course you want to win, but it's also about having fun and just playing the best Pokemon.
For sure. So how has your day been so far? I mean, we just saw you win on stream. Were there any other notable matches that you played earlier to get here?
Yeah, I played 2 Tailwind mirrors actually, so they had an option to get Tailwind up and also to get Trick Room up, and that's a little bit weird because yeah, like the speed tiers are, you know, all over the place, especially if they have an Ursaluna Blood Moon. It's like, is mine gonna be faster, mine gonna be slower? Like having to figure that out game one, you know, is a little bit stressful. Also, like focusing on not losing, like, you know, do I get information? Do I win? Like, of course you want to win. So yeah, that's a bit stressful, but I was able to manage it by just thinking about the high level aspect of the game a little bit better. And it's been working out so far.
Yeah, and I was going to say as well, it felt like there was a lot of that information game in game 1 against Pranav. Like, what was your number one target? Was it just figuring out the Ursaluna Blood Moon situation? Was there someone else that you were worried about on that team?
Yeah, the Ursaluna Blood Moon is pretty scary for me because like the one like reliable out I have into Assault Vest ones, especially since they're bulkier on the special defense side, is Sneasler. You know, being able to do close combat. If I have Stellar, I can probably KO in one shot. But that means like, you know, since mine doesn't have like Throat Chop, you know, it has nothing to do against the Goldengo. So I didn't want to ever end up in a slot where it's like Goldengo, Ursaluna, Sneasler. So that's why I didn't really bring it.
Yeah.
But I also meant the Ursaluna's a little bit harder. So I was really happy to see the speed tiers in game 1 where mine was faster. And I thought, okay, maybe I don't need to rely as much on my Tailwind. And that's why I think, you know, I let my Talonflame go down a little bit easier in game 2. Sorry, Talonflame, you're so good though. And yeah, so that's how it kind of worked out.
All right, so I know that you've been to a lot of majors recently. Have you been able to catch up with your local scene at all? I'm curious.
Yeah, I just recently like moved, and that's part of the things that was stressing me out personally.
Of course.
I haven't been able to go as much, but I'm really excited. Like, you know, locals is such a fun way to like get involved in the community, get to meet new people, and you still get to play Pokemon, and it's not like as high stakes as like a major is. So you get to focus a lot more on the practice and getting to know people. So I'm really looking forward to it.
I mean, you say that it's not as high stakes, but I know I've been trying to get you to come to a cheese league, and I will say we do have a lot of world caliber competitors in the New England region, in New York, obviously as well.
Oh, great.
So, you know, a little bit higher stakes than you think.
Yeah, and I heard cheese is a pretty good TO, so I have to go. I have no option.
For sure, for sure. Do you have any shout outs? Anybody at home you want to say hello to?
Yeah, I mean, my usual squad, like Brendan, Marcus, Aaron, Wolf, Aaron again, Justin, Dylan. You know, they're always just there to, you know, especially in the last few weeks, just so stressed in general, and being there for like, you know, helping out with Pokemon stuff, helping with personal stuff is really, really invaluable. And then I also have some friends who are using the same team as me in this event. I don't want to really reveal who yet, so shout out to them as well. And then finally, my friend Sam, who doesn't play Pokemon but is also tuning in right now, I believe. So really excited and grateful for all the people in my life.
Awesome. Well, Yuki, I'm very grateful to have you back here with me in the lounge. Thank you for the interview. Best of luck with the rest of your tournament. Casters, back to you.
Thank you very much. We are back here on the desk with myself and Scott, and what great insight. We've featured a lot of different compositions so far throughout this tournament, and it really feels like any of them could win the tournament right now.
Yeah, I think it's great that they all have seemed so strong when they've been on stream, where like a lot of different paths have looked good. This really is a pretty open format, right? Where the top Pokemon are definitely scary, as they always are, but you know, Weevil can make it to 4-0. You know, it seems like every tournament, I guess, like especially the North American regionals, I guess it felt like to me, like there's been a few teams that make it to like top 32, top 16, we just look at the results like, what is this? Like, this is not a thing, right? But players have found really fun solutions, and then yeah, the top dogs all look devastating here. You know, I guess no matter what weather you're building around, or you know what combination of 5 other things you've put Sneasler into. Like, there's been a lot of fun ways to solve the puzzle in this format.
Yeah, definitely. I personally would love to like see the data on how much Tailwind is out there, specifically on a priority user like Talonflame or Whimsicott, because it feels, we were talking about it before the interview, like it just is not that common relative to its strength, and it's not the easiest archetype to play. That's why I think people generally like teams that can switch very easily, have more margin for error. But man, when hyper offense gets going, it's disgusting.
Yeah, I kind of one thing that Yuki mentioned I thought was cool too is they kind of mentioned playing against other Trick Room Tailwind teams. And, I really thought of that for man. That's going to be a wildly stressful matchup. However, like if you are someone like Yuki, who's often perhaps going to feel like you're the stronger player in the matchup, I think both sides having lots of options and needing to figure out the puzzle, like that does advantage the stronger player, right? And like, you know, whether you end up winning or losing that way, I think it's sort of to me, a smart situation to force. We're like, well, you know, you've got to be playing pretty well to win the tournament anyway, right? So why not try to set up a game that, you know, advantages you if you're on your game that day?
Yeah. I think it's fascinating because when I think of Tailwind and Trick Room on this team, like it feels like very different from the fact that we've also seen Tailwind and Trick Room win, you know, and get second at LAIC, because those teams feel so much different. They're a lot bulkier. They have Pokemon that can survive for really long periods of time. The Trick Room on Yuki's team is an Indy, and with that Indy FMO, you actually will be pretty bulky. I think like you probably aren't setting up Trick Room up a ton, mainly using it more as a counterplay to opposing Trick Room. But if you're up against Tailwind, for example, you can set up your own Trick Room. But it's fascinating to see that a lot of the teams that have had success in this format are running both Tailwind and Trick Room, but the composition of it can be really different, whether it be Hyper Offense or Sun or Rain, for example.
Yeah, and I think you know, it just makes it a lot of fun where you know, even though both sides have this open team sheet thing going on, I think that sort of thing really undermines the advantage of seeing your opponent's team sheet, right? Like, well, they could do this, but also they could do that, right? And you're still have a guessing game where they have so many different lines they could choose, and even if they really want to use maybe a combination of 3 Pokemon to execute their own strategy, you know, just bringing the Indeedee to perhaps trouble a team that takes advantage of Trick Room better than Yuki's team does, and you know, reverse the Trick Room or threaten reversing the Trick Room, right? Where we always love those awkward turns where like neither side can stop the Trick Room, but both sides have a Trick Room user out, and like, well, like do you immediately Trick Room and just try and swap it? Like, do you let your opponent do it, but then see if you get in a situation where they can't stop you from reversing it back the next turn? I mean, those mind games mostly add volatility rather than removing it, but still it's a great option to have.
100%. We are still wrapping up round 5 here at Sacramento Regionals, but Gabby got a chance to shoot some fun content, so let's hear from her.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. I'm here with Wyatt from Portland, and you made a very tough choice this past week, and I was hoping you could talk me through what it was and what you're thinking coming into the tournament this weekend.
Yeah, so I actually switched from my initial plan of playing Rain to Marco Silva's team from LAIC. I saw how well it did in Gdansk, and I've had it on the back of my mind for a while. The current forms of Rain just weren't really appealing to my play style. I really liked Marco's team from the previous European regional before Gdansk, Lille, I believe it was, and I was really liking that team, but the modern builds with the Sinistcha stuff is not quite my play style. So actually, about almost a month ago now, I decided I was going to play Dondozo with my friend Carson. But then at a cup over the weekend, we sort of realized, oh no, Dragonite's going to be everywhere, and we don't have a matchup into this. And rather than cooking, I decided, okay, what do I do now? And I decided to take Marco Silva's team from LAIC, seeing how it got first with some better luck this time than it did in Gdansk. And I tried to learn that team to the best of my abilities.
So how did you go about learning the team? Because it's a very aggressive team. It plays very differently than Rain, and certainly very different than Dondozo.
Yeah, so there was a lot that went into it. I think I decided to switch the team Sunday night. So about 4 or 5 days of prep. I sort of committed to 4 to 6 hours of laddering every single day with the team, as well as coaching from a good friend and top player of mine, Jody Azzarelli. So shout out, Jody. You're real for taking the time last minute to help me learn to play this team better, as well as sort of like mentally downloading all of Marco's games. I think he played 5 or 6 rounds on stream, and I watched every single one of them at least 3 or 4 times, as well as, you know, just working on documents with spreads and stuff, as well as I have a lot of my friends to thank as well. We did a lot of play testing, and I think I was with them every single night for at least 3 or 4 hours playing and saying, okay, this didn't work. I think Trick Room specifically, we had a really tough matchup into, and it took like 4 of us to be like, okay, how do we beat this team? And so I sort of had a better strategy going into it now, and that's sort of how all my matchups went.
Nice. If you had any advice for somebody who, you know, sees a top team at an international championship or at a regional championship or maybe even a local and decides they want to try it for themselves, what would that advice be and why?
Yeah, so I think my number one advice to like almost all players is coaching. I think coaching is like really valuable. My first ever event was Baltimore. There I met a lot of my really good friends now, and I've started going to locals and stuff. But I honestly wouldn't even have gone to Baltimore if I hadn't looked for a coach first to fill that knowledge gap I had. So that coaching is really invaluable in closing that gap, especially with hard teams to play, like Marco's team. It's not something that just anybody can pick up and do well with. I expect to see a lot of it this weekend, but I don't expect a lot of people to have put the time and resources into actually playing that team correctly. So the number one piece of advice is 100% coaching, whether that's from your friend or semi-professional coach or just a top player in the scene that you know. Definitely reach out and get your knowledge that way.
All right. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me, and best of luck in the competition this weekend.
Speaking of coaching, where's coaching been in this metagame? Because we've seen it a bunch recently, especially on Sneasler, even on Annihilate. And I thought one of the coolest things from LAIC was coaching being used on like Focus Hash Annihilate. So kind of surprised that it hasn't made an appearance so far this tournament.
That's a good point. You know, it's much more affordable than other types of coaching. You know, just to go to the good old TM machine thing, and there it is, right there. Yeah, I mean, I think it's such a fun strategy too, where even like I think early the forum, you're mostly just seeing it like what Scarf Annihilate because you only needed like 2 buttons anyway. It's like yeah, sure, coaching, why not? But yeah, I mean, it's neat, right? Yeah, and I feel like kind of just in general, we have not seen all that much stat boosting. It's really just been what Quiver Dance, Volcarona, and Nasty Block Golden Go, all we've really seen, and even Golden Go, it's like been doing more of the boosting and like less of using the boosts. You know, a critical step in the process there.
It's a really good point, because I feel like today on stream, we've seen Pokemon that like want to boost up with the Golden Goal in that last set. We saw Como with an Iron Defense, and both times it just like kind of got the boost and then went bye-bye. It's not, like, there's so much potential boosting in this format, but you have to deal with Haze from Dragonite as well as a lot of offense that's immediate right now. So it's been an interesting trend today.
Yeah, I think the tempo of the teams we've seen on stream so far has been pretty quick too, where, you know, there's been so few turns that they feel free enough to get a stat boost without like trading really poorly, where it was like Yuki used to in an extreme on the offensive side where there's just no space. But I think nobody's played all that passively. And I kind of wonder, maybe that's just a metagame adaptation too, where players like, all right, you know, we've seen too many Pokemon Snowball, and you might beat me, but you're not going to beat me like that.
Yeah, the question I have is, we just heard in that interview about Marco and the Sun team that he, of course, finished second at Gdansk with and won LAIC with. And so, do you think we'll see a lot of it today? Because I know some players had brought it, but it just seems still like a volatile pick, and a lot of players aren't willing to commit to it.
Yeah, I mean, I actually talked to several people on the floor yesterday who mentioned they were going to bring it. So I think like it's decently well represented in the field, but I very much agree with that interview, right? Where I think there's a big difference between bringing it in the field and like, you know, like, oh yeah, I did decent, I went 5-3, right? Versus like, you know, making it into the cut and deep into the tournament where, yeah, I think it's a tough team to play. I think it's high enough on people's radar that you know, you really need to master it to do well, because I think everyone has thought about their line against that team now. So especially if you're not going to tweak it and you're just going to do the full net deck, you really have to have it down.
Absolutely, and I think when I was watching Marco play with it, it felt so different than really how I imagined he would normally play with the team. Like the go-to leads of Charizard, Jumpluff, and Incineroar, Porygon, Jumpluff, and Torkoal. I felt like Marco was like very willing to like lean into Jumpluff in particular. Jumpluff's such a unique Pokemon on that team. It does no damage whatsoever, but of course provides a lot of support. He was so good at just recognizing, look, Jumpluff's so important, I'm going to water Terran on turn 1 just so it survives for one more turn. Being able to get an extra Sleep Powder off or get that Tailwind off or support for Rage Powder is super valuable. But you know, I've seen a lot of people use the team where they have Jumpluff out, Sneasler, Stellar Terra, Dire Claw, turn 1, bye-bye Jumpluff, and then it's a completely different game. And so, yeah, I think it's not an easy composition to use, and I'm really curious to see what its like best placement in this tournament will be.
Yeah, I think I'm guessing like 40th, and that might be high. Speaking of Jumpluff, though, I mean, I don't know if this is a hot take or not, but I feel like, to me, it's the support, like using support Pokemon well is where more of Pokemon's skill gap is versus using attacking Pokemon well.
Yeah.
And I think Jumpluff in particular is because it's so bad offensively. I think we've not seen a whole lot of trainers over the years use it really well. Like Arashi Madi and Joe Ugarte kind of come to mind as like effective Jumpluff players. Like I don't know if I can think of a third off the top of my head. Like I know that there are some, right? But it's just not something that people have been very successful at picking up. And the flip side of that, I think one other Pokemon on that team that I thought was used really impressively was the Charizard.
Yeah.
I think it was when we were together in the analyst closet in London, I spent a lot of time making fun of how bad Charizard is when you don't, back then, Gigantamax it, right? Where it's like, well, if you're bringing it, you better Gigantamax it, because otherwise you wouldn't have Charizard on your team. That did not age super well. I think I was still mostly right at the time, but we've never seen Charizard without some sort of transformation used this way, right? It just, you know, it's not terrible, but you know, it's a pretty weak Pokemon in most formats, and you're winning in IC, what it does have to deal with, you know, it's still a fairly high power level format with stuff like Sneasler, you know, the Incineroars and Rillabooms of the world flying around. You know, it's not like this is some regional dex format. I thought it was very impressive.
Yeah, I love that point, and I think Jumpluff unlocked it to the next level. If it was just Charizard and Torkoal, completely different, right? Because it's just so weak to Pelipper. so much about Charizard is finding the positioning for it as well. Can you set up the sun for it? And when you only have one way to do it with Torkoal, not that great. But when you've got Jump Bluff, which can put things to sleep and set up the Tailwind and, of course, set up Sunny Day manually, it's incredible. But while we wrap up round 5 for VGC, there are a bunch of other games going on right now. So let's quickly check in on our Twitch Red Zone and look over to Pokemon Go as well as the trading card game. I love looking at the card game because there's so many Pokemon we just never see in VGC, like a Cramorant.
Yeah, I love this art too. I mean, Cramorant's one of our friends' favorite Pokemon, so I was excited to see it get represented somewhere. Struggling a little bit in Unite these days too. Although I guess I think it's been better recently. But it's as Cramorant does, fleeing the field, keeping itself alive somewhere since it knows it can't in VGC.
Yeah, on one side we've got the Regidrago and the Teal Mask Ogerpon. Those were Pokemon that actually did make an appearance in VGC in the previous regulation. And then on the other side we've got Comfey, which has been here every now and then, but kind of more of a niche pick. And so, yeah, it's always fun to see what the trainers are using. And then, of course, on Pokemon Go, I mean, this is just next level. Ariados, Quagsire, Dunsparce, Alolan Sandslash. I mean, I can't remember the last time any of those were on stream.
Yeah, I'm happy to see the Pokemon in my pin there, since we're not going to see Azumarill in VGC either. But yeah, I mean, I think Go's been a lot of fun too. I kind of keep an eye on it, and there's been a few Pokemon that have been prevalent in the meta that weren't the last time I watched a bunch. So it's always fun to kind of see how things rotate there as they get their balance changes at the start of new seasons. And I guess on the TCG side, it's fun too. You see the Pikachu EX. It's a new combatant in the most recent set. Really fun set of abilities there. I just really like the theme of it, where it reminds me a lot of the Ashen Pikachu unit in Pokemon Masters EX, where because a similar autofocus sash sort of thing going on. So I always like it when we can thematically make Pokemon feel like themselves throughout different games. And I guess Pikachu can be whatever he wants at this point with thousands of episodes of the animation and stuff under its belt. But I love consistency in that way.
Yeah, of course, you can check out both of these other games at twitch.tv/Pokemon Go and twitch.tv/Pokemon TCG. Scott, I was actually looking up in old school TCG VGC streams from way back in the day, and it's cool to see how far we've come because I was looking at the TCG visuals now, and it's so much easier to follow along the matches, whereas back in the day it was literally just a camera pointing down to a bunch of cards that you would not be able to see very much and easily. So it's kind of cool to see how we've progressed since the good old days.
Yeah, they put a lot of effort in, right? But yeah, I agreed, right? Where I remember. Because I think the first time I really tried to watch TCG an event would have been the 2012 finals probably.
Yeah.
And I think even I had a bunch of our friends around that knew the game pretty well, trying to explain it to me, and it wasn't going to happen.
Yeah,
those sure are some trading cards. Yep.
We've definitely come a long way here across all the different tournaments. Of course, you can take a quick look at the venue right now. So many people participating in this tournament. One of the first regionals, of course, in the North American cycle. It feels really fast-paced, though. I feel like we've had so many majors throughout the last couple of weeks that it's wild to me that we're only in the first third of the season.
Yeah, I think it's really a fun, chaotic time too, where I really do think that a lot of the trainers have really passed the test of the preparation for this event. I mean, both just, I guess, based on them explaining that to us in their interviews.
Yeah.
Where, they were very convincing, I believe them. But also just kind of on the team choice, right? Because there are a decent amount of players who seem like they've synthesized what have worked well in tournaments the past few weeks. And I think it's just so hard when they're coming so quickly, and likely anyone coming to this event who didn't go to LAIC or some of the events immediately preceding it, probably been working on this team for a month, right? And then I think that's a really tough inflection point when you're preparing for an event as a competitor, right? It's oh, well, do I just shelve what I'm working on for something that seems to fit the current meta better? Do I net deck entirely? Do I change to try to adapt to what they're doing? And I mean, a lot of players, even the best players, if get that call wrong, and you're kind of just kicking yourself, right? Where you have a 4-4 event or whatever, or I know I'm better than this, but it seems like a lot of people really have integrated the recent stuff well without losing their identity as a player.
Yeah, it's a really good point, and it's one I wanted to talk to you about, Scott, because I feel like you had such a good read on the metagame when you were a competitor back in 2012, 2013, especially on what Japan was using. I think these days, there are more resources out there. People are a little bit more in tune with what the top Japanese players are using. But back in the day, we were scouring the depths of the internet to find these blogs and whatnot. But we're also in the era that we were competing, there were fewer players in general, whereas now the field is a lot larger. So I'm curious, how would you approach competing today where, there's all this information, all this meta stuff. The meta is shifting kind of with each of these tournament winning teams, but is it shifting enough for you to change your team from event to event?
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends a lot on kind of like, as a player, what you think you're best at and kind of what skills you want to work at.
Yeah.
I love the players who seem to have an identity, right? And like, at some point, you're going to have the ebbs and flows of metagames, right? If you kind of like play with certain attributes in every format, then inherently some formats are going to be better for you than others, right? And, you know, if you want to be a world champion, you got to hope that like you get the right kind of format and the right luck, the right summer, and you know, maybe that doesn't happen, right? But yeah, to me, it's like, I love that sort of mastery. I think if you think of like players who kind of stuck to the same sort of strategies, when we were competing, you know, like Randy Qua would be a big one, right? Where kind of like the original Tyranitar Excadrill player, and you know, which at the time was a little rogue, but has very much stood the test of time by, you know, it's vanishing entirely and then appearing out of nowhere again a couple months ago.
Yeah.
But like it was always just so difficult to play against him, right? Like, even when I thought I knew that my team was a lot better than his, you know, he knew all of his lines. He'd played his side of the matchup a million times, where, you know, I'd maybe played him in practice a few times, but it was more difficult for me because I was improvising a lot more than he was. I think players prepare better nowadays, so that sort of thing happens less, but there's so many archetypes to prepare for, especially when at every tournament could be introducing 3 or 4 new teams that at least you need to know what your plan is against, even if you're not teching. I think also back to the old days, one thing that I learned a lot about from our friend Ray Rizzo was kind of like not overchanging your team, where I think it's a little different those days when Worlds are smaller, though it could be similar again at this World Championships, which again, be smaller compared to last year, if still larger compared to the old days, where certain matchups you kind of just let go, right? It's like, okay, well, I think this team is bad and good players are not going to bring it to Worlds, so I'm just going to trust that I can kind of like skill difference people who choose to bring it, or if a good player has made what I consider a bad team call, I'm just going to eat that loss. Other matchups, like, I know he realized they probably was practicing literally with the two of us. We had scissor problems. So in that case, like, well, I don't want to change the whole Pokemon, but I'm put Fire Punch and Tyranitar.
Right.
That ended up being enough for him. I think he did play it a couple times and won the World Championships that year. And I think that's sort of like critical decisions really hard, but it really is the difference between winning or losing at that level.
Yeah, I love that point. And, one quick thing to note on is how we've seen the team that got second at LAIC being used in this tournament. Well, a lot of people were using Protect on those Golden Goes. The idea was, let me trick my Choice Scarf away onto something like a Porygon, steal an item away, and then also be able to Protect to stall out Trick Room. People have been using Power Gem in this tournament because, hey, that beats Charizard. And what was dominant in that finals? Charizard. And so to your point, sometimes just changing a single move or the way you train a Pokemon or an item or a Terra can make or break a specific matchup. And if it's a matchup that you maybe expect to run into once or twice throughout an event, it could be worth making that change if you don't really get that much value out of that final decision anyway.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think that's exactly what I was thinking as you were talking there. It's all about the opportunity cost, right? Where like some move spots are really valuable, and like we saw like in our last set, right? Protect and Rillaboom has its advantages, but the trade-off of not having a move that's not grass type in that slot can be pretty significant if you run against a team that has a whole bunch of grass resistances. In the case of Golden Go, the fourth move, and sometimes even the third move, just not that important, right? So you can be a little bit more flexible there. And in the old days, Tyranitar was the same way, right? You needed Rock Slide. Everything else is kind of just a plus. So, why not have a little bit of fun?
Absolutely. Well, we are still wrapping up round 5 here, but we've got a fun video to show all of you, so don't go anywhere.
Okay, everybody, I'm here with Jake, aka Major Bowman, and Jake is competing in VGC this weekend. So my first question, Jake, what are you most excited for this weekend?
I haven't been able to play at a regional in a year and a half, so I'm most excited to get to play at a major again. I love going to my local events, but there's something nice about playing at these regionals.
Absolutely, absolutely. That was a serious question. Here's a fun one. If you were a Pokemon, which Pokemon would you be and why?
Ooh. I mean, my favorite's Victini, so I might have to pick him because he's fun. He represents victory, and we love victory when we're competing at regionals. Let's go with Victini.
It's honestly a great answer. Next question for you, Jake, is speaking of Pokemon, what's the coolest Pokemon you have ever captured?
Ooh, shiny Pikachu Libre in Pokemon Go.
You have the shiny?
I do, yeah.
And Jake, one of the reasons I wanted to talk to you is because you do play multiple Pokemon games, but I was not expecting to get showed up in that manner during our interview. So next question is, what is your favorite competitive format in VGC?
My favorite VGC format, probably 2015. That was one of the ones I did well at first, and I really liked using Mega Evolutions. That was a big piece of that format, and I think I just have very fond memories of playing 2018, second runner-up. It's kind of like 2015, but 3 years later in the same rules, so maybe a second place there.
Just casually drop that in there, right? So Jake, if your best friend was a Pokemon, which Pokemon would they be and why?
Ooh. Okay, best friend, Blake Bopper, noted very good Pokemon Go and VGC player. He is very energetic. He likes he likes being the life of the party. I think what's an exciting Pokemon like that?
Something electric type?
Ooh, I like that. Although I think Ludicolo. I think Blake's a Ludicolo because he is always very active, and I could see him doing the Ludicolo dance, and he's a good time, and Ludicolo's a good time.
No, absolutely. I could see it as well. We're currently in Sacramento. Sacramento is called the City of Trees. So what's your favorite grass-type Pokemon, Jake?
Okay.
Is it Ludicolo?
It actually is.
No way.
I have a top 5 in my head, and Ludicolo is number 6, but I don't have a grass in the top 5, so it's got to be Ludicolo.
Jake, you're a confident guy. If you win this weekend, what would you say to your future self?
Oh, wow. You did it. You stuck to it. I haven't won a regional before, so it would be a really big deal. I used to play to grind for a invite to the World Championships and try to get points and prizes and whatever. Now I'm just playing because it's really fun and I miss it. But if I was to win Sacramento Regionals, it would just kind of be a huge accomplishment and a ceiling I don't know that I think I could have broken a year or two ago.
Okay, fair enough. Well, speaking of competitive accolades, would you rather win a regional every single season, would you rather win a regional every single season but not reach Master Ball in the Battle Stadium? Or would you want to reach Master Ball in the Battle Stadium every single season but never win a regional?
Well, if you reach Master Ball, you don't get prize money. So I'm going to go with win a regional every season but not reach Master Ball.
I think that's the answer that everyone's given so far.
It makes sense.
Fair enough. If you could attend one international championship per year, which one would it be?
I've never been to any ICs that aren't NAIC. If I'm only picking one a year, it probably has to be NAIC because it's where all my friends go every year and it's always a really fun time. But I would love to go to EUIC sometime too. I think it would be really fun to compete on another continent, and I just love London. If it's going to be in London again, I'd love to go back.
Fair point. Jake, from a strategic perspective, would you rather win every lead or have the perfect counterplay to your opponent's lead every single time?
I would say counterplay, because if you have the perfect counterplay, you're probably a step ahead later into the game, as opposed to, if I have the perfect leads, maybe they have answers to them too. So I think having the leg up in terms of what am I going to do second, third turn of the game might be a little bit better.
All right, give us a name. Who is the best player in competitive VG? Give us a name.
Right now, probably it's got to be Marco, the Italian player who just won LAIC. He's won 3 international championships. He's won some regionals. He is a very, very good player. Thankfully, isn't here, hopefully. I don't think he's come to Sacramento, so I won't have to face him. But if I was playing at an international event, I would hate to play against him.
Awesome, Jake. It's been great to get to know you. Best of luck in the tournament this weekend, and we're going back into the action.
For the first stop of the 2025 ICs, we went to Sao Paulo, Brazil for the Latin America International Championships. Over 550 trainers competed in the video game across the juniors, seniors, and masters division. This was the big international showcase for the Regulation H rule set. No Paradox Pokemon, no legendaries, no restricteds. Just back to the basics of the Scarlet and Violet Pokédexes. With so many possibilities, trainers needed to be prepared for all sorts of team archetypes and unique Pokemon choices, and it was going to be the most experienced trainers finding the wins. The Masters Division Top Cut was one of the most stacked fields we've ever seen. 5 international champions, 2 of which were the only 2 players to ever have 2 IC wins, 1 Players' Cup champion, and a ton of regional champions. It was almost fate for the 2 double IC champs to face each other in the finals, or for LAIC to finally be won by a Latin American player. But in the end, it was Marco Hamanta Caladura Silva versus Victor Medina in the grand finals. A classic sun versus rain, with either Marco making history as the first 3 times IC champ in Masters, or Victor finally getting a win after coming so close so many times before. Championship Sunday was Marco's day. In a decisive 2-0, Marco Silva made history as not just the first 3 times IC champ, but becoming the first to defend an IC title.
Heavy is the crown as Marco Silva makes history as the first 3-time international champion in the Masters division.
In the seniors division, Marco's little brother Pietro Silva also won LAIC, adding another IC champion trophy to his cabinet.
Pietro Nihal Caludora Silva will be your international champion.
In the juniors division, Ismail Hogi finally won his first IC.
We've got Ursaluna in the trick room, fully ready to pick up the KO, and we have it, Ismail Hogi.
Now we look forward to the Europe International Championships in February, so make sure to follow along and catch all the action at Pokemon.com/broadcasts.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. I'm here with Electric Keeley, and I have some fun Pokemon-themed questions for you about this weekend and Pokemon in general. So to get started, what are you the most excited about this weekend?
I'm excited to compete. I'm excited to see all of my friends who play Pokemon from across North America. I'm just happy to be here.
All right. It's always a good time when all the friends show up, for sure. If you could be a Pokemon, which Pokemon would you be and why?
Ooh, that's a good question. I feel like I'm gonna go with Meowscarada. I am a huge cat person. Anyone who knows me knows it's gotta be cat. So I'm a big Meowscarada fan. That one.
All right. I mean, it's probably the top cat in the VGC format. I can't think of any other cats that would be popular right now. So next question. What is the coolest Pokemon you've ever caught?
The coolest Pokemon I've caught? That's a good question. Maybe just the situation. I feel like the most exciting Pokemon I caught was when I caught a shiny Buzzwole in Pokemon Go. I don't know. Catching shinies in Pokemon Go with friends is always fun.
It's always really exciting when you finish the raid and then it shows up shiny and like everybody cheers, for sure. What is your favorite VGC format of all time?
I think I'm a pretty new VGC player. I only started playing in Scarlet Violet, so I've only really played a few formats. I think my personal favorite that I've played was Regulation F. I had a lot of fun playing Gouging Fire and Chien-Pao and Dragonite. That was definitely my favorite format to play so far.
Those were a lot of fun teams as well. If your best friend was a Pokemon, who would they be and why?
Ooh, that's a good question. I don't know. I want to go with a different cat because I feel like we would just be best friends and like a Litten and Meowscarada, I think that's cute.
I think that covers all your bases as well. So you have a fire cat, a grass cat, and maybe someday a water cat. So Sacramento is the city of trees. What's your favorite grass Pokemon that maybe isn't Meowscarada?
I love starter Pokemon. I'm a big fan of Grookey as well. Maybe not so much its evolutions. They scare me, but I love Grookey.
Fair enough, fair enough. What would you say to your future self if you won the tournament this weekend?
You did that. Wow, I would be very proud of myself. That's for sure.
Would you rather win one regional a year but never get top 25 in the championship point rankings, or consistently get top 25 in the championship point rankings and never win a regional?
I would want to win a regional. That's such a cool title to have. Yeah, win a regional.
Fair enough. If you could attend any of the international championships, which one would you attend and why?
I would probably want to attend the LAIC Latin American International Championships just because I feel like it was just in Brazil, the amount of culture there that's so different from here in North America would be a lot of fun.
They also have the best crowds, so. And our final question, would you rather start every game with a positive matchup, or would you rather win all of your speed ties?
Win my speed ties.
All right, well, you heard it here first. Thank you so much for your time, and we'll be back with more Pokemon action soon.
How soon is now? Because now is when the Pokemon action is recommencing. Welcome back to the Sacramento Regional Championships. My name is Evan Latt, and I am rejoined, or I guess I rejoined the desk with Scott Glaze here as we head into round 6 of our Swiss competition here in Sacramento. And with the changes to the format this season, this means that we are deciding who will be our first competitors who qualify for day 2 of the tournament.
Yeah, big spot to get into. You know, still want to keep winning after this, where you know the real goal is the asymmetrical cut at the really the middle of tomorrow. But these trainers at 5 and 0 are all doing a great job and are well on their way.
Yeah, so here are our top 16 competitors who are only 1 win away from making it into that day 2 standings. Of course, we just saw Yuki defeat his opponent in round 5 to make it to 5-0. And a couple other names here, but some of the bigger names that we had been looking at have fallen down to 4-1 or 3-2 already. But former regional champion last season in San Antonio, Giovanni Costa, still holding strong here for the regional champions in the field.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you ignore that like 5th to 8th spot on the graphic, we've not seen, I think, really almost any of these other trainers on stream before. And I think that's just very interesting, right? Where I could see a bunch of new faces in the top cut tomorrow, which I think would be a lot of fun. And it really tells you what happened last round, right? Where it seems like we had all like known name versus player that we haven't seen on stream so much matchups. And I got to say, the folks that we've seen before did not have their greatest round.
Yeah, didn't have a great round last time around, but what that just means for us is that we get to see and meet some new players over the course of the remaining rounds of this tournament. We will be starting off, however, with a familiar face who we just saw in that video, Jake Muller up against Matthew Jensen. So going to see if Jake can make it into day 2 and continue to embarrass the rest of the casters here. After Len made it into the top cut at LAIC, Jake on his way for day 2 and then potentially on to top cut and beyond.
Yeah, Aaron told me that he was the best caster as a player, but feels like the bar is being raised.
Absolutely, and of course, as you can see, a lot of these other players who we are going to be really excited to check in with on the next rounds, meet them for some of them for the first time, but of course, all that means is new threats emerging, and that's just what we have been seeing over the course of the entire Scarlet and Violet seasons. New players getting involved with the Scarlet and Violet metagame, coming in and stunning everyone else, the more veteran players, with some really unique teams and really strong plays that people just weren't expecting.
Yeah, I think it's been a lot of fun too, because I mean, sometimes when it's a bunch of new names, like it is like really crazy teams, and there's certainly a few crazy teams out there, but I do think it's a great sign of the times as well. How many players we haven't seen a whole lot who do have like very meta-looking teams, or even like exact copies of teams we've seen do well in tournaments before, and they're playing at a really high level despite not having a ton of tournament experience themselves. I'm really impressed by how well players have like practiced and prepared for events where they've gotten really good really quickly.
Absolutely, and that is the mark of continued success in the video game championships. If you can't continue to improve, there's really no resting on your laurels in the video game championships. The competition just gets harder and harder every year, more intense, more players. So you have to continue to get better and better yourself if you want to keep up against the rising tide of the newer players. I'm really excited to check in on this new match, both because, it's exciting to see Jake on the other side of the screen this time around, but also to meet Matthew Jensen here, who, as far as I could tell from researching, has only played in the Baltimore Regional Championships before and is already drastically improving upon that result here in Sacramento. And these are some pretty interesting teams. We're actually going to be kind of throwing back to Regulation A here by having, Jake is running a Dondozo and Tatsugiri team. And then we also have the Annihilate team on the side for Matthew. So I think it'll be really interesting to see how those Reg A strategies are still holding up in Reg H.
Yeah. It's funny to kind of see them comparing or matching up with one another as well, right? Where, we'd seen Annihilate last round on team preview, and that was as far as it made it, but a similar sort of strategy. But yeah, interesting that both of these players kind of using strategies that were better known in past formats and making it to undefeated records here. I mean, shout out immediately to Matthew, by the way, where I think 5-0 at your second tournament is really impressive. The second regional level tournament. And yeah, I think I don't want to get into too much before we're into team preview, but there's some fun quirks to both these teams too, right? Where it's not just that they're using these core strategies that we've seen before, but you know, as the mark for most successful players, you have to put their own little twists on it.
Absolutely. It's those little twists that can make a standard team and standard strategy become so much more difficult for a player to counter. We're really going to have to watch out for that in this game. And I think what's going to be really interesting, what I am going to be watching for, is how Matthew adjusts to the pressure of being on stage, on camera, under the lights, and potentially qualifying for day 2 by the results of this match.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of a big increase in stakes probably from anything Matthew's experienced previously in this game. So it should be exciting to see how he does. And I mean, yeah, maybe if you compare that to the round we just had on stream, right? You know, Yuki's been on stream repeatedly, right? And has even appeared as a caster before, and maybe a little bit more comfortable up here. It'll be interesting to see if once again, you know, well, not really the favorite, but the more practiced trainer has an easier time, or if perhaps Matthew will shake off the nerves and give us a really competitive set here.
All right, well, let's take a look. You're looking at the head-to-head there. Matthew Jensen up against Jake Muller. And of course, Jake immediately with the advantage of that Victini by his side there to support him through this match. Well, like we mentioned, some pretty common strategies that we had seen previously in Regulation A specifically. We've got that mouse hold and annihilate on Matthew Jensen's side, but now with the added bonus of having a secondary beat-up target in the Archaludon.
Yeah, so I think that's a lot of fun. You know, we saw some variants of this. I think we're really early in this format in particular. So a lot of different combinations of lead Pokemon that Jake's going to have to worry about here. We do see, unfortunately, no population bomb on this mousehold, not like the one that we saw win the Baltimore Regional Championship. So everyone put your gloves and shoes back on. You won't need any help counting.
Yeah, absolutely. And crucially for this matchup, you know, we know that Jake is running a Dondozo team. So the first thing that I always look for in a team that's going up against the Dondozo Tatsugiri is how do you remove the stat boost? And here, Matthew's only option is Clear Smog on the Amoonguss. Of course, the other option would be to just blow up the Dondozo with Archaludon.
Yeah, which, you know, you can do in this matchup, right? I think there's a lot of different Pokemon that actually do potentially threaten a decent amount of damage on the Dondozo. You know, 2 pretty beefy special attackers in particular, and then, yeah, the Clear Smog from Amoonguss. Of course, one thing to keep in mind with the Dondozo is that unaware ability, so even though we see all these cool beat-up shenanigans, potentially not so effective in this particular matchup.
Yeah, but what will be effective is the Rage Fist boost from Beat Up on Mousehold. Still is able to increase the base power, so it will still deal increased damage to Dondozo. And even further, this Annihilate is running Spell Tag as a held item for even more boost to the Rage Fist.
Yeah, I'm curious if there's like a specific calc that's for, but I think even if there's not, you know, players are kind of used to how much damage it's supposed to do, and sometimes just doing a little bit more really throws off people's plans.
Yeah, and here is Jake Muller's team. It is the Dondozo and the Tatsugiri. This is the Steel Dondozo, so Steel Terra both will counter the Clear Smog of Amoonguss and boost that Heavy Slam. And Heavy Slam actually does serious damage when you get the Terra plus the boost from Tatsugiri.
Yeah, I really like this team from Jake as much as, you know, I'm excited to see him on stream, not as excited to see Tatsugiri Dondozo, but this is an interesting variation of it, right? There's a lot of different little tricks here too. You know, it takes a lot of shenanigans perhaps to get the coaching onto Dondozo and then set up Commander Boost, but there's an option here. You know, maybe the coaching and Swords Dance on King Gambit, a more viable secondary mode. You know, you have the option of using Ninetales to help out here, but interesting, it's a very offensive Ninetales.
Yeah.
We do not see that Aurora Veil that we often see. Instead, Ninetales, you know, hungering for blood a little bit, going to help Dondozo pick up some knockouts and win this game.
Yeah, and I think the Alola Ninetales is a really good adaptation for the Dondozo teams, especially as we've seen the Premier Haze user be Dragonite. Being able to threaten 4 times super effective ice-type damage into that Pokemon even through multi-scale can be really big.
Yeah, it seems like that's kind of Jake's plan. Right? Like, what are all the best ways to get rid of my boost? Well, I'm going to punish that as hard as I can. I think it's really good team construction.
All right, well, let's hop right into our first round here. This is the Basculegion and Mousehold lead coming out from Matthew up against King Gambit and Sneasler. So that Basculegion is choice banded, which means that King Gambit would normally feel safe to Sucker Punch, but Mouseholds protect him.
Yeah, it's sort of a funny situation here where, yeah, there could be a ton of damage coming in one direction, the Basque Legion. The flip side, it's a safety goggles that mouse holds, so potential knockup being threatened against it as well. I think often for the Dondozo player, you're usually happy to trade back and forth and just wind up with the 2-on-2 at the end that usually the Dondozo-Tatsugiri combination wins, but who knows if that's even the 2 Pokemon he has at the back.
Well, Mousehold is immediately retreating here in favor of the Pelipper, so immediately going to get big boosts off onto that Basque Legion. This Choice Band Basque Legion is Swift Swim, so now gets the speed boost from the rain, not additional power from the adaptability, but will get the additional power from this Water Terra.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably enough power, right? Where I can't imagine how these Pokemon are going to do well facing this down. You're assuming with the Terrestrialization here, it's got to be targeting the King Gambit slot.
Well, there is a huge wave crash coming out from the Basque Legion. Terra Water plus the rain into King Gambit. And wow, that is probably a pretty clean one-hit KO.
Yeah, and we'll have to see what the Sneasler did, but if it attacked in this Mousehold slot, and it did, it could be a resistant close combat, so very nice first turn here for Matthew.
Absolutely, Pelipper takes that quite easily. Would take 2 more close combats if necessary, and got a big threat off the field. So Jake shows Ninetales as the 3rd Pokemon choice. Did not bring the Dondozo, but now will remove the rain and now have a huge special offensive threat here in the Ninetales.
I think you're loving this here, Matthew, though, where it seems like Jake's Gambit really didn't work out here, where lost a ton of that first turn. It was really dynamic turn by Matthew there, making the switch, making the call right. I didn't really give up anything, and outside of committing his Terra, I feel like he couldn't have done any better there.
Yeah, an extremely scary turn for Jake too, with that choice specs. Does not want to necessarily lock into Blizzard with the wide guard shown from Matthew's Pelipper. Instead, Matthew's just going to double switch to reset the rain later and get that Basque Legion off the field. But also off the field is Mousehold, which finally takes the close combat intended for it in turn 1.
Yeah, I can't avoid your fate forever, I suppose, but that will allow a free switch later.
Yeah, the free switch coming up, and Ninetales gets a Moonblast off onto the Archaludon, which does just about a third of its health there, and gets a special attack drop, which could be pretty significant later on. Basque Legion, though, will switch in here, which means that Matthew gets to reset the choice item on the Basque Legion, and also is free to switch back in the Pelipper to reset the weather.
Yeah, put sort of a tough spot for Jake here, where you're anticipating the Pelipper likely to switch back in, so you have to play around the potential of a very powerful attack for this Basque Legion, but that's not necessarily going to happen. Right? There's the option of flip turning to get that effect instead, and on Jake's side, at some point you're going to see the rain, right? So you have to think through now, okay, well, can I win if rain comes back up? If not, like I have to preserve Ninetales. This last Pokemon, a whole lot of options for Jake. You'd assume it's probably Rillaboom, but it could be Solo Tatsugiri or Dondozo.
Yeah, and either the Dondozo or Rillaboom, or even the Tatsugiri would be happy to switch into these wave crashes, the largely water-type damage from the Basque Legion. But then otherwise, what do you do after you're in is the big question. Of course, Jake will be protecting the Ninetales to make sure that Matthew does not get to just run away with this game with Basque Legion, and Rillaboom is out on the field. A perfect counter now to the Water Terra-typed Basque Legion. Access to Fake Out and Grassy Glide there, as Sneasler gets another close combat off, and this time into Archaludon. Even with the stamina boost, it still goes down.
Yeah, well, this looks so good for Matthew at the beginning, but suddenly Sneasler's doing Sneasler stuff. No Dire Claw needed 2 big knockouts, and we're going to wind up in a situation where Jake has the weather control and a Rillaboom to face down these rain duo.
Well, we'll have to go through this wave crash, and Sneasler hangs on with the Focus Sash. That means Basque Legion will deal a bunch of damage right back to itself in recoil. And yeah, like you mentioned, this Rillaboom easily checking that Basque Legion for the duration of this grassy terrain, and Pelipper coming in now just to get the Swift Swim, but it's just as simple as switching out the Ninetales to get rid of it.
Yeah, this is kind of freelo, right? Unfortunately, this Basque Legion's got the choice band, so can't do anything, don't have to mess around with Fake Out if you don't want to, can just pick up this knockout with the Grassy Glide.
Yep. Big turn there from Jake to remove the other options here. And Matthew
also confirming the non-ideal situation in front of him.
Yeah, you would definitely want to have more options here, but unfortunately locked into the choice band. And that means that with this Grassy Glide, Rillaboom picks up the KO onto Basque Legion, and Pelipper tries its best. Will be able to target down the Sneasler, but only if it can survive a Dire Claw coming out from Sneasler first.
Even if it can, I mean, There are still 3 Pokemon to tear through here, and oh, it just survives. And then we do get our first Dire Claw moment of the weekend.
Yeah, Pelipper paralyzed, will be able to fire off the Hurricane now, but then again, you do have the Rillaboom and Ninetales in the back, and that's going to give Jake a 1-0 lead to make it into day 2. Notably, he has not made it into day 2 since 2018, so would be the first day 2 for Jake in 6 years.
Yeah, based on the metrics for Jake's favorite formats, it seems like this format is nearly making the list.
There is going to be the forfeit coming out from Matthew as he will have to adjust for game 2. And I do think it's going to be a really difficult decision for Matthew on what to do next. Jake showed that he was not interested in bringing the Dondozo-Tatsugiri combination and just had enough power in the King Gambit, the Sneasler, the Ninetales, and the Rillaboom. And I think the Rillaboom was the biggest component of that.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, I think there's still ways that Matthew could do this, but this game 1 feels terrible. He gets this awesome start to the game, picks up a big knockout on a seemingly important, though I think realistically not like super crucial Pokemon in this matchup. And then, yeah, I mean, when the Dondozo team doesn't pick Dondozo, loses a bunch of resources early, and then still beats you pretty soundly, I think that's a really demoralizing place to be going into game 2 here. We see kind of the power of the trio of Pokemon of Sneasler, Ninetales, and Rillaboom. Between them all having some pretty serious positive matchups here. You know, Sneasler hitting both of the key combats that needed to on the 2 Fighting Week Pokemon, and then everybody else just has so much trouble with the combination of Snow and Rillaboom.
Yeah, I'm looking at this team trying to figure out how Matthew can adjust here. And this Ninetales is really a big problem for him. You know, you can't really rely necessarily on your Archaludon or even, you know, the Amoonguss would be a great option for protecting some of the other Pokemon as well. But, you know, the Ninetales is really putting a lot of pressure on Matthew's team. May just need to try to get some beat-ups off onto Archaludon and then maybe hope to survive a couple of turns from the Ninetales, but not going to be the choice here from Matthew. Just going to be straight up into the Rain leads, Pelipper and Basculegion against King Gambit Sneasler.
Yeah, Jake changing nothing here, and, you know, perhaps feeling like, hey, you know, even though I lost the first turn last game, things didn't go so well for me. Like, a critical difference is the Pelipper starting out in the field now, eventually able to attack, but King Gambit choosing to survive longer this time.
King Gambit protects this turn, and Flip Turn comes out from Basculegion. I think this is a great adaptation from Matthew not to lock into Wave Crash and stick around on the field. Doesn't need the extra damage or the defense from the Terastallization. Instead, just ruins the Focus Sash on Sneasler and pivots out to the Archaludon.
Yeah, I like this a lot, you know. We do see the coaching the other direction, though. Aaron is commenting, it's weird we hadn't seen that so far this weekend. Here it is. King Gambit able to get a hefty stat boost without having to expose itself to any damage, but it does expose itself to a free Tailwind for the other side because of the passive play.
Yeah, this is a much better situation for Matthew. Now has Tailwind, has the speed advantage, has the ability now after King Gambit just use that Protect to focus it down.
Yeah, and it's not really clear on, you know, Jake's side what you do to stop this. You know, both Pokemon could also eventually pick up a knockout in the Sneaslers, so prioritization challenge for Matthew here. But with Sneaslers switching out, a double target onto this King Gambit would be very effective after the Protect on the previous turn.
Well, Sneasler switches out for Rillaboom, which means Rain will still be up this turn as Rillaboom sets the grassy terrain and will activate some healing, unlock some healing for all of the Pokemon on the field except for the Pelipper. Archaludon will go ahead and Terastallize into the grass typing here to remove that weakness to the fighting type damage from Sneasler and unlocking a poison type weakness, but also going to be matched by a Terastallization on the King Gambit into the ghost type, not the offensive dark type, just a ghost type to protect against any body presses potentially coming out from that Archaludon. This is going to be damage from the Weather Ball as Pelipper connects onto King Gambit. Does really good damage there, over 50%, and Archaludon does not fall for the body press shenanigans, instead goes for an Electro Shot. That's a really risky Electro Shot to lock yourself into when there could be a Ninetales in the back, but never punished. Matthew Jensen picks up a KO on that King Gambit once again. Just like in game 1, King Gambit goes down without doing anything.
Yeah, I think this time it's a lot worse, though. The Terastallization hasn't been committed this time. Tailwind has been set, all the damage on the Sneasler, and we just see the Ninetales there, right? Jake perhaps assuming, well, there's no way Matthew would do this, but it turns out that Matthew would. And it looks like we're going to be heading quickly to a third game here. So really good adjustments by Matthew, but also critically a really effective risky read.
Oh, and Weather Ball in the snow now gets to threaten Rillaboom for super effective damage as well. And of course, after an Electroshock boost, Ninetales will not want to take one of these flash cannons. It cannot protect, it is choice specs, but Rillaboom will just go for the fake out to prevent Archaludon from being able to attack. That will mean that Ninetales will be able to get off an attack on this turn and potentially hit for super effective damage into either Pokemon, as Archaludon will go ahead and flinch and take this freeze dry from the choice specs, but thanks to that Assault Vest, it is not enough.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting a little bit more from that Weather Ball there. It was like, oh, this is a cool combo, but I mean...
It was cool. It was cool.
It's true, yeah. the vibe's immaculate. The damage, mediocre.
So.
But, hey, you know, Matthew's got a big enough lead now that I don't know it's going to matter too much in this game, too.
Yeah, well, with Pelipper and Archaludon on the field, Jake will be retreating Ninetales to try and get an advantage after Tailwind ends. That will mean sacrificing the Sneasler on the switch-in here. Jake brings that Pokemon in. Pelipper lands the Hurricane in the snow onto Rillaboom, but still not enough to pick up the KO. But this Flash Cannon will easily knock off that final remaining hit point from Sneasler and bring Ninetales right back out.
Yeah, Jake probably feels like he kind of can't buy a break here, so Woodhammer unfortunately is going to knock out the Rillaboom rather than the Pelipper and knock Jake back down to being down to just a single Pokemon. But it's like Jake is expecting Matthew to play around the snow, and he's just not doing that for him.
Yeah, Matthew is happy to play in the snow, throw a few snowballs at the Rillaboom. You know, use the advantage that Jake has given him, and still has the Basculegion and a mystery fourth Pokemon in the back. Tailwind, though, has ended, which means that Ninetales can come out and threaten a KO on something to hopefully try to reveal that information about the fourth Pokemon.
Yeah, I think at the very least that would be a nice consolation prize for Jake here, where this game has gone quite awry, and he's likely not going to come on top of this one. But so you got to plan for the third game now, right? Jake will have the option, if he wants to, you know, of trying his alternate mode as well. Perhaps the first game just went so well, he's like, oh, I'm just going to run this back. And I think Matthew's adjustments are really good, right? It's kind of just dominated the game right from the start by changing his lead Pokemon.
Yeah, making the choice to use Flip Turn instead of locking the Basculegion in allowed Matthew to maintain the advantage in that turn, in that initial turn, the initial couple turns there, and not fall behind, having the Basculegion sort of trapped on the field against some of Jake's Pokemon.
That was an interesting interaction there, by the way, where Matthew was going to switch into the unrevealed fourth Pokemon, but Jake doesn't get to see it because he forfeits. Maybe the information doesn't really matter to Jake. To me, that's a forfeit a turn too soon.
Yeah, especially because that may actually have been an important fourth Pokemon. We saw that it was Amoonguss, which meant that Clear Smog was potentially up and available. If you're Jake and you're considering bringing Dondozo, you now have 2 games where you did not see the Amoonguss as a potential threat for that Dondozo.
Yeah, and like maybe on Jake's side, just assuming, hey, you know, perhaps he's already decided he's going for the Dondozo mode for one, because otherwise I think maybe use the time there to think. But either way, you're like, okay, well, if I'm going to bring down Dozo, I'm going to terrestrialize it anyway, or substitute or whatever. So I don't really care about the Amoonguss.
Well, going into Game 3, not a whole lot of differences in the Pokemon themselves, but big changes in how that played out. Of course, we didn't see the Maushold this time around. Maushold was not able to do anything in Game 1, was immediately threatened by the Sneasler. Could have used the Ghost Terra type to dodge the close combats, but didn't want to use that resource. So, you know, things look pretty good for Matthew in Game 2. If he can continue to sort of use more pivoting and get more positioning on Jake, definitely does have the pieces to take this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, one thing we have seen from both Game 1 and Game 2 is if Jake doesn't bring the Dondozo mode, he doesn't seem to have any real means of avoiding taking a ton of damage on that first turn. The first game it didn't matter, right, because he gave up a Pokemon that wasn't as critical, but Sneasler not getting to attack so many times in Game 2 was very critical, on top of the fact that Matthew changed which Pokemon he brought to make it more difficult for Sneasler to blow holes in the team to begin with. I think 2 close combat weak Pokemon in the first game. If he was going to do that, he needed to play a little bit more conservatively, probably also include Amoonguss in order to protect those Pokemon. But the adjustments were great, and now it's Jake's turn to adjust.
Yeah, Jake's turn to try to figure out a way through Matthew Jensen, who would be able to clinch day 2 with the win. course, Jake can do the same. And we have seen both of these competitors take a game off of each other. So this game 3 is going to be intense, because we are hopping right into the match here. Jake Muller and Matthew Jensen. Jake will make an adjustment here, removing the King Gambit that did not get to do anything in the previous matches in favor of Rillaboom alongside the Sneasler. And Matthew has gone again with the Pelipper and Basculegion.
Oh, it's a lot of fun. So this time, okay, you don't really have any means of stopping a Grassy Glide into the Basculegion, so I'm going to threaten it right away. But what will Jake actually do, right? I think he has a couple of options here. I think double targeting the Pelipper is a very reasonable play, and just removing the threat of Tailwind, perhaps hoping that you're threatening Basculegion enough. But once again, the Sneasler will be sashed right on the first turn.
Yeah, Sneasler goes down to Focus Sash. There is no Grassy Glide coming through to deal priority damage to that Basculegion as it switches out to Archaludon. That's going to be a replacement, hoping to tank some grass type damage for free, but instead Sneasler targets down the Pelipper, does good damage to it on that close combat, while it will be a turn here from Pelipper to set the Tailwind. Means that Matthew, even if Pelipper goes down here, will still have the speed advantage, and Pelipper indeed does go down to a Woodhammer.
Well, that's interesting. So I think this is by far the most neutral turn 1 that we've seen. Certainly getting Tailwind is fantastic. However, not only does Matthew lose a Pokemon, and Jake nearly does the same, but critically it's that Pelipper, right? It's a very rain-focused team. The 2 of the 3 remaining Pokemon really want the rain active, and assuming that once again one of Jake's remaining Pokemon is that Ninetales, whenever he wants to now, he's going to be able to switch it in and turn off that rain. Perhaps trying to catch a turn where that Matthew goes for Electric Shot. He showed a willingness to do that in Game 2 that you might not have expected. If Jake can catch him doing it again, he might be punching his ticket to Day 2.
Well, it's going to be really intense. Matthew needs to figure out if he can rely on the rain. Will not be relying on the rain. Instead, just goes for the Flash Cannon into Sneasler. Picks up that final hit point on that Pokemon, as Rillaboom, without any stamina boosts on Archaludon, is able to deal really good damage with that high horsepower, and that could be important before those defense boosts get rolling. Amoonguss there going for a Spore, checking for a switch, but not hitting anything, and Rillaboom just heals right back to almost full.
Yeah, I think both tribes made the right move there, right? Where nobody can get too greedy. I think Jake would have got punished if he tried to go crazy there, has to give up the Sneasler, but does get some damage down, right? And he doesn't really have any reasonable ways of one-shotting this Archaludon now that his own Sneasler's been defeated, so pretty effective chip there.
Absolutely effective chip there, especially with Ninetales coming in here. Jake crucially has not used Terra yet this time around with Ninetales on the field, which means it is available for a defensive Terastallization against the Archaludon.
Yeah, worth noting it is that Terra Water, so can remove its weaknesses, but going to not be able to like make itself immune to Spore or anything. And also on the other side of the field, it is the Terra Water on the Amoonguss. So if Jake could catch it Terastallizing with a Woodhammer, it would pretty much instantly win the game.
Well, here we go. These Terastallizations are coming out fast and fierce. That's going to be the Terastallization on the Ninetales, so a water type now to resist Flash Cannon damage. Went from 4 times super effective to not very effective at all on that Pokemon. And Matthew will match with a Terastallization on the Amoonguss as well.
I do not think that Jake called the Woodhammer. See his reaction there, but this could be a very exciting turn. The option was there, he didn't take it. You see the Flash Cannon coming in, it will target the Ninetales for some piddly damage, so an effective Terastallization to that side, and Amoonguss looks like it's going to shrug off some damage as well.
Yeah, Amoonguss shrugs off the damage of the Blizzard. Archaludon is actually able to shrug it off a little bit as well.
He did call it!
Huge Woodhammer actually going to hit that Amoonguss for super effective damage. Covering for both the Terastallization or the non-Terastallization out of that Pokemon and getting a key piece off the field and forcing Basculegion back out.
Yeah, great move by Jake there. He threw me off a little bit, his reaction, but you know, he has a paid actor. It's us. We normally pay him. So great to see him keeping us in suspense there, and a very effective turn by him as he absolutely punishes that Terastallization.
Yeah, a great punish there from Jake, and it is just the Basculegion and Archaludon standing in Jake's way before his first Day 2 since 2018. Basculegion and Archaludon are able to deal big damage back if they're able to get attacks off.
Woo! The Solar Tatsugiri here, may not be super long for this world. However, you know, it would resist any potential water type attacks in event slot.
It definitely resists water type attacks, but last respects from Rillaboom, or onto the Rillaboom from Basculegion actually picks up that KO, as there are 2 Pokemon off the field for Matthew, and the Draco Meteor will land onto the Tatsugiri on the switch-in. So now, all of a sudden, it is just Ninetales against the Basculegion and Archaludon.
Oh, this got scary fast. You see a tiny bit of healing going on for the Basculegion, which won't matter, but with the Archaludon, it could. However, the Tailwind is expiring here. Ninetales going to come out, going to be the quickest Pokemon in the field, most likely. So can it do enough here? Will not most likely have to worry about a last respects again, but we'll have to see what the Archaludon is able to do if it is the Pokemon that gets one more swing. Certainly not going to be able to Electroshock in the conditions.
All right, well, Archaludon does survive the Blizzard, which means another stamina boost onto the Archaludon. This Ninetales has taken a Flash Cannon worth of damage. Can it take a Body Press too? It does! 1 hit point, the 1 turn of Grassy Terrain recovery, and Ninetales survives. That means that the grass has now disappeared from the battlefield and snow is still up. So a Blizzard will knock out this Archaludon, and Jake Muller, for the first time since 2018, moves on to day 2.
Oh, it doesn't get any closer than that. What an incredible set. Jake does a great job of finding just the right resources to close this one out. Very close damage roll there, where Ninetales lost its defense boost from the snow because it was no longer an ice-type Pokemon there, increasing the damage of Body Press, but had just enough HP, was trained perfectly for this situation, and able to slip through there. What a set.
Yeah, Ninetales toughed it out so Jake wouldn't feel bad on that final turn, and that is a big win for Jake to make it 6-0 heading into the final 2 rounds of Swiss today. Incredibly well played by Matthew as well to make both of those games 2 and games 3 very competitive after game 1, which looked like it went very poorly for him. Did not seem to, seemed like the matchup was just going to be unforgivable, but Matthew found the outs and made that extremely competitive.
Yeah, I really like this adjustment there, especially with him playing on stream for the first time. I think, you know, losing game 1 hard like that, it's just so easy to collapse. We've seen so many players do it. Like, it's just, you know, natural part of being human. You know, it's tough, but I really overcame the adversity there and made that a set where not only is he like a critical hit away, but like really just a couple of hit points. Oh man, devastating loss for him, but still incredible 5-1 start as well.
Yeah, still has 2 more rounds to make it into day 2 and then continue to compete for that asymmetrical top cut. And this was a big turn here where Jake was able to cover for the water terastallization, hitting it with the Wood Hammer and the Blizzard to make sure that that Amoonguss could not stay on the field for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's just an incredible move there. I'm curious how much damage it would have done without the terastallization, where that call mattered a lot. Poor Tatsugiri, you know, it
this is why it hides in the mouth of Dondozo more often than not.
Yeah, it's like, I don't see Dondozo anywhere here, Jake. Why am I out? But,
are you sure you meant for me to come out here? But there it is, the Body Press not picking up the KO on Ninetales, and then Jake with a Blizzard, a Snowstorm, a ferocious flurry of blows, locks day 2.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun there too, where the damage on Ninetales really matter. You know, a different held item, and probably Jake. I swear I know the other caster's name. Jake, you know, doesn't win that set, right?
Yeah.
And I think, yeah, it just it's fun again. You see these like, little adaptations of the team. Where we've been seeing Tatsugiri and Dondozo together every format of this generation, but a little different twist on it this time. And we never saw the duo together at all. Poor Dondozo, I guess he was on break this round, so I wasn't able to make an appearance. But I think, you know, the other Pokemon really have a great set there. Well, maybe not King Gambit. King Gambit
was there.
Yeah, King Gambit and Tatsugiri fulfilling the same role in that set of sacrifice. But the other 3 Pokemon really showing the versatility of the team, right? And I think, in all seriousness, that's a key part of playing an archetype like this, right? You aren't going to be able to play Dondozo and Tatsugiri every game. And I think, especially playing on stream, not using it is an awesome psychological move, right? Because now, probably all of Jake's future opponents are going to know he played on stream and never used the duo.
Yeah.
And maybe they'll lean a little bit too hard and assuming he won't do the same thing again.
Yeah, went 3 games and actually showed just like, I will play solo Tatsugiri if I need to. I'm happy to do that. But it is time for us to hear from Jake himself. He is in the lounge to be interviewed by Gabby.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Welcome back to the 2025 Sacramento Regional Championship. My name is Gabby Snyder with my co-caster. Oh, I went on autopilot there. Jake, you made day 2.
I did.
You're not casting this event.
What's happening?
What's happening? I mean, you tell me. What's happening?
Oh, man. Today's been so much fun. I went to a league challenge like 2-3 weeks ago, did really bad, and then that evening my friend Justin, who I'm sure is watching, sent me this team idea, and I was like, this actually looks really good, and we changed maybe like 2 or 3 attacks, like an item, a Terra type, but it kind of held really well, and I am very happy that 1, I'm just like having a lot of fun playing today, and 2, I'm in day 2. Hello.
Hello. First time since 2018, was it?
It's been 6 years.
Was that the Genie's year too? Was
Yes.
that like your last day too?
Yeah, it was NAIC that year.
it was memorialized in meme history.
Of
So
course.
what's the meme that's going to happen tomorrow?
Something about Dondozo,
Actually,
surely.
yeah,
I didn't get to use it
probably.
on stream, but I promise you I have been using it today.
I was curious. I mean, that was something that Scott and Evan were talking about. You know, Dondozo seemed like it had great synergy. Obviously, Steel Terra means that Clear Smog couldn't affect it. Why didn't you bring it?
I don't love it into our Chaludon. Like, you ignore the Electroshock boost, and like you can get around it, but there's enough kind of annoying it on his team that I just didn't really feel comfortable bringing it. And also, like, Rillaboom, Sneasler, Alolan Ninetales feels really strong in terrain, and so I didn't necessarily think I needed it. And I brought Tatsugiri game 3. It kind of didn't do a whole lot, but it was there.
It was there. I mean, honestly, that was a bit of a nail biter for me because it came down to the wire
Yeah.
that game 3.
Me too. That was 2 HP. My Ninetales survived that last body press on 2 HP.
2 HP in a dream, I
That's
guess.
all you need. It's one more than one.
I reference the Pokemon Go stream because you're a bit of a renaissance man at this point. I mean,
I
you
try.
you top 8'd the TCG challenge yesterday, right?
Yeah. I got in like Thursday night, and I was here all day Friday, and I was like, I like TCG. I'll go play in the challenge, and I went. Was it 5-1-1 and got 7th place? So I took that as a good sign for things to come today, and clearly it's paid off so far.
So then were you running Dondozo also in the TCG?
I was not. I don't think I have any overlap with Pokemon, unfortunately. Raging Bolt's not legal anymore in VGC.
No, just give it a couple more months. We'll get there. But no, I do want to ask you. I mean, this was something that Will and I were actually talking about yesterday because I know he wanted to find you specifically to interview. You have experience now in all 3 of the major competitive Pokemon titles, and I know you also play Pokemon Unite a little bit on the side too. Like, what's your advice to somebody who is like you? You know, they like all the games. How do you decide which to play? How do you be good at all 3 of them?
I just love Pokemon. I'm just going to be so
Fair
honest.
enough.
I love Pokemon. Any Pokemon IP in any kind of genre of game, I'm going to pick it up. I've played like a lot of Masters EX. I played Pocket. I played Unite. Like all the 3 games you see here on the streams. I just think it's so fun. And I've played competitive games my whole life. And so I find it not easy, but like maybe a little easier to pick up a new kind of game, especially when I just love the actual material. It's like I picked up the trading card game on the way home from NAIC this summer, and I was like, I love Pokemon. I've played other card games before. Let's give it a shot. And just because I loved what I was doing, it made me want to play more and more, and that's how I got better. So I think if you find something you just enjoy, that's going to help a lot.
So then when we finally have that competitive Pokemon sleep tournament, are you going to be in one of those like pods trying
That's
to
actually
sleep
one
through
of the
it?
few I've never touched. I
Fair
actually have
enough.
not used sleep.
All right. I guess you don't love sleeping then.
I don't sleep. Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Yeah. Fun facts about Jake here today. I mean, so we saw your 6-0 winning in on stream.
Yeah.
Tell me about your previous rounds. Like, how has the team felt throughout the day?
It's felt really good. I mean, I'm 6-0, but I think only one of my wins was 2-0. I've played 5 game 3s so far.
Oh,
and a
wow.
lot of them have been this really close kind of, last couple turns decides the whole game type of match. And I just really like how this team has so many different things you can do. Even if you're bringing the same 4 Pokemon, you can play it in such different ways. And of course, like, if I don't bring Dondozo game 1 and 2 and then I mix it up game 3, I can try and catch people off guard with that. And so I really like the options it has. It really feels like safe. It has a lot of safe options. Coaching is also just a really good move. It's I think I used it maybe once this match, but it's been huge in all of my other matches. And so the Sneasler is kind of the linchpin there. It kind of holds everything together, but I kind of build out after that.
Good to know. Good to know. One thing that I've been touching on with everybody this weekend is, it's a very thankful time of year here in North America. What are you thankful for from your local Pokemon community?
Oh my gosh. Okay. I live in the DFW area, Dallas, Texas, and we have really grown our local scene a lot lately. It's been so much fun. There's multiple card shops that are hosting us, and there's multiple people hosting the events. All the players that come are so much fun to be around. I know a lot of them are here today, and I've seen them throughout the venue. But even if you're watching at home or competing here in Sacramento, the DFW local scene is in my opinion, the best.
New England, man. There's literally cheese league going on right now.
That
at
is
home.
true. We don't have a cheese league.
Yeah.
I'll give you that.
All right. No, I think the DFW region has produced some of the best Pokemon trainers. I mean, back in 2018 when you were, just competing, and even today when you're, a Renaissance man on the cast. Do you have any shout outs you want to give to anybody at home who might be watching?
Of course, Justin built a team with me. Huge shout out. It's been so fun to talk with him throughout this whole building and testing process. I believe my friend Liz is watching from home. Liz is not at all interested in Pokemon, but loves when I go to cast events, and she'll always watch me and then come with questions the next time I see her. And I told her I was playing, so hopefully she got to tune in. Of course, David, my boyfriend, watching from home. All my friends, my family. It's been a wonderful weekend so far, and I can't wait for a little bit more.
Awesome. Well, I can't wait to hopefully see more of you tomorrow in the competition and also to cast together again.
Yeah.
I feel like it's been a while.
I know.
And honestly, if we had more time, I'd say let's go run with the bikes out to the hall and get a game in. But I think you got to prepare to get your next game in.
Hopefully,
so thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Casters, back to you.
Yeah, still plenty more Pokemon ahead for Jake. Of course, making it into day 2 is not the end. It's all about getting into that asymmetrical top cut, which means these next 2 rounds for him are just going to be as important as the one he just completed.
Yeah, I mean, especially, it's been a long time since he's been in this top cut, that sort of streak happening makes you appreciate the times where you do get to this point in the tournament, right? So want to make the most of it, Don't want to just make day 2, but a really impressive performance by him so far. And, I got to say, it's hard when you're also working the broadcast side of it to compete so well. I'm so impressed by what he's done, what Len's done, what Aaron does. I think it just, it's a different type of preparation to do a broadcast, right? Where on this side of things, we need wide knowledge, right? You know a little bit about everything, so we don't see a team of Pokemon we've never seen before and just sound completely clueless up here. Where, for competing, it's more about both knowing one team really well, but then also kind of it's a different mental game, right? Where you got to avoid tilting. It's a long marathon of games. You don't get 2 hours off like we do with this, and I think I'm just really impressed. It's been an excellent run by him.
Absolutely incredible run, and I do really like this variation of the Dondozo Tatsugiri team. I think especially with the new meta of Dragonite being the most common Haze user, this Ninetales makes total sense to me. And obviously having sort of the mix-up with being able to use coaching on King Gambit or onto the Rillaboom or Dondozo itself. And I always love to see when Dondozo players feel comfortable bringing the pieces of the Dondozo Tatsugiri combination instead of feeling that they've locked into I'm either going Dozo mode or something else.
Yeah, and if the Archaludon had done basically anything else, Tatsugiri might actually have looked pretty good there, right? Would have instantly become the fastest Pokemon on the field, closed that farm right away. I know he had some issues hitting his own Draco Meteors earlier in the tournament, but also if you just simply dodge the Draco Meteor, Tatsugiri again is looking pretty good there. And yeah, I mean, I think with all these kind of team competitions we've seen earlier in the year, but what if we had Sneasler, a sort of interesting element, right? Where it's such a powerful Pokemon, not just for the Dire Claw shenanigans, but it's quick, it does a lot of damage. Coaching is really versatile for any archetype that uses physical attackers, and I really just love that look at it, where it really does give you a lot more to consider, and I think that's what makes the scariest Dondozo Tatsugiri team so scary.
For sure, the most terrifying Dondozo Tatsugiri teams aren't the ones that everyone is focused on Tatsugiri and Dondozo. It's, oh my gosh, there are 4 or 5 different modes here that I have to worry about, and I don't know which one to use. Because like Jake was saying in that interview, he'll play games 1 and game 2 without Dondozo Tatsugiri, and then have made his opponents sort of think that, oh, he doesn't want to use Dondozo in this matchup, because if you're using Dondozo Tatsugiri, you're definitely going to bring it to every matchup you think it's good to. And then game 3, surprise, Dondozo Tatsugiri. You left your checks at home, and now you just lose.
Yeah, I think especially for any team that has a weaker matchup than Dondozo Tatsugiri, right? Where I know I've used some teams over the course of this generation where my matchup is a little shaky. I'm just going to hope I don't run into it. And if I do, I kind of need to lead a certain way. And I really have a flexibility of one of my 4 Pokemon. And you can really get pinned that way, right? And when you have to commit that hard, simply just going with the other mode, I could be an auto loss to the other person. And then, yeah, you end up in this game where I have to guess whether or not he's using the Dondozo mode or not, and if I guess right, I get to play the game.
Yeah.
If I guess wrong, I instantly lose. It's risk reward is really bad there.
Absolutely. Well, we have plenty more Pokemon to come here in Sacramento, and we have plenty more to come over the course of the future. Make sure that you are watching on Pokemon.com/broadcasts to see all of the information that you need for all of our future events coming up, because it is not just here in Sacramento. We have events all over North America, all over Europe, Latin America, Oceania, everywhere there are events. And of course, we have the international championships coming up. We have the European International Championships, we have the North American International Championships, and then the World Championships at the end of the year in Anaheim. So plenty more Pokemon to come, and make sure that you are following all of that.
Yeah, should be a lot of great games, as there always are. And yeah, I mean, don't forget to, you can always check out the games on YouTube if you can't catch it live too. If you were like me and were too lazy to wake up for the Latin American International Championships, you can watch it at your own leisure.
It was only 5 hours ahead of you.
Yeah, and only 5 hours. And someone who definitely believes in the concept of waking up in mornings. It was just fantastic for me. But I eventually learned that there were great matches, when I finally watched.
Yeah, the matches were still good when they were in the VOD form, not just live. But all of our competitors here are also competing for a lot. They're competing for the championship title. They're competing for boosters. They're competing for cash prizing, and they're competing for an automatic invite into the World Championships. Again, this is a significant increase in prizing for the Video Game Championship. So the winner of this tournament will be walking away with $6,000, the championship title, 108 boosters, and an automatic qualification for the World Championships. A lot on the line.
Yeah, and we always talk about the World Championship invitation, but for one thing, pretty good time to get those boosters too. The kids are excited about this set, so it might be a good one to win.
Absolutely, a lot of players out there on the trading card games are really trading card game side of it are really excited about this new set. I've loved looking at the new art from all of the new cards. They are gorgeous. So absolutely, any chance to pull more of those incredibly beautiful cards, you take those.
Yeah, it's all the sets are good, right? But I think this is a particularly neat one.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we are going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we will be into our 7th round of the Swiss tournament. So don't go anywhere. Plenty more Pokemon action right after this.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. I'm here with Conrad from Portland, and I have some questions for you about this weekend and Pokemon and all that good stuff. So first things first, what are you the most excited for this weekend?
Honestly, I think I'm most excited for all of the cosplayers. I've already seen Ball Guy this weekend, and I am so excited to just meet many more cosplayers.
I mean, Ball Guy is truly everybody's friend, so... If you could be a Pokemon, who would you be and why?
Honestly, I think I would probably be Monferno, because I think he just kind of has that kind of comeback kid energy, and I think that out of all the Pokemon, I think I just embody him the most.
That's a good answer. That's a good answer. What is the coolest Pokemon that you have ever caught?
I think the coolest Pokemon I've ever caught in all of the games is probably my shiny Furret in Scarlet and Violet. That hits home for me.
I mean, it's such a beautiful shiny. I believe it's like pink instead of the brown and white. So very good choice. Very good choice. If your best friend was a Pokemon, who would they be and why?
That's a good one. I think, honestly, if my best friend was a Pokemon, I think it would have to be Slacking. I love them a lot. Don't get me wrong. Love them to death. But they are just a little lazy. They do like to just lie around, but when they get active, they get active.
Good to know. So Sacramento is the city of trees. What's your favorite grass type Pokemon?
I think, honestly, I have to go with Torterra. Has a tree on its back, and it just reps it well.
You could probably put a whole city on the back, honestly, given how big they are. What would you say to your future self if you ended up winning the tournament this weekend?
I would say I really hope we just hit enough Dire Claws and we got enough sleeps.
There you go. There you go. I love that answer. Would you rather win one regional a year but never hit top 25 in the championship point standings, or consistently hit top 25 in the championship point standings but never ever win a regional?
That's a good one. I think, honestly, I'd probably want to win one regional a year, because that means, at the very least, even if we don't get top 25, I know that I have the ability to win a regional, and I'm able to just show people that I have what it takes to get it, even if it's not top 25.
Fair enough, fair enough. If you could attend any of the international championships located around the world, which one would you pick and why?
Definitely EUIC. I am so excited for it. I'm planning on going this coming year, and I am so excited to be in London.
It's such a fun time. I hope you enjoy it. Would you rather start every game with a positive matchup, meaning your Pokemon they're so good compared to what your opponent said or led, or always win your speed ties?
I think I have to always win the speed ties. Too important.
Yeah, that's what I would pick too, honestly. And last but not least, who is the greatest Pokemon trainer in the video game championship series?
Oh, that's a good one. I think, honestly, I have to go semi-local. I got to go Alex Underhill. Definitely best one, and also one of the nicest people I've ever met.
For sure, for sure. Well, thank you so much for your time, and we'll be back with more Pokemon action soon.
Another day, another moment you can't waste, 'cause it's time for you to win the race, so level up. Come on, take it all the way you're in pole position right out of the gate. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop.
Draco Meteor lands into Iron Treads.
It's gonna be taken by Venom.
Restart on that view, EX.
He found it.
Show them what you got. They already know you got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know you got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2025 Pokemon Regional Championships here in Sacramento, California. It was pouring yesterday. Sometimes it's pouring this day, but we're safe, we're inside, and we're ready for some more VG action here in the Convention Center. Dwee Ha and Evan Lat ready to take you into our next round of Swiss as the pairings are getting finalized.
Yeah, still a few tables out in the field, so we're not quite ready for the final round of Swiss, but it's cool. We're just hanging out here inside, safe from the rain, unless Pelipper is on the field, but getting cozy, hanging out. I saw the Dondozo out in the field earlier. That's probably where Dondozo was that last set, was out there seeing the fans, seeing the friends, signing autographs and things like that.
I mean, one thing that I'm missing from my autograph book is the Dondozo autograph, so hopefully I can catch Dondozo.
Yeah, you got to catch Dondozo, because who knows if we're ever going to see Dondozo again after these Reg H regionals finish.
I think there's nope, never mind. There's probably not a chance at all, right? But yeah, I mean, it's been an exciting tournament so far. Evan, how have you enjoyed the tournament?
I've really enjoyed it. This has been fun. It's you know, it's very interesting coming off of the Latin American International Championships to have now sort of seeing, this is the first regional where it feels like the previous event actually made an impact on the meta, and it wasn't just something completely different. You know, we've been seeing a lot of the Sinistcha team that was in finals for Victor Medina, as well as, you know, there have been a couple of Charizard out in the field as well. We have not had a chance to feature them. But then again, you know, just there's been a lot of variety out there that's been really exciting. And I actually really love that we have a bunch of players sitting undefeated that we have not had a chance to feature on stream before.
Yeah, it's always nice to be able to feature those players that we haven't seen on stream before. There's a lot of players out in the field that I can't wait to be able to showcase. Of course, again, we're still waiting on some tables to finish. I mean, you see the convention center full of people right now.
Yeah, looking at the trading card game side right here, you can tell by the blue tablecloths there.
Yeah.
They are in the middle of their round, clearly.
We just saw a Pokemon TCG Pocket ad. Evan, what's your favorite card that you've pulled so far?
Oh, my favorite card that I've pulled in TCG Pocket. I pulled in I got one of the super rare packs.
Okay, all right.
The 0.05% packs. That included both of the alternate art Articuno in it.
Oh, nice.
And like the super rare Articuno, I don't know the technical terms because I haven't. I'm sorry. But the super rare rainbow Articuno is just so pretty, and it's also kind of busted, so it felt good.
You're a Misty Articuno player?
Yeah, it's the quickest way to get to the emblems that I need.
Yeah.
Turn one, coin flips, and then either they concede or I concede. Easy peasy.
Real fast games, and that's the whole point of a mobile game like that, right? You just want to be able to get in, get out, and then continue on with your day, right?
Continue on while you're waiting in line at the DMV to update your license or registration.
I guess that's one way to pass time at the DMV. But no.
What else are you gonna do? Read a book?
You can.
Good.
Play any game.
Yeah.
Pokemon.
Well, no. I mean, I guess I could bring my Switch.
Bring your Switch.
I always forget that the Switch is as portable as it is. So.
All right. Do you just always have it docked?
It's always docked.
I respect that.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm like a longshoreman. I love the dock.
It's comfortable to just be able to be on your couch and then just like turn on your TV and play your Switch instead of having to like hold it like this.
I like a big screen.
I respect that. I'm not saying anything bad about that.
I feel like I'm being attacked.
I am not attacking you, Evan.
I feel like you think that I've been foolish.
I am not calling those. You're just putting words in my mouth right now.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's all right though.
What about you? What's your favorite card that you've pulled from TCG Pocket?
My favorite card that I've pulled from TCG Pocket, I pulled one of those alternate art Pikachu EX.
Nice.
I like that a lot.
The like really the one in the field, the
one in the woods and stuff like that. We saw it on the
it was in the
little video that we saw earlier, and I just noticed that there's a sleeping Pikachu, and now I need to frame it and put it a part of the showcase.
Yeah, you got to showcase that.
Yeah,
that's a good card.
I gotta let everybody know that I have that card.
Yeah, everyone needs to know, and then they got to send you likes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. If you're friends with Dwee, send him some likes.
Please, I need likes.
He needs the validation.
I need the validation that my showcase is actually worth like.
Yeah. Give him those dopamine hits.
Oh man. Evan, are there any other teams that are out in the field right now that you are either like surprising to you or possibly like, you know, something that you are surprised you haven't seen more of?
You know, no, not really.
No.
I think that...
You know the meta so well?
I am so in tune. Like, I have just been able to tap into it, you know, just sort of directly into the meta. I know exactly what's out there. Nothing could possibly surprise me.
Keeping tabs on everything?
Actually, the Weavile surprised me. I was very surprised to see Weavile. We've actually seen... There's a couple of Weavile
There's a few
out in the
Weavile
field.
actually out in the field, actually.
Yeah. I think one of them was still undefeated at the start of this round. So we may see more Weavile over the course of the tournament. I would love to see Weavile prove me wrong, because otherwise I just am confused about what Weavile does that makes it a better fit for some of these teams.
Than Sneasler?
Yeah, than Sneasler
or that fast fake out support?
Yeah, but like also, fast fake out doesn't feel as important this time around. And you know, it's a dark type, so it's a dark ice type, so it has really terrible defensive typing.
Oh yeah, 100%.
So you're kind of forced to run the focus sash, and then it's just, okay, you got to fake off out, but then you don't have a lot of other threat. I mean, you have the knockoff, but I don't know. I would love to see more from Weavile.
Yeah, and ice as an attacking type is, I mean, it hits a lot, right? It can hit Dragonite really well. I mean, we see like a little Ninetales have pretty good success. I mean, we saw it in the last game be able to pull it off clutch with a great Blizzard, be able to get the spread damage out there.
Incredible water type.
Yeah. Yeah, so, yeah, you're right. Like, Weavile, it's finding a spot, but how does it outdo Sneasler? But, I mean, I guess it just comes down to personal preference.
Yeah,
and
or typing. I'm sure
typing,
there is a niche that it's fitting in those teams that I would love to hear from some of those team creators about.
Those Weavile players?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Weavile players out there, let me know, because I am curious.
Let Evan know why you chose Weavile specifically over any other possible fast fake-out support.
Yeah. The other thing that I'm surprised, actually, that we haven't seen more of is the Sun team, right?
Right.
So,
we haven't actually seen that Charizard on broadcast
Yeah.
yet, despite the fact that it just won the Latin American International Championships and was a runner-up at the European Regional Championships just a few weeks ago, piloted by Marcos. So we haven't actually showcased that team yet, but I wonder if it's because of the fact that everybody is probably preparing for it, and it's also a hard team to pilot.
Yeah, it's not an obvious team to pilot, especially the way that Marco played it, I think was extremely interesting by not sort of leaning as hard into the Charizard mode as I think that, you know, a player who is just picking up that team because they saw that Marco did well in Gdansk and then also won the Latin American International Championships. I think a lot of players would look at that and say, oh, wow, Charizard won a big event. I want to play the Charizard team. Charizard is just a mode on that team. It's not even really a central piece of that team. But really, the central pieces are the Porygon Ursaluna as well as the Jumpluff as support. And Charizard is just one of the Pokemon that the Porygon 2 and the Jumpluff can support, the other being Ursaluna, and Marco was really showing a preference towards using the Ursaluna a lot in Latin American International Championships. There was one that was undefeated at the start of round 6, so that team is out in the field and still performing well. I'll be really interested to see if we end up seeing that team on broadcast or how it does in day 2, or if it makes day 2, because I think that how someone approaches that team and how they want to play that team really says a lot for the style of player they are. You know, just going for those big solar-powered heat waves, you know, that's a type of player that I can respect as the person who ran Solar Power Sunflora in 2010 to win a single match at the Nationals Last Chance qualifier. You know, I like the big damage, I'm not going to lie. Like,
Sunflora? Solar Power Sunflora?
Yeah. In
Partnered
the sun,
with your-
Grass knocks out Kyogre in one hit.
Partnered with your Groudon and Banette that
Yeah.
does not have Levitate.
Does not have Levitate, it has Insomnia.
It has Insomnia, that's right.
So it could not be put to sleep. Very important piece.
Especially back then with Smeargle running rampant, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Have to protect your Trick Room setter.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and throw it to a quick video with Gabby as we continue to wait for Swiss Round 7.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. I'm here with Noah from Portland. Tell me what team you're using this weekend to compete at the Sacramento Regional Championships and why you picked it.
I'm using a Weezing Balance team that I've been working on since Baltimore when it didn't do as well as I would have liked because of just some unlucky times, but I've been using it pretty much the whole format and have been doing pretty well at locals and such, even going up a couple hours towards Seattle and doing pretty well there with it, so yeah.
All right, what drew you to Weezing initially? That's a very unique Pokemon to choose to build around.
I was in my bed and had an epiphany that every major team right now, such as Rain and a lot of balanced teams as well as Sun, all rely on their abilities. And so I got out of bed, went to my computer, and just started theory crafting a team. And I didn't really want to use mons like Toedscruel or Slacking because I felt those were too one-dimensional, generally speaking, in what they do. So I went with mons that generally like their ability but don't need it, such as like Garchomp and Volcarona and such, to like put out damage while also having like mons that have niche interactions, such as Palafin, whose ability doesn't get canceled out by neutralizing gas because it happens inside the party rather than on the field as an exit, unlike a Pokemon like a Mungus.
All right. And you mentioned had a tough go in Baltimore. What did you take from that experience that you changed coming into Sacramento specifically?
That was a very early version of the team overall. It had many different mons, such as like Dragapult and Rillaboom. I was trying to like figure out some more matchups for like Dondozo and such, because that was a problem at the time, despite Weezing effectively shutting it down if Weezing went down. So I wanted to figure out more ways to either keep Weezing up or find a way to just clean up the matchup just enough to where I felt more comfortable. Because I think Weezing's more of a mon that you don't have a 80 to 20 win percentage. It's more like you want to get it to 60-40 as much as you can.
All right. And do you have any advice for anybody out there? I mean, a wise Pokemon trainer said, you know, good Pokemon trainers play with their favorites. If your favorite, you know, has some options like Weezing, but it doesn't necessarily fit in the meta, what advice would you give to try and, you know, find a way to make it work?
Look for its niche. Like, for example, my favorite Pokemon is Luxray. It could be an Intimidate Pokemon, as it has slow Volt switches such, so it's a good pivot. It's not very great in a format, though, where there's Incineroar. So, like in a limited decks before Incineroar, such as in Regulation A, it would have been really solid, I feel. Yeah. But I wasn't competing then at the time, so I didn't get to prove that.
Well, you know, maybe it'll come around again. I know we're going back to Regulation G. We just have to keep stepping back the alphabet a bit.
We keep going backwards. Eventually, Luxray might top cut one regional somewhere.
All right. Well, Noah, I'm going to cross my fingers because that would be really fun for sure. And best of luck this weekend competing. Thanks for talking with me.
That was a great interview.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you to past Paradox Gabby for that interview.
Yeah, and Weezing is a Pokemon that you were a big fan of.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, I loved Weezing. Weezing, especially Cantonian Weezing, had a really great matchup when the Paradox Pokemon were in the format, especially being able to abuse the photosynthesis boosts. Unfortunately, Weezing probably not the best right now. At least not the neutralizing gas variant. I kind of believe in the Misty Surge variant of Galarian Weezing, just because, you know, status has been a big deal.
Yes, 100%. Like,
it blocks Ursaluna from getting burnt from the Flame Orb. I kind of like it. I can see it.
Amoonguss from being able to do Amoonguss things, right? Dire Claw, and you know, you can't get poisoned, sleep paralyzed.
No, you're just vibing there with your 2 smokestack top hats.
Can't be frozen from Alolan Ninetales Blizzard.
Or Porygon 2 Ice Beams.
Porygon 2 Ice Beams. We talked about that earlier. Can't be any status. So Misty Surge, Weezing, huh?
Yeah, I believe it.
Do you believe in it?
I have tested it on teams. It didn't do anything. But it did look nice. So I don't know.
I think you're thinking about the Weezing from past generations when it was like one of the bulkiest Pokemon in the format.
It's still bulky.
Well, yeah, you're not going to change the bulk.
bulky.
You're not going to change the bulk, right?
Yeah.
You're not going to change the bulk. You're right. I apologize. I take that statement back. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at the standings after Swiss round 6 here.
Yeah, we're in there.
This is just the top 16. So I mean, there's more players out there, but these are some of the undefeated players. And there's some names out there. I mean, Alex Underhill currently at 5-1. We saw him on stream earlier. You know, win against Michael Zhang. Alex was a regional champion last year, defeating the defending champion in Michael Zhang. Earlier on, we got Jake.
Yeah,
our
Jake
colleague,
made it through. Embarrassing us once again. Jake and Len both embarrassing the rest of us by succeeding.
Yep, and of course, these are just 16 of the top players right now. As we move on to Swiss round 7, all these players on this slide have guaranteed a spot in day 2 of tomorrow.
Yeah, so these first 9 players are guaranteed in. We are still waiting for the final win for 10 through 16 and beyond. But we should expect to see many of these people make it into day 2 and then into the asymmetrical top cut afterwards. Again, you know, shout outs to all of the players at 6-0 that have not been broadcast before, that are out here doing really well in the Sacramento Regional Championships. Only a few names there that I recognize from our broadcast. Of course, Jake, but also Aaron Brock and Marcus Dion, both 2 players that have been featured before on our stream. The rest, are really having a great tournament here, breaking out as, undefeateds going into round 7.
Shout outs to all of them for doing so well today. Excited to see how they perform in day 2. Let's take a look at the notable matches right now of Swiss round 7. A lot of great matchups here. A lot of great matchups. Joji Kaeda versus Joseph Polkowski.
Yeah.
Don Check versus
That's a
Kimo Nishimura.
blast from the past.
Emilio Forbes versus Alex Landry. Nolan Cloud versus Alex Underhill. Stefan Mott versus Punter Braum. Chase Mateo versus Adit Selvaraj. And of course, our featured match will be Joseph Ugarte versus Giovanni Costa.
Yeah, so I believe all of these are 5-1 matchups here, and a couple of really big matchups here. Of course, Joe Ugarte versus Gio Costa that we will be viewing here, which I'm really excited about. I have a huge fan of this team that Joe has been bringing to the last few tournaments, as well as being an all-around great guy. Same with Gio Costa. But Joji Kaeda and Joe Polkowski, really cool matchup there. Joji newly moved to Australia and representing Oceania here in the tournament. Joji and Nicholas Kahn also both here to represent Australia. Joe Polkowski was an incredible player back in sort of the 2012-2013 season. Top 4 at Worlds, really strong player who has come back here in Scarlet and Violet to continue competing and still has it, still able to compete at the bat as one of the best players.
Yep, going further down the list, Emilio Forbes, a player that we featured as a player to watch, runner-up at the World Championships years ago. Did exceptionally well at Worlds a couple years ago as well, and then doesn't really go to that many events, so it's really great to be able to see Emilio out here doing so well and featured in the notable matches.
Yeah, really notable, I think, that Emilio has dropped a set in day 1 Swiss. This is a player who, famously has gone undefeated day 1 Swiss many times.
Not just in matches, but in games, right?
too, yeah.
Not even dropping a single game,
Yeah.
I believe.
An incredible player, and I'm really excited to have Emilio back here in the circuit, competing here in Sacramento. And hopefully we'll get a chance to see Emilio later, or Alex Landry as well. All of these players, again, are on the cusp of making it into day 2, which means they're on the cusp of continuing their Pokemon journey into the top cut.
Yeah, so they have to win not just today, but also continue to win tomorrow in day 2 of Swiss to guarantee their spot in the top cut. Of course, top cut is when the matches become super intense. I mean, best 2 out of 3 elimination matches.
Yeah.
Those get hyped.
Yeah, and they become really tense because there's so much on the line, especially, once you hit that asymmetrical top cut, every match is an elimination match, and it also sort of has a different jump, huge jumps in the championship points, as well as in the prizing. So each of those matches is worth so much more than just, oh, did I finish as a top 16 player, or did I make it to the top 8?
Yeah.
There's real tangible benefits to achieving that one additional round of competitive play.
Yeah, and both these players that we're going to be featuring, Gio and Joe, are players that are, they've won regional championships before. They've been here before. They know what it takes to win the whole thing, right?
Yeah.
Joe coming off of a really strong finish in Louisville.
Yeah, a finals appearance in Louisville. So, Joe is definitely a player who is hoping and expects of himself to be able to compete for at least finals appearances, if not championships themselves. And Giovanni Costa here, we know is really hoping to get a win at a tournament. Before he is, he has very limited ability to compete for the rest of the season. So very much looking forward to a win to lock up that Worlds invite to be able to compete in Anaheim versus having to worry about, do I have enough championship points to make it into the top 75?
And, it's always nerve-wracking when you're like, ooh, I really don't have the time to go to this regional championship to try to qualify for Worlds, but I think I have to if I need to secure my spot, right? I need some more points to be able to secure my spot in the top 75. Nerve-wracking time.
Yeah.
I was on the bubble once, Evan.
How was it? How was the bubble?
Terrifying when you're watching other people have your fate, your World's invite fate in their hands, and you had nothing to do about it.
Yeah.
It's terrifying.
How do you handle that?
Huh?
How did you handle that?
I'm still working through it.
You're still working on it?
Still working through it, yeah.
But you're doing the work, and I can tell.
Thanks, Evan. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate the fact that you're seeing the work that I'm putting in.
You're a different person.
I am a different person
You're
now.
stronger.
Wow, you think so?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Mentally, maybe not necessarily physically, but
Okay, that's fair. I respect that. You too.
yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
We're gotta do the work. That was the weirdest high five I've ever done.
I'm sorry.
Why was it like extended?
I don't know. That's just how I hold my palm.
Okay.
There's nothing wrong with that, right?
I really thought you were about to grab my head or like grab my face.
Why would you think that?
I don't know. It was a weird high five.
I might. Oh, okay. All right. Now I know not to approach Evan with a weird, like, extended hand like that. All right.
Yeah, please don't approach me with weird extended hand.
Let's go ahead and throw it down to the stage where the players are ready now to get underway. Joe Ugarte versus Giovanni Costa.
There's Giovanni's patented Dragonite on the table as well, wearing that choice band, looking nice. Actually, very interesting. This is the choice band Dragonite on Gio's team. So bucking the trend of using the scale shot loaded dice. Doesn't want to gamble at all, even if you have the advantage in those loaded dice.
Dragonite is Gio's favorite Pokemon. I remember what you went through in order to get Dragonite in the shot when you interviewed Gio.
We shouldn't talk about any safety violations.
What safety violations? I'm just talking about what hoops you went through.
Yeah.
The hoops that you went through. Nothing specific, I'm just saying.
Of course.
You know, Dragonite is Gio's favorite Pokemon. You see the plush there, holding that choice band that you're talking about. Not going for that loaded dice, but yeah, that is Gio's favorite Pokemon. For those of you who have seen the clip, it's basically the Dragonite that could. The Dragonite that could years ago.
Even world champion Ray Rizzo didn't believe could make it happen.
Oh, those were times, huh?
They were.
Those were times.
They were times.
Sometimes you just don't believe in a Pokemon, and then all of a sudden you get proven wrong and you love to see it, right?
Yeah, I regularly don't believe in some of the Pokemon. But a Pokemon that I do believe in,
Yes, Evan, yes,
and
segue
have
in.
believed in for a very long time, is this Torkoal on Joe Ugarte's team. This eject pack helping hand Torkoal. I am a huge Support Cole fan, and I am a believer, and I think Joe's going to bring it to another championship. If not this time, then sometime soon.
Sometime soon, possibly. Could be this time, Evan. It could be. Let's take a deeper dive into Joe's team right now. The Garchomp, Jumpluff, Torkoal, Dragonite, Kingambit, and the Hisuian Typhlosion, all Sun.
All sun, all the time. Joe is not letting the rain outside dampen his spirit and the burning fire of competition that burns within his chest. This Torkoal has been a key piece of Joe's successful runs in the past and will be in the future. This is the team that we saw in Louisville, so making some no real major changes here. To speak of. The Hisuian Typhlosion, of course, filling in the role of the Charizard that Marco used for just big choice specs damage in the sun. Does not have the extra damage of solar power, but instead makes up for that with the ability to use Eruption, especially at full health, dealing basically deleting Pokemon from the field.
Yeah, and if it gets damaged enough to the point where it's in Blaze range, instead has to switch out from using Eruption, but does get that Blaze boost for things such as Overheat or Heat Wave. So Joe is actually a believer that the Hisuian Typhlosion is way better than Charizard. So that's one of the reasons why that's a Typhlosion over a Charizard. But yes, that Torkoal will have to watch out with its eject pack for the Incineroar over on Gio's side. Here we go. Let's take a deeper dive into Gio's team. Clefairy, Whimsicott, Garchomp, Golden Go, Incineroar, and Dragonite.
Yeah, so a very interesting team coming out here from Gio. The Clefairy is back. This is a Pokemon that was huge in Regulation G alongside the Calyrex Shadow Rider teams. here, Gio is using it on sort of, more of a slower version of that team. It doesn't have the big, setup threats from Calyrex, doesn't have the boosts from Calyrex, but instead just goes for the immediate offense in the double choice items for Choice Specs and Choice Band on Golden Go and Dragonite respectively. Also using the sort of the new hotness on Choice Golden Go, which is Trick and Protect. A really interesting choice to have Protect on a choice Pokemon. We saw that a lot on the team that Victor Medina used with that Sinishka, using the Choice Scarf Golden Go. We did see that earlier on in the tournament as well, being able to trick a Choice Scarf onto a Pokemon that doesn't want to be choiced, and then you have the Protect available for, after you have removed your item. Also very useful for stalling out Trick Room turns.
And Gio will be using the Whimsicott from his World Run in 2016. We saw a Golden Go earlier on in Swiss that had that trick option, but opted for Power Gem instead of Protect. So once you trick away your choice item, then here you can actually just become a normal Golden Go and protect yourself. As we get ready to get into Game 1 here of Swiss Round 7, Torkoal and Jump Puff leads for Joe. Gio will be leading with Golden Go and Whimsicott.
Yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense from Gio. If you know that you're about to be staring down a Jumpluff, why don't you lead the two Pokemon that cannot be put to sleep by Jumpluff? And Whimsicott also having the ability to have priority Tailwind here, will be able to actually compete with Jumpluff for speed control, as Jumpluff doesn't think that it has anything to really do here, so we'll just switch out.
King Gambit will take the field here. Will be able to take Make It Rains from that Golden Go much, much better. Gio switching out the Whimsicott will replace it with the Incineroar. So there's a Defiant boost right there for that King Gambit right off the bat, as well as activating that Torkoal Eject Pack. So bye-bye Torkoal. Golden Go gets to move for free this turn.
Yeah, really good play there from Joe. When you're running the Eject Pack Torkoal, one of the ways that you can, your opponent can abuse that is by switching in an Intimidate user to basically make you waste a turn. Like Torkoal will not get a chance to attack this turn. Typhlosion will not get a chance to attack this turn. So Joe making the smart switch there to at least get something out of a predicted Intimidate switch in here to get that boost on the King Gambit.
Yep, Gio will terrestrialize the Golden Go right now. Golden Go becoming the Steel type, so boosting its offensive prowess here, and also removing its weakness to the King Gambit. So Golden Go will now have some boosted Make It Rains, but King Gambit and Typhlosion not going to care too much about these at all.
Ooh, I don't know.
Actually,
Typhlosion probably didn't like
that. A lot of damage, yeah.
Quick, do the math. Is Typhlosion in Blaze range?
It has to be 33%. I'm not good at math. You historically know that from the Orlando Regional Championship.
I believe it is in Blaze range there, which, Typhlosion did take a bunch of damage, which hurts, but, it is also just a boost to any other fire-type attacks, either the Heat Wave or the Overheat here.
Yep, so Golden Go on Gio's side, switching out this turn. Gonna reset that special attack drop as Whimsicott will take the field here. So a little bit of a utility switch there as a Heat Wave from Typhlosion does a lot of damage.
Yeah, that's a Blaze Heat Wave.
Yeah, brings Whimsicott down to its Focus Sash here, does good damage to that Incineroar. Gets a burn, so Whimsicott's going to get knocked out this turn at the end, no matter what. So here's King Gambit's low kick into that Incineroar, gets the KO. One stage of increased attack there, so wow. Big damage right there. Gio basically loses two Pokemon, is now down to his final two already.
Yeah, incredibly devastating turn there for Gio. Hitting the Heat Wave onto both Pokemon, dealing big damage, getting the burn on Whimsicott. That means that Gio is just down to the last two Pokemon. And fortunately, this Garchomp is able to outspeed the Hisuian Typhlosion, threaten a KO back with Earthquake as well, but would, of course, be sort of sacrificing the Golden Go at the same time and always has to worry about the Jumpluff in the back.
Yeah, so Garchomp and Golden Go are the final two Pokemon for Gio versus the Typhlosion and King Gambit that are still out on the field. You're right, Garchomp will be outspeeding everything and be able to get some KOs, barring Joe doing something to prevent that from like either a switch or protect.
Yeah, that would absolutely be the case here. Typhlosion, of course, with the choice specs, is unable to protect. The Assault Vest on King Gambit means it also cannot protect, so just needs to have, the only safe switch in here would be to Jumpluff, which would take, of course, is immune to Earthquake. But, Gio is down to the final two Pokemon, but if you're going to be down two Pokemon, these are the two Pokemon that you would probably want to be down. With that switch, getting Torkoal back in, just trying to tank as much damage as possible from these Pokemon.
Yeah, and also maybe being able to use that, ooh, all right, Torkoal hangs on from that Garchomp stomping Tantrum, Garchomp taking damage from that Life Orb, and here's Golden Go using another Make It Rain. Gonna get the KO on that Torkoal. King Gambit hangs on, but now King Gambit will be able to attack and deal massive amounts of damage over on Geo's side. But again, that Hisuian Typhlosion could just come right back in. You know, with that Garchomp on the field, you might... Ooh, huge damage from that boosted King Gambit into that Garchomp, getting the knockout, the one-hit KO. So, wow, Joe just showing how strong his team is as Typhlosion can take the field and can go for, you know, an overheat here, a single target, or, you know,
yeah,
might as well.
You could kind of see, you know, Geo was trying to avoid falling for an obvious switch into the one of the Earthquake or the Stomping Tantrum. Got it wrong. King Gambit survived, has the assurance there after taking a Make It Rain. Just easy KO on that Garchomp, especially after the Defiant boost. And now with 3 Pokemon up against the Golden Go, really hard to see how Geo can come back from this. They're going to need to go back to the drawing board and figure out, what did I do wrong here in game 1? What are the adjustments that I can make moving forward?
Yep, so there it is. Typhlosion just going for the consistent eruption. Blaze boosted. It is damaged, but, you know, Golden Go won't hang on from that range. Boosted by the sun as well. So Geo loses game 1. Joe takes game 1. Now it's back to the drawing board for Geo here. And what adjustments Geo needs to make in order to try to force this game 3 against Joe.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what Geo does here. You know, Jumpluff actually, it didn't do a whole lot that game in terms of like actually clicking attacks and moves, but it put off so much pressure. The threat of Jumpluff really required Geo to feel like he needed to lead both the Whimsicott and the Golden Go, not to just auto lose to Sleep Powder and just hope that Sleep Powder misses some key components. But, you know, Joe knew that was going to happen, had the plan in the back to get that free boost onto the King Gambit on a predicted switch-in from Incineroar. Whimsicott here going down to the burn on Heat Wave was a big deal. You know, there was no chance to get any kind of Tailwinds off or Encore or any kind of, you know, disruption for Geo in repositioning. But really difficult to see how he's going to be able to make that happen. He really maybe needs to look at something like that Garchomp coming out earlier on to immediately put more physical damage threat down. Because Golden Go, you know, it of course doesn't go to sleep from Sleep Powder, can't be encored, but you know, it doesn't really want to be on the field against Torkoal, King Gambit, Typhlosion, any of these Pokemon really that we would expect to be brought to this match. So maybe something like leading more offensive threat into those Fire and Steel types could be a way for Geo to at least get a little bit more of a more momentum in this game too.
Yeah, so both players now getting ready to go into game 2. They've decided their leads as they get ready to send them out here. This is going to be big for Geo. Needs to force this game 3. It's going to be Golden Go and Whimsicott, while Joe will lead with King Gambit and the Dragonite. So Geo having more offense, well, no, not more offense, but Golden Go might be in a little bit of a better position because you know, it's not staring down the Torkoal.
Yeah, this is a much better position for the Golden Go. Not worried about an overheat coming out or even a burning Jealousy from the Torkoal. Has access to Trick to avoid a Sucker Punch as well. Tricking Choice Specs onto that King Gambit would be extremely powerful. And here comes the Garchomp early on to try and put a little bit more pressure down.
Yeah, so Garchomp will take the field for that Whimsicott. Can put more pressure on either that King Gambit or that Dragonite, depending on what Geo identifies as the bigger threat. As Golden Go will Terrasilize into that Steel type to boost its Make It Rains, as well as remove that weakness to King Gambit. Dragonite protecting itself here, does not want to take a Make It Rain as Golden Go goes for it. Makes it rain, hits this King Gambit, not very effective damage, but because of the Choice Specs, because of the Terrasalization, it's still some respectable damage for a not very effective move.
Yeah, crucially, Dragonite kept its multi-scale up here, and King Gambit is able to just fire back with an Assurance as well, without the boost from Defiant dealing much less damage than you might hope for, and most likely not in Sucker Punch range as well. Definitely not in Sucker Punch range as well. So good chip onto King Gambit. Really would have liked to break that multi-scale on the Dragonite to open up some good damage for the Garchomp, which now is feeling pretty threatened staring down Scale Shot Dragonite.
Yeah, so Geo has to switch out the Garchomp into the Whimsicott, trying to draw a Scale Shot, but instead it's going to be a critical hit, Extreme Speed into that Golden Go slot, and here's a King Gambit Sucker Punch enough to get the KO on the Golden Go. So big double up right there. Geo expecting that Scale Shot in that Garchomp slot, trying to safely switch in that Whimsicott, but unfortunately for Geo, Joe read that perfectly.
Yeah, Geo safely switched in the Whimsicott, but then Whimsicott didn't get to do anything. Now Whimsicott out on the field is able to threaten Fairy-type damage into the Dragonite to hopefully break the multi-scale, as well as then being able to double up with the Garchomp, as well as really making it more difficult for King Gambit to just kind of sit on the field. It will take some chip damage, but King Gambit is the Assault Vest, has Terra Flying, which probably feels pretty safe right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and big thing for this Dragonite is it has Ice Spinner and Extreme Speed and Scale Shot, so it doesn't have Tailwind or Haze. It has 3 offensive options for Joe, which means it really gets to pick and choose what he wants to do here. There will be the Terrestrialization coming out from the King Gambit here to avoid any ground-type damage from the Garchomp. But Whimsicott will be able to Encore the Protect at least.
Yeah, so that's so disruptive of this Whimsicott, that Prankster Encore just being able to lock Pokemon in if they decide to be a little bit more defensive. But Dragonite using Extreme Speed here, so it's locked into Extreme Speed now. Hits into that Garchomp, so, protecting in a way as, that King Gambit Assurance just hitting into that Garchomp and getting the KO. But yeah, Geo expecting, basically using that Encore to be able to protect that Garchomp from a possible Ice Spinner or a Scale Shot. So here comes the Incineroar for Geo, and that's so tough to see. You switch in your Incineroar, and just what else can you do but give this King Gambit a Defiant boost here?
Yeah, the Whimsicott, did protect the Garchomp from taking a Dragon or Ice-type attack there, but instead it did lock in to Extreme Speed previously. The damage onto the Garchomp there, plus then the Assurance to follow up with that. That was just a clean setup from Joe. Finally switching out the King Gambit. Really beautiful play coming out from Joe. Really running circles around Geo this game.
King Gambit switches out. Torkoal can take the field now. Does not have to worry about its eject pack getting activated by an Incineroar switch. Drought is going to activate. Here's a fake out into that Torkoal slot. Not going to do anything at all as Dragonite uses Extreme Speed because it's locked in there. Moonblast from Whimsicott connects onto the Dragonite, does respectable damage right there, and brings Dragonite down into KO range for the next round.
Yeah, the rough skin there, breaking the multi-scale so that Whimsicott could do really good damage here, but now that Torkoal's out on the field, Incineroar and Whimsicott just don't have the damage to break through this. And the Whimsicott, Joe's definitely not afraid of that Whimsicott right now. It's going to protect away this turn, but really needs to get some damage out of this Incineroar to make something happen. And these Extreme Speeds aren't doing a lot, but they will add up alongside, the overheats, and you have to assume that you have the Typhlosion in the back.
Yeah, so Geo is able to get the knockout on the Dragonite with a knockoff here, as Torkoal will go for an overheat into that Incineroar, not doing much damage at all to that Incineroar. So, Torkoal's special attack stat will drop partially, get switched out by the eject pack. So that's one of the great sort of utilities of that. You use an overheat and then you retreat. It's basically a U-turn. Looks like Jumpluff is going to be the Pokemon in the back for Joe. So no hyper offense with that Hisuian Typhlosion in the back.
Yeah, no offense there coming out from the Jumpluff. It does have Leaf Storm, but this is just sort of, you can see that Joe is just kind of safely chipping down the damage on the Incineroar, protecting the King Gambit in the back. Of course, with the having the Assault Vest, would be happy to face down that Moonblast from the Whimsicott pretty handily. And yeah, this Incineroar needs to make something happen, and I don't know that it's going to get an opportunity to.
It could easily get put to sleep real fast, but instead it's just Jumpluff using Encore. Gonna lock Incineroar into knockoff here. So Incineroar forced to use knockoff, knocking off that Jumpluff. Hey,
knock it off.
Stop
it off. Stop it with that covert cloak. Torkoal going for the heat wave here connects with both Pokemon. Not very effective on Incineroar, but again, all that chip is adding up, and of course, King Gambit can easily just come in later and just finish off the deed.
Yeah, King Gambit will most likely be able to finish this off just because this chip damage is adding up in a big way onto that Incineroar. Really would have wanted to get the KO with that, but Incineroar actually dodging a Sleep Powder here.
Not dodging that, gets the KO on that jump pluff, but again, all his chip damage from this Torkoal is adding up here. Can Torkoal connect another burning? Oh, it's just burning jealousy.
Yeah, just the burning jealousy.
Burning jealousy, yeah.
This is so funny. Incineroar has taken so little damage. It is locked into knockoff, but that's actually what Geo would probably be using here. Of course, this is the Assault Vest Incineroar. It has Fake Out, Flare Blitz, Knockoff, and U-Turn. And into this King Gambit, sitting at 97 hit points, still has the Assault Vest, which means that this will be a boosted knockoff coming out from the Incineroar.
And here's a helping hand from that Torkoal. King Gambit using Sucker Punch next, and there it is. Gets the KO on that Incineroar. Joe taking game 2 here, winning Swiss round 7, moving on to 6-1, securing his spot in day 2 of the Sacramento Regional Championships.
Yeah, really clean there from Joe. That was a really incredible set there from him. And I loved sort of that end game there, being able to protect that King Gambit as long as possible. Missing the Sleep Powder is unfortunate, but you know, I remember talking to him in Louisville, and Joe said, you know, I don't click Sleep Powder unless I think I'm still going to win if I miss it, or I really am desperate and need to. And he definitely wasn't in a desperate position there at the end. Still felt very confident to slowly chip away, putting that Incineroar into Sucker Punch range with the helping hand. Torkoal definitely getting more damage out of that helping hand than it was out of those burning jealousies. But yeah, this was just really well played by Joe here, switching it up a little bit to have the Dragonite out on the field. And Geo was doing a decent job of maneuvering around, but really just could not get going here, and especially this turn, the Garchomp being knocked out. Of course, the extreme speed boosting the power of the Assurance as well to get that KO. After Garchomp was off, there just wasn't enough damage. If that Garchomp could have gotten an attack off, maybe Geo probably could have forced a game 3 there, but really smart use of resources from Joe, using that Terrassalization to dodge the Stomping Tantrum. And Joe now, it will be in day 2, has a 6-1 record, 1 more round to go, and then 3 more rounds tomorrow before attempting to repeat a finals appearance.
Yeah, and again, it's the power of Sun, right? I mean, there's so much damage being dealt. I mean, Joe was just had the upper hand so much in game 1 and game 2, just the offensive position. Geo had to take some turns to be able to reposition in order to try to go on the offensive, and just could never catch up to the position that Joe had. I mean, the Hisuian Typhlosion, once it hit the field, just threw out so much damage out on the field. Maybe Typhlosion is better than Charizard.
You know, when you get the Blaze boost, it certainly feels pretty good. It was dealing big damage there, and you know, having the option to go for have Shadow Ball as a potential secondary option instead of the fire type attacks, you know, I could see it. I see the case for it. It is the 25th anniversary of Gold and Silver, so maybe this is the tournament for Typhlosion. You know, Charizard won an international championship, but Typhlosion could totally take the consolation prize here at the Sacramento Regional Championships.
I mean, it's still a regional champion, right?
It's still it would still be a regional champion.
Yeah, the Typhlosion winning the regional championship, unheard of. Unheard of until just now, right? And it's one step closer because of the trainer, Joe, just showing off exactly what Hisuian Typhlosion can do, why it's better than Charizard, why it's the best fire type first partner Pokemon.
Yeah, and I think this is Joe's team is really interesting because it's very different from Marco's team. It obviously has the same sort of core. They're both running the Eject Pack Torkoal as well as Jumpluff. But the difference between Charizard and the Hisuian Typhlosion, of course, then their different typing and power is real, but also at the other end, there was not the sort of alternate form of speed control on Joe's team compared to Marco's. Instead of going for the Porygon 2 Ursaluna, the potential, having just more immediate offense with the Garchomp and Dragonite, as well as the Assault Vest King Gambit. And just had more different tools to deal more damage to Gio's team. And Gio just wasn't able to keep up and able to get that rolling.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and throw it over to Gabby with Joe to learn more about why Hisuian Typhlosion is way better than Charizard.
Thank you so much, Dewey. And honestly, Joe, I don't know if you heard that, but he said he wants to know why Hisuian Typhlosion's better than Charizard. So why don't we just get into it?
Yeah, I mean, see, I think the difference between the two Pokemon, right, is I think Typhlosion, if you navigate in the right position where you can ignore like extreme speeds or you can ignore fake out, it has a little bit more potential to get itself in positions where, you're kind of you have an unstoppable attack pretty much, right, without having to commit Terra, which I think is like the main draw of it. Obviously, some of the main drawbacks are like a Charizard without like Terra or with like even without the Terra is like pretty comparable to like Specs Typhlosion Terra Fire damage. So you get a little bit more raw power out of Charizard, but for what this team wants to do, which is like consistently hitting the opponent with offense, navigating yourself into strong positions where you don't really let them breathe, Typhlosion's a bit better because you can afford to commit Terra elsewhere without necessarily needing the Terra for the Typhlosion to like avoid fake out. Like Marco Silva's version, for example, right? Like he has the Terra Ghost on his art, so he can get around fake out, right? And in this case, like for my team, it doesn't really make sense because I want Terra in other places a lot of the time.
Of course, of course. And I mean, we've seen you a lot already this season. We've seen this team a lot already this season. Have you made any big changes between events, or have you been running the same 6, same items, same moves, all that good stuff?
I guess since last time I was on stream, now I'm running Scale Shot on Dragonite, but I feel like that's pretty expected, right? It's like the best set right now in the format. Besides that, I don't think I changed too much else. I think Jump Left Terra type changed to Poison. That was pretty much it. So nothing too crazy, but I think a lot of the teams like cool things that you kind of get out of it come from like small tweaks to how they're trained, like how the Pokemon are trained. Obviously, the small Terra changes, they all make a big difference. They all add up for sure.
Have you been making adjustments to how your Pokemon are trained based off of what's the meta's been?
Partially that, but I also think it's too, like, if I play a tournament and I get outsped by something I don't like, for example, like, okay, I'll probably fix that. Or like, if, there's a certain thing I want to live that's achievable to live, like, then I'm gonna, train them to survive that. But that's pretty much it. It's more of just like if I see something that I would have liked to survive, or I see something I would like to outspeed, like, is that achievable? And like, can I do that? Pretty much.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
You went 7-3 last weekend at LAIC. You're here now today after not being really sure if you wanted to compete here this weekend. What changed your mind?
Actually seeing Marco win was definitely a big motivator. Marco's a really good friend, and I think he's an incredible player. I mean, I think genuinely, I think he's in the conversation for like top 3 players of all time, if not already. And I think he's an incredible player, and watching him win was a big motivation. 3 internationals, winning that's no slouch. That's hard, right?
Not only that,
to
but
win
back-to-back too.
Yeah, and to win so convincingly against a player of the caliber of Victor Medina, doing super well, it was very motivating, and it made me want to compete. And I felt like LAIC didn't necessarily reflect the team and how good it was, right? So I felt like this was a good opportunity for me to play more. I'm actually going to be in Germany next weekend as well, competing.
Oh, wow.
So we'll have a lot of time to play Regulation H. I'm also really enjoying the format. So
I was going to say, you're definitely enjoying the format, and hopefully the travel as well.
Yeah.
Have you recovered from Brazil at all? Are you still sleep deprived?
There was another timeline where I did not make it for this regional, because originally I had a morning flight out from New York on Friday, and I was like, okay, this should be fine. But then it was 1 a.m. My flight was at 6. I'm like, oh, I really don't want to wake up. So I was I moved it to 4:40 p.m. And then I get to Salt Lake City on the transfer, and I'm the flight gets delayed, and it's the only flight to Sacramento, right? So I'm like, oh, I really hope I didn't mess up and this flight gets canceled. Otherwise, I'm just stuck, right? But it ended up working out. I got in super late, but it was fine. I kind of still think I made the right choice, because I didn't really want to be here forever. I kind of wanted more time at home until I had to come out. So.
For sure. So how's your day been going so far, prior to your matchup with Gio? Anything notable that the team did that you're really proud of?
No, I mean, honestly, I think for me, I'm just kind of, I think I came into this tournament with a really good mentality, which is, I want to do well, but I also feel like the pressure is not, I don't have as much pressure on myself, and I think it's helping me. Also too, like obviously Pokemon has luck factors in it, right? Like that's just, you know, unavoidable. You can't necessarily like get away from that even if you play perfectly all the time. And I think what's been really helpful for me is like, even if I'm getting a little unlucky or, you know, something's not going the way I want it to, I feel like because of the way I've been kind of approaching it, like, hey, I'm here, I'm going to play my best, do what I can, right? And even if I get unlucky, like looking at like, okay, could I have made a better play here to avoid like this bad luck or stuff like that? And I think it's helped me a lot, honestly. I think it's been helping this tournament too. And to be honest, after being at LAIC, and I know I'm going back to LAIC again, but seeing such like strong players compete at internationals, like obviously regionals are still like, you know, you do well, it's still a good achievement, but it's not at the same level of internationals and worlds. So for me, I think I'm trying to get in like headspace where it's like, I'm just going to do my best. I'm playing a bunch of these tournaments, and like when I go to internationals, when I go to worlds, like I need to be able to not be nervous, like play well and like not kind of get in my own head. So I think the mentality has definitely been helping a lot.
I was gonna say, I feel like one of the first mental hurdles a lot of trainers struggle with is that you can play perfectly, but then 25% of the time, you know, the bad thing happens and there's nothing you could do. Has there been like a mantra or something that you've been able to discover for yourself that's helped you accept that?
I think you only take risks you're willing to accept, right?
That's fair.
Like, I mean, if I'm running sleep powder and I lose because I miss a bunch of sleep powders, like, I mean, I kind of did to myself, right? Like, and you know, and if I what's it called? And if I connect them and it goes well for me, I mean, that's a team. You know, that's what you're doing. And I think it was funny. I was actually talking to Emilio before, and he was like, well, he's like, you got to get lucky a lot. And he's like, you know, obviously when you're playing, right, like sleep, it on paper will always look like, you know, you click sleep powder, you connect it, you're winning. If you miss, you lose. And I think like to a degree, yes, you do need to be like lucky enough to land your moves. But I also think like there are ways to like play around like misses. Obviously, in some cases you could miss and you could just instantly lose. That's kind of the point of the team, I guess, in some cases. But it also rewards you pretty hard if you are able to recover. I think a lot back to actually a top 4 set in Louisville versus Riley Factura, because I think that set actually was a big changing point for me this season, because in both games they started out like horribly. Like I lost like jump left turn 1. It was like a not good situation, and I was able to pull it back and like make really good plays and be able to come back from that. And I think it kind of made me realize, like, damn, I'm actually kind of good at the game, you know? So I was like, I need to just like
kind of good.
Yeah,
Come
well,
on,
yeah,
dude.
yeah. But like, you know, you just need to have that confidence, and I think that's been like helpful for me. It's kind of realizing, like, I think it's easy to be your like own harshest critic, but once you like obviously like get into mind space where like you can productively take stuff away, I think is good. So.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think you're definitely always your harshest critic. One thing I've been asking everybody who's talked to me today is, you know, it's a very thankful time of year here in North America. Is there anything about your local community that you're particularly thankful for from Pokemon?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, when I first started in the game, I think I go to locals a little bit less now, but when I do go, first off, like everyone is super kind. It's awesome. It's a great time. But I think, honestly, New York locals were the biggest reason why I think I improved a lot when I was like starting out in the game. Pokemon was at a different time period anyways. Like obviously like tournaments weren't as big, you know, there wasn't as many opportunities necessarily to always travel. I was like a high school kid, and like those tournaments definitely kind of like sparked the competitive drive to play. And I think even just getting to play versus amazing players at these locals, especially when I was playing like consistently, it was really like a different level. I mean, you get to play versus people like James Beck, you know, like Paul Chua, a bunch of other players, and it forces you to get better, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Which is really good.
Awesome. Well, Joe, thank you so much for your time. Do you have any shout outs you want to give to anybody at home?
Yeah, so first off, Mom, Dad, thank you for watching. Sierra, of course, thank you for always supporting me. Appreciate you and I love you. And, you know, to all my friends as well, I mean, you know, I already talked a lot. I want to give a special shout out to Marco, because I know obviously like we're good friends or whatever, but seeing him win was really inspiring. I think it was a really big part of like what made me want to go to tournament and like keep competing and like kind of give the team another, you know, shot. Also, too, to all my other friends, you know, for Momo, thank you guys so much. You know, you guys are obviously a big support net, and it's really, it's cool being in a friend group where a lot of players are talented, they know the game super well, and you're able to succeed. And I think it's a really, like, great part of the game.
Awesome. Well, Joe, thank you so much for your time. Congrats on day 2. Maybe we'll see you again soon.
Oh yeah, I made day 2, huh?
Yeah, you did.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Sorry, I didn't want to spoil it for you.
Yeah, that's really fun. Yeah, I just kind of forgot. Like, I forgot we were in round 7.
It's
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, that's actually, oh god, that's nice.
All right. Well, let's give you a break so you can catch up and maybe check your messages as well. Casters, back to you.
Thank you, Gabby. Thank you, Joe. So in the zone that he doesn't even know that he's made it to day 2.
Well, that's how these players are. I remember just last week after Ashton won his top 8 match, and I talked to him. I was like, "Hey, and you qualified for the World Championships. How do you feel?" He was like, "What? I did? Oh, right." Sometimes you're just too locked in, and you lose time. You're no longer like on this mortal realm. You're just in the zone.
On a whole nother plane of existence is what you're trying to say, basically.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And, one of the things that most impresses me about Joe as a player is that he's been able to maintain an incredible attitude about, both his successes and his failures on stream, off stream, in tournament, out of tournament. Just incredibly, level-headed. That's the kind of attitude that you have to have, especially when you're going to choose to run a team that relies on sleep powder, overheat, and heat wave.
And Leaf Storm on that jump club as well. So not the most accurate of moves, but that mantra that Joe had mentioned, that's a great mantra to have about risks and stuff like that. I don't remember it verbatim, but I just remember when we heard it back here, we're like, that's great.
You were just like, oh wow, that's I'm stealing that.
I wrote it down in my journal, my dream journal, basically.
Yeah.
So props to him. Congratulations on making it to day 2. And again, just the fact that he's been able to lose on stream, win on stream, and be so graceful in both states.
And have just like an incredible amount of consistency and attitude throughout all of it. It's a really difficult thing to compete in some of these high stakes tournaments. Joe is very upfront. He mentioned it in that interview that he wants to win the international championships. He wants to be the world champion. And you're not going to just have that happen. You have to work towards it. There's really not a world in which someone just shows up. I mean, definitely not for the World Championships because you have to qualify. And even at the international championships, the level of play is so high, and it's really incredible to maintain your composure about all of that. And I also really take a lot of inspiration similarly from our competitors. So when Joe shouts out like seeing Marco win made him feel really good and like want to compete, like lit that fire, like I'm totally right there with you, Joe. When I see great, incredible Pokemon like that being played, when I see the people that I know that I have been friends with for the decades that I've been involved in the community continue to do well, that's just what it's all about. It's really exciting, and that's really the kind of thing that you have to hold on to if you're going to become an international champion or a world champion.
Yeah, and when you make friends in the community and stuff like that, you have more people to bounce ideas off of, you have more people to practice with. You kind of practicing with other people kind of gets you in the mindset of other people too, right? I mean, everybody thinks differently and approaches the game completely differently. Like you and I approach the game completely differently, especially you and I compared to like maybe Scott, Aaron, or Gabby, right? So like we have different ways. And when you make sort of a great friend group like that, then you just have different ways that you see the game. You have different perspectives, and I think that's super important to be able to achieve that goal of, international champion, world champion, where you see the game from multiple perspectives, not just your own. Or you're siloed into just a very similar perspective with some of your friends, but seeing everything as a whole.
Absolutely, and I think that's a really important part of some of these groups that we've seen be really successful. Sometimes we see groups roll up with like 6 or 7 players running the exact same team. Or we'll see other friend groups show up and people will have like, yep, there's 2 of us that worked really hard on this team and we scrimmed against these players who are bringing a different archetype that they really believed in. And typically, unless it's sort of the 2015 meta, there usually isn't the one team to rule them all. Being able to use challenge yourself against multiple different archetypes is really important. Having those different perspectives absolutely changes how you approach the game.
Absolutely. Speaking of perspectives, let's go throw it to an interview that Gabby did on the floor yesterday with a competitor here at the Regional Championships.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. I'm here with newlyweds Harvey and Abby. First of all, congratulations. I hear y'all are here on your honeymoon. How's that going?
It's going very well. Thank you very much.
So you met through Pokemon. I gotta ask, what's the story? How did you two find each other?
We're in a mutual community and, you know, just something to bond over, something that we share the same interests in, and someone who just gets you, you know?
Yeah, that's exactly it. Just found through the same community, and we just bonded over that, and that was the start of it.
Nice. What was the first Pokemon game that you both played together?
Oh, I want to say it was Ultra Sun and Moon, I believe was the first
Ultra
one.
Sun and Moon, yep.
And do you have any like fond memories from playing through that game, you know, getting to know each other, anything like that?
Oh, I think it was just mutually exploring the game at roughly the same time as each other. Like that discovering of new games, discovering new stuff to play, new stuff to enjoy. And
Seeing both of our reactions to it and just like, oh yeah, this is fun, and just, oh, look at this over here, you know?
Yeah, that's so fun. So you mentioned, Harvey, that you've competed a lot in the European regional circuit, but this is your first time competing in North America. Do you have any like expectations or what you think is going to be different about the experience?
I honestly have absolutely no idea what's going to be different comparing the two together. I'm just hoping to win a game, win a set, go from there, and just have a good time.
For sure. And do you have a team that you're going to be running this weekend that you're excited about?
I do indeed. I'm going to be running, well, listen, common stereotype, going to be running Rain, of course. Big rain enjoyer, big weather enjoyer. So I'm very excited to play it.
And Abby, I know you mentioned as well, you've been to some of the European events, but this is also your first NA regional. What are you looking forward to this weekend?
I like just the environment. I like seeing like the plushes that people bring, and just the environment of we're all here for the same thing.
And you were playing in the Chaos Cup earlier. Was that a lot of fun? Do you have any stories from that you want to share?
It was pretty fun. Got red a couple times, but you know, that's Pokemon. But you get hacks every once in a while, and you might just win a game. That's also Pokemon.
I mean, y'all, I think, have the best luck of all, finding each other through Pokemon, celebrating your marriage through Pokemon. I have some fun questions here I want to ask you. So, what is the coolest Pokemon that each of you has ever caught?
Ooh, that is a really tough question. My lord.
Ooh, the coolest Pokemon that we have caught. Like,
I think for me, it's probably the second encounter Shiny Pheromosa I got while shiny hunting in Ultra Sun and Moon. Completely unexpected.
I don't know if I can think of one.
Oh, no.
What's my top coolest? I don't know.
They're all cool Pokemon.
So many. There is so many. I don't know.
All right.
I think I have a shiny Corphish the Recluse, which I know that's one of the hardest marks to get. I'll go with that one.
Yeah.
That is pretty cool. All right. And then my last question, Abby, if Harvey was a Pokemon, what Pokemon would he be and why?
I think yeah, it's got to be a Ludicolo. He's just, you know, carefree, vibing, just going with the flow.
Harvey, if Abby was a Pokemon, what Pokemon would she be and why?
I know exactly which one. It's a Shinx. She's adorable, and I absolutely love her. She's so cute all the time, and she's just great. I love her.
Well, congratulations, you two. I think you found something truly special, and I'm so glad that you're here celebrating with us this weekend. We'll be back with more action from the Pokemon Championships soon.
Aww. Honeymoon at Sacramento Regional Championships. That's adorable.
I love love.
Yeah, I love love too, Evan. Anyways, let's take a quick look at some tweets.
Yeah, we got posts to go through.
Of course, if you want your post featured here on the broadcast, use that hashtag #PlayPokemon to let us know. Here from Cubone Drip at Ken's VGC. Let's get this bread.
Yeah, let's get this bread. And that Cubone is dripped out. That is for sure. Looking good.
Yep, and that Cubone looks like it's ready to take some names in VG right there. Probably holding an Eviolite. Yeah.
No, I think those are the heavy-duty boots, actually.
Heavy-duty boots? Okay.
Yeah.
Yep, heavy-duty boots Cubone to make sure it doesn't get hit with any entry hazards whatsoever. But yeah, I mean, I love the accessories that we've been seeing on a lot of the plushies, right? I mean, we see this one, the choice band on the Dragonite with the scarf too.
I'm really waiting for what I really want to see. Here's some free marketing. Here's some free ideas. I want an assault vest item that I can put on all of the Sitting Cuties plushies, so that I can always have the assault vest for my favorites.
But the problem is the assault vest might not fit all the Sitting Cuties depending on the size of the Pokemon, right?
I mean, it could be adjustable or something, or it could be like sometimes the assault vest is zipped up, or sometimes it's like jauntily unzipped.
But also what if they don't have arms?
They can still wear a vest.
I guess.
Yeah.
All right. All right.
they can wear the vest.
Over here, Tom Faro, that's our league leader. Hashtag play Pokemon, cheering for at Gabby Snyder from back home. So, Gabby, you got some fans out there.
Yeah, I got fans for Gabby, and I don't know if that's the league leader. I think Cheese is the league leader of the Cheese League, but still good to see the check-in from back home as the Cheese League is underway.
The Cheese League happening, usually the league is named after the leader, you're right. So in this case, it's probably Cheese as leader, but it's always nice to see when someone's watching from home, can't be out here in Sacramento, but instead they're over there putting it on broadcast. Maybe there's a local for the people that could not make it to Sacramento, but hey, you still want to play some Pokemon? Here's some Pokemon for you to play. Absolutely, and that's part of the whole point of the local community is gathering everyone together. And here is Jake Muller. By the way, Jake is 7-0 after that last round. Moving over to the video game championships, even after playing in the TCG League Challenge yesterday, where he went top 8. So pretty big weekend for Jake across all of the pillars here. Yep, what a better way to prep for playing VGC and Sacramento Regionals tomorrow than by playing in the TCG League Challenge today. Hashtag play Pokemon. You know why Jake's actually playing TCG? Why? It's because Ogerpon and Raging Bull are banned in VG right now, so Jake needed to get his fix on being able to use these Pokemon, so he used those cards. Yeah, this maybe explains Jake's success here today. He is not, unlike some of the other competitors, he is totally getting his Raging Bolt and Ogerpon fixed by playing the trading card games. Whereas other people are just like, man, I really wish I had Raging Bolt right now. I really wish I had Ogerpon. Yeah. But instead, they can't. They gotta play TCG if you want that, right? Yeah, sorry. Just a bunch of Kirans that don't get to play Ogerpon. But of course, Jake, we saw on stream earlier, secured a spot in day 2, actually. So congratulations to Jake. All right, from the 8-Bit King, when it's time to play Pokemon, but you're chill guy. Love this new meme. Going to be on a little later for Sacramento Regionals co-stream. And it's of that dog? Is it a dog? I don't know. I don't know. The animal just being a very chill guy. It's a chill guy. It's a chill guy, yeah. Yeah. I love the co-streams. We got plenty of people out there co-streaming. So, just like having the Cheese League back home watching in person as part of a league, being able to gather the online communities together to watch the regional championships here. Because again, the most important thing about enjoying Pokemon is building that community. We heard from Joe about how important the community has been. Basically everyone that we've had interviewed with Gabby has, been very thankful of their local scene, having their community around them and supporting them. And anything that you can do together, I love that we get to be a little bit of a part of it. Hi, 8-Bit King Gaming stream. Hi. Hey, Evan, I think you're a chill guy. Yeah, me too. Yeah. You're pretty chill, too. You don't have to say that. This is the weirdest photo. What? I'm sorry. If you're at Sacramento Regional, stop by the Free Play Lounge and see me for some retro gaming. Pokemon Stadium, Pokemon Puzzle, and even Pokemon Snap. Yeah, a blast from the past, but, there is some deep irony here with Golden Go being the Free Play Lounge, the Free Play Lounge mascot. I am a fan. Yeah, you're right. Come to think of it, I mean, Free Play and then Golden Go just kind of being anti-synergistic. Yeah, even after you've made it rain 6 times and you've dropped your entire special attack, you can still participate in the Free Play Lounge. You might have to pay Golden Go some gold. No, it's free. It's the Free Play Lounge. I would be confused by this sign because I would realize that Golden Go would like coin. Golden Go likes coins, but clearly it's not blocking access to the Free Play Lounge. You can't put a price tag on Pokemon Stadium, Pokemon Puzzle, and even Pokemon Snap. Evan, which one of these three do you think you could beat me in?
Stadium.
Which part of Stadium? We're talking mini games or like
Rentals.
Like rental battles?
Yeah.
All
I think I
right.
could beat you in rentals. I think I could beat you in Snap too.
You think?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think I think I could beat you at Stadium and Snap, but I don't think I could beat you in Pokemon Puzzle.
I don't think I could beat you in Pokemon Puzzle.
I don't think I could beat you in Pokemon Puzzle, so let's just call that a wash. Yeah, let's just call that a wash. It's between the other two then, right?
Yeah, or Pokemon Puzzle is the one that's fairest.
That's the one that determines who's the real winner. Who's who's the retro gaming king?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll see you out there later.
Meet me at the free play lounge, Dwee.
I'll see you out there. From CypherTune, we're here in Sacramento for the Pokemon Regional Championships, and then that's a photo in front of the banners. So
Yeah.
there's a banner. There's a lot of banners out there for people to be able to take photos. It's kind of like a red carpet, honestly.
Absolutely.
Like, you know, if you think about it, like people just go up there in groups and then they just take group pictures, and it's super cute.
Yeah, I love it. I love all of the new logo for the regional championships, and you know, it's great to just have a way to get a little memento of the event.
Yeah. You want to take a picture in front of the banner after?
Of course I do, Dwee.
Yeah, let's go.
What do you think I'm doing this for?
Just so you can get a picture of all of us at the Pokemon Regional Championship banner?
Yes!
All right. I'll see you out there later. Meet me by there for a photo taken. From Katarina Rodriguez. Lost her first match in her first regional, and she's all smiles. Thank you to the judges for being so helpful in getting her set up for the match. She's having a blast with playing alongside her older sisters.
Aww.
A debut 3 years in the making. Oh, that's super sweet. Of course, shout outs to all the wonderful staff that we have working this event here. This event could not be put on if it weren't for you all.
Absolutely. The judges are so important, especially for the younger age divisions, to make sure that everyone is having a good time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, even having lost her first match, still able to enjoy the experience, you know, being helped by the judges, you know, being with her sisters as well. Incredible. I love that. That's a family that, you know, is going to be able to bond over this, is going to be closer as a result of it. And that's the most beautiful thing.
I mean, families competing at regionals together just make it for a great time, right?
Yeah.
Like you're here with friends, you're here with family. I mean, it's so fun to be able to compete with your siblings, with your parents and stuff like that. So
what about when you aged up? How was it with you and Hui?
We were always like the same.
I know, but like
division
now,
though.
I know, but now that when you're aged up, did you feel a rivalry with Hui, or was it just like a full
Never
like
a
this is
rivalry.
great?
This was great. We always bounce weird ideas off of each other.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So again, perspectives, right? So we would always have ideas bounce off each other, so that family can easily bounce off any ideas. From Sweet Emma, caught an XXL Pumpkaboo. Hashtag Pumpkaboo.
Hashtag Pumpkaboo. And yeah, I respect this, Sweet Emma. It is November, but we do not have to let go of the spooky Halloween sweaters and the Pumpkaboo all over the place.
In my opinion, pumpkin is sort of just a fall thing, right? So
That's
as long
true.
as it's still fall,
Mhm.
autumn, if you will, then I think Pumpkaboo is an acceptable. It should be spooky season all the time around.
Yeah.
I'm gonna throw that out there. It's
Sure.
always spooky season.
Sure.
Yeah.
Unless it's too scary.
Yes, I get scared very easily.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
want it to be too scary.
But that is for sure an XXL Pumpkaboo.
Yeah, for sure. And shout out, I understand that our trading card game friends are running a bracket of Thanksgiving foods. Shout outs to pumpkin pie.
Yeah, pumpkin pie is great.
Yeah.
Also, I'm pretty sure that's the tail of a Dragonite in that banner there. Anyways, from Keeley at Sacramento, we're really traveling 1,400 kilometers internationally to play competitive Pokemon right now, and that's Keeley's squad.
Yeah, that's how you do it. When you start making these trips to regionals, internationals, worlds, etc., you will find yourself building a squad that's willing to travel 1,400 kilometers just to play competitive Pokemon, and that's amazing.
Yeah. So
I don't know how long it was from Brazil to Sacramento, but it was definitely actually, Australia may have been longer, but. You got to get used to it. If you're here, you're competing in a regional championship, get ready, because get your passport in order, because you are probably going to start wanting to travel to all of the events.
Yeah, and from Gaming Gen, shout out to our wonderful professors and staff for this event. We appreciate every single one of you and the energy you bring to our events. Thank you for making this possible. Of course, shout outs to everybody that is helping to put on this event right now.
Yeah, I imagine there are probably some people cut off there as well up at the top. And just to give you a sense, this is what it takes to run an event like this. It is, you know, I always feel like it's weird doing the broadcast because it means that we end up being sort of the face of the event itself. But really all we're doing is yapping up here. It's those people, all of that army of volunteer judges, like all of our people out there who have volunteered to make this a better circuit, who are out here, you know, sacrificing some of their time off or, you know, making the journey just, you know, not to compete, not for an opportunity at the prize pool, but the people who are here to make the event run better.
So shout outs to everybody that is working behind the scenes to make this event happen. Without you, we wouldn't have any of this at all, whether that's me and Evan on camera, to be able to talk to you, the viewers at home that are enjoying this broadcast right now. So shout outs to everybody that is working this event.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. Evan, it's time for a quick break because
we've got one more round.
We won one more round of Swiss today, so it's been great working with you today.
It's been
Evan.
really fun. It's been really fun. Well, don't do it. Cut to break. Don't let him.
We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, more action here at the Sacramento Regional Championships.
Eu acho que para mim as principais ferramentas para você melhorar como um treinador seria ter vários amigos para jogar, pesquisar bastante, entrar em grupos e treinar. Treinar principalmente.
Quais ferramentas que eu acho que um jogador competitivo tem que ter? Primeiro é paciência, porque você tem que repetir várias vezes, várias coisas. Então, primeiro é paciência. E a segunda de tudo é, cara, é anotar as coisas. Anota bastante porque você vai anotando e vai gravando mais fácil, então é persistir e paciência.
Eu acho que a gente tem ferramenta até de sobra, porque é uma comunidade muito grande, a gente consegue compartilhar a experiência um com o outro e ver onde cada consegue melhorar se ajudando.
Bueno, mira, lo más importante en este juego es caminar, caminar y atrapar. Todo el tiempo estar atrapando y siempre revisando en las mismas páginas de Play Pokémon cuáles son los Pokémon que están destacados y buscar de esos Pokémon los mejores IVs para poder dar el mayor rendimiento en las batallas.
Primero que nada es ver el meta, qué Pokémon son los mejores, un poco más avanzado, aprender a contar los básicos.
I think the players need to always look at meta, check the meta. I think this is really important because on Pokemon the game is always changed.
The first thing I always gravitate towards too is recording my matches and then looking at it afterwards. Not only just looking at it myself, but also like with friends from feedback. Just like really dissecting, like, you know, what am I thinking through this turn? Like, did I make the correct play? Am I thinking about the high-level game plan correctly? Am I accounting for potential risks depending on what my opponent is doing? I think it's really hard to get stuck in the moment when you're actually playing, so looking at afterwards has been like really, really helpful for me.
In the game, you don't have a lot of time to think. You just do the best you can in the moment, but afterwards, when you can actually pause and slow down, you can analyze what is actually going on in the game.
La mejor oportunidad que tienen es ver las transmisiones de los campeonatos regionales, internacionales y del Mundial de Pokémon. A pesar de que el meta puede llegar a cambiar mucho, no significa que no puedas ver cómo juegan otros entrenadores, qué es lo que están pensando, qué es lo que dicen en las entrevistas, ver cuál mindset tiene. Entonces, ve lo que piensan, ve cómo juegan, imítalos y supéralos.
My name is Caleb, and I represent Meta TCG. We specialize in singles. That's going to be Pokemon singles. So like your Pikachus, your Charizards, your Tyranitar's. We do a ton of singles. Meta TCG, we've been in business for 3 years. Our most prized possession would be a first edition Charizard. It's a PSA 6. It's worth around $6,000 to $7,000. So once again, what we sell the most of is going to be singles. It's going to be Charizard, Pikachu, fan favorites for the most part. For people that want to start out their collection, I would definitely just collect what you like. So, you know, if you like Dragapult, if you like Tyranitar, if you like Pikachu, just collect those cards that you like the best. And it doesn't really matter like value. It's like nostalgia for, you know, for yourself or for the fans. So whatever you like the most.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2025 Pokemon Regional Championships here in Sacramento, California. It is our final round of Swiss here for day one, wrapping things up, getting ready. It's been a long day. Dweeha and Aaron Zhang here behind the desk to take you through Swiss round 8. Aaron, hey, buddy. How you doing?
Man, how's it going?
I'm doing great.
Okay,
Thanks for asking.
good. Thank you.
Yeah, it's been like 7 rounds of Swiss so far. Anything stand out to you yet?
Honestly, we've had
a lot of things that stood out to me.
Pretty good team diversity on stream. I think we've seen a lot of different archetypes. I am still curious about Rain, whether or not it's going to win this event. I feel like a lot of the buzz has been around the newest version with the Dragonite, Ursaluna, Sinistcha stuff. And we got to see some hyper offense from Tailwind, which was awesome. Got to see some Trick Room, a little bit of everything.
Yeah, a lot of team diversity. In the last round, we saw Sun.
Yeah,
we saw Torkoal.
That's right. No Charizard though.
No Charizard because Typhlosion's better.
Is it?
Apparently.
It was pretty good in that set, I will say.
Yeah, but you know, it's been 7 rounds. Do you still think your predictions from the earlier today are still going to come true as to what's going to be the winner of this tournament?
You know, I think so.
You think so?
I feel good about it.
Doubling down?
Doubling down.
Doubling down. All right. I got that on camera. That's all I need.
What about you? How do you feel about your predictions?
Not great.
Not great?
Not great.
Okay.
Yeah. Can I withdraw?
No, it's too late.
It's locked in?
Okay, if you were to withdraw, what would you switch to?
I would switch all 4 for like more Rain stuff. Yeah.
Okay, well, that's a little too late.
Yep, a little too late for that.
No, you took a risk. It's still not over yet. We still have 1 round of Swiss. A lot of players can still advance to day 2 in this final stage.
And then they had to make it through day 2, make it through the top cut, win the whole thing, and then I win.
Sure, but you know, Luca Cheribelli, our world champion. You know, he started Worlds 3 and 2, and then won every game afterwards to become world champion.
I did not know that, Aaron. And that is super motivational.
Yeah,
for me.
exactly. And in 2019, Naoto Mitsubishi started the tournament 1 and 2, and then won 4 games in a row to make top cut, and then won every game in top cut to win Worlds.
Oh.
So you know,
if there's a way, there's a way.
Exactly.
Wow.
And in order for these players to make top cut, even if you're at 5 and 2 right now, you just need to win 1 today, 3 tomorrow. That's just 4 games of Pokemon, Dewey.
Gotcha. Let's take a quick look at the Masters Swiss standings here. The top 16 currently. Look at the leaderboard. Look at number 1.
Let's go, Jake, our fellow co-caster there, representing in first place right now, one of the only 4 remaining undefeated players.
Yeah, so 4 undefeated players: Carter Stedman, Marcus Dion, Karan Gupta, coming in to round out the rest of the top 16 right now. Again, these are just the top 16 players. Any player that has a good enough record will move on to day 2, right? So any player that is, what, 6
wins.
With 6 wins will move on to day 2.
So everyone here has made it to day 2 already. So this last round, there's not as much stress, but
it's about getting that position for day 2. So maybe allow yourself, hey, maybe I have one bad game tomorrow, but I can still make it to the top cut. Rounding out the rest of the top 16 here, Dylan Clark, David Hunter, Abigail Watson, Alex Underhill, who we saw on broadcast earlier, John Miller, Akil Goal, Raghav Malavia, Benjamin Flitcroft, Eric Schrader, Siddharth Singhal, Matthew Jensen, and Ian McLaughlin. So, you know, these are just 16 of the players that are making it onto day 2. But let's take a look at our notable matches. Here we go with our notable matches of Swiss Round 8. Our feature match is going to be Marcus Dion versus Karan Gupta, both players currently undefeated.
Having one of the best tournaments, maybe the best tournament of their lives so far, which is incredibly exciting. Some other names I wanted to point out here. You've got Riley Factura, really just one of the staples of North American VGC. Emilio Forbes, who has returned to competitive VGC, of course, top cutting Worlds in 2023, basically taking all last season off, maybe playing one tournament. His Swiss record at one point in regionals was insane. It was like maybe a 90+% win rate. And so here he is with 6 wins and 1 loss, already advancing to day 2. And then we have Joji Kaeda coming from Australia as well, winning, of course, the second Grand Challenge, also with the 6-1 record. Joji finished second at regionals last year over in Europe, actually. So really exciting to see him come out and compete here.
Yeah, but Aaron Brock, a name that we've seen on broadcast before, versus Joe Ugarte, who we saw in the previous round. Chopper Cross, former regional champion, going up against Don Check. So, you know, shout outs to Siddharth as well. Anybody that's on that notable match is, you know, they're strong players that you should be watching out for tomorrow if they are able to make it to day 2, depending on what their standings are right now.
Yeah, I think most of those are 6-1 matches.
So they're guaranteed to be able to make it to day 2, right?
Yeah, exactly. But once again, winning that last round is really, really important. And right now, we've got a big match here between Karan Gupta and Marcus Dion. And both of these players are undefeated right now, so they've already secured a spot in day 2. But a win here would be huge for them, because then your day 2 means you only need to win a game to move on to top cut.
And that's always nice to just have to go into the next day being like, well, I just got to win one. You know, maybe luck doesn't go your way. Maybe you miss a very crucial move, or your position is just not great leading into it. So that's a little bit of breathing room. Let's take a deeper dive into Karan's team here. Karan using this team that we've seen a lot of, that Elizabeth team, as players are calling it, based on the creator of the team. Let's break it down.
Yep, this team has been everywhere since getting second at the Latin America International Championships. And most of this is pretty true to the original base team. The main thing to point out here is that the Golden Go actually is Steel Terra rather than Flying Terra, which you often see on the Golden Goes on these compositions. But you've still got the Fighting Terra Archild on, you've got the Snarl on it as well. And of course, the strength of this team is that there's so much flexibility. You have a lot of different leads. Pelipper, Archaludon, Golden Go is really oppressive, can be paired with Dragonite. Ursaluna plus Dragonite is a really oppressive duo as well, where you can just double protect, set up Tailwind, and sweep with Ursaluna. Sinistra enables you for a Trick Room mode, and of course can heal your Pokemon up as it switches in.
Yeah, this team taking second place at the Latin American International Championships has a lot of different ways to play it out, but again, also has big damage dealers. I mean, that Ursaluna is nothing to scoff at, as well as that Golden Go. Taking a look at Marcus's team here, going to be the Blood Moon Ursaluna, Sneasler, Indeedee, Male, Talonflame, Incineroar, and Electabuzz. Pretty hyper-offensive here.
Very, very hyper-offensive. Very similar, actually, to the team that won the Senior Division Championships over at Sao Paulo just last weekend. And, of course, the idea behind this team is that you can set up that Tailwind with Talonflame and then just burst with a lot of spread moves. You've got Expanding Forms from Indeedee. You've got that normal Terra Hyper Voice from Blood Moon Ursaluna as well. Electabuzz is a valuable redirection user here. And Sneasler, of course, with that Psychic Seed Unburdened, Dark Terra, you can just threaten, for example, Golden Go with Dark Terra Throat Chop immediately. So I think Sneasler Indeedee actually a really interesting combination in this matchup, because the Sneasler in itself puts out so much damage. You've got Close Combat for Archaludon, Ursaluna. You've got the Dark Terra Throat Chop, of course, for the Golden Go. And then Indeedee here can just really spam Expanding Force. There's no threat of Wide Guard or, for example, Grassy Terrain from Bronze End.
Yeah, so Indeedee will be a great option there. Just, again, lots of spread moves. I mean, that Expanding Force is going to be huge, as it looks like the players are ready to go. Marcus leading with Ursaluna and Electabuzz, while Karan leading with Golden Go and Archaludon.
So Ursaluna here in a decent spot, because of course it pressures with Earth Power onto either slot, but you have to face potential Terras or switches. There is also the Trick option here. So Trick onto the Electabuzz will steal away the Eviolite, of course making it less bulky. But if you're going for that Trick, you do lose a key turn of offense here, right? So there is the ability to just send it and go for an immediate, for example, Steel Terra, make it rain. But looks like Karan really thinking about this Trick option. Snarl's really nice to decrease the damage output of Ursaluna, but a -1 Ursaluna with Life Orb will still take a decent amount of damage. But to start, it's just a Protect.
Yep, Ursaluna does not want to get hit with anything at all. Golden Go using Trick, taking that away, that Eviolite, so Electabuzz loses a lot of its bulk, as well as being locked into an attack right now. You know, Eviolite's not going to matter for that Golden Go, and here's an Electro Web from the Electabuzz. Going to slow things down a little bit here. Golden Go going to get 1 speed drop. Archaladon going to get a speed drop, but also activates the stamina. So again, name of the game with Archaladon is how many boosts can it get in terms of stamina. But here's a Snarl, connects into that Electabuzz, going to lower that damage output on that Electabuzz.
Yeah, so what Marcus was trying to set up for is saying, look, your Pokemon are probably faster than my Ursaluna, but if I go for this Electro Web, then the subsequent turn, I might be able to outspeed you with Ursaluna, and I'll drop your speeds. Electabuzz now can go for another Electro Web, so you can pressure with Electro Web plus Earth Power. Karan's response, as you can see here, is to go for that Terra then, because otherwise you are going to be taking so much damage from a Life Orb Earth Power, you might even faint to it. So yeah, I like Marcus's play defensively on turn 1. You're not really losing too much, and even though Eviolite's been stolen away, you're actually still not really threatened by a ton of offense right now. And hey, late game Choice Scarf Electro Web could actually be valuable, so Marcus decides to switch it out.
Yep, Electabuzz switches out. Sneasler will take the field here. Gonna have that fake out for the next round as Ursaluna uses Earth Power into that Golden Go. Huge knockout right there against that Golden Go. So Ursaluna showing how much damage it can deal. Life Orb recoil will occur here as Archaladon will use Body Press. Thanks to that stamina boost from earlier, does a lot of damage, super effective against that Ursaluna.
Yeah, really interesting turn there. So there is no Terra from the Archaladon. Marcus decides to cover for the Golden Go, saying, you know what, Golden Go here, your Terra is a Steel Terra, so you can't really defensively get around this. Golden Go had the opportunity to, say, switch into the Dragonite here, but decides to just take the trade. Had Archaladon gone for that Fighting Terra, might have been actually able to knock out that Ursaluna with Body Press, so it would have doubled down both offensively and defensively. But Dragonite now has hit the field and is in a really prime position. You've got that Scale Shot. Scale Shot right now putting on so much offensive pressure across Marcus's entire team. And so I think right now a lot of offensive potential. You see the Tailwind hover here as well. That, of course, will be able to increase your speed. This Sneasler does not have Fake Out critically. And like you said, Archaladon has that stamina boost. So close combat from Sneasler, I would expect to actually not knock out Archaladon either. So the question is, can Karan survive this turn? Ursaluna's going to opt for Protect, so what is Sneasler going to go for?
Yeah, Sneasler not having Fake Out a choice. Sneasler goes for a Dire Claw. What happens to this Dragonite? Dragonite, nothing happens. No secondary effects there as Dragonite will use Tailwind to boost the speed over on Karan's side here, as Archaladon will use Body Press into that Ursaluna Protect, so that is going to be a nice Tailwind. You know, try to mitigate that Electabuzz Electro Webs and those speed drops from earlier.
Yeah, that's a huge Tailwind, because now there's not really too much you can do if you're Marcus to take these Scale Shots, right? If you look at Marcus's team, there's nothing that actually resists or is immune to Scale Shot. The best way to deal with it is probably to intimidate it with the Incineroar or use Electabuzz to redirect it. So Ursaluna recognizes, look, I'm just going to get knocked out by a Body Press. Let me switch out. Electabuzz does come back out. The question is, does Sneasler Protect? I think you should Protect here to take the Scale Shot, and indeed does go for it.
Yeah, so Sneasler protects itself here. Doesn't want to get its it's not even Focus Sash, sorry, it's a Psychic Seed variant, but it doesn't want to get hit with that Scale Shot with that loaded dice. So Sneasler protects itself here. Archaladon uses Body Press into Electabuzz, does a lot of damage because that Electabuzz no longer has that Eviolite.
Yeah, that takes so much, but critically you do get Electabuzz in right now. Dragonite's faster than Archaladon, so it does grant you a Follow Me this turn. This Sneasler critically, though, is Dark Terra. It's not something like Stellar Terra. So, yes, you can go for another Dire Claw, you can go for a close combat, but then the question is, do you actually get the knockout here? We actually see the hover for the Protect and the Body Press option. This is a little bit risky if Electabuzz were to Protect and close combat just goes into Archaladon.
Yeah, so Dragonite protects itself here. Electabuzz using Follow Me. It is carrying that Choice Scarf now, so it is going to lock itself into Follow Me as Sneasler uses Dire Claw, goes into that Dragonite Protect. So, great turn here from Karan, possibly. Archaladon using Body Press gets the KO on that Electabuzz, so that trick from turn 1 paying off huge because of the fact that Electabuzz was not as bulky.
Yeah, really nice turn by Karan there. I thought maybe a little bit risky to go for, but it was a calculated risk, right? I think the obvious place to just go for the Scale Shot. If you go for that Scale Shot, not only do you for example, get the knockout, but the downside is you also drop your own defense, and that's a really big deal because then you're vulnerable to Dire Claw. Multi-skill's been broken as well. So Dragonite doesn't end up taking any damage. Sneasler does hit the field though, and now you have the Unburden. So Unburden is active. Sneasler's going to be really, really speedy. Archaludon still hasn't really taken that much damage, and Inity doesn't threaten it that much. So this will be a really key turn because the Dragonite right now is still playing a ton of offensive pressure with that scale shot. But critically, Marcus's Inity does have Protect, so it can protect itself from offense right now.
Yeah, and the end game that Marcus is most likely going for is that Ursaluna is going to be the one that's going to deal with that Archaludon in the back with that Earth Power, right?
Yep.
So saving that Ursaluna for later on, trying to target down, and Dragonite hangs on from that Dire Claw, and here's the scale shot into that Indeedee. There's the first hit. It is going to be way enough to get this KO here. Will require the 4th hit, but big damage from that Dragonite into that Indeedee. Connects 4 times because of that loaded dice and gets that KO from that range. So here comes our Archaludon. Will be able to go for an attack here. Remember, the Psychic Seed did activate, so Sneasler has some more special defense now, but it's not going to matter. It's going to be a body press, not very effective into that Sneasler slot. So Dragonite's Tailwind from 4 turns before has now petered out. Here comes Ursaluna, the reliable partner, and now this is the end game for Marcus. The final 2 Pokemon, it's going to be the Ursaluna and the Sneasler.
Yeah, still no Terra's really committed, and critically, Dragonite there does not eat a paralysis or a sleep from the opposing Sneasler. 2 different opportunities to potentially get a status condition. Neither times it gets it. A sleep there or a paralysis on Dragonite would have been absolutely huge if you get the para into full para, but instead Dragonite is able to just knock out the Indeedee. This Dragonite so good offensively into so much of Marcus's team, and Karan found a really good position for it by setting up that Tailwind. So it's all down to the final 2 Pokemon from Marcus's end. It is going to be the Terra here on Ursaluna, going to boost up its damage output with that normal Terra.
Yeah, so now is Marcus just going to try to burst down this Archaludon or just be content with getting some spread damage here as well? Sneasler using Dire Claw, hitting into the Dragonite, gets the KO from that range. Easy KO for that Sneasler to pick up. Here comes the Ursaluna. It's a Blood Moon into the Archaludon, possibly expecting a possible sort of Terra, right?
Yep.
Not very effective. Here's another stamina boost, but Ursaluna takes recoil from that life orb, but now it's going to get body press and get KO'd easily from that range from that Archaludon. So now the last Pokemon standing on Marcus' side is going to be that Sneasler versus this Archaludon and another Pokemon in the back. So, you know, Marcus really expecting a Terastallization from that Archaludon, but Karan not showing it there.
Yeah, really big play there, because even though it felt like Karan had a lot of momentum, if Earth Power actually gets the knockout onto Archaludon, and this is, of course, an Assault Vest Archaludon, so I'm curious whether or not it could, you know, guarantee survive the Earth Power, or whether or not it just faints to it. But Marcus tries to read into the Terra. Karan holds the Terra all the way until the end, and we will certainly see him take this first game, as it's going to be the Ghost Terra Ursaluna. Really, really good counter to Sneasler. You do have to worry about Throat Chop normally, but it's just not going to get a knockout, and you'll knock out in return. So instead, it's just a close combat. Karan holding the Terra for the entirety of this battle. I think that turn where it was Blood Moon instead of Earth Power being the very, very critical turn in this game. But Marcus had a lot of fight in this battle, right? It shows that Sneasler is really powerful. You've got this Ursaluna, which can do a lot of damage as well. Karan demonstrated a lot of patience holding on to Terra that entire game, and that mid-game Tailwind plus enabling Dragonite to go for those skill shots was really huge.
Yeah, so now, I mean, Marcus had all the pieces, in my opinion. Marcus brought a solid 4 to be able to combat with Karan's team, but it's just sort of the timing of everything that happened, right?
Yeah.
Again, like you mentioned, that Terastallization holding out, not Terastallizing that Archaludon, you know, where Marcus expected the Terastallization to occur, really paying off dividends for Karan. So now it's how Marcus is going to play out the rest of this to force a game 3.
Yeah, I think, like you said, the tools were there. I was expecting to see Sneasler a little bit earlier. Sneasler would have applied a lot of up pressure into the Golden Go as well as the Archaludon, because you have the close combat into Archaludon, you have the Dark Terra Throat Chop into Golden Go, you get your Unburden boost immediately. Yeah, Expanding Force isn't doing a ton of damage to Archaludon or Golden Go, but it also is still able to chip away a little bit here and there. I think the maybe downside of the Indeedee here is if you go for Expanding Force, you are going to activate the stamina on Archaludon, so that's something to worry about. But basically here, I think Yeah, the Ursaluna was not able to like accomplish a ton, and I think Sneasler's a really good pick here, but it hit the field a little bit late. Like it felt really oppressive when it hit the field, right? So bringing out a little bit earlier is valuable. You do, however, have to deal with that Dragonite, right? So if you are Karan, you could actually consider leading the Dragonite. Dragonite pretty good defensively against the Sneasler. That first Dire Claw won't do a ton of damage. You mainly are worried about potential status conditions coming out. So I think Dragonite's a very key piece from Karan's end, and Marcus has to figure out how to deal with it a little bit more effectively, or maybe get luckier with Dire Claws.
And here we go, game 2 here of the final round of Swiss of day 1. Marcus Dion versus Karan Gupta. And it's going to be Dragonite and Ursaluna leads for Karan. Over on Marcus' side, it's going to be Electabuzz and Ursaluna. So Marcus not really changing anything up, but Karan leading with a little bit more of an offensive threat here with that Dragonite and the Ursaluna.
Yeah, so Electabuzz here, of course, does have the ability to Electro Web, and some Electabuzzes are actually really speedy. So the idea is you can drop Dragonite speed before it moves, and Ursaluna can maybe finish it off. But you can see the hover to go for something like Protect, plus the Headlong Rush, knock out Electabuzz. Marcus here, of course, could respond by going for a Terra with Blood Moon and then going for a Hyper Voice or a Blood Moon immediately onto Ursaluna. So the question is Marcus trying to snipe off the Dragonite right now? Because then the Dragonite protects, you don't get anything into it, and then Electabuzz faints.
Ursaluna on Marcus' side will Terrasilize into that normal type. There's going to be some big damage being dealt here possibly, as Electabuzz going for a taunt, lands into that Dragonite Protect, trying to prevent it from being able to go for a Tailwind here, as Ursaluna going for a Blood Moon. Big damage connects with the Ursaluna over on Karan's side, and that is enough for the one-hit KO. Big damage right there, just going all in, committing the Terrasilization and just being like, all right, well, this Ursaluna, no, I don't want to see what this can do.
Yeah, it's a relatively safe play, right?
Yeah.
Like, the worst that you would have to face is Dragonite maybe going for a Scale Shot there. Electabuzz having access to that taunt means you don't have to go all in on the Electro Web play either. The main play that you're probably scared of if you're Marcus is, for example, Protect on Ursaluna, Dragonite Tailwind, but taunt is the perfect counter to that. So a really big turn 1 there by Marcus. No taunt, but the taunt doesn't go off, but it's still fine because Tailwind isn't set up, and you take out a crucial piece in that Ursaluna, which was looking really scary offensively.
Yeah, Archaludon Terrasilizes this game here for Karan. Will become the fighting type. Will try to resist. Will basically try to remove its weakness to a possible Earth power, since Marcus can't click Blood Moon here. As Electabuzz goes for an Electro Web, gonna slow things down just a little bit here. Dragonite is gonna take its speed drop. Archaludon's gonna take its speed drop. Gonna take a stamina boost, but that's not gonna matter at all versus these two. And here's Earth Power from that Ursaluna into that Archaludon slot. Still does a good amount of damage, so now Archaludon gets 2 stages of increased defense as Ursaluna continues to wear itself out. Dragonite is able to go for a Tailwind here, so finally able to set up this Tailwind as Archaludon goes for a Body Press. 2 stages of increased defense means that this Body Press is going to be doing a lot of damage against the KO on that Ursaluna.
Yeah, critical turn there. So the Ursaluna had the ability to go for Hyper Voice. I was thinking maybe Electro Web Hyper Voice actually knocks out the Dragonite, since these Dragonites generally don't carry a ton of bulk, if any. And so if you get the knockout there, you deny Tailwind. And crucially, the Archaludon actually did end up going for Terra. But you know, in the previous game, Archaludon just held on to Terra for the entire game. So Marcus is probably thinking, look, you might just like make an aggressive read again, and if you don't Terra, boom, I'll just get the knockout. But Indeedee now comes out. This does apply a lot of pressure with the Expanding Force. You can just follow me Expanding Force right now, or even follow me Trick Room. It's kind of weird to Trick Room when you have Hyper Offense, and if Marcus's last Pokemon is Sneasler, then it might make more sense to just Expanding Force, but you have to be careful, right? If you Expanding Force here, Dragonite survives, gets Scale Shot off, then it might be able to just threaten the Sneasler with a knockout before it moves because you have the Tailwind and the Speed Boost.
Yeah, you do have to watch out because we saw that the Scale Shot knocks out the Indeedee, so if this Indeedee wants to do anything, Electabuzz does have to provide that support, and Electabuzz does have the option for support with this Follow Me. Gonna become the center of attention here as Dragonite uses Scale Shot into that Electabuzz. At least 4 hits here. It's not going to get the KO, but Archaludon will get to double up into it and get the KO from there. So, you know, connecting 4 times with that Scale Shot, dropping its defense, getting some speed back up. So, you know, that Electro Web has been mitigated. And here's Indeedee using Expanding Force. Good damage right there. Gets a KO on that Archaludon, so Electabuzz gets to hang on as Dragonite takes more damage. So, yeah, that was a great turn for Marcus.
Yeah, critically, actually, the speed drop from Electro Web kind of negated the Tailwind, right? And so actually no need to go for that Trick Room. You do just go for that Expanding Force. And so really powerful positioning for the Indeedee here, right? Like, you've got the Focus Sash as well. So I think right now, Marcus is in a really good spot. There is the Muddy Water, though. Okay, but, you know, you can just go for Follow Me plus another Expanding Force, then Dragonite feints. If Sneasler's the last one, you just bring that out, gets the Psychic Seed on Burden Boost, and then you just win the game from there. And so, yeah, because actually of the Electro Web speed boost, or speed drop, that was really, really critical, both on the Dragonite as well as critically the Archaludon, makes it safe to go for that Expanding Force. So.
Yep, and here's a Scale Shot from that Dragonite, gets KO on the Electabuzz. But, you know, with Muddy Water if he connects, there's always a chance for an accuracy drop,
yeah.
which could lead to a lot of things that kind of snowball into out of control. 3 hits is all that required to knock out that Electabuzz from that range. Another speed boost for this Dragonite. It's frail, though.
Oh,
but it's
boy.
fine. Here's the Muddy Water, connects with it, and Didi is there. That does a lot of damage, but no accuracy drop. Here's an Expanding Force. Gets the KO on the Dragonite, brings Pelipper down to just a sliver of health. It looks like Marcus is able to force the game 3 here.
Yeah, really fast, fun-paced set here. Let's see what the last one is. I would imagine it's Sneasler.
Yep,
it indeed
Sneasler.
is. So Marcus willing to commit to the Electabuzz Ursaluna lead, saying, look, this just applies a lot of offensive pressure. This is likely a matchup that he's practiced a lot as well, given how common Karan's team is right now. And so, you know, Karan opts for a really aggressive kind of turn 1 by just trying to attack with the Ursaluna and gets punished really heavily. He, of course, had the ability to, say, switch out the Ursaluna. Sleezer's going to protect here, but yeah, you just stall out the Tailwind, and then Sleezer will just cleanly knock out Pelipper. So we'll go to a game 3.
Yep, Marcus also protects. Yeah, Marcus having both his Pokemon protect that turn. Pelipper just Muddy Watering into 2 protects, but again, writing's on the wall here, just waiting for that Tailwind to stall out. So Marcus, again, has the right tools. It's just how he clicks buttons, basically, right? In what order is the buttons being clicked that makes a big difference.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the scary things here, of course, on the opposing end is this Electabuzz. Having access to that fast taunt, having access to Electro Web as well was really crucial in this game, being able to drop the Dragonite and drop the speed of the Archaludon. And Archaludon, despite Tailwind being up, eats that speed drop is actually slower than that Indeedee, and that's really, really crucial as well. So, I think in this game, Marcus was able to position Indeedee really nicely, and you can see what he did, right? By going for that Earth Power on Archaludon, he was saying, if you don't Terra, well, then I'd probably just knock you out or do a ton of damage. And if you do go for the Terra, well, you're fighting Terras, and then Indeedee Expanding Force is just super effective. So, really effective use of baiting out that Terra, and that turn 1 just so explosive, getting an immediate knockout and not really taking any damage in return. That could have been at least a Scale Shot coming out from Dragonite, for example, but he was definitely worried about something like an Electro Web and Hyper Voice or Blood Moon into the Dragonite slot.
Yeah, or, you know, the taunt into the Tailwind slot, or, you know, if Karan did go for that Tailwind. So, again, Electabuzz is a key piece of this puzzle, in my opinion, right? Like, this Electabuzz is just providing a lot of utility for Marcus's side, keeping a lot of Marcus's team safe, right? Kept the Ursaluna safe, kept the Indeedee safe, stayed out on the field. Compare that to Game 1, when that Electabuzz was kind of hurt immediately with that trick.
Yep.
Right? It's not as bulky. It's kind of, whenever it takes the field, it has to decide on a move that it wants to lock into, whether that's Follow Me, Electro Web, decisions. Right? Decisions. So, you know, that Electabuzz is going to be a key piece for Karan to try to neutralize sooner.
Absolutely.
in this game 3, right? So that's something that Karan might have to look into, how to deal with this Electabuzz, making sure that it cannot provide the support from Marcus's team. Also, just like making sure that the Ursaluna on Marcus's side isn't just gonna be able to throw out very big attacks really fast.
Yeah, I think like in that last game in turn 1, it just wasn't really threatened at all. So I wonder if we see a return back into the Golden Go as we get into the 3rd game. It is a run back of Electabuzz and Ursaluna, but this time we've got Golden Go and the Archaludon.
Yep, so that Golden Go, again, you know,
run back from game 1.
Yeah, being able to provide that support, can go for that trick in that Electabuzz slot, but again, if you trick and Marcus predicts that, then you could be in a whole lot of trouble, because Golden Go's then just stuck tricking if like maybe you go into a protector or something like that, right?
Yeah, Golden Go of course does have the ability to go for that Steel Terra, make it rain, but looks like Karan is just thinking about the trick option once again, and so it is scary because, yeah, you give up a lot in order to just get this singular trick off, right? I'm curious how much a Steel Terra Make It Rain does to Ursaluna if Ursaluna has absolutely no bulk and whether or not it could get a knockout, but looks like Karan wants to offer the trick
another
option.
trick.
Golden Go. No Terra at all from anyone right now.
Golden Go tricking the Choice Scarf onto the Electabuzz, gonna take away that Eviolite, make Electabuzz extremely frail. Electabuzz opting for Electro Web, locking itself in here, gonna go and get some speed drops here on that Golden Go and that Archaludon. Stamina boost is going to be nice for the body press, and there's an Earth Power. Big damage, gets the KO from that range, so no terrestrialization. Marcus finally hits it with the super effective Earth Power, so
big damage, big knockout right there. A huge threat from Karan's side of the field removed.
Such an explosive set here. It's just both players trading knockouts after knockouts. Dragonite comes out, but now you are vulnerable to just something like Electro Web, normal Terra, Hyper Voice even, or Blood Moon into that slot. So yeah, Karan could opt for Protect here and then maybe go for a Make It Rain to get some damage, but this is so scary, right? So I think like even with the Make It Rain here, you don't have any item on the Golden Gun. I mean, you have an Eviolite, but it doesn't do anything really, right? So you can see the hover for the Tailwind plus Make It Rain. The idea here is, look, if I actually get the Tailwind up, then Ursaluna can come out, but you are vulnerable to just getting hit by that Electro Web. That's why the trick is kind of scary for a lot of different reasons, but here we go. It's just Electro Web, no Terra from the Ursaluna, but if it's Blood Moon into the Dragonite, I would still expect it to get the knockout. So let's see, is it Blood Moon this turn?
Another speed drop. Ursaluna just going for an Earth Power into that Golden Go, another knockout. So this Ursaluna is on a rampage. This Ursaluna has taken 2 knockouts in 2 turns so far, as Dragonite goes for a Tailwind. So now the end game that Karan is going to bank on is going to be the Dragonite and the Ursaluna over on Karan's side. So, boy, that's a lot of damage being dealt by this bear.
Yeah, it is. But Karan crucially does get Tailwind set up and does have Dragonite and Ursaluna position under Tailwind. So there was the potential for Marcus to just knock out the Dragonite. He prioritized the Golden Go slot, but Golden Go wasn't doing a ton of damage there, and it does grant Karan a free switch in as well. So if there's any chance for Karan to come back in this game, I think it's now. You've got the 4-2, or you're down 2-4, but you've set up Tailwind and you've gotten your main sweepers out. You know that the Electabuzz is also locked into that Electro Web as well. And so, you know, if you're Marcus, you can't redirect attacks away right now. You are threatened. Karan is threatening you with that Headlong Rush, as you can see. So then one of my questions is, can Ursaluna potentially survive this Headlong Rush if that ends up being the lock in this turn? Marcus could always protect the Ursaluna and switch out, of course. But he might be content just giving up the Electabuzz.
Yep.
It's going to go for that Electro Web right now.
Yep, so it's going to be an Electro Web in that Dragonite, but Karan probably trying to get rid of the Ursaluna over on the other side of the field. That does not KO. But what does Dragonite do? Is Dragonite just going to double up into that slot to make sure that that Ursaluna, that huge offensive threat, cannot get another KO? It is going to be a scale shot into that Ursaluna. It does connect there and get the KO. So big damage from Ursaluna early on, and now that Ursaluna is going to go into hibernation.
Yeah, now it's actually really awkward for Marcus, I think, by giving Karan the free switch in into Ursaluna and by not switching out Electabuzz. You have an Electabuzz stuck clicking Electro Web, which is not really doing too much, and critically, there is still Terra available, so this is really interesting, right? Because it's like you probably want to consider tearing the Ursaluna if the Sneasler hits the field, but then if you Terra the Ursaluna, you could go for that Dark Terra and go for Dark Terra Throat Chop to get the knockout. And so Electabuzz right now probably wants to consider switching out, because you don't want to just keep staying in and clicking Electro Web, right? But if you switch in, you are vulnerable to just eating up, for example, a skill shot on that switch in. Skill shot, of course, also could be targeted using onto the Sneasler slot. And there's still Terra available here. So Ghost Terra here, really critical, but of course Electabuzz here could pivot out into Indy. Sneasler could read the Terra, go for Dark Terra Throat Chop. Sneasler could also just protect this turn and try to get around the bait out the Terra or protect from Karan's end.
Get some more information before committing to an actual game plan, right?
Yep, and no switch here. So that makes me think Sneasler should be protecting here, but let's see.
Yep, Ursaluna on Karan's side will terrestrialize into that Ghost type. Yeah, you definitely have to respect the Indeedee switch in possibly to activate that Psychic Seed and allow that Sneasler to be the fastest thing on the field despite the Tailwind. Over on Karan's side, Sneasler does protect. You called it exactly right, Aaron. Does not want to get KO'd almost immediately here. As Electabuzz, again, continuing to just go for these Electro Webs. You know, Dragonite, as long as it keeps using Scale Shot, will at least be able to outpace or at least keep up with the Electro Web drops. In this case, not connecting, so it does not get that speed back. Ursaluna going for an Earthquake. You know, one of the nice things about pairing it up with the Dragonite is that you can just go for these Earthquakes. Hits that Electabuzz for super effective damage. Again, it's not holding on to that Eviolite anymore, so it gets the one-hit knockout from that range.
Yeah, but it's perfect for Marcus now because you get the free switch in into the Indeedee. You've dropped your opponent's speed. You've baited out the Terra from Ursaluna, even got a speed drop onto it. So now, of course, you can bring out the Indeedee. So then the question is, okay, right now there's a lot of offensive pressure. Scale Shot from Dragonite will be able to just knock out either the Sneasler or the Indeedee, but the question is, will you be able to actually get that Scale Shot off, right? The Unburden now has been activated on the Sneasler. The Dragonite was not able to get a speed boost critically that last turn either, right? So the Tailwind is set up, but if I remember correctly, I think it's at -2 speed, so it would actually be slower than the Sneasler. Yep, it is at -2. So while Tailwind is set up, it's essentially basically at neutral. Sneasler on the other side right now, super, super oppressive. And so the question is, I mean, Sneasler can only target into one slot, right? So you could go for example, the Dark Terra Throat Chop into Ursaluna, and then Expanding Force with the Indeedee into Dragonite. But by going for the Protect here, if you're able to do that, Dragonite, of course, is able to get an attack off here.
This is going to be a big turn. It's the final turn of Tailwind, if I recall correctly. So here it is, Marcus committing the Terrestrialization. It is going to be that Indeedee into the Psychic type Indeedee here, trying to get more damage out from those Expanding Forces. So this is going to be a very crucial turn. Ursaluna protects itself. Did Marcus read that? And is just going to go for some big damage onto this Dragonite. Seems they're going for that Throat Chop, connects into that Protect. That would probably knock out that Ursaluna from this range. And now Indeedee content to just go for an Expanding Force. Again, that boost from that Terrestrialization should be enough to get the KO on this Dragonite from this range. Multi-scale has been broken, and Dragonite gets KO'd, so looks like the writing is on the wall here. It looks like Marcus played it exceptionally well, was able to get all the pieces where he needed it in order to secure this win.
Yeah, that was a really safe play. There was basically nothing Karan could do to get around that. With that Psychic Terra specifically, no need to Terra actually on the Sneasler. And what's so critical is Throat Chop just gets the knockout
Just gets the KO right there, yeah. So there it is. Marcus Dion moves on to 8-0 in Swiss, wins that. Great match between both players. I mean, you saw the back and forth. You saw game one where, you know, Karan kind of disrupted Marcus with the trick. And then, you know, game two, Marcus realized, hey, I need to make sure that my Electabuzz stays around. And then did that. And then game three, Karan tried to go back to the Golden Go trick strategy. And Marcus said, you know what, I'm just going to stay out here and I'm just going to Electro Web.
Yeah, the Protect turn in game three was huge, right? Protect, you bait out the Ghost Terror from the opposing end, and Dragonite critically doesn't get another speed boost, and so then the Indeedee can come out and it just outpaces the Dragonite. And that's a really big deal because despite Tailwind being set up suddenly, with all these Electro Web speed drops, Karan's Pokemon are actually still slower than Marcus's. And so really, really great job by Marcus, especially on turn one. He just went straight for that Earth Power immediately, just knocks out that Archaludon. There is, of course, the ability for Archaludon to switch out at any point, but, you know, I think Karan was probably a little bit scared, saying, well, Marcus showed that he's willing to go for normal Terra Blood Moon onto an Archaludon. He's willing to take these big risks. And so Marcus decides to just go for it in game three, gets an immediate knockout, putting himself in a really good position. But Karan, of course, finds the ability to set up Tailwind, bringing things a little bit back into his favor. But by committing that Ghost Terra with this Electabuzz continuing to spam Electro Web, able to really drop the speeds on Karan's end.
Yeah, and of course that Ursaluna over on Marcus' side of the field, just getting two huge knockouts immediately in game three, right? Getting the knockout on that Archaludon not opting to sort of Terrasilize to protect itself or switch out into that Dragonite slot, just eating a huge Earth Power, and then Golden Go eating a huge Earth Power too. That Golden Go, even though it paid off dividends in game one, it kind of was not doing that much work in game three, right? Like, in game one, it tricked the Choice Scarf onto it, and then it kind of got knocked out immediately, whereas this Golden Go instead, in game three, had to stay on the field for a little bit longer. And it was, like you mentioned during the game, it was like very awkward for it to be there because like you could go for some Make It Rains, but I mean, that's really just gonna be doing a little bit to the Electabuzz, but also like, you're just out there. You're out there.
Yeah, I really like the Electabuzz plus Ursaluna lead specifically because I think Marcus recognizes Karan's entire team is just kind of weak to Ursaluna. I've got Earth Power for your Archaludon, I've got Earth Power for your Golden Go, I've got normal Terra Blood Moon for your Ursaluna, and there's just so many Pokemon that take so much damage, and then the Electabuzz is such a good piece to complement it because it actually outpaces everything on Karan's team, basically, other than that Golden Go. So you can taunt or Electro Web to drop the speeds on the opposing end. Electro Web's so nice because it breaks Focus Sash and deals so much damage to Pelipper, and of course breaks Multi-Scale on Dragonite and lures the pressure of Taunt. So really consistent lead there, and just make some really great calls to come back there.
I need to correct you on that statement, Aaron, because basically, if you're a Steel type, you click Earth Power. If you're any other type, you Terra Normal Blood Moon it. And that's probably gonna do enough damage to get the KO from that range.
Yep, exactly.
Right? Anyways, we're ready for an interview with Evan and Marcus in the lounge. Go ahead and take it away, Evan.
Thanks, Dwee. I saw that Marcus was going to win a stream match, and I decided I had to rush to the lounge to be with Marcus. You were just telling me before this you were 1-5 on stream?
Yes, this is... I have not won a stream match since Vancouver 2023 last year. I feel... this is a great triumph. I feel so happy.
Yeah, which feels better to you? Going 8-0 or the stream match?
I do not care about, okay. I care about the 8-0. It's great.
Okay.
I feel very happy. I'm in a great mood. But the stream match means infinite. I could have gone on stream like round 3 in this tournament, won that stream match and then not made any points, and I still would have been happy with this event. I'm very happy right now.
Well, congratulations. That was definitely an intense way to go with the 3-game set there.
Yeah.
What was going through your mind for those 2 games that you were able to come back and win?
Well, after game 1, I was really kicking myself because I'm pretty sure I misprioritized. The Arcaladon was supposed to go down a lot sooner, or instead of actually going down, the Arcaladon was supposed to Earth Power into it so that I could force it to either be knocked out or it could Terra fighting, and then Ndidi would be able to come in and take that knockout. But I think I had misprioritized and gone after the Golden Go. So I was kind of kicking myself, but I was ready to execute that game plan in game 2. But then he led the Ursaluna, and I was like, that's not what was supposed to happen here. I've been making a lot of soul reads today, so he has a very decent play of like just double protecting there, get the burn, get some traction there. But I figured that he would know that Taunt or Electroweb could go out into the D-Knight, and that he would be thinking I might prioritize that. So I decided to send the Blood Moon into the Ursaluna. Obviously, that worked out. And that was a pretty tight game. And then game 3, I feel a lot comfier about because I got to execute the actual line that I had thought of after game 1, which is just taking care of the Arcaladon early and then making sure that I had Ndidi and Sneasler for the end game. And he tricked the Scarf onto the Electabuzz, and I knew that that wouldn't really make a difference as long as I would be able to keep the Dragonite's speed in check with Electroweb. So it felt very clean, and I'm very happy with it.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that because, the moment that I think it's one of those things that people fall into with Trick a lot. If you have Trick, you kind of want to click it, especially with a Pokemon that really requires their item like Electabuzz.
Yeah.
But it really felt like your now scarfed Electabuzz just being able to fire off Electroweb after Electroweb after Electroweb was actually really important towards, making sure that Dragonite, like you said, didn't get out of hand.
And I mean, the great thing, and I practiced this matchup a bunch, the great thing about the Electabuzz in this matchup is that he has to do nothing else other than click Electroweb.
Yeah, that's all you want.
It has to do. Would I like to click Follow Me at some points? That'd be great, but Electroweb is mainly what we're trying to do in this matchup to keep primarily the Dragonite's speed in check so that Sneasler can come in and take care of it later.
Absolutely. So we also saw each other last week in Brazil.
Yeah.
Where you were running an entirely different team from this one. What happened in Brazil? Why did you change your team over here? And obviously it's working for you, but what was going through your head?
So Brazil, I locked a team that was very similar to what Justin Tang and Chongjin Peng had used with the Mirror Herb Arcanine. I had some slight changes. I had a Palafin. I was feeling pretty good. I was like, this is fun. I'm gonna have a fun time with Palafin. I win my round 1. I go into my round 2, and then there's this guy with Weavile, and this guy's Weavile is Icicle Crash. Long story short, I lose the set to the guy getting a consecutive triple Icicle Crash flinch, and I'm like, yeah, maybe this isn't my day.
Yeah.
And the day progresses, and I end up 5-3, and I'm like, that's not a bad record. And I look at the standings. No point.
Yeah,
okay.
140 something.
Yeah,
I think.
it was something along those lines. But anyways, I had a chat with Riley Factura after that, and I was basically like, I'm not using this team in Sacramento. I don't know what I'm using yet, but I'm not using this team. The online ladder, is gonna know my name by the end of these 4 days. It's gonna know who I am because I'm gonna make sure that I played like 150 games over the span of 4 days to prepare for this tournament, and I mean it's working. So hey,
yeah, you're undefeated right now at the end of day 1.
Yeah,
8-0 record. You only need to win one more round tomorrow to make it into the asymmetrical top cut. How are you going to prep for tomorrow tonight?
Well, the very nice thing about going 8-0, and the reason that I really wanted to be here after seeing obviously you want to be at 8 wins anytime, but the reason that I specifically want to be undefeated is there's only one other undefeated person in the tournament at the moment. So that means it's not even that late. We can go back to our hotel right now, and I'm going to have ample time to prepare specifically for that one person. And if I know that I'm playing against them, and if I win that match tomorrow, I'm guaranteed into the top cut. So that's a very nice feeling sitting here knowing that, right? So that feels very. It feels very good.
Yeah, we're going to get you out before dinner time. You have
plenty
of time to go
saying.
Grab something to eat, prep for your matchup, easy peasy.
Exactly. It's so much time. West Coast is amazing. I'm not even tired.
West Coast, best coast?
Yeah. I only day 2 West Coast events. It's like my thing. I'm fine. It's all right.
You're doing great. Well, I know that you are Canadian,
yes.
But here in the States, November is our month of thanks. For our Thanksgiving is coming up in just next week, I believe. I got a plan for that. What are some of the things that you've been thankful for about your Pokemon journey?
I'm really thankful for all my friends and family who are supporting me during all of this. It felt very upsetting to go 5-3 and miss points in LAIC, but I had a bunch of friends who were there to basically say, hey, don't worry about it. Sacramento's a different tournament, different time. We're bringing a different team entirely. So I'm very thankful to all those people who supported me. I'm specifically thankful for this tournament, for my good friend Carson Confer. He is, I hope, he was 5-2 when I checked, so fingers crossed that he's won that match to get him into day 2 as well. But we worked very hard over these 4 days on this team, and we made some adjustments to like the more common stuff, like the Incineroar, something that hasn't really been seen on this scene, is a little less conventional. So Carson and I worked really hard on this team, and I thank you, Carson, for that. And also thank you, Oliver Eskelin, for getting top 8 LAIC so I could steal this team, or this 5 from you.
Shout outs to all of our top cut competitors at LAIC. We've seen a number of those teams out in the field today. Well, Marcus, we're going to go ahead and let you get ready for dinner so you can start prepping, get something to eat, get a good night's rest. Congratulations again, 8-0 day 1. We will see you tomorrow for day 2.
Sure thing.
Awesome. Well, let's test it back to the casters who will help close us out.
Thank you so much, Evan, and congratulations again to Marcus for being undefeated going into day 2 of Swiss, and also overcoming the streak of not winning on stream. Congrats, Marcus. What a way to do it.
What a way to do it. 8-0, just 1 game away from making top cut, 3 times to do it tomorrow. And good news, Carson, who he was just talking about, also advanced to day 2 for Marcus. So must feel good when, of course, you prepare with your friends and you both achieve that success. But they're looking to make an even deeper run. Marcus has gotten a lot of top 16, top 32 finishes at regionals, still hunting for that first top 8.
Yep, and he mentioned it during the interview. This is the time to do it. West Coast events, because West Coast is the best coast.
That's right.
You agree with me?
I'll just leave it at that.
All right, cool. Sure thing, Aaron. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at how our caster predictions have turned out. Not great for me. How you doing, Aaron?
I'm
You're
pretty
doing
happy.
great.
Yeah,
Those are
Dragonite,
great.
Golden Goal, Ursaluna, Actually, we saw all 4 of those Pokemon in that last round.
We did.
Yeah.
Great job, Aaron.
At one point, 3 of the 4 were on the field.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
There could have been 4 of them on the field at some point, but but that just didn't happen. But 3 out of 4, I'll take that.
Not bad, not bad.
Congratulations, Aaron.
I mean, how do you feel, Dewey?
Me? Okay. It's fine.
Yeah?
It's fine. Yeah, I'll change that for tomorrow.
We'll leave it at that.
We'll leave it at that,
All
yeah.
right.
But I mean, I think we've seen a lot of these Pokemon over on broadcast, right? We saw, I
think almost all of them.
Well, I don't think we saw Baxcalibur.
Oh, you're right.
Yep, so Evan, tough luck, buddy. We didn't, no, we did see a Kilowattrel, so
We did.
So I think the only Pokemon that we did not see on broadcast is Baxcalibur, but of course, this is how we think that they're gonna do in terms of success. So tomorrow's the real day when we figure out who is the true winner and who is the true not winner. But it's looking like it's me.
As the winner or the not winner?
Not winner.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely not.
I thought you were claiming the crown.
I'm not claiming the crown. Why would I ever do that, man?
Well, what do you think went wrong? Where are these Pokemon? How come they're not succeeding, Dewey?
Because they're sliding under the radar. So then they can like surprise everybody in day 2.
I see.
Yeah.
I see. Okay.
Of course, yeah.
Sure.
Let's, of course, something that we've been asking a lot of the players is just about, what they're thankful for from the local scene. Of course, Pokemon is all about community. It is all about, gathering and just playing Pokemon. So, of course, go play at your local Pokemon League. Scan the QR code to find a local Pokemon League near you. Of course, these are just some of the card shops nearby. We have Great Escape Games in Sacramento, California, and Davis Cards and Games in Davis, California. I actually went to school in Davis.
No way, man.
I
Davis
did.
is great, and the leagues are awesome as well. When I actually started playing competitive Pokemon, I was a trading card game player, and the way I got integrated with the local community was by attending leagues and meeting other people who were fans of the game, who like to compete as well, and it was really such a great introduction to competitive Pokemon, and so I'm really grateful for that.
Yep, and a huge shout out to Davis Cards and Games, because they're a league where the whole family can enjoy the Pokemon trading card game. Every other Sunday, juniors can join their beginning trainer program. So, if you want to maybe get your kids a little bit more involved in the Pokemon community, as well as teach them how to play the game
without having to teach them yourself, basically having a judge teach them how to play the game, go out to the Davis Cards and Games on Sundays to be able to kind of enroll your junior in that beginner program. Davis was where I went, and that's where I had the best Pokemon years of my life.
There you go, man.
The Davis Pokemon League.
And to specify, I believe it's the card game.
This
for
is the
these
card
leagues.
game, yes.
So
This is the card game.
Even though
the
we're
league,
the VG broadcast, of course, the leagues are more mentored or more catered, of course, to the card game. But I, as myself, started as a card game player, and then, of course, met a lot of other video game fans and enthusiasts while I was there. And you know, with video games, it's a lot easier to just sit at home and play online. At the card game, I think it's not, you don't get the same feeling from when you go to these leagues in person and get to play. And so, really valuable experience. I can't recommend them enough.
Didn't your dad drive you to the national championships at TCG one year because he really wanted you to, well, you really wanted to compete and he didn't want to let you down?
That's
he
right.
didn't want to see you sad, so he drove from like New York to where was it?
Columbus, Ohio. Yep, back in 2008, man.
Cards bring people together.
They really do.
They really do. Now look at us. Now we're friends.
Now we're together.
Now we're friends.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now look at us. Anyways, let's go ahead and throw it into the lounge with Evan to close us out. That's it for me and Aaron from day one. But hey, Evan, take us home.
Happy to take you home, Dwee and Aaron. I am joined here in the lounge to close out our day with Scott Galaza. Scott, what an incredible first day of Pokemon here in Sacramento.
A lot of really close sets. I can see a decent variety of team archetypes. Still not sure what's going to come out in top this weekend. I think it's everything we wanted.
Yeah, absolutely. We have so many different teams that are going to be playing in day two. And I think what's really interesting to me about this whole set is that it actually feels like LAIC did affect the metagame here in a really fun way. And here are some of your players who have qualified for day two. There are still a couple of games out in the field, so this is not a complete list of day two players, but we will be getting that as soon as possible. Of course, we just saw Marcus go undefeated. Jake Muller also up there. I'm not sure, did Jake go undefeated? He was the other 7-0, him and Carter.
Cool. Not sure who won that match, but yeah.
Yeah, so I believe Jake did lose that to Carter, so those are our two undefeateds, Carter and Marcus. We also have, of course, our player to watch, Emilio Forbes has made it up here, Joji Kaeda from Australia, Riley Factura here, just sort of picking out some of these names at not random, but as they appeared to me. Lots of great players here. Raghav has made it into day two, Chup across the fourth, another regional champion from last season. All of these players are going to be competing for a spot in the asymmetrical top cut tomorrow with a record of 9 wins will get you in there.
So all these players are close. You know, if you win 8-0 today, you can have a pretty shoddy round of Swiss tomorrow and still make it onto that top cut. You know, the players who have got 6-2 they're going to have to be a little bit sharper.
Yeah, gotta win 3 in a row instead of just 1 or 2 matches. So going to have to make sure that they are getting some good sleep and they're prepped and ready for when we start Swiss tomorrow. So make sure that you are also setting a calendar reminder for yourself, as our broadcast will be starting bright and early at 10:15 a.m., a little bit later than we did today. And of course, if you're on the East Coast, then you actually get to wait until the PM before you start watching the broadcast.
Yeah, that must be nice. You know, as a West Coaster, you know, I don't really get that experience.
Yeah, that's a new one, especially for coming off of the 5-hour time change from Brazil to here in Sacramento. I am appreciative of that as well. Let's take a look at the other regionals to come. Of course, this is the Sacramento Regional Championships. We are just after the first international, and we do have 2 more regionals before our next international championship at the European Ice International Championship in London. We have Toronto, so we'll be going up to Canada, and then we'll be back in San Antonio right before EUIC.
Should be a lot of fun as we build to the next IC. You know, London happening a little bit sooner than it normally does in the tournament schedule. So yeah. I'm curious if the event will change any this year.
Yeah, beautiful London in February. So make sure you are packed up with some of your warm weather clothing if you are going to be attending EUIC. But of course, if you want to make sure that you are seeing everything, maybe you can't go to Europe, maybe you don't want to bundle up for that event, make sure that you are following us. Go to Pokemon.com/broadcast, follow it right there. You can see where we've got events coming up, where we have broadcasts coming up across all of our regions. And then of course, make sure you're also following the channel. Go ahead and follow us on Twitch and on YouTube to make sure that you can make sure that you hit all of those events, because honestly, this regulation has been so much fun and it's been so different every time that if you miss one event, you may just be like out of the loop.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen so many of the winning teams coming back throughout the course this weekend, finally really reverberating throughout the metagame. So yeah, maybe go back and do a little research if you're planning on, participating in some events in the future.
Yeah, I think that the top 8 of LAIC was absolutely the most influential top 8 that we've had all season. So, and they were also really good matches. I mean, I'm a little bit biased because I was there, but I highly recommend doing some studying up on those matches.
Yeah, I think one of the semifinal matches, one of the probably the single best stream match we've had all regulation. So yeah, definitely check it out.
Absolutely. Well, we are going to go ahead and rest up to get ready for tomorrow, where we have Day 2 Swiss, and we will have Top Cut and crown our champion. So make sure you catch us tomorrow bright and early, 10:15 a.m. Pacific and 1:15 p.m. Eastern. We will see you then. For now, have a good day.